The reality show Survival for 100 Days has commenced. Zhao Mo was unexpectedly chosen to participate, initially believing he could simply tag along with the elite teams led by Jing Ge or Dahanyo. However, to his astonishment, the draw paired him with Mimi, Yi, and Pang Di. The three women looked at him in bewilderment, while he returned their gaze with an expression of resigned indifference. Thinking he was placed in the bronze group, ready to withdraw, he was taken aback when the awakening system transformed him into a champion, leading the queen group to victory. Mimi remarked, "Zhao Mo, you're doing wonderfully." Yi added, "Zhao Mo is the most dependable man in the world." Pang Di chimed in, "Brother Mo, I want more of you." Chapter 1, Survival. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Mo jolted awake from his slumber, gently massaging his throbbing head from a hangover. The urgent knocking at the door persisted, leading him to assume it was his roommate, prompting a surge of irritation as he rose to open it. To his surprise, he was greeted by an adorably dazed young woman. He was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing he was in a hotel, not his own rented apartment. Was she room service? The girl, noticing that Zhao Mo was only clad in pajama shorts, immediately averted her gaze, saying, "Mr. Zhao, the recording has begun." "Oh, recording? What recording?" he asked, perplexed. "Mr. Zhao, you've signed a contract. If you don't participate now, you'll incur hefty penalties. Please hurry and get dressed, it's chilly like this." With that, she turned and hurried away, leaving Zhao Mo in a state of confusion. The television in the room was on, the volume low, broadcasting a promotional segment for a reality show. The annual Celebrity Wilderness Survival event, lasting 100 days, officially commences today. The participating stars include martial arts superstar Li Jing, fitness enthusiast Dahanyo Wu Chun, emotionally intelligent Zhao Mo, culinary expert Lao Huzhou Lei, and the renowned beauty San Pang, along with the lucky audience members drawn by the production team, Zhao Mo and Gu Xiao. Upon hearing his name, Zhao Mo looked up at the screen, only to realize that the image displayed was not of him. Suddenly, clarity struck him as he rushed to the bathroom, staring into the mirror. The reflection was unfamiliar, he was bewildered. A wave of confusion washed over him as fragments of alien memories flooded his mind. It dawned on him that he had traversed into a parallel universe, transforming from an ordinary worker into a fresh university graduate. His presence here was due to signing up for the 100-day survival show, and by chance, he had been selected as a participant. The reason he wished to join was not out of celebrity admiration, but rather the tantalizing prize of 10 million for first place. Zhao Mo chuckled bitterly, realizing he had yet to face the harsh realities of life. Perhaps fortune could fall from the sky, but it was unlikely to land on him. An inexperienced graduate entering such a competition and hoping to win. What was he thinking? "Hello, Mr. Zhao, are you ready? Everyone is waiting for you. The live broadcast has already begun," the girl's voice called again, this time accompanied by more vigorous knocking. Zhao Mo hastily donned his clothes, hastily washed up, and stepped out. Following the girl, he entered a large hall where a crowd had already gathered. He bowed slightly to apologize for his tardiness. "Now that everyone is here, we will begin the grouping process. There will be 4 groups, each consisting of 4 individuals. We will draw lots, and those who draw the same color will form a team. The draw reflects one's luck, and after this, we will not rearrange the teams." "Is it starting?" "It's starting. Look, the draw is beginning." "Wow, a shot of San Pang. Love San Pang. I prefer to me." "All right, everyone quiet down. The draw is crucial. Last time, a group of 4 girls drew together and withdrew on the first day." "Exactly. That's unreasonable. They should mix in some capable individuals." "That's the most logical approach. Haven't you heard the director say that luck reflects capability? If it were me, I would definitely choose to be with Jing Ge. Dahanyo is also not a bad choice. At least there's a sense of security." Online, discussions proliferated. In the venue, everyone held their lots like lottery tickets, revealing a small portion of the colored strip they clutched in their hands. Zhao Mo glanced at his green lot, feeling a twinge of displeasure. The color seemed to clash with masculinity, especially as a former member of the stock market crowd. "I have green. Is anyone else green?" Zhao Mo lamented internally, hearing a girl's voice respond, "I am green too." He sighed, wishing fervently for a man to declare he was also green. "I'm green too," came the final voice, shattering his hopes. It seemed his only option was to withdraw. "Now, please gather in your respective groups and elect a team leader." As the green group assembled, he looked at the 3 girls Pang Di, Yi, Mimi. They stared back at him, equally disheartened. "How is it that we 4 are together?" one exclaimed. "By the way, what's your name, and what did you do before this?" Mimi inquired, sparking a flicker of hope in the other 2. "I'm Zhao Mo, a recent graduate," he replied flatly. The girls' spirits visibly deflated. A mere bookish scholar was hardly what they needed in their current predicament. They would have preferred someone from a construction site, at least for physical prowess. Haha, how did you four end up in the same group? Are you considering withdrawing? Celebrity Xiaoying approached, laughing. She was thrilled to be grouped with Li Jing and delighted to see Zhao Mo's group. You can't know who will win or lose without competing, another girl retorted. Exactly, Xiaoying, don't be too smug, we're not pushovers. The three women instantly exuded confidence, their demeanor shifting with remarkable speed. Oh, I'm with Jing Ge, he has undergone special forces training. If you can't handle it, don't force yourselves, Xiaoying added, throwing them a cheerful smile. Oh dear, you all have such bad luck, Lao Hu Zhou remarked as he saw their group, unable to resist teasing them. Brother Zhou, it's already bad enough, don't laugh at us, they responded, less confrontational than with Xiaoying. I'm not laughing, I can't help it, haha. Zhou Bo, upon hearing Zhou Lei's laughter, joined in, having drawn the Dahe group. After the laughter subsided, it was time to select a team leader. Mimi suggested, Yiya, you should be the leader, you're a heroine among women. Mi Jia, you should take the lead, they echoed, turning their gaze toward Zhao Mo. I'm indifferent. Wow, our Mi Jia is really unfortunate, came the comments. Sen Pang, hang in there, don't quit right at the beginning, I want to see more of your performance. Yiya's fate is unfortunate. The online statistics show that in 5 seasons, each has had a group withdraw in the first round. It looks like it might be San Pang's group this time. Well, at least Mimi's group has a man that's better than last year's all-female group. That Zhao Mo looks rather frail, he might not even match up to a girl when the competition begins. Alas, I am fond of all 3 girls in this group, yet witnessing their elimination in the first round is truly disheartening. Chapter 2. The journey begins. Group leaders, please assign names to your respective groups and report back to me, the director instructed, raising his hand to quell the murmurs. What shall we call ourselves? Let's leave it to Dammy, came the response. Without hesitation, Dammy stepped forward and declared, our group shall be named Queens. What do you all think? The other 2 girls clapped enthusiastically, and in that moment, Zhao Mo felt himself swayed, assimilated into their enthusiasm. And you? I'm indifferent, he replied. Once the director confirmed the names of each group, he continued, this survival challenge spans 3 segments. The first segment is a Tendui survival on a deserted island, during which we will provide no food or drinking water. You will only have a small medical kit and a signal flare for emergencies. In the second segment, the difficulty escalates as you will enter a dense forest. Not only must you survive in the wild, but we will also deploy personnel to hunt you down. Anyone captured will be eliminated. No one has yet managed to complete the second segment. As for the third segment, we will refrain from announcing details for now. Aside from the items provided by the production team, each participant may bring 5 additional items. Please return to your accommodations and prepare your backpacks. We will depart in 2 hours. Let's go. Everyone remember to pack useful items. Dammy, as a competent leader, succinctly summarized the requirement with her words. However, the other groups did not disperse immediately. Instead, they engaged in discussions about what each member should bring, striving to avoid redundancy. Zhao Mo shook his head, having already resigned himself to the notion of a 2-day excursion. Nothing else mattered to him. Upon returning to his room, he retrieved his backpack and casually selected 5 items. Just as he was settling in for a brief rest, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The Great China Entertainment System has been successfully linked. Assessing host condition, opening wilderness survival skill panel. Intelligence, 127 sufficient. Physical strength, 45 weak. Wilderness survival skill, 11 will perish in 3 days. Ding! The beginner's gift pack has been deposited into the system warehouse. Please retrieve it at your convenience. With a heart racing with excitement and trembling hands, Zhao Mo used his thoughts to open the gift pack. The rewards included a complete survival manual, featuring skills such as fishing, a comprehensive guide to flora and fauna, fire starting techniques, water purification methods, first aid skills, and shelter construction. Additionally, there was a potion to enhance attributes, granting 20 points to any skill excluding intelligence. Although lacking in foundational pills or grand elixirs, this was already quite extraordinary. Regardless of the rest, he promptly focused on mastering the survival skills with a mere thought. He initiated the learning process, witnessing dozens of books transform into light orbs that penetrated his mind. Ding! System notification, wilderness survival skill has reached 100 points max level. Zhao Mo was taken aback. This meant his 20 attribute points could only be allocated to physical strength. After making his choice and clicking to use, he felt subtle changes within his body. Lifting his shirt, He noticed that his previously flat abdomen was now beginning to show signs of muscle definition. After a while, the sensation faded, and he reopened the skill panel to check. Intelligence, 127 sufficient. Physical strength, 65 fit, enduring. Wilderness survival skill, 100 survival master. Having completed these tasks, he found himself unexpectedly eager for the upcoming survival challenge. He retrieved his backpack and removed all previous contents before making a trip to the nearby supermarket. Ultimately, his backpack contained a windproof lighter, a small knife, a solar-powered flashlight, a sewing kit, and a sufficiently large plastic bag. He cleverly opted to replace the fishing hooks and lines with a sewing kit, swapping the thread for polyethylene fiber line to avoid any potential issues with the production team regarding item quantity. Having finished all this in just half an hour, he found himself waiting in his room, feeling a bit bored. He turned on the television. Mr. Bell, it is a pleasure to have you in the live studio. What advice do you have for our viewers and contestants regarding wilderness survival? To his surprise, an expatriate sat beside the host, who spoke in English. Firstly, I do not advocate for female participants in this challenge, as unexpected situations in the wild can be numerous, and women tend to have less physical strength. No offense intended. If anyone is determined to take on the challenge, I would like to share 2 pieces of advice. Upon arrival, choose a high ground to assess the surrounding environment and select the best resting place, ideally near a freshwater source. Secondly, maintain a good appetite. You must be able to consume anything edible, regardless of your personal taste, and ensure you do not vomit. For Zhao Mo, whose survival skills had reached master level, this advice was unnecessary, and he found himself slightly drowsy. Another knock at the door jolted him awake, prompting him to head downstairs, where he discovered he was the last to arrive. It turned out that everyone else had gathered promptly, while he had idly waited for 2 hours before coming down. Zhao Mo, you need to be more punctual, Dami chided gently, though a hint of reprimand lingered in her tone. Zhao Mo apologized and chose not to respond further. On the bus heading to the seaside, he sat behind the 3 girls, who were engaged in animated discussions about their packed items. I brought clothes. I brought energy tablets. They really help when physical strength wanes. What about cosmetics? We can only bring 5 items, so I took sunscreen and toner. Here ya, remember to share some with me. I focused solely on packing underwear. I'm worried about my period, so I also brought. Listening to the 3 girls chatter, Zhao Mo felt utterly speechless. Ladies, this is wilderness survival, not a vacation. He would much prefer they brought provisions instead of cosmetics. Underwear? Zhao Mo sensed that he bore an overwhelming burden. Could he truly lead such a team? Upon reaching the embarkation point, the production team began inspecting everyone's backpacks. 2 male staff members examined Zhao Mo's group, while 2 female staff members checked the female contestants. Indeed, some were less than honest. The cunning Zhou Lei had cleverly created a compartment in his backpack with a knife, sealing it with tape, containing clothes and other items. Ha ha, old fox, I knew you wouldn't play fair, Zhou Bo mocked, seeing Zhou Lei exposed. Don't point fingers at me, be careful. Little Bo's bag needs thorough inspection, Zhou Lei retorted, causing Zhou Bo's face to flush with embarrassment. When it was Zhao Mo's turn, the staff chuckled as they saw the large tarp he had packed. Brother, we are here to survive, not to see who can carry the largest items. Nearby, Li Jing, upon noticing the tarp, slapped his forehead and exclaimed, oh no, I completely forgot to bring one of these. Zhao Mo, you're the man. From the items each person brought, one could glean a rough idea of their wilderness survival experience. Oh, I knew Zhou Lei wouldn't be honest. Little Bo is the same. They are 2 peas in a pod. These 2 got caught and are still trying to argue that it wasn't their doing. How ridiculous. Only these 2 could wear shamelessness like a badge. That guy named Zhao Mo brought a large tarp. Is he afraid of rain? Li Jing even said that tarp would be useful aside from shielding from the wind and rain. I can't see what else it could do. Chapter 3. The first A begins. Bell, based on what they brought, what have you discovered? Bell shrugged and replied, well, it seems several of the ladies are utterly oblivious to what lies ahead. On the other hand, the items brought by a few gentlemen are more or less quite practical, particularly those brought by Zhao Mo, which are the most useful. The tarpaulin will serve greatly by the seaside. It can be utilized for storing or collecting fresh water, provide shelter from wind and rain to prevent illness, and can even be fashioned into fishing tools. Your response truly surprises me. Does this imply you differ from us? Are you optimistic about the Queen's group? Bell immediately shook his head, stating no. I share no optimism for the Queen's group. If it were just Zhao Mo, he would have already secured victory. However, he is responsible for 3 inexperienced girls, and I doubt he can manage them. Moreover, he is not the team leader. Perhaps we shall witness the Queen's group withdrawing by tomorrow. The 4 groups are designated to different regions. Thus 4 cruise ships have anchored here. The 3 girls boarded the ship and began to admire the scenery, pointing at distant vistas and chattering incessantly. They noticed Zhao Mo seemed somewhat aloof. As a star, they were reluctant to lower themselves to engage with him. At this moment, Zhao Mo was searching for blind spots in the surveillance, continuously moving along the deck and occasionally slipping into the engine room. Items such as wire and rope were among his targets. Finding these would prove invaluable later. Noticing that the girls' bags were resting there, and with his own bag already full, he decided to swap his bag with one of theirs. He discovered a small iron pot, a rather good find, and promptly tucked it into his pack before continuing to search for more useful items. After 2 hours of sailing, they finally arrived at the island where they were to survive, and it was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If you notice any additions to your backpack, do not utter a word, Zhao Mo cautioned, genuinely concerned they might discover the swap and inspect the contents. Though the 3 girls did not fully grasp his meaning, they nodded in skepticism. Someone, please collect your group's medical kit and signal transmitter. Zhao Mo stepped forward to receive these items, tucking the signal transmitter into his own backpack. He feared that the captain, Demi, might not be reliable. Should he falter and send a signal prematurely, his prize of 10 million could vanish. Of course, that amount would be divided among the group, leaving him with a mere 5 million, but to him, that was an immense fortune. The 3 young women, treading upon the soft, damp sands, found it quite amusing. Though it was somewhat warm, a refreshing breeze blew in from the sea. To his astonishment, they removed their shoes and began to run along the shore, only to be halted by Zhao Mo after just a few steps. If you wish to avoid withdrawing now, put your shoes back on. You must learn to conserve your strength. Unnecessary exertion like this should be avoided. They were taken aback by his words. Zhao Montak, isn't that a bit excessive? One of them remarked. Indeed, Zhao Mo, why so serious? Zhao Mo gazed at the 3 individuals, his expression once again devoid of emotion, and stated, for you, this may merely be a game, a leisurely journey. However, for me, it is not. I must prevail. The 3 girls exchanged glances, and Mimi stepped forward, saying, explain your reasoning. If it resonates with us, we shall heed your words. The sand may conceal shells or similar objects that could easily slice the soles of your feet, impairing our subsequent movements. In severe cases, this could lead to inflammation, and by then, even if you wish to remain, I doubt the production team would be willing to shoulder such consequences. Furthermore, your constant back and forth will inevitably lead to thirst, and as of now, we have yet to locate fresh water. With approximately 5 hours until darkness descends, we must not only construct a shelter, but also procure food and water. Ladies, we are now a collective unit. If one falters, the entire team must withdraw. Thus, I implore you to regard this as a battle, and we 4 shall stand as warriors, confronting and overcoming challenges. Must you be so severe? One of them retorted. How distasteful to dare speak thus of my goddess. Another added, I believe Zhao Mo simply seeks fame through this program. Let us see how long he can endure. It is easy to speak with conviction now. How infuriating. My dear Pundi can barely run a couple of steps without being criticized. A voice chimed in. Just wait for him to bow out. I shall unleash my wrath upon him online. Yet another remarked, in truth, his assertions are not without merit. I find him rather composed. Having served in the military myself, I can attest that Zhao Mo's current conduct reflects the fundamental qualities of a soldier. Meanwhile, in a villa, 2 individuals were embroiled in an argument. Xiao Yin, as the elder sister, cannot you relent for your younger brother? Your bickering is causing me a headache. Mother, you must not favor him simply because he is younger. Fairness must prevail. Suddenly, a woman nearby chuckled and approached, saying, what nonsensical chatter. Both of you are my flesh and blood. Very well, I shall act as the arbitrator. What is the cause of your dispute? Mu Yin recounted the recent live broadcast, adding, my brother insists that Zhao Mo is too harsh and should not have addressed the 3 girls in such a manner. However, I believe that, despite it being a variety show, there must be rules even in play, and Zhao Mo's words hold no fault. That lad should not speak ill of my Pundi. The woman chuckled, playfully tapping her son's head. Do you understand the concept of rational fandom? In this instance, I believe your sister is correct, Mu Xian. As a young man, you ought to possess objective judgment. Mu Xian huffed and turned his head away. There is still hope. In the live stream, Bell murmured. What did you say, Mr. Bell? Do you support Zhao Mo's actions at this moment? Bell nodded, replying, I wholeheartedly agree. While the sand on the beach may appear beautiful and soft to tread upon, one can never discern what lies beneath the surface. Shoes must never be removed, and survival and replenishment of energy in the wilderness must always take precedence. Many adventurers have succumbed in the wild, ultimately due to dehydration. And what do you think of the other 3 teams? At that moment, the livestream screen was divided into 4 segments, each corresponding to the footage of each team. Li Jing, I am aware, leads a special forces team that undoubtedly stands as a favorite to claim victory this time around. Their movements are swift, and their division of labor is commendably organized. The culinary team, led by Zhou Lei, appears to hold significant prestige, although his wilderness survival skills may be lacking. He successfully galvanizes his team. The Hanyo team, in terms of physical fitness, is the strongest among the 4 groups, not solely due to their captain's capabilities, but also because they're the only team consisting of 3 men. The focus now shifts to their specific survival skills. Bayer offered critiques on each team. It is evident that he harbors doubts about the Queen Team's longevity in the competition, despite Zhao Mo's commendable performance thus far. He believes that if it were merely Zhao Mo, it would not pose much of a challenge. However, she has to contend not only with her own hunger, but also with the appetites of 3 others. Chapter 4. The cunning Zhao Mo gazed at Zhao Mo's resolute visage and, after hearing his reasoning, ultimately decided to put on the shoes. What should we do now? She inquired. Sanpang has a pot in his backpack. Let us retrieve it. We must prepare for the possibility that the entire island lacks fresh water. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls' eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment, Sanpang dragged his backpack over and exclaimed, How could there be a pot in my backpack? He opened it and was taken aback as he began to extract various items. A pot, 2 empty beverage bottles, a sailor's hat, and even 2 apples. Where did these come from? Zhao Mo offered no reply. Demi and Aryu exchanged glances and opened their own backpacks. Inside, they found ropes, wire, a small rolling pin, a multi-purpose knife, and, astonishingly, cumin and chili powder. Did you rob someone's kitchen? They exclaimed in unison. Wow, Zhao Mo, are we barbecuing tonight? How did you know I love spicy food? They were in disbelief. Where did all this come from? They echoed. Didn't we check everything before boarding? Laughter erupted as they noted the bewildered expressions of Demi and Aryu, filled with questions. Oh my, Zhao Mo even managed to procure cumin. It seems he approached this trip as an adventure. One could sense a growing fondness for him. His strategy was quite impressive. The only curiosity that lingered was how he had acquired all these items. Meanwhile, the production team was investigating the matter. Director Huang Hao instructed his team, quickly, pull up the surveillance footage from the cruise ship and ascertain what transpired. A few minutes later, someone reported back, Director, the surveillance footage has been uploaded. Huang Hao accessed the compressed file, unzipped it, and began to scrutinize the footage. Finally, he discerned the issue at hand. Zhao Mo was rarely captured on camera aboard the cruise, seemingly evading the lens intentionally. However, the backpacks of the 3 girls were consistently monitored, revealing that Zhao Mo had approached the backpacks 3 times. He cleverly concealed the bags in his arms, using his body to shield them from the camera. Thus, when he departed, it appeared as though he had not altered his belongings at all, as all 4 backpacks were identical. Nevertheless, through his subtle movements, it was possible to infer that he had swapped backpacks. What should we do, Director? Perhaps I should board the island now and confiscate those items. His actions seemed rather unjust to the other 3 groups. As one of them moved to leave, Huang Hao called him back, addressing the group before him. Has Zhao Mo violated any regulations set by the production team? He has not. We stipulated that only 5 items could be brought aboard the cruise, and he adhered strictly to that. As for his maneuvers on the cruise, we did not impose any requirements. He merely exploited a loophole. After stating this, noticing the lingering discontent on their faces, he added softly, This is a variety show. We require moments of brilliance. Zhao Mo's approach is indeed quite engaging. Moreover, his group is the weakest. If they can employ a few clever tactics to endure for 10 days, that in itself would be remarkable, providing us with significant exposure. Upon hearing this, the others appeared enlightened, recognizing his cunning. What about the multitude of audience criticisms? Huang Hao pondered for a moment and suggested, let us edit together the segments where we noted possible irregularities and release them directly, allowing the audience to see for themselves. We will also convey our conclusion that Zhao Mo reasonably exploited a loophole, which was an oversight on our part. Thus, we apologize to the viewers. Soon, audiences were presented with a brief video showcasing Zhao Mo occasionally revealing himself, accompanied by captions. Zhao Mo is deliberately evading surveillance. What is he up to? This fellow has a backpack full. Is he planning to switch bags? It seemed the individuals responsible for setting the rules had collapsed in dismay, having never anticipated someone would pilfer the cruise. At the video's conclusion, a caption read, Zhao Mo's actions constituted a reasonable exploitation of the production team's loophole. In the absence of prohibition, all is permissible. Therefore, the items Zhao Mo acquired from the cruise will not be reclaimed, and we sincerely apologize to our audience. The blame rests solely with the production team. Laughter erupted. Zhao Mo is truly cunning. Oh, how the production team's captions amuse me. Pilfering the cruise is so vivid and illustrative. Indeed, we should seek out loopholes and teach these production folks a lesson. Zhao Mo is magnificent. I sincerely hope he and his 3 companions can venture even further. At that moment, within a villa, 2 siblings began to quarrel once more. Zhao Mo is incorrigible. How could he think of such a thing? The production team has clarified. Zhao Mo's actions are justifiable. He exhibits wisdom. You see, he is simply mischievous. Others adhere to the rules, and he resorts to petty cleverness. He will inevitably face consequences. A woman emerged from her room, filled with a profound yearning for an expert to advocate for the cancellation of the summer vacation, a period most inhumane for parents. What is it with you two now? Mom, my brother isn't as clever as Zhao Mo, yet he refuses to admit it, like a stubborn duck. Mom, someone has blatantly violated the rules, and my sister is defending him. The woman resumed her role as referee, and after listening to the entire account, she contemplated for a moment before addressing Mu Xian. This time Mu Xian's heart leaped with joy, believing his mother would support him. However, her tone shifted. This time, I still agree with your sister. The production team has stated it was their error. Zhao Mo merely utilized the rules. Mu Xian, you ought to reflect on the implications of Zhao Mo's actions. Adhering rigidly to convention will forever render one a mere subordinate. Will you choose to remain a follower? Or will you aspire to be a leader who issues commands? Zhao Mo, why are there only 2 apples? Never mind with 4 of us. It suffices for 2 to share one. What shall we do next? I find myself a bit famished. Shall we consume the apples first? Observing the 3 mouths incessantly chattering, Zhao Mo raised his hand in a gesture to halt their chatter and stated, First, we must devise a method to procure water. You 3 should dig a pit where we stand, making it somewhat larger. Once completed, pour the seawater into the pit using the pot. Then cover it with the cloth I brought, securing the edges with sand, allowing the center of the cloth to sag naturally over the pot. He elaborated on a method of distillation while gesturing. And what about you? I will first construct a shelter. The weather by the shore is unpredictable, and it will be troublesome if it rains at night. After saying this, Zhao Mo picked up the multifunctional knife and some wire, setting off. Zhao Mo, what about your apple? You 3 can have it. I'm not hungry. Zhao Mo did not look back, merely waved his hand. He proceeded along the beach towards the vegetation, eventually stopping upon sighting a large tree. He intended to utilize this tree to build a temporary bed, ensuring the 3 young women had a place to sleep, as constructing a proper shelter today was evidently not feasible. Without hesitation, he plunged into the forest, collecting vines. Chapter 5. Zhao Mo's Speed. Mr. Bell, is the endeavor of Team 4 reasonable? Bell gazed at the screen, offering a smile as he provided commentary. The Special Forces Division of Labor indicates they will likely be sleeping on the beach tonight, since only Li Jing possesses wilderness survival knowledge, and his primary task is to locate fresh water while instructing the other 3 to build a shelter. It is apparent that they lack experience. Without unforeseen circumstances, they will likely be unable to construct it tonight. As for the Black Bull team, if I were the captain, I would appoint Zhao Mo as the vice captain, with each leading 1 person to collaborate, as they currently face 2 pressing matters, a place to rest tonight and potable water. The culinary team, led by Zhou Lei, clearly knows what to do. They are quite fortunate, as the footage reveals a freshwater stream not far from them, ensuring their accommodation poses no issue. Lastly, we have the Queen team, where it is evident that Mimi's leadership has become nominal, with Zhao Mo assuming true command, a wise decision, indeed. I do not mean to disparage Mimi. I kindly ask her fans not to attack me. As Bell concluded, he made an exaggerated gesture, mimicking the traditional bow of the Chinese people towards the camera. Clearly, among this group, Zhao Mo possesses the most extensive wilderness survival experience, and entrusting leadership to an experienced individual is only natural. What is your assessment of the Queen team's current performance? The host inquired once more with a smile. His division of labor is entirely appropriate, assigning the three young women tasks within their capacity while he endeavors to establish a temporary shelter to address the night's resting arrangements. At this point, the host, her expression one of confusion, inquired, if I may be so bold, I find nothing wrong with spending a night on the beach. Why go through the trouble of constructing a temporary shelter? Bell looked at the host, clearly bemused, and only when he confirmed that she was not jesting did he respond with a hint of agitation. Let us momentarily set aside concerns regarding snakes and insects. Such an island would hardly harbor large animals. However, are you familiar with tides? Do you know how high the water rises during high tide? Fine. Let us assume their location is sufficiently elevated to prevent flooding. But what if it rains? It is crucial for survival that one maintains dryness and normal body temperature. Even a simple cold in the wilderness could lead to certain failure. The host's face flushed, for she had been raised in a sheltered environment and was unaware of such realities. Zhao Mo was swift in his actions. He had an uncanny ability to locate vines and tirelessly extracted them from the dense thicket. Moreover, his search was never confined to a single area. He seized the opportunity to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Disappointingly, he found no evident sources of fresh water. Having gathered an ample supply of vines, he stumbled upon a small cluster of bamboo, yet he refrained from disturbing it. Bamboo could indeed be advantageous. After all, those who dwell in tropical rainforests utilize bamboo for countless purposes. Why did Zhao Mo not cut the bamboo, considering it superior to vines? Confronted with the audience's skepticism, the host turned to Bell for clarification, only to receive a cryptic smile in return. He cannot bear to part with it. When the host pressed for further explanation, Bell merely urged her to continue watching. Zhao Mo was fortunate, as he discovered several wild banana trees, armed with 2 empty beverage bottles. He fashioned 2 segments of bamboo from the grove, ensuring they were hollow and unblemished. Approaching the banana tree, he stripped away the outer layer of dry bark and inserted the bamboo tube into the tree. Before long, droplets of water began to emerge from the bamboo, which he secured into one of the bottles, leaving it unattended. He then commenced gathering banana leaves and noticed 2 banana flowers, though he chose not to disturb them. Returning to the large tree, he utilized its extended branches to neatly arrange the vines, securing them with thin strands of vine every few pieces. His movements were rapid, hands flitting about so quickly that the camera could hardly capture them. A sudden realization struck me. Zhao Mo appeared to work more efficiently alone than the entire team of Dahanyo. While they were still collecting deadwood, Zhao Xian was on the verge of completing his bed. Wow, I want to experience survival too, exclaimed a viewer. Upstairs, are you excited about the prospect of sleeping with 3 beautiful women tonight? Another chimed in. That's a rather wicked question, but I like it, came the reply. Alas, my dear friend is about to lose his innocence. After a night, Zhao Mo would likely become the object of envy among all men. Is the water from the banana tree drinkable? Someone enlighten us. A knowledgeable voice from the south responded, I can responsibly assure you that not only is it drinkable, but it also tastes delightful. I couldn't help but notice that Zhao Mo exuded the air of a wilderness survival expert. Behold, observe his hands. He performs this task with remarkable proficiency. Is it truly nearing completion? Why does he choose to cover the top of that branch with leaves? I cannot say. Naturally, Zhao Mo is oblivious to the online discussions. Otherwise, he would surely remark, everyone, settle down, do not be alarmed. This is merely standard procedure. Having bound the vines sufficiently, he pondered that he could not allow the 3 girls to tumble together with him. Reluctantly, he did not wish to search for more vines. And given the current weight of the trunk, 3 individuals should manage adequately, but he feared it might snap under their combined weight. Spotting a branch nearby that could barely support a person, he propped it up and placed some banana leaves atop it, designating it as his resting place for the evening. Though his movements were swift, the workload was heavy, and by the time he completed everything, the sun had already begun its descent. As he approached the shore, he was met with a scene that rendered him nearly in tears. The 3 young ladies had indeed followed his instructions, Yet the plastic bags were excessively large. Their ignorance of a need for cutting the material was one matter, but they had carelessly spread it open entirely. If only they had merely buried the center to form an inverted cone. Instead, they had meticulously layered it, creating a stack at least 5 or 6 layers thick. Not only would this prevent distillation, but the sun could barely penetrate it. Moreover, any object with 2 layers and gaps in between would naturally provide insulation. How could one expect to distill anything under such circumstances? Zhao Mo, how does our work appear? San Pang asked with a grin, pointing to their creation with an air of pride. We followed your instructions perfectly. I'm parched. Will we have water soon? Arya added, licking her alluring lips as evidence of her true thirst. Zhao Mo, what is the matter? Did we do poorly? Demi inquired, noticing the expression of despair on Zhao Mo's face. Ah, it is quite well. You have all worked hard. But when shall we have water? By the way, where is the shelter you constructed? We would like to take a look. Zhao Mo, what shall we eat tonight? Chapter 6. A challenging first day. Look at Zhao Mo's despondent expression. It's utterly hilarious. Ha ha ha. He is clearly on the verge of exploding with frustration. Yet he must feign satisfaction. Zhao Mo, you are quite something. If it were me, I would likely be cursing by now. Could someone explain why they erred and how this method actually yields water? The method is quite simple. Dig a pit and continuously pour seawater into it to keep the area moist. Then lay the plastic over it in an inverted cone shape, with the lowest point aligned above the pot placed in the pit. Through the sun's exposure, the water in the pit will evaporate, condensing on the plastic and gradually forming droplets that will slide down into the pot, yielding drinkable distilled water. Indeed, one learns throughout life. A single piece of advice can transform one into an academic prodigy. Now, they have layered the cloth several times. How absurd. May I say that it is indeed a case of all show and no substance? Arya is an exception, as she is quite well endowed. Do not speak ill of my Arya. With a little adjustment, her assets are still visible. Zhao Mo stepped forward, folding up the plastic sheet, and the group peered into the pot, only to find it completely empty. Zhao Mo, where is the water? They exclaimed. Your solution is utterly unreliable. I'm parched. Seeing this azure sea makes me want to jump in and drink to my heart's content. Indeed, we are the first to withdraw, alas. My fans will surely deem me overly delicate. Zhao Mo paid no mind to their self-pity. He refrained from clarifying their misunderstandings, deeming it a waste of breath. One should never attempt to reason with a woman, let alone 3. Thus, regardless of the missteps, he could only accept the blame. He pointed toward the distance and said, "The shelter is over there. You should rest for a while." The trio could hardly continue to blame him, aiding one another as they made their way to the refuge. Upon arrival, they were uncertain of their next steps, and Zhao Mo addressed them. Now, we have 2 choices, either food or drink for tonight. Choose wisely. They exchanged glances and in unison declared drink. Zhao Mo nodded and said, "Do you see that bed? The hay beside it is what I selected. Lay it down and then spread the plastic sheet over it. This will ensure a more comfortable sleep tonight. Once you finish, I will find water." The trio eagerly nodded, their expressions adorably earnest. Zhao Mo cut a piece of the plastic sheet, leaving enough for them to make their beds. He then departed once more, heading to the bamboo grove he had previously discovered, selecting slender bamboo stalks and cutting them down at the base, leaving the thicker ones untouched. He returned with the bamboo to the vicinity of the shelter, where the trio had nearly finished preparing their beds, their eyes eagerly fixed on him like chicks awaiting nourishment. Zhao Mo struggled to suppress a smile, yet maintained a serious demeanor. "It's not time yet. Now, help me find some dead wood and branches nearby. But remember not to venture into the forest." With that, he sat down and began to split the bamboo with his knife. The 3 of them sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened, and began searching for twigs. Belle observed, "Clearly, Zhao Mo has water. He must have gathered enough from the banana trees, and judging by his tone, he has also found something edible. Why then is he making the 3 girls choose?" The host in the live stream posed this question. Belle furrowed her brow momentarily before responding with a smile. "If I am not mistaken, Zhao Mo is using this method to help the 3 lovely ladies gradually adapt to life in the wild. If they were provided with water and food from the outset, they would not grasp the harsh realities of survival. Moreover, you may have noticed that Zhao Mo has begun to assign them tasks. Only through work will they earn their water, serving as a subtle psychological suggestion." The host nodded in agreement. "Damn it, Zhao Mo, have some decency. I thought you were quite admirable before, but now you dare to exploit my dear three fatty. Just provide them with water and food instead of making them work for it. Your psychological hints are merely a display of your own significance. The presence of such repugnant individuals is truly disheartening. Is it not the duty of a man to protect three girls? The notion of choosing between them is utterly revolting. I feel compelled to protest to the show's producers, as such behavior is profoundly inhumane. Zhao Mo's actions are simply nauseating. My dear second daughter's lips are on the verge of cracking, and despite having water at his disposal, Zhao Mo refuses to share it. He exhibits none of the dignity expected of a man. I suspect he will consume one of the two bottles himself. And if he manages to spare even one for them, it will be a miracle. The three beautiful women must surely be blind to their circumstances. Dear me, as the leader, do not fall for Zhao Mo's antics. It must be acknowledged that the influence of die-hard fans is immense. They cannot tolerate the slightest grievance towards their idol. The minuscule rapport Zhao Mo had established with the audience has evaporated in this moment. Yet amidst these critiques, a rare few maintain a rational perspective. I hold no objection to Zhao Mo's approach. As a woman myself, I can empathize. He cannot guarantee a daily supply of food, thus it is prudent to allow them a period of adjustment. Have you all lost your sight? From a moment Zhao Mo arrived on the island, he has been attentive to the three girls, ensuring they are comfortable enough to sleep at night. He has not even tasted the skin of the two apples he possessed. It is disheartening to see you criticize someone of such integrity. At this juncture, Huang Hao surveyed the surveillance footage and inquired of the observer beside him. What are the real-time statistics? Director, we currently have 27 million viewers online, which is a commendable start. Upon hearing this data, Huang Hao nodded slightly. Compared to last year, the numbers have risen by 3 million. Is it the popularity of Big Black Bull or the Special Forces team? Huang Hao believed these two groups would be the most captivating, as he had observed them the most. Their movements are swift. As for the food team, they have an easy advantage with a nearby water source, which reflects poorly on the producer's arrangements. Regarding the Queen team, let us not dwell on it. Although Zhao Mo has employed some clever tactics, I believe the girls will inevitably falter during the first round, leading to their elimination within a few days. Neither group stands out. Both Big Black Bull and the Special Forces team have similar popularity, averaging around 6 million each. Conversely, the food team, benefiting from their water source, has lower appeal, at about 4 million. Surprisingly, the Queen team boasts an average popularity of 11 million. Upon hearing this, Huang Hao's expression momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled at those present. It seems that beauty holds greater allure. What about the online discussion topics? The Queen team leads in that regard as well. According to our big data monitoring, the most talked about individual is actually Zhao Mo. Huang Hao was stunned. While it was understandable for the Queen team to generate high discussion due to the allure of beautiful women, the fact that Zhao Mo topped the list was perplexing. Let me see. He pulled out his phone to check the live stream, and after a moment, he shook his head and chuckled. It turns out Zhao Mo has become the center of attention due to the backlash. These kids are far too sensitive. Chapter 7. A shift in mindset. As the withered branches and twigs accumulated, Zhao Mo instructed the three to take a break and cease their gathering. He kindled a fire, grateful for the lighter that alleviated his concerns. In no time, the flames danced, and he placed the split bamboo strips upon the fire to roast. Once adequately toasted, he settled down to weave a bamboo cage. He crafted 2 complete cages, leaving the remaining bamboo intact. Subsequently, he cut the leftover strips into segments to fashion an entrance for the fish, securing it to the cage's opening with wire. As the sun had fully set, the spirits of the 3 young ladies began to wane. A glance at them tugged at his heartstrings. He retrieved the flashlight and pot he had purchased earlier and made his way to the banana grove to collect the bottles. After detaching a bamboo segment, he selected another banana tree, inserted the segment, and left the pot there to collect water, returning to the shelter with 2 bottles. Drink up, and once finished, rest well, Zhao Mo urged as he handed the bottles to them, resuming his own diligent tasks. He pulled out his sewing kit, intending to craft fishing hooks, fashioning a pair of chopsticks from wire, and binding the wire to a bamboo strip. He then skewered the needle with the wire and placed it over the fire to roast. Once sufficiently heated, he angled the needle against the stone and pressed down with the back of his knife, successfully creating a rudimentary fishing hook. He fashioned 2 hooks and secured them with line. Here, Zhao Mo, you should have a sip too, Arya offered, presenting a beverage bottle before him. Noticing he is still licking her lips, clearly unsatisfied with her drink, he maintained a stern demeanor, stating, I've had my share already. You three finish it. We have only this much water tonight. If you can't drink it all, save some for later. Zhao Mo spoke with a lowered head. Damn it. He previously said he would finish a bottle himself. Just wait till I get my hands on you. Zhao Mo had not taken a sip, giving all the water to the three girls. How could they criticize someone like him? It was quite amusing. Did you notice? Zhao Mo initially intended to fetch water, but upon seeing Ya's actions, he immediately claimed he had already drunk. A man's worth is demonstrated not by his words, but by his deeds. In that moment, Zhao Mo exuded an irresistible masculine charm. I'm enamored. As long as this quartet remains intact, I shall continue to watch. I believe that as long as Zhao Mo stays untroubled, he will take excellent care of the three girls. In truth, Zhao Mo should have had a drink. If his body falters, this group will be doomed. He is being excessively noble. The cameras are rolling. Is this a performance for us? I share that sentiment. Human physiology has its limits. Since the descent from the raft, Zhao Mo hasn't had a single sip. I refuse to believe he isn't thirsty. Regardless of what others say, I find Zhao Mo incredibly impressive at this moment. Surprisingly, Zhao Mo's looks are quite striking. Where are you off to? The three girls suddenly asked in unison as he prepared to leave. Zhao Mo glanced back at them, noting that two of them were slightly exposed. He promptly shifted his gaze, stating, I've finished my tasks. I'm going to find some bait to cast the cage and hooks into the sea. If fortune favors us, we shall have food by tomorrow. Upon hearing his words, the three exchanged glances and then, in unison, declared, We shall go together. As they spoke, they carefully descended from the tree, distancing themselves from the fire, gazing into the impenetrable darkness of the night, accompanied by the faint sound of the waves. Unconsciously, they drew closer to him. Zhao Mo smiled silently, understanding that they might be lingering out of fear, and he chose not to comment further, leading them toward the shore. You three go ahead. I shall illuminate the path for you, he instructed, allowing the three girls to walk in front while he trailed behind, his gaze involuntarily lingering on their figures. He found himself appraising the three, contemplating whose physique was more appealing. Arya, trained in dance, likely possessed greater flexibility, though her figure left something to be desired. Sanpang's physique was comparable to Demi's, yet he found himself more drawn to Arya's facial features. Unbeknownst to the three, who were navigating forward with the aid of the flashlight, Zhao Mo's thoughts wandered to less than noble considerations. Upon reaching the rocky area, he instructed the three girls to stand back. A slip here could lead to misfortune. He began to search for usable items. It must be said, the videos of coastal foraging were grossly exaggerated. On such a barren island, one could hardly uncover anything of value. Ultimately, he managed to collect a few oysters and catch some sand crabs, which would suffice as bait. What are you doing? Mimi asked, as she grasped his arm when he moved toward the water. I am placing the traps in the water. I shall return shortly. Please wait, he replied. Mimi, feeling a twinge of anxiety, released her grip and cautioned, perhaps it would be better to wait until morning. It is far too dark tonight. Who knows what lurks beneath the surface? Zhao Mo did not respond further. He swam over to the nearby rocky area, plunging into the water to set the two traps apart. He even moved some rocks to weigh them down, ensuring they would not be washed away by the waves. Upon reaching the shore, he found two bamboo sticks to secure against a rock, threading crab onto the fishing hooks before casting them into the sea. There was little else he could do to attract fish. Observing the three girls huddled together, he could not bear to leave them empty-handed and caught a few more sand crabs along the beach. Come, let us return and prepare a meal, he urged, asking the three to wait a moment while he ventured into the bamboo grove. He struck the ground with branches for a while to scare off any snakes or insects before finally chopping down a sturdy bamboo stalk. Opening the segments, he found some bamboo water within each, drinking a bit and pouring the rest into one segment. He returned, having washed the sand crabs in seawater, and stuffed them into the bamboo tube. Fashioning a wooden stopper with his knife, he sealed the opening and placed the tube near the fire to commence cooking. Take a moment to rest. Soon you will have crab soup to enjoy. Chapter 8. Arya's discomfort and truth when they set the traps. The live broadcast was not visible. Only in the shelter, where the fire illuminated the surroundings, was a surveillance camera placed. During the day, Drone footage was remotely captured, supplemented by several fixed cameras. After all, the production team had set up for over half a month before their arrival on the island. The host glanced at the clock. It was already 9:40 p.m., and in just 20 minutes, today's live broadcast would conclude. She began to wrap up, directing her question to Mr. Bell. Mr. Bell, which team do you believe performed the best today, and which one do you think has the potential to prevail in the end? Bell once again glanced at the monitor, pausing briefly before responding. The standout individual, without a doubt, is Zhao Mo. To speak candidly, without him, this group might have given up by now. However, if we consider the teams collectively, I believe it is the Black Bull team. They have not only managed to establish a makeshift shelter, but have also enjoyed what I consider a rather decent dinner. As for their water supply, they were fortunate. Despite the arduous search, they eventually discovered drinkable spring water. Of course, this is merely my current perspective. Perhaps tomorrow, the team that excels will be the Queen's team. Who can say for certain? After all, Zhao Mo has been the most proactive in preparing for the future. Although they are still hungry at this moment, he has laid a solid foundation for tomorrow. In wilderness survival, ensuring sustainability is of utmost importance. As for who will ultimately endure, only God knows. The host smiled and turned to the camera. Well, today's broadcast will draw to a close. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., so let us not miss it. A final reminder, please exercise moderation while watching the live stream. Do not spend all day in front of the television or clutching your phones. I am Ying, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. With that, she swiftly cut the live signal. Viewers, clearly unsatisfied, began to engage in a lively discussion online. I believe the Special Operations team will definitely make it to the end. The Black Bull team is impressive too. After all, the Special Operations team hasn't even managed to set up a shelter today, while the Black Bull team already has food and drink. But what does having food and drink matter? Did you not see the culinary team? Where Zhou Lei is already contemplating how to prepare the crabs more deliciously. Haha, the culinary team is just lucky. They are right next to a freshwater source, so they merely need to scratch their stomachs. Why is no one optimistic about the Queen's team? I, Captain Mimi, respectfully disagree. The Queen's performance today exceeded my expectations by a considerable margin. Although Zhao Mo has a somewhat aloof demeanor, he genuinely cares for others. The three girls partnering with him are quite fortunate, I suppose. Alas, Zhao Mo has faced online bullying twice due to his personality, but he is truly a good person. At least I know I could not reach his level. I support Zhao Mo. He chose not to sleep with my 3 wives, so I support him. Enough already. Zhao Mo was indifferent to whether the broadcast continued. His thoughts were focused solely on surviving the first round. Before long, the crabs were ready. He took out the cups he had crafted from bamboo and poured the soup into 3 portions, one for each of the 3 girls. I won't drink, Arya said, a hint of disappointment on her face as she declined the soup. Then have some crab, Zhao Mo suggested, pouring the crabs onto a banana leaf and placing it beside the 3 beds. You all eat, I'm not hungry. Arya again refused, causing Zhao Mo to furrow his brow slightly. Without much hesitation, he reached out to touch Arya's forehead. Do you feel nauseous? Or are you lacking strength? Ensuring that Arya did not have a fever, he secretly sighed in relief. However, her unusual behavior was evidently concerning. He pondered whether she might be suffering from heat stroke. I'm fine, please don't worry about me. I just lack an appetite. A little rest will do, she reassured them. Zhao Mo's thoughts shifted, suspecting it might be related to the girl's menstrual cycle. He let out a sigh and fetched a bamboo tube, rushing to the banana grove to pour all the water he had collected into it. Returning, he heated the water using the method for boiling crabs and poured a cup of the warm liquid into a bamboo cup, offering it to Arya. This is banana water. Do drink some while it's warm. This time, Arya did not refuse and took small sips. Zhao Mo, feeling vindicated in his assumption, paid little heed to it. He had caught a total of 10 crabs. The 2 girls each consumed 3, leaving the remaining 4 for himself. After tidying up, Zhao Mo busied himself again. The 3 girls felt somewhat guilty watching him work tirelessly throughout the day, seemingly the only one engaged in labor. Not far away, Zhao Mo swiftly dug a pit with bamboo strips, lining the bottom with a plastic bag and packing sand around it to secure it against the wind before returning to the fire. All right, sleep well. When you wake up, you'll find that perseverance is not as daunting as it seems. With that, he added a few more twigs to the fire, then climbed onto a tree branch to rest. The hearts of women, when tender, are like sponges, and when hardened, resemble iron. Seeing him in this position, the three girls couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Zhao Mo, why not come down? We can squeeze together, Arya suggested, noticing his curled posture, aware it must be uncomfortable for him. The others shifted slightly to make space for her. What are you afraid of? We three girls are not scared of man coming down, Demi boldly declared, though she couldn't help but chuckle afterward. Zhao Mo, sleeping like that. You might fall. You should really come down, they urged. Hearing their words warmed his heart. Though they were all prominent stars, they had shown no airs throughout the afternoon, contributing little but displaying no sense of entitlement. Now, they were even considering his well-being, which was truly commendable. In a soft voice, he replied, quickly sleep. We need our strength, and that branch cannot support four of us. With that, he gently closed his eyes, beginning to recharge. Observing him, the three girls lay back down and exchanged glances before drifting off to sleep. In the dead of night, he heard quiet sobs. Looking down, he noticed the other two were soundly asleep, while Arya's shoulders trembled slightly. He descended from the tree and approached her, whispering, "Are you feeling unwell?" Upon realizing he was awake, Arya wiped her tears and turned over, burying her head in her arms. "If you're not feeling well, just say so. If it's too much, we can withdraw. Your health is always the priority." As Arya heard his words, she turned her head, gazing at him with eyes slightly swollen from tears, and said, "Zhao Mo, I'm sorry, I can't endure this any longer. I never anticipated that we would be by the sea. I'm allergic to seafood." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. If they were to persevere, their primary source of sustenance would undoubtedly come from the ocean. How could it be that she was allergic to seafood? Was the production team jesting with him? Noticing his stern silence, Arya once again lowered her head, overwhelmed. "Do not weep, just sleep well. This is a minor issue, and it's not imperative to consume seafood. I have already found something for you to eat, so rest assured and sleep soundly." "Really?" "Indeed. You shall have food by tomorrow. Sleep well, and do not wake up feeling fatigued." Hearing his reassurance, Arya felt a sudden release of tension, a faint smile gracing her features as she nodded in response. Zhao Mo chose not to climb the tree again, instead lying down beside the fire, fully clothed. Seriously, is it amusing to toy with people like this, production team? Chapter 9. Tempestuous winds and rain. The three young women were not sleeping soundly. The mosquitoes here were abundant. He could intermittently hear them swatting at the pests, and it was likely that their exposed skin would soon be marked with numerous welts. The sea breeze intensified, prompting Zhao Mo to rise and construct a makeshift wind barrier using sand on the side from which the wind blew. He did not extinguish the fire, but rather shifted the fire pit a little closer to the three girls. Although it was summer, this sea wind was no trifling matter. Once he completed his tasks, he lay back down. "Mimi, I need to use the restroom." "So do I. Oh dear, I'm itching terribly." Whereas Zhao Mo, he seems to have fallen asleep. "We can't wander into the woods. Let us go a bit farther." In truth, Zhao Mo had overheard the conversation among the three girls and, wishing to avoid any awkwardness, remained motionless on the ground. The three girls gently descended and ran toward the sea, returning about 10 minutes later to lie back down. Soon, the rhythmic sound of their breathing mingled with the sporadic slapping of hands against mosquitoes filled the air. In a daze, Zhao Mo suddenly felt a coolness on his forehead. He rolled over, and in an instant, raindrops began to fall heavily, pattering against the banana leaves. "Zhao Mo, it's raining." San Pang propped himself up and remarked. Noticing that Zhao Mo was already awake, the dry twigs they had gathered were safely placed beneath the bed, so he was not concerned about them getting wet. However, he feared that the rain would dampen the firewood above, so he quickly used sand to create a makeshift barrier around them. "It's fine. There are no mosquitoes at the moment, so you can continue sleeping," Zhao Mo said softly, observing that the three girls had awakened. After saying this, he placed a banana leaf atop his head and dashed toward the pit he had previously dug. First, he took out the cloth and shook it. The strong wind had blown a considerable amount of loose sand into the pit. After reshaping it, he placed several stones around the edges to weigh them down. This rain invigorated him, for at least they would not lack water for the entire next day. After completing these tasks, he returned to the shelter, his entire body now soaked. A single banana leaf offered little protection. Fortunately, the canopy of the large trees above was dense enough, and since he had also added a rain cover to the fire, the flames continued to burn brightly. observing that the three young ladies had fallen into a deep slumber. He removed his outer garment, grasped a container of water, and propped a stick beside him to roast. However, he hesitated to remove his trousers, despite wearing comfortable shorts. He felt a certain unease. Unbeknownst to him, Sanpeng lay on her side, wide awake, keenly observing Zhao Mo's every movement. As he undressed, she felt a twinge of embarrassment but could not resist her curiosity, nearly gasping in astonishment upon catching sight of his remarkably harmonious physique. The subtle undulations of his muscles, though not overtly pronounced, exuded a beautiful strength throughout his chest and abdomen. After a moment, she blushed and averted her gaze. Zhao Mo, entirely unaware that he had attracted someone's attention, glanced at the watch provided by the production team and estimated that dawn was still about 3.5 hours away. Noticing that his clothes were nearly dry, he dressed again and settled down beside the fire, directly beneath the three young women. The rain had persisted for over 20 minutes before ceasing, and as dawn broke, he once more heard the familiar sound of cracking. He rose, gathered several branches, and used his knife to chop one end into countless small pieces, then kneaded them until a natural toothbrush was formed. After crafting 4 such brushes, the sun had fully risen. At this hour, the weather was neither too hot nor too cold, and without the nuisance of insects, the three young ladies slept soundly, prompting Zhao Mo to refrain from waking them. Once his toothbrushes were complete, he approached the pit he had dug, discovering that the rainwater was clearer than he had anticipated. He covered it with 2 banana leaves to prevent rapid evaporation once the sun rose. Making his way to the banana grove, he retrieved the pot, and, with an ample supply of water, drank his fill before fashioning a makeshift pot holder from wire and placing it over the fire to boil the water. Next, he ventured into the dense forest to prepare food for Arya, whose aversion to seafood posed quite a challenge. He then began gathering materials to construct a proper shelter: wood, vines, and more banana leaves. As he emerged from the thicket, he found the 3 young ladies awake, and upon seeing him, they collectively exhaled in relief. At some point, they had come to associate Zhao Mo's presence with safety. Meanwhile, in the director's monitoring room, Huang Hao strolled in, yawning widely. Moments later, all personnel had arrived. With a congenial disposition, he began issuing directives. Had it been another director, they might have already berated the staff for their tardiness. Observing everyone, he commenced delivering instructions. At 7:30, our live broadcast was set to begin. The team nodded in agreement and began checking the functionality of all equipment. Each member was assigned to a group, tasked with reviewing the previous night's broadcast at an accelerated pace to highlight key moments for a special feature to be aired at noon. Although the live broadcast had concluded, monitoring of the various groups had not ceased. The production team had also discreetly informed each group about the locations of the cameras, encouraging them to remain visible on screen while advising them to avoid any private matters. A new day dawns, and everyone's work commences in an orderly fashion. Some indulge in watching videos while others prepare for their live broadcasts. At exactly 7 o'clock, the host, Ying, greets the audience. Hello everyone. It's wonderful to see you again. Our live session will begin punctually in half an hour. Thank you for your continued support. She then introduces today's guest, a man known as Brother Da, who boasts 100 independent survival experiences, each culminating in successful escapes. On screen appears a bald foreigner, waving at the crowd. Ying inquires, Brother Da, did you observe our program from yesterday? What are your thoughts on the 4 groups? Brother Da, speaking in English with a gesture of feigned incredulity, replies, If the production team hadn't informed me, I would find it hard to believe these are celebrities rather than a group of individuals lacking formal survival training. Their performance truly astonished me. Curious, Ying asks if he has any predictions about which group will endure until the end. Brother Da shrugs, stating as Bell said, Only God knows. I share the same sentiment, for in the wild, one can never predict what challenges lie ahead. However, if I were to place a bet, it would be on Zhao Mo. Ying, surprised, notes that while Zhao Mo has performed admirably, current online voting suggests that the Queen's group is likely to be the first eliminated. She expresses her astonishment at Brother Da's prediction. You favor the Queen's group? That is quite surprising, as nearly no one believes they can last much longer. With a shy smile, complemented by his gleaming bald head, Brother Da looks into the camera and remarks, I observed Zhao Mo closely yesterday, and I noticed that none of his movements are superfluous. That is remarkable. You may not have noticed, but his water intake is minimal, indicating a strong adaptability. If, and I emphasize if, I were in his shoes under the same conditions. I firmly believe he would emerge victorious. Chapter 10. A bountiful harvest. The number of viewers for the morning live broadcast is scarce, particularly during the summer when many succumb to the temptation of sleeping in. Nevertheless, the audience in the live room has swelled to over 7 million. Brother Da's words evoke astonishment among the viewers. Goodness, Brother Da's comments are far bolder than Belle's. It's amusing to hear him predict that the Queen's group will come first. Either he is not fully awake, or perhaps I'm the one still asleep. Zhao Mo, with a hint of humor, remarks, I can't carry the weight of 3, so don't blame me if I get eliminated first. First? That's what Brother Da said. It has nothing to do with me. I'll handle the work while the 3 girls focus on their beauty. As the sole male in the group, it is only natural for him to care for the 3 girls. Curiosity arises among the viewers regarding the upcoming night episode. What transpired during the nighttime? You upstairs are not innocent, someone quips, eliciting laughter. As 7:30 arrives, the number of viewers in the live room doubles in an instant. They marvel at Zhao Mo's resourcefulness as he crafts toothbrushes for the 3 girls. However, when the girls pull out their toothbrushes from their bags, the viewers can no longer contain their laughter. Someone help me. I'm about to burst from laughter. Look at Zhao Mo's innocent little expression. Zhao Mo pondered. Where am I and what am I doing? In truth, Zhao Mo's actions were quite reasonable. He had not anticipated that only 5 items were permitted, and yet the 3 ladies had all brought toothbrushes. Fortunately, only Arya had brought toothpaste. It seemed the trio had conspired beforehand. Otherwise, Zhao Mo would likely have been infuriated. How amusing it was. Just yesterday, Zhao Mo had surprised the 3 ladies, and now they were surprising him. Arya even inquired if Zhao Mo needed toothpaste. How ludicrous. Have you noticed? It appeared Zhao Mo had already accomplished quite a bit early in the morning. Did you not observe the wood scattered on the ground? And the water boiling in the pot? Alas, I too yearn to venture out with Zhao Mo for survival. Having a gentleman to care for one feels delightful. A barefaced photo from upstairs would suffice. I might consider resigning to accompany you. Zhao Mo was indeed vexed. He had thought the 3 ladies were fastidious and had prepared their toothbrushes ahead of time. When all 3 ladies simultaneously produced their toothbrushes, his heart sank in despair. Goodness, could they not carry something more useful? He muttered a complaint, only to be met with the trio's harmonious retort. A toothbrush is indeed very useful. He found himself at a loss for words. What shall we do today? Zhao Mo asked. He removed the pot of water and poured each of them a cup before stating, First, let us drink the hot water. Each of the ladies cradled the cup, cautiously sipping. Zhao Mo continued in a calm manner. Today, we shall construct a proper shelter. You 3, please gather firewood, but remember to avoid venturing into the dense forest. After speaking, he pointed toward a patch of low shrubs and lowered his voice slightly. If you need to relieve yourselves, go over there. With that, he made his way to the seaside. What are you going to do? They asked. I am collecting the traps from last night. Zhao Mo replied without turning back. The 3 ladies exchanged glances, then simultaneously set down their bamboo cups and declared, We are coming too. They did not wait for his response and quickly jogged to catch up with him. Zhao Mo first retrieved the fishing hooks. The first hook was empty, devoid of bait, which left him somewhat displeased. The second hook, however, bore a catch, though the fish was rather small. Zhao Mo estimated it would suffice merely to fill the gaps in Pang Di's teeth. Drones hovered above, capturing their every move, allowing the audience to witness their haul in detail. In a live broadcast room, the host observed the 4 screens. The culinary team had already enjoyed breakfast, collectively cracking open oysters. The Dahainyo team was not to be outdone, having gathered numerous shells from the shore to roast and consume. Meanwhile, the Special Forces team had discovered a coconut tree. Early in the morning, each held a coconut, savoring the flesh and drinking the juice, a scene of utter contentment. Once the 3 teams had completed their tasks, they began to erect relatively permanent shelters. Only the Queen's team had yet to secure breakfast. Upon seeing a small fish they had caught, the host could not help but inquire of Ge. Clearly, the Queen's team has had poor fortune. Ge, do you still maintain your viewpoint? Ge rubbed his bald head and laughed heartily. In truth, Zhao Mo has food. He had already packed sufficient provisions yesterday, but has been reluctant to share. Compared to the other 3 groups, Zhao Mo is undoubtedly planning more for the future. Have you found something to eat? I haven't seen it. Ge chuckled, teasingly stating, You'll understand as you continue watching. He will employ it. Zhao Mo had pretended to be an expert in survival yesterday, yet he only managed to catch a small fish. Moreover, 2 cages remained unexamined, and who knows what surprises they might yield. Haha, if they turn out to be empty, that would be amusing indeed. Observing the 3 young ladies, it was evident that hunger had begun to take hold. Hadn't the Ge mentioned that Zhao Mo had discovered food? Why wasn't he brought forth? Perhaps he was waiting for the most urgent moment to unveil it. The 3 young women were clearly in dire need, and I truly could not comprehend this approach. Poor San Peng. If he were to suffer from hunger, I would undoubtedly confront Zhao Mo with fury. They hadn't eaten last night, had they? Watching Zhao Mo act so confidently, it turned out he was merely putting on a fade. How ridiculous you all are. If Zhao Mo hadn't released the water yesterday, you would likely be berating him for sneaking off to eat today. Zhao Mo undertook the labor of an entire team from another group. Have your eyes failed you? The reasoning of brainless fans is utterly beyond my grasp. How can one's idol endure even the slightest grievance? If you're capable and affluent, support her so that she need not work or participate in such variety shows. Hungry? Zhao Mo approached the shoreline, with the 3 young ladies trailing behind him, eagerly nodding like chicks pecking at grains in response to his inquiries. There will be food shortly. Do you prefer barbecue or boiled fish? Upon hearing this, Pandai nearly drooled, cautiously asking, "Can I have both?" Zhao Mo regarded the trio with a gentle smile, instructing them to wait on the beach. The 3 were momentarily taken aback by his smile. It seemed to be the first time they had witnessed Zhao Mo's charm, particularly radiant against the dawn's glow. His smile was not as displeasing as one might have thought. With his perpetually stern demeanor, I almost wondered if I owed him money. To be fair, Zhao Mo is quite handsome. He would likely fare well in social circles. At this point, the 3 fell silent, exchanging glances before simultaneously remarking, "It's just passable." After approximately 10 minutes, Zhao Mo returned, carrying 2 cages, and emptied their contents onto the beach, prompting a chorus of gasps from the 3 women. "Wow, octopus! Oh, my lobster! What a pity there's no instant noodles. What kind of fish is this? Its mouth is enormous." Zhao Mo surveyed his haul, letting out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 2 cages had yielded a commendable bounty. He had caught a nearly 2-pound grouper, a lobster, an octopus, and several small fish. He chopped the small fish into pieces, placed them back into the cage, and once again ventured into the water, this time intending to cast his nets further out. Chapter 11. My goodness, is this a vacation? My goodness, this cage is astonishing. A feast awaits. I told you Zhao Mo is the true champion. Compared to the other 3 groups, their food was undeniably more sumptuous. Tiger grouper, priced at 150 yuan per pound here, had my mouth watering. Ha ha ha. Did you see Pandai's expression? She looked ready to drop to the ground and take a bite right away. The situation with Demi was not particularly favorable. I noticed her licking her lips. It seemed that only Yu was not very hungry. Upon seeing the seafood being served, she stepped back a couple of paces. Isn't fresh sea fish rather pungent? Some fish are, but the majority of wild sea fish, even when boiled without seasoning, possess a naturally sweet flavor, particularly species like grouper, which are exceedingly delightful. You mentioned this, and I'm tempted to purchase one from the supermarket for a taste. As for you upstairs, do you really think wild fish can be found in a supermarket? You are quite amusing. In a live broadcast, the Ge chuckled as he observed the host, saying, "I told you, he will emerge as the champion." I must admit, his luck is commendable. He struck gold on the very first day. The host appeared somewhat disheartened. Thinking to himself that the Ge was holding a grudge, it had only been a few minutes, and he was already rubbing it in. This bald fellow is hardly endearing. Bell is somewhat better. I must concede that the Ge is correct. I know for a fact that his 2 cages cannot be devoid of contents. Have you noticed? Zhao Mo's chosen area for placing the traps is entirely comprised of rocky reef zones, which is precisely where most fish and shrimp prefer to inhabit. Furthermore, he does not take this lightly. He consistently opts for deeper waters to cast his traps, significantly increasing the chances of a successful catch. As for those 2 hooks, they were merely improvised, left to chance. Returning to the shore, Zhao Mo addressed the 3 of them. "Who among you can grill fish?" They exchanged glances and, in unison, shook their heads. Zhao Mo showed no sign of disappointment or blame, maintaining his calm demeanor. At the beach, he performed a simple cleaning of the fish. and upon returning to the shelter, he retrieved a grill he had fashioned from wire the previous day. He set aside a pile of charcoal and placed the lobster and octopus on the grill, then took a knife to cut the fish into segments, adding some water and suspending it over the fire to cook. If you enjoy chili and cumin, feel free to add a touch, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Mimi and Pang Di busily searched until they found the spices, sprinkling them evenly over the items on the grill. Zhao Mo nodded in approval. At least they did not dump them all at once. He then turned his attention to another task. Taking a segment from the top of a banana flower he had picked that morning, cutting off a small portion while tossing the remainder, along with the outer skin, into the fire to roast. The small piece was chopped finely and stuffed into a bamboo tube, adding a little water and placing it beside the fire to cook. After completing these preparations and allowing the three to watch the flames, he sharpened 4 pairs of chopsticks and then began to fashion wood to construct the shelter. He chose the side of a large tree, which not only provided support but also protection against the sea breeze. He cleared away all the low shrubs surrounding the area, uprooting many of them entirely. After finishing this task, Demi's voice called out, "Zhao Mo, the food is ready." Zhao Mo approached the pot, pouring 3 cups of fish soup, then placed the pot before Demi and San Pang, inviting them to eat first. The aroma of barbecue, infused with cumin and chili, filled the campsite. He took his knife and sliced the lobster tail in half, giving each of them a portion, then chopped the octopus into manageable pieces, wrapping it in a banana leaf and presenting it once more to the two. After completing all these tasks, he removed the banana flower from beside the fire, its exterior charred to a deep black. As he peeled back a few layers, the yellow flesh was revealed, exuding a delightful aroma. He then poured out the banana soup, and the meal for the 2 girls was ready. Zhao Mo ate rapidly, finishing 2 pieces of fish in merely 3 or 4 minutes, leaving the remainder for the others to enjoy. Finish up the food, then gather some firewood, he instructed before turning back to the tree to begin constructing a shelter. I must say, even through the screen, I could sense the enticing fragrance. Early in the morning, the temptation was palpable, despite the lack of oil and salt. I found myself salivating. Watching Demi and San Pang devour the lobster left me craving as well. I simply must order takeout to savor while watching, as I cannot resist. Zhao Mo truly excels at caring for others. As a woman, I feel envious of Mimi and her companions. Indeed, he is quite commendable. Though somewhat reserved, he tends to the 3 girls admirably, evidently leaving more food for them since he himself did not seem satiated. Why wasn't he area eating fish? What was she consuming? Could the omnipotent deity clarify if it was enjoyable? The banana flower is not merely sustenance, but also a medicinal herb, possessing a delightful flavor. Is it available online? I wish to purchase one to taste. I too want to buy it. Watching Arya eat makes it seem quite appetizing. Many people, driven by impulse, quickly made purchases, and within just an hour, the banana flower sold out on several platforms, leaving merchants perplexed. Such warriors, their speed is astonishing. Alas, I failed to procure any. I just inquired with a merchant who informed me that new stock would not be available for at least a week. I can't shake the feeling that the 3 girls are on vacation. I must admit, I share this sentiment. Starting the day with fresh fish soup and barbecue is simply exquisite. Initially, it was said that the Queen group had no food, yet among the 4 groups, they surprisingly had the best provisions. Ha ha ha! Dahenyo and his group only consumed a few shellfish. At first, I watched the Special Forces group enjoying coconut juice and flesh, which appeared refreshing. But now I realize that the Queen group as fish soup and barbecue seem far more delectable. In the live stream, observing the Queen trio indulging heartily, Ying found herself uncontrollably swallowing. Is wild fish palatable without oil or salt? Seeing the 2 girls relish their meal, Ying could not help but inquire of the Ge. To my surprise, the Ge displayed a glimmer of longing on his face and replied, "In comparison to my outdoor survival experiences, Zhao Mo evidently prioritizes quality of life. Of course, this may be in consideration of the 3 ladies. Sea fish naturally possesses a salty flavor, so there is no need for additional salt when cooking as he does. The fat content of grouper is substantial, yielding tender, succulent meat, truly a rare delicacy. As for the banana flower, it was one of the edible plants Zhao Mo discovered yesterday. I do not comprehend why he chose to present it now. However, I can assure you, it is yet another exquisite treat. Well, seeing them enjoy their meal, I realize I too am hungry. Nevertheless, in the wild, a purely vegetarian diet would deplete one's stamina. That lady, Yiya, should partake in some fish to sustain her longer. The host instinctively nodded, perplexed by Yaya's aversion to fish. All four groups were in the process of constructing shelters. In your opinion, which group's location was superior? Undoubtedly, it was the gourmet team, as they were adjacent to fresh water, which was crucial for their survival. The Black Bull team evidently shared the gourmet team's considerations, situating their shelter near the water source, though I believe this choice may prove uncomfortable for them at night. The Special Forces team and the Queen team made similar choices, adapting to the local conditions and prioritizing access to fresh water. Chapter 12. Nighttime Special Edition. Zhao Mo gathered several forked branches, securing one end into the ground with the prongs facing upward, allowing him to easily balance the wood atop them. He then laid vines across two logs, and after approximately an hour and a half, he completed a bed elevated about 30 centimeters off the ground. Testing its stability by lying down, he confirmed it was secure before rising. The three young women collected a considerable amount of dry branches and twigs, and feeling satisfied with their haul, they approached to assist him. "Please help me hold this," Zhao Mo requested, having dug a deep hole to erect one of the thicker logs. Although the three girls were not significantly strong, their combined efforts accelerated his progress. With 3 logs standing upright, he additionally secured them with a triangular brace using another log to enhance the stability of the frame. Once the tops of the 3 logs were bound together, the framework of the shelter was complete. Next, he planned to enclose the structure with walls and a roof, creating a shelter adequate for several days. He first crafted a framework using wood, then intertwined vines to fill the gaps within the structure. Like this, he instructed, weaving banana leaves through the vines, ensuring the girls understood before moving on to the next framework. By midday, he had accomplished 1/3 of the work. Observing the girls drenched in sweat and slightly weary, he calmly advised, "We won't prepare any food for lunch. You should boil some water to drink, but remember, do not consume raw water." He suggested they take a brief rest, as the midday sun by the seaside was no trivial matter. It could not only scorch their skin but also lead to heat exhaustion. Zhao Mo is being overly meticulous. Look at the Special Forces team. They have already finished their work. Is he really planning to build a seaside villa? That seems excessive. I support the approach of the other 3 groups. They are simply aiming for practicality. I personally think the Black Bull team's method was quite commendable, effectively utilizing the terrain without unnecessary complications. Do you believe Zhao Mo relishes this complexity? He is accompanied by 3 young ladies. If anything were to go awry, they would all have to withdraw. For this reason, I commend Zhao Mo. He is taking good care of my dear Sanpang. Can someone enlighten me about Zhao Mo's past? His efficiency in these tasks suggests he has experience. I suddenly realize that Zhao Mo appears even more akin to a Special Forces operative than Jing Ge. It is only now that you have realized, but I have long been aware of it. My physique is rather slender, devoid of any muscular bulk, lacking the robust stature of Jing Ge and Hanyo. Arya did not consume meat this morning, and now her energy appears to be lacking in comparison to me and Pandi. I recall that Arya is not a vegetarian. Why has she abstained from eating? It eludes my understanding. Amidst the multitude of discussions, someone exclaimed, "The night special has been released." I too was eager to catch a glimpse. The special was released in segments, starting with the Special Forces team, who were seen reclining on the sand, slumbering. The incessant sound of slapping caused the audience to stifle their laughter. "Haha, look at Xiaoying, bitten by a mosquito." As if jolted by an electric shock, she flipped over in a frenzy. How amusing! Xiaoying was nearly in despair, flailing her arms skyward as if that would strike the mosquito. My home is by the seaside, and I must inform everyone that the coastal area is rife with large, venomous mosquitoes. A single bite leaves one in discomfort for an hour. Jing Ge, however, remained unperturbed, lying still. This was a clipped version, so while everyone was peacefully asleep, those moments were naturally omitted. Observing the progress bar, the special was a total of 12 minutes, and only a minute had elapsed. Clearly, the night was far from tranquil, and all eyes were glued to the screen, eager to see what would unfold next. The antics of Xiaoying swatting at mosquitoes appeared quite entertaining. Nevertheless, the subsequent scenes were destined to satisfy the audience's curiosity. The tide rose, and due to their proximity to the shore, the 4 had to quickly shift their positions. Haha, I felt a moment of sympathy for Xiaoying, as I noted the timestamp. It was evident she had barely slept for half an hour. Jing Ge had previously mentioned that, due to the strong sea breeze, mosquitoes were relatively sparse, which was why they chose to rest there. Indeed, Jing Ge is quite astute. Sensing something amiss, he promptly awakened the others to relocate. The four changed their position, and the scene transitioned to 1 o'clock in the morning when rain suddenly fell. The special forces, having not prepared a temporary shelter, faced yet another unfortunate turn of events, much to the delight of the viewers. The final shot of the special depicted the four drenched, huddled together like drowned rats, gazing at the dark, ominous sea. From their eyes, the audience could clearly discern their frustration and bewilderment. Following this was the food team S segment, who fared relatively well due to their makeshift shelter, leaving a lasting impression on the audience, particularly with the sound of slapping. The Big Black Bull team also had their share of drama. A gust of wind before the rain had blown away their temporary refuge. When the downpour arrived, 3 large men shielded the sole woman among them with their clothing. The audience evidently relished witnessing the misfortunes of the guests, and thus the topic generated renewed interest. The Queen team made their appearance next. Quickly, everyone gathered to watch, anticipating a delightful spectacle. May I admit that I wished to see the 3 ladies in a state of disarray? Acknowledging the obvious, yet remaining silent. You upstairs are quite perceptive. I find myself devoid of all but one desire, yet I have not yet unraveled it. The crowd swiftly clicked to view the duration, which astonishingly was 15 minutes, the longest among the 4 specials. It also indicates that a plethora of events transpired during the night, rekindling everyone's appetites. Initially, 4 individuals feasted on crabs. However, it should be noted that only 3 partook, as Aryu abstained. At this point, the audience couldn't help but share a knowing smile. Zhao Mo, despite his icy demeanor, truly possesses a warm heart. He claimed there would be no dinner, yet here he was, preparing a meal. Following this, Zhao Mo began digging a pit and laying down a plastic sheet. What could this possibly signify? It was perplexing. However, I perceived his intent. He was preparing to collect rainwater. No wonder he brought such a large plastic sheet. He had anticipated this need long before. The more I observed Zhao Mo, the more he resembled an expert in wilderness survival. How could he have known it would rain at night? Perhaps he did not know, but rather was simply being prudent. Suddenly, it occurred to me that this quartet was indeed the ideal team. Why did Aryu refrain from eating crabs? Amidst the discussions, the video transitioned to Zhao Mo climbing a tree branch, with the 3 girls inviting him to join them. Zhao Mo outright declined and urged the girls to retire early. At this juncture, the online viewers were no longer composed. The topic surged to unprecedented heights. In that moment, I wished to take Zhao Mo's place. It was confirmed that Zhao Mo was crafted from titanium alloy. After the evaluation, I mused, let those 3 girls be and allow me to step in. Zhao Mo likely feared that the 3 girls would not sleep soundly, potentially pressing down on him. Chapter 13. Reactions from all sides in the monitoring room. Huang Hao inquired of the statistician, how is the special feature performing? The current performance has exceeded expectations. Huang Hao nodded in satisfaction, noting that the simultaneous online viewership had surpassed 30 million, a figure that had not been achieved the previous year, and the true peak viewership was anticipated for the night, potentially leading to an additional surge. What about the specific view counts? The Special Forces team leads the chart, having reached over 3.4 million views due to their particularly chaotic performance last night, while the other 3 teams hovered around 2 million. As this was being discussed, the reporter glanced at the timely data and remarked, the Queen team is gaining momentum. Their views are rapidly approaching 3 million. Huang Hao smiled silently. This group indeed boasted 3 beauties, making their nighttime activities all the more captivating. In a live broadcast room, Ying, ever the chatterbox, observed San Pang crunching on crabs, the sound enticing her once again. Is this type of crab delicious? The flavor of sand crabs is exquisite. However, the meat is rather scant, which is why I'm not particularly fond of them. When the video showcased Zhao Mo setting up the rain cover, Dagu snapped his fingers and remarked, clearly, Zhao Mo is adept at utilizing his surroundings. Collecting rainwater is indeed the optimal method for sourcing water in a coastal area devoid of fresh water. As Zhao Mo settled onto a tree branch for sleep, Ying expressed concern for his discomfort and queried Dagu, I imagine most would find such a position unsuitable for sleep. They would likely spend the night worrying about falling. If it were you, would you choose this method? The Ge made a pained expression and replied, I certainly would not. Maintaining sleep quality in the wild is of utmost importance. Yet, I must concede that Zhao Mo is a true gentleman. As the audience continued to watch, they observed that Zhao Mo was lightly asleep. After only a brief moment, he tumbled down, and just when everyone thought he could no longer endure, he approached Yi. What could he possibly be intending? This content is not suitable for children. Please log into your account, as only individuals over the age of May 18th proceed. Enough already. If there were truly explosive moments, the production team would not dare to broadcast them, even with tenfold courage. Moments later. The audience realized that Arya had been crying, but her sobs were so soft, coupled with the distance of the camera, that they had not detected it. Through the dialogue between the two, they understood why Arya had refused to eat fish that morning. It turned out she was allergic to seafood. Upon learning this, many were left in disbelief. Could it be that the production team had overlooked such a critical detail? Allergic to seafood while surviving on an island? Surely, Arya wasn't jesting with them. Zhao Mo's three-person challenge was deemed too easy, and they had added the complication of a seafood allergy. What a twist! In that moment, Zhao Mo appeared remarkably gentle. Hearing him reassure that everything would be fine made even those not present feel a sense of calm. The banana flower he had planned to save for when he couldn't catch fish was now rendered useless due to Arya's predicament, disrupting his strategy. Initially startled by the news of Arya's seafood allergy, he displayed a hint of anxiety. The production team's arrangement seemed rather troublesome. If this group were to be eliminated now, I would support that decision. No, I believe Zhao Mo will surely find a solution. While the banana flower may taste delightful, it cannot serve as a daily sustenance. And did you not notice? When the camera focused on the banana tree earlier, there were only 2 flower clusters. Alas, as of now, my favorite team is the Queen team, and the thought of their potential elimination dampens my spirits. The editor, previously responsible, had overlooked this detail, thinking Zhao Mo's comforting nature was a highlight. Yet now, upon viewing the footage, Huang Hao took notice. What happened? How could such a grave oversight occur? Director Huang, this situation has not arisen in previous seasons, and as you know, inviting guests is quite challenging. We were fortunate that Yi agreed to participate, so we did not inquire further about her circumstances. What should we do now? What do you propose we do? This is sheer absurdity, an allergy to seafood on an island. Huang Hao was quite frustrated. He had hoped the Queen team would be a ratings draw, and that Zhao Mo could lead the trio as far as possible. Hence, he had tacitly approved Zhao Mo's antics aboard the cruise. But now, with this incident, their survival challenge had escalated to an almost insurmountable level. Should we pretend we are unaware of this? Now that it has been aired, do you truly believe we can act as if we are oblivious? How about we advise this group to withdraw? Huang Hao fell silent. If he had harbored even a flicker of hope before, the countdown to the Queen team's elimination had now begun. Alas, what a predicament! Faced with the suggestions from those below him, he felt a pang of reluctance. Withdrawing at this stage would surely lead to a decline in viewership. Director Huang, perhaps we should bring Arya back. This is a lapse on the part of the production team. We can then randomly select another participant to partner with Zhao Mo and the others. The suggestion came from the assistant director, Su Qing. Upon hearing this proposal, a semblance of relief crossed Huang Hao's face. It was a sincere suggestion and undoubtedly the most prudent course of action at this juncture, one that I trust the audience will accept. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Very well, you shall personally visit the island, consult with Arya and her team, and then convey the production team's intentions. Su Qing nodded in agreement and departed the monitoring room. In the live broadcast room, the atmosphere was tense. Oh my heavens, is the production team joking? They exclaimed, cradling his bald head in disbelief. The host, Ying, looked thoroughly embarrassed. She was at a loss for words and could not respond to the GE's concerns. I see Zhao Mo seems to have a plan. At least he managed the breakfast quite well, De Ge remarked. However, he quickly shook his head in disagreement. I do not dismiss the presence of many vegetarians, but humans require protein. On this island, with not even any oil available, subsisting solely on banana flowers would be exceedingly challenging, and there are not enough banana flowers to sustain them. The host offered a forced smile, stating, surely the production team has considered this issue. Ying could only shift the blame back to the director's team. Meanwhile, the special feature continued to air. In the video, Zhao Mo had comforted Arya and then lay down beside the fire. As time passed, The wind on the sea intensified, and Zhao Mo rose again. First constructing a windbreak out of sand, and then shifting the fire slightly closer to the three young women before lying down once more. I couldn't help but think Zhao Mo embodied both a fatherly and motherly presence. Indeed, though he spoke little and maintained a cool demeanor, his attentiveness was remarkable. I must confess, I feel myself falling for him. Zhao Mo undoubtedly fits the mold of my ideal partner. Just then, an announcement from the production team flashed across the screen. Due to the incomplete nature of previous investigations, they extended their apologies to the audience regarding Ya's seafood allergy and announced the decision to bring her back, while randomly selecting a participant to fill the ranks of the Queen team. Chapter 14. Zhao Mo at night. Upon seeing the production team's announcement, Jing nodded in satisfaction, telling the host that this resolution was commendable. The audience, however, was in an uproar. So, does this mean I still have a chance? May the heavens bless me. I'm a girl, and wish to be stranded on the island with Zhao Mo. I'm also a girl. I long for the warmth of Zhao Mo's care. You all are hilarious. It was you who previously claimed Zhao Mo was made of titanium alloy, and now you are saying he is warm-hearted. His temperament may not be the most agreeable, but in the end, it is not about what you say, but how you act. Please do not eliminate Ya. My goddess, I wish to see her every day. I am a fan of Ya, and I support the production team's decision. After all, a variety show cannot play with people's lives. As the special episode transitioned to the scene of rain, viewers eagerly anticipated witnessing the Queen group's disarray, resulting in a noticeable decrease in online commentary. Observing the initial moments of rainfall, Zhao Mo promptly rose to his feet. He first inspected the canopy over the fire pit, then proceeded to check the rain shelters of the three girls. Upon confirming that everything was in order, he dug a drainage trench for the firewood. One by one, the three young ladies awakened, and Zhao Mo simply remarked, "Sleep well. The mosquitoes are absent for now." He then stepped out of the frame, his silhouette appearing quite indistinct, leading many to surmise he was assessing the waterlogged area. This scene melted the hearts of numerous viewers. It was overwhelmingly heartwarming. Sleep well. The mosquitoes are absent. Though Zhao Mo's words were merely routine, each syllable seemed imbued with profound care. Love blossomed. Such a man must surely have emerged from another realm. For how else could I have gone so long without encountering one? Alas, to the one above, I too possess such qualities. Were I Zhao Mo, I would undoubtedly care for them exceptionally well. Ha ha. If you were Zhao Mo, those three girls would likely be lounging in the sea by now. What to do? After watching this special, I suddenly found my boyfriend less appealing. Kick him out and embrace me instead. While everyone continued to marvel at Zhao Mo's warmth, a subsequent action from him ignited a frenzy in the comments section. Zhao Mo returned to the frame, drenched from head to toe. He glanced at the three girls to confirm their deep slumber, then removed his shirt. Upon witnessing his physique, the audience was rendered speechless. My heavens, Zhao Mo's physique is astonishing. What was initially perceived as mere appearance revealed itself to be that of a champion. Those 8-pack abs are utterly enviable. I can't take it anymore. Zhao Mo is not only thoughtful, but also possesses an admirable physique and striking looks, fulfilling every criterion I have for my ideal man. His build differs from that of Dahe, whose muscles are clearly the result of intense gym workouts supplemented with high-protein diets. Zhao Mo's physique seems to stem from military training, with muscles that are subtly defined yet remarkably harmonious. Oh, how I wish to experience the sensation of resting in such an embrace. I long to feel and comprehend the texture. To the one above, your assessment is complete. I am a man, and I too wish to touch. You are out of line. Were it not for my knowledge of him being a recent graduate, I would genuinely believe Zhao Mo hailed from some elite special forces unit. Just then, the camera zoomed in on the three chubby girls, revealing that San Pang had not actually fallen asleep, but was stealthily watching. Ha ha! Is San Pang trying to steal a glance? San Pang, quickly shut your eyes. You've been exposed. My heavens, what happened to the innocent neighbor girl persona? How did she become so brazen? Were I San Pang, I would rise and boldly gaze without hesitation. Zhao Mo should have removed his pants as well. It would facilitate drying. Do you think if San Pang continues to watch, she might develop a squint? This is last night's footage, my friend. Today, San Pang appears as usual. Not quite usual, though. I've noticed San Pang's gaze lingering on Zhao Mo's physique multiple times. Once everything was attended to, the rain had nearly ceased. In the video, Zhao Mo once again donned his clothing and reclined beneath 3 young women. A comment should be made here. I wish to say, I too would like to occupy Zhao Mo's position, if only it were possible. The 3 girls above him are quite mischievous. Goodness, from this day forth, I shall commit to physical training, and next year I shall enroll as well. Do you possess the same fortune as Zhao Mo, to be grouped with 3 beautiful women? It was previously said that Zhao Mo's luck was rather unfortunate, but who said that? Certainly not I. To survive alongside 3 women is a stroke of luck that could last a lifetime. This special feature has now come to a close, and everyone's attention shifts back to the live broadcast. At this moment, Zhao Mo remains diligently at work, beads of sweat trickling down his resolute face. His upper garment clearly soaked through with perspiration. He is currently affixing the roof to the shelter, which is impressively large, nearly reaching the ground from above. With the framework having been prepared beforehand, he merely needs to place the roof atop and secure it with vines. Although there is some wire available, he is reluctant to expend it on this task. Meanwhile, the 3 young women sit beneath a tree. Though shielded from the sun, the heat is still quite oppressive. As Zhao Mo approaches for a drink, Mimi looks up at him with a pitiful expression and says, Zhao Mo, it's too hot. We wish to go swimming at the beach. What do you think? The other 2 girls gaze at him with eager eyes. Zhao Mo had previously mentioned that unnecessary exertion should be avoided. Thus Mimi's words made her heart flutter with apprehension. As a top-tier celebrity, even during filming, directors speak to her with caution. Yet, facing this man, she finds herself feeling uneasy. Observing the spirits of the 3, Zhao Mo ultimately could not bring himself to refuse. Let us go, he said. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls erupted in cheers and sprang to their feet, exclaiming in delight. Upon reaching the beach, he established a designated area for the girls, warning them to stay clear of deep waters and informing them they had only half an hour. Although the sun was relentless, the ocean's waves remained refreshing. However, prolonged exposure would prove taxing on the 3 girls' bodies. In a live stream, Jing Ge furrowed his brow slightly. Douyi, could you provide an assessment of the shelters constructed by the 4 groups? After gathering his thoughts, Jing Ge nodded and responded. The Special Operations Team's shelter is quite commendable. As it is not typhoon season, it should withstand the first round without issue. However, there are shortcomings in terms of insulation, perhaps due to the summer season, which led Li Jing to overlook this aspect. The Big Black Bull Team's shelter, in my opinion, is likely to leak as its single slope roof presents a risk. The Gourmet Team appears to lack experience in wilderness survival, hence their shelter will likely require daily repairs. However, since they do not need to consider water sources, this workload is not particularly burdensome for them. If I were to assign a rating, I would grant the Gourmet Team 5 stars. Their shelter would suffice even for winter conditions. I fail to comprehend why Zhao Mo chose to proceed in such a manner. Were it me, I would eliminate several steps to conserve energy. The host, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Are you suggesting Zhao Mo is being redundant? No, you should not distort my meaning. What I intended to convey is that in my case, I would not perform as well as he does. This is due to my lack of experience in survival alongside 3 young ladies, which is a consideration that Zhao Mo must account for. Chapter 15. To withdraw or not. You decide. Ying glanced at the live streaming footage once more and spoke again. Jing Ge, you seem rather dissatisfied with Zhao Mo's agreement to let them go swimming. Jing Ge shrugged and replied, Indeed, if Zhao Mo continues to prioritize the feelings of the 3 girls to such an extent, he will not progress far. Swimming consumes a significant amount of energy and leads to substantial fluid loss, especially in seawater. After swimming, they will require a freshwater rinse, which will deplete their scarce supplies. If it doesn't rain tonight, Zhao Mo will have to search for freshwater tomorrow, making this decision exceedingly unwise. The viewers of the stream, upon hearing Deji's analysis, realized how misguided Zhao Mo's actions were. It was no wonder he hesitated. He had these considerations to ponder. Although Zhao Mo initially intended to refuse, he found himself unable to do so under the compelling gazes of the 3 young women. Faced with their innocent eyes, I too would have found it impossible to decline. Zhao Mo, however, remained reasonable, permitting them to swim for only half an hour. The seawater was quite chilly, and enduring an hour in it would be intolerable, which I suspect was part of Zhao Mo's calculation. Zhao Mo ought to take a moment to rest and join them for a swim. Ha ha ha, upstairs. Is that your thought? Zhao Mo, being quite the gentleman, designated a swimming area for the three girls before stepping aside. Yet, Zhao Mo was not merely a gentleman. He allowed them to swim to minimize any threats that could lead to heat stroke, aiming to reduce all potential risks to the bare minimum. Upon returning to the shelter, he resumed his tasks, and just as he was finishing the last section of the windbreak wall, the three girls returned. Zhao Mo, look, we found some shells. Can we eat them? Pang Di rushed over, holding a pot in her hands. Observing that the three were still damp, Zhao Mo quickly averted his gaze, saying, set it aside for now. First, wash up over there to concert water. The three girls acknowledged and moved to clean themselves. In the distance, the sound of a boat horn caught Zhao Mo's attention, and he furrowed his brow as the approaching vessel drew nearer. Was something amiss? Yet, the distress signal remained tucked away in his bag and had not been deployed. As the boat approached, the three girls gathered around him, looking puzzled. Zhao Montak, did you send out a distress signal? Mimi asked, visibly displeased. Zhao Mo, I know we may be slowing you down, but have you truly given up? Pang Di questioned, her large eyes filled with confusion. Yeah, though silent, mirrored their perplexity. Just last night, she had assured them that with him around, they would be fine, yet he seemed to have surrendered by noon. What, then, was the purpose of all their efforts? Seeing the misunderstanding among the three girls, the audience erupted in laughter. Ha ha, Zhao Mo, who am I and where am I? Zhao Mo's bewildered expression surely reflected thoughts of, what does this have to do with me? Mimi's earlier demeanor finally showcased a hint of a leader's assertiveness. Mimi was indeed bold in her words and actions. I must say, shouldn't you all stand up for Zhao Mo? A rugged man enduring a bit of hardship is hardly unusual. In the culinary team, Zhou Lei is once again causing a stir, and it seems that whatever he prepares is delectable. Dehainyou and the others surprisingly enjoyed a splendid lunch. It appears that Zhao Mo has no intention of preparing a meal. He did not offer any explanation to the three women. Instead, he gazed at the approaching figure with a look of confusion. It was the assistant director of the program, a person everyone recognized, albeit not well acquainted. Mimi promptly approached, coldly addressing Su Qing. We will not withdraw. Su Qing was taken aback for a moment before realizing that they had already guessed his intentions. With a hint of embarrassment, he replied, this time, our production team has not considered your circumstances thoroughly, causing inconvenience for you teachers. We plan to. Mimi was momentarily stunned. This was not what she had anticipated. Why was he apologizing right from the start? Wait, can you explain how you failed to consider things? Su Qing was equally taken aback, thinking, didn't you already understand my purpose? However, seeing the four of them staring at him, he spoke truthfully, considering Yi's allergy. The production team has decided to ask her to withdraw. As for the vacancy in your team, we will draw a lucky audience member to fill it tomorrow. The four were left speechless upon hearing this. Mimi and Pang Di simultaneously turned their gazes towards Yi. Upon hearing that she was to withdraw, Yi's face turned pale, and she turned her eyes toward Zhao Mo. The other two followed suit, looking at Zhao Mo as well. Director Su, please take a rest. We need to discuss this, Zhao Mo said politely to Su. Yi, do you want to withdraw? Mimi eagerly asked upon returning to the shelter. Yi once again looked at Zhao Mo. Mimi understood her unspoken thoughts and decisively said, you express your opinion first. Do you want to withdraw? Yi, perhaps you should stay. Our queen team cannot afford to lose anyone. I don't want to withdraw, but then that settles it. Mimi interrupted Yaya. Her tone resolute, but her heart uncertain as she approached Zhao Mo. We have made our decision. You will stay. If we truly cannot endure, we will withdraw together. What do you think, Zhao Mo? Her earlier assertiveness diminished as she reached the question. Zhao Mo glanced at Mimi and then at the other two women. Responding in a calm tone, you are the captain. This answer left Mimi momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, she slapped her forehead and exclaimed, oh, I forgot I'm captain. Then it's settled. Yi stays, and I will have a word with Su Qing. Upon hearing Mimi's decision to keep Yi, the audience collectively voiced their steadfast support. Well done, Mimi. This is the strong leader we know. It was evident that Yi did not wish to withdraw either. Solidarity was essential. Well done, Mimi. The queen team stands strong. Ha! It seems Mimi has been oblivious to her role as captain. Naturally, since yesterday, Zhao Mo had been the one calling the shots, and Mimi had likely grown accustomed to it. momentarily failing to realize her own position. In truth, Zhao Mo also wished for Ye to remain. Otherwise, he would have vehemently opposed the idea. Objectively speaking, their decision was rather unwise. However, I find no fault in it. Mimi smacked her forehead, realizing that I am the leader. Thus, this matter is settled without further discussion. Opposition? It is futile. Yaya is primarily concerned with Zhao Mo's feelings, which is why she has been observing him, awaiting his words. This is inevitable, as she remains, and the heaviest burden undoubtedly falls upon Zhao Mo, which must instill a sense of guilt within her. Zhang Ge once again stroked his bald head. Zhao Mo's decision is decidedly imprudent. The host nodded in agreement, recognizing that preparing different meals for each occasion doubles the workload. Zhang Ge, do you still believe Zhao Mo can work miracles? Zhang Ge forced a dry smile, spreading his hands in resignation. All right, I retract my previous statement. The championship should belong to the Special Forces or Dahanyo. Chapter 16. The little fist of the leader Su Qing was bewildered upon learning of their decision. What should they do if the other party refuses to withdraw? After reporting the situation to Director Huang Hao, he pondered for a long time before deciding to maintain the status quo. Finally, by evening, Zhao Mo had completely prepared the shelter. He returned to the banana grove, stripping away much of the soft, dry bark, which was not only highly flammable, but also an excellent material for bedding. The shelter spanned approximately 6 square meters, featuring a long mat for the 3 girls to sleep on, while a small bed, barely 40 to 50 centimeters wide, served as his resting place. He instructed the 3 girls to lay the bedding while he began preparing dinner. First, he collected the fish traps, which yielded a good catch, including 2 scads weighing over a pound each, and he also dove to gather a few conchs. After setting the traps once more, he was compelled to place them increasingly farther out to ensure a bountiful catch. He watched the day's haul by the seaside. Inside the shelter, the 3 girls felt secure, knowing they were out of view of the surveillance cameras, allowing them to relax considerably. Fat D lifted her shirt, pointing at the mosquito bites from the previous night, showing the 2 girls the lingering red marks. The 2 girls reciprocated by displaying their own strawberry marks. The 3 chatted casually, and the conversation inevitably turned to Zhao Mo. Do you think Zhao Mo would have potential if he entered the industry? Yaya inquired first. Mimi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. It would be challenging. He needs to change his demeanor. Always wearing a stern expression is not advantageous. In truth, with a little grooming, Zhao Mo has quite the star quality. And I noticed something last night at this point. Fat D realized she had said too much and promptly fell silent. What did you see? Be honest. Under the persistent questioning of the 2 girls, Fat D revealed her observations of Zhao Mo's physique. You little vixen. You even looked at Zhao Mo when he took off his shirt. Fat D, if you see anything tonight, remember to call me. The 3 girls burst into giggles at this. If I were to seek a partner for marriage in the future, I would prefer someone like Zhao Mo. Although he may not be the most romantic, he would undoubtedly take good care of me, which is far more reliable than those men in the industry. After Pandora uttered those words, the 3 women fell into a brief silence. Mimi quickly liberated herself from the atmosphere, for she was resolutely determined to become a top star. Changing the subject with a smile, she jested, Little girl, are you lovesick? Do you wish to marry? Should I inform Zhao Mo that you have taken a liking to him? Come on, Mimi, I'm speaking the truth. She retorted, I also believe that Pandora's words hold merit. Zhao Mo may have a somewhat cold demeanor, but despite our brief interactions, he is indeed quite reliable. Then why don't you both just marry him? I shall serve as your witness, Mimi replied with a smile, though a hint of bitterness lingered in her heart. For her, achieving success and fame was paramount. Love and happiness were mere luxuries. Zhao Mo returned just then. The 3 women, hearing the footsteps, promptly fell silent. In truth, Zhao Mo had caught snippets of their conversation and held a favorable impression of the trio. However, he shared a similar sentiment to Mimi's. They were not from the same circle, and after this event, it was uncertain if they would meet again. Thus, he intentionally made a noise to let them know of his return. As for his future plans, if all else failed, he could always write novels. Being a novelist in this alternate world seemed rather appealing. What shall we have for dinner tonight? He inquired. Reporting to the captain, we have 2 fish and several snails. Whether to grill or boil, I leave that decision to you. Captain, he said with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Pandora and Yaya nearly burst into laughter. Mimi maintained a stern expression, initially intending to commend him, but ultimately could not resist and burst into giggles instead. You're not innocent either, daring to tease me. You deserve a beating. With that, she approached Zhao Mo, playfully launching small punches at him. Zhao Mo did not perceive the harmlessness of her playful blows, but due to their proximity, he found himself occasionally dazzled by the bright lights. You all continue cooking. I have a few matters to attend to, he declared decisively, for he feared that if the antics continued, he would make a fool of himself. After all, he was still damp from head to toe, and his pants had clung uncomfortably to his skin, leaving no room to conceal any weapons. Once Zhao Mo departed, Yaya looked at Mimi and said, "You've made Zhao Mo's face flush." Pandora could not help but laugh heartily at this remark. Mimi shot a glare at the two of them and then commanded, "Prepare 1 fish boiled and 1 grilled, and let us grill the snails." "Wow, the boss is getting physical," exclaimed Yaya. Zhao Mo actually has a humorous side. I too wish to experience the sensation of Mimi's little punches. Zhao Mo is so fortunate. The requests upstairs are a bit peculiar, though, she added. Enough chit-chat. Let us order takeout and await the queen's feast, lest we drool in anticipation. As she watched Pandora while eating, Yaya's mood visibly brightened, her smile radiating sweetness, making one want to dwell in her dimples. Those upstairs are shameless. I wish to reside in Pandora's big eyes, she mused. You all observe so keenly. Pray tell, what aspect of Mimi is large? Perhaps I should take refuge there? Ah, fine. I too wish to inquire, Huang Hao remarked, contentedly nodding at the 4 individuals displayed on the surveillance screen. He turned to the recently returned Su Qing and said, "These 4 truly share a harmonious camaraderie. Indeed, I had brought some food on the speedboat, intending to leave a portion for them, but Zhao Mo declined my offer." Huang Hao sighed and remarked, "Let us refrain from doing this in the future. It would be unfair to the other teams." Zhao Mo was right to confiscate it. He then turned to the monitoring personnel and inquired, "What is the current situation?" After 5 p.m., there was another surge in numbers, and the online count reached 34 million, with nearly half belonging to the Queen Group. A smile graced Huang Hao's face. They adopted a live stream editing format, utilizing the summer vacation, the optimal time, by streaming live each day and producing 24 episodes to be released weekly, just in time for the new year. Anyone who watched the live streams would undoubtedly view the edited versions, as the production team supplemented them with various subtitles, retaining only the most exciting segments, thereby enhancing their appeal. Last year's daily live viewership was 26.5 million. This year is expected to surpass 30 million, and airing the edited version during prime time should, in all likelihood, yield even better ratings than last year. Zhao Mo gazed at the lone banana blossom on the tree, feeling a sense of helplessness. He collected the 2 bottles of drinks he had left there. The boiled fish carried its own fragrant sweetness, which he intended to take back to the camp to prepare for Mimi. Upon returning, he discovered, to his surprise, a dead banana tree, reduced to a mere stump. Armed with a knife, he began to process the banana roots. As twilight had yet to descend, the drones above continued their work, capturing his silhouette. The viewers, perplexed, wondered what he was doing with the nearly withered banana roots. Chapter 17. The host feels nauseated. Can rotten banana roots be consumed? In a live stream, Ying looked bewilderedly at the Ge. The Ge laughed heartily and, after a moment, replied, "I must say, Zhao Mo has struck gold. He has found the ideal source of protein. With this, you should be able to endure for a couple more days." But the Ge, what exactly is it? Ying pressed, to which the Ge merely smiled again, offering no explanation, but encouraging them to watch. The audience, equally bewildered, questioned Zhao Mo's actions. Why does it seem like Zhao Mo isn't following the usual script? The special forces enjoy coconuts paired with seafood. The gourmet team indulges in lavish meals that leave me drooling, and Hanyo's crew seems to be enjoying a splendid feast today. Zhao Mo can even dive to catch fish. That's impressive. Zhao Mo hails from the seaside, so being here is akin to a vacation, isn't it? Can someone please explain what Zhao Mo is up to? I'm from the south, so I know what he's doing. A word of advice: if you're currently dining, please refrain from watching. Why? That sounds overly dramatic. If you don't believe me, just keep watching. At this moment, Zhao Mo was using his hands to tear apart the dried banana tree roots, which had nearly turned to powder, breaking them down effortlessly. Suddenly, his movements softened as he pulled a leaf from a nearby banana tree and extracted a white object from within. The production team directed the drone to fly lower, zooming in and only then did the viewers gain clarity. Ugh, I can't believe I didn't heed the warning. I just spat out my meal. Oh my goodness. What is this? Maggots? How could there be maggots in a banana tree? This is unbearable, utterly revolting. Yet in my childhood, when my family was impoverished, my parents prepared such things and stir-fried them for us as a substitute for meat, and they tasted exquisite. Please, no more from upstairs. As a northerner, I do not admire your ability to earn money down south, but I do commend your ability to consume anything. I feel nauseated. I can no longer watch. Look, I must observe Zhao Mo and how he persuades 3 young ladies to eat such things. No, Yaya, please do not eat that. Fat D, who is known for her insatiable appetite, would surely recoil at the sight of this. Ying's complexion changed. She was unaware of what this thing was called, referring to it simply as maggots. The thought of Zhao Mo making the 3 girls consume maggots made her feel on the verge of vomiting. De Ge, are these maggots? Upon seeing Ying's pallor, De Ge flashed his signature grin. These are the larvae of a yellow-spotted banana butterfly. Calling them maggots is not entirely inaccurate. Such larvae are rich in protein, and if it were up to me, I would not hesitate to eat them raw. Hearing about consuming them raw and witnessing De Ge's gleaming white teeth, Ying could no longer contain herself and began to retch. De Ge chuckled again, relishing in his dark humor. Zhao Mo, oblivious to their thoughts, was solely focused on eradicating the larvae, leaving not a single one behind. Remarkably, the banana root proved bountiful. He hadn't counted, but there were at least dozens of larvae, weighing nearly a pound. He ventured into the bamboo grove, chopping down another stalk. Feeling somewhat disheartened at the dwindling number of bamboo, upon returning to the shelter, he found that the 2 women had yet to eat. Why aren't you eating? Fat D said she would wait for you. As the head of the group, it would be rather unbecoming for me to eat first. Wouldn't it? Sister me. It was you who suggested this. Why place the blame on me? Yaya noticed that he only carried a single bamboo stalk, and her expression dimmed. She too was hungry, especially with the enticing aroma of cumin mingled with chili powder wafting through the air. However, she realized she could not demand too much. She could only blame her own feeble constitution. You 2 eat first. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he took a banana leaf, placing the fish from the grill atop it before the 2 women, and set down the hanging pot. In a cool tone, he remarked, remember, whether you can endure until the end depends on you, not me. So if you do not wish to hinder me, make sure to eat your fill. Both women rolled their eyes in unison. Damn Zhao Mo, foul Zhao Mo, can't you say something nicely? They understood that he was merely concerned they might not be full, which was why Zhao Mo had deliberately spoken that way, yet the words still felt rather off. Fat D, let us eat and finish it all, leaving this guy to starve. Sister me, it seems you have overestimated our capacity for battle. Mimi let out a soft huff, swiftly shoving a piece of grilled fish into Fat D's mouth, silencing her impending retort. Zhao Mo glanced at Yaya, feeling a bit of a headache, and, with a sudden inspiration, leaned in to whisper something to Mimi. Upon encountering his head suddenly extending towards her, Mimi instinctively wanted to retreat, but after a brief moment, she halted, feeling the heat of the flames scorching her face. Hearing Zhao Mo's words, she quickly turned to Iya and said, accompany me over there for a moment. I fear being alone. Iya, assuming she needed to use the restroom, followed suit without further thought. Pang Di, puzzled, wondered why the urgency. Couldn't they wait until after dinner? While eating, she cast a glance at Zhao Mo to see what he was engaged in. Upon noticing the white larvae, her already large eyes widened even further. Iya's dinner. Don't say too much about it. Pang Di finally understood why Mimi wanted to send Iya away. Just the sight of it made her feel slightly nauseous, and the thought of Iya having to eat it later made her uneasy. She averted her gaze and resumed eating, yet suddenly found the grilled fish before her unappetizing. Zhao Xian placed the larvae on the grill, and shortly thereafter, they began to sizzle. He sprinkled some cumin powder over them and inquired of Pang Di, does he like spicy food? Initially shaking her head, she then nodded, concluding that a bit of spice would at least make it appear more palatable. Zhao Mo, indifferent to her hesitation, added a dash of chili powder. Meanwhile, the other 3 groups had nearly finished their dinners and were engaged in light-hearted banter. Only Zhao Mo's group had yet to complete their meal, attracting an increasing number of viewers online. Gradually, the audience sensed that the other 3 groups had a hint of entertainment. While observing the Queen group, they genuinely felt the essence of wilderness survival. Zhao Mo's demeanor was rather unappealing. Why did he have to speak so coldly? If he didn't tea, Mimi and Pang Di might leave him some food, and they would end up unsated. Seemingly heartless, he was, in truth, quite sentimental. The thought of Yi consuming larvae made her feel uneasy. Haha, poor Yaya. Reduced to being a guinea pig. What do you know? Just watching Zhao Mo's actions makes my mouth water. I ate them in my childhood, only aware of whether they were delicious or not. Now I lack the courage to try again. Chapter 18. Not eating? Truly delicious Zhao Mo's culinary endeavors continued. And before long, the larvae transformed into a golden hue, enhanced by the cumin and chili powder, rendering them visually appealing. Mimi aimed, tournet. Wow, it smells amazing. Zhao Mo, what are you making? Is it for me? Yeah, having consumed only banana flowers that morning with no meat, was even hungrier than Mimi and Pang Di. Now, overwhelmed by the enticing aroma, she could hardly contain herself. Zhao Mo carefully transferred the grilled larvae onto banana leaves using chopsticks and handed them to Yiya, saying, "Hurry and eat. They want tea taste good when they cool down." Yiya beamed widely at him, gratefully accepting the banana leaves and chopsticks, and promptly popped one in her mouth. Wow, it's so fragrant. What kind of meat is this? The exterior is crispy, and the inside is tender. It's truly delightful. Pang Di, savoring her fish, suddenly felt nauseated. Mimi, holding her bamboo cup, observed Yiya's reaction and found herself unable to continue eating. Why don't you both give it a try? It's truly delectable. Zhao Mo, what is this? Zhao Mo settled beside the fire, preoccupied once again, ignoring Yiya completely. Mimi shook her head vigorously like a tambourine, pointing at the roasted fish on the ground. That's yours. We are having fish. Pang Di immediately chimed in. We are having fish. I love fish. Upon saying yeah. They picked up a piece and brought it to their mouths. Perhaps due to a slight spiciness, she stuck out her little tongue and then made a crunching sound. Mimi exclaimed, yuck. Pang Di echoed, yuck. Zhao Mo glanced up and shot them a glare. While Yiya looked at them with suspicion. What's wrong? Is the fish not tasty? You go ahead and eat. Don't mind us. Unable to bear it any longer, Mimi turned her head away. Zhao Mo approached Yiya, took several pieces from the banana leaf, and placed them directly in front of Mimi and Pang Di, commanding, eat. We won't eat. They protested in unison, then looked at Yiya with innocent eyes. Mimi chuckled awkwardly, explaining, these are for Yiya. We'll just eat the fish. Enough chatter. Each of you should eat a little to replenish your protein. Pang Di immediately covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously. No, I want to eat. Not even for anything. Covering her mouth so tightly that her words were almost unintelligible illustrated her determination. Zhao Mo, you're going too far, Mimi protested with wide eyes. However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Mo tossed a piece in her mouth. You call yourself the big sister, yet you can't handle this? I've heard someone is famously bold in the circle. As Mimi contemplated spitting out, Zhao Mo's words struck a chord, and she straightened her neck defiantly. Fine, I'll eat it. She gulped it down, followed by a couple of dry heaves. Even though Yi was not the sharpest, she sensed something was amiss with what she was eating. Trembling, she asked, Zhao Mo, what exactly am I eating? Zhao Mo is quite wicked, but I like it, she admitted. Provoked, Mimi took a bite, though she didn't dare to chew. Could it be that Yiya was enjoying a delightful flavor? The taste was indeed remarkable. Only those who tasted it would know. Haha, Pang Di was clever enough to cover her mouth. I suspect Pang Di will not escape Zhao Mo's grasp either. I love fish, she remarked, finding the whole dining experience amusing. This is why I adore the Queen Squad. Yiya exclaimed, so delicious. Upon learning what she had eaten, she immediately felt a wave of nausea. Aren't we sisters? Just the other day, Mimi said we would share our hardships together. How did it come to this? Meanwhile, in the live stream, as soon as Yiya took her first bite, Ying conceded defeat. Thus, only Dagu, the commentary guest, sat on the side, chuckling while relishing the spectacle. Just chew. Trust me, it tastes wonderful. Zhao Mo once again picked up a piece and offered it to Mimi. With her eyes welling up, Mimi wanted to give Zhao Mo a good thrashing, but seeing Yiya's suspicion, she could only turn to Yiya with a smile. I just thought there wasn't much, wanting you to have a bit more. After explaining, she cast a resentful glance at Zhao Mo, seeing Zhao Mo's insistence. She sighed and popped a piece in her mouth. Wow, it actually tastes quite good. Even better than fish. Zhao Mo smiled faintly, shifting her gaze towards Pang Di. Zhao Mo, Would it be all right for Yiya to indulge? Or perhaps you could consume my portion. Hurry. Shout D. Do savor it. The flavor is exquisite. ISNT it. Yiya? With a smile. Yiya nodded and deftly used her chopsticks to pop another morsel in her mouth, exclaiming, I feel I could relish this for all 3 meals. Mimi seemed genuinely fond of it as well, as she too stuffed a piece in her mouth, the sound of her chewing echoing delightfully. Fat D's large eyes glistened with tears, yet with the odds 3-1, she had no choice but to shove one into her mouth. She kept her eyes closed for a moment, but soon they opened wide, the tears gone, her eyes sparkling brilliantly. Wow, it's even more tender than chicken, utterly delicious. Far better than fish. Yiya, can you finish it all? She nudged closer to Yiya as she spoke. Do eat sparingly. Yiya has no fish to feast upon, Zhao Mo interjected, observing the 2 girls alternating bites with amusement. What a delightful twist. Fat D, the true foodie, was unequivocally proving her love for food. Previously professing her fondness for fish, she now declared this dish superior. Fat D, a true actress, transformed from staunch refusal to inquiring if Yiya could eat it all in a mere 3 minutes. Ha! The 2 of them seemed to relish it even more than Yiya did. Zhao Mo regretted allowing them to taste it. It seemed Yiya would not be satiated. Watching Zhao Mo urge the 2 girls to eat was somewhat distasteful, yet their reactions were undeniably amusing. Zhao Mo wished to keep Yiya from suspecting anything. If all 3 indulged, she would be less inquisitive. Moreover, he likely believed the 2 girls had never encountered such delicacies and wished to share the experience. However, his method was certainly aligned with his straightforward nature, blunt and unrefined. It appeared that, contrary to our assumptions, Mimi and Fat D were quite receptive. So there was no reason for me to hesitate. Are there any available for purchase online? I just checked, and indeed they are for sale, albeit at a steep price, nearly 200 yuan per pound. No wonder Fat D remarked it was better than chicken. That price is outrageous. Regardless of the cost, I am determined to sample it. What? I can't place an order. What is going on? Foolish. Didn't you notice the inventory is 0? You're too late. Brother. The moment Fat D claimed it was better than chicken, I seized the opportunity. I was quick too. Purchasing 3 pounds in one go. This is unfair. I missed out on the banana blossom this morning, and now this as well. I'm quite frustrated. I share your sentiment. These folks are incredibly swift. It's not just speed, it's our quick thinking, all right? We see it and we buy it. Mimi and Fat D, cradling their bamboo cups filled with fish soup, gazed at Yiya as she savored her meal with delight. They felt no trace of nausea. Instead, saliva flowed incessantly. Zhao Mo, this is utterly delectable. Is there more? Indeed. What is this, and how is it caught? I wish to indulge further. Is it difficult to catch? Perhaps we could assist you tomorrow. Zhao Mo scratched his head. This delicacy is a rare find, indeed. Chapter 19. Fat D falls for it. Zhao Mo polished off the remaining food, and the 3 girls ventured to the seaside to wash their bounty. Upon returning, they settled by the campfire, engaging in delightful conversation. This feeling is truly splendid, a refreshing contrast to the relentless cycle of announcements and obligations back in the city, which is utterly exhausting. Sister Me, are you not a model worker? What brings you here? This must consume quite a bit of your time, Fat D inquired with wide, curious eyes. Mimi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She hesitated to admit that she believed her team would merely endure until the end of the survival challenge, likely facing elimination in the second round almost immediately. Upon reflection, it would only take a mere few weeks to secure a comfortable sum of several $100,000, a rather enticing thought. I also wish to unwind, don't you think? Yeah, you seldom participate in variety shows, do you? Truth be told, I yearn to challenge myself, but I never anticipated it would be on an island. I fear I might be a burden to everyone. Zhao Mo sat beside the fire. From his vantage point, he noticed that Mimi had not fastened her collar, perhaps due to the heat. After a fleeting glance, he quickly diverted his gaze, focusing intently on his task. He split a bamboo pole he had previously chopped into strips, intending to craft traps. He hoped to catch some small animals, like mountain mice, alleviating any concerns over Yiya's food supply. He diligently fashioned 6 rudimentary snares and then grabbed a flashlight before rising to his feet. Where are you headed? If you're tired, just head back inside. If not, stay here by the fire. I'll be back shortly from the woods. Be cautious, Zhao Mo. It was the first time he had heard concern from the 3 girls, stirring a subtle warmth within him. Yet, After a moment, he brushed aside the sentiment, adhering to their usual parting ways, as it was customary for him and the three to forget one another in the vastness of life. After setting the traps, he checked the water supply, feeling a pang of anxiety. If it didn't rain today, they would likely run out by noon tomorrow. Zhao Mo took a deep breath and returned to the shelter, where the three girls were already nestled inside, murmuring softly. He approached and lifted the wall that he had constructed to block the wind, designed for easy access, ensuring the interior remained well ventilated. Having completed his tasks, he listened to the girls' chatter but decided not to intrude, opting instead to sit beside the fire. Ding! The system detected that the host had completed the first phase of the task, granting 5 attribute points and 1,000 reputation points. The system store unlocks upon reaching 10,000 reputation points, along with a reward of a 3-star cooking skill, enhancing the taste perception of any food consumed by 70. Zhao Mo was taken aback. How did the system categorize the tasks? He had assumed that rewards would only be granted after completing the 10-day survival challenge. However, the cooking skills seemed rather dubious. After all, he was not inept in the kitchen. The attribute points were appealing, and he was eager to elevate his physical stamina to 100, curious to see if he could conquer both the skies and the earth. He accessed the outdoor survival skill panel. Intelligence 127, adequate. Stamina 655, robust, enduring. Outdoor survival skills 100, survival champion. Well, not much had changed, merely a shift from endurance to persistence. Gazing up at the starry night sky, his spirits inexplicably lifted. It appeared that rain was on the horizon. The murmurs in the shelter had ceased, indicating that the three girls had succumbed to slumber. Only then did he quietly enter, lying down on his bed. Zhao Mo, did you not eat enough tonight? Sleep well. Pang Di let out a soft sigh and fell silent, feeling somewhat dejected. She had intended to spark a conversation, but alas, he proved to be a veritable titanium alloy of a man. May you never find a girlfriend in this lifetime. Was that too harsh? Perhaps I shall wish for him to find but one instead. Yes, that seems reasonable. With this thought, Pang Di silently smiled and shifted her position, soon succumbing to a steady rhythm of breathing. Just like the previous night, the three young women did not enjoy a peaceful slumber, as soft sounds of chatter echoed intermittently. He had searched the vicinity for natural mosquito repellents like mugwort, but found none, leaving him with little recourse against the pests. Although he had scarcely slept the night before, his spirits remained high due to system enhancements. Yet as he lay down, he soon drifted into a deep sleep. In the night, he was roused by the sound of rain. He felt a sense of reassurance. It seemed he need not worry about water today. The three young women were also awakened by the rhythmic patter of rain against the leaves. Noticing Zhao Mo lying nearby and motionless, they relaxed once more and returned to sleep. The downpour persisted longer than the previous night, and at some point, he heard a faint rustling sound. Mijia, I need to pee. So do I. Let us go together. Zhao Mo overheard their hushed conversation and chose not to open his eyes, initially intending to remind them not to stray too far. However, upon reflection, he deemed such advice inappropriate and simply closed his eyes to continue resting. Moreover, the sky was beginning to brighten and visibility was quite good, making it less necessary to intervene. After a while, Zhao Mo stirred, realizing that too much time had elapsed. 15 minutes had passed, and the three young women should have returned by now. Zhao Mo, something is wrong. As he hesitated whether to venture out, a sudden cry electrified him, prompting him to spring into action. A snake! Mimi was jumping anxiously in place. Zhao Mo rushed forward, only to find Pang Di crouched down, a snake poised nearby, coiled and ready to strike. He swiftly picked up a stick with his left hand and extended it toward the snake's head. The serpent lunged, and with his right hand gripping a knife, he struck down decisively, severing the snake's head in a single blow. Having accomplished this, he quickly turned to Pang Di and said, "Get up. I can't. My right leg is numb." Just then, Mimi and Yo arrived, helping Pang Di to her feet and assisting her in adjusting her clothing. Zhao Mo turned swiftly, his eyes wide as he gazed at Pang Di. "Were you bitten?" Tears of fright still stained Pang Di's face, and upon seeing Zhao Mo's grim expression, she trembled. "I don't know. When I squatted down, I felt a sharp pain behind my knee, as if something had pricked me." "Zhao Mo, why are you being so dramatic?" Seeing Pang Di in distress and Zhao Mo's face contorted in worry, Mimi felt a flicker of annoyance. "Let us go back. She huffed lightly, taking Pang Di by the arm to lead her away. Zhao Mo remained uncertain whether Pang Di had indeed been bitten, but he did not dare to take the risk. He moved behind her, lifting Pang Di into a princess carry and sprinting back to the camp. Don't panic, breathe slowly, he instructed her as he ran. Nervousness will accelerate your circulation, complicating matters further. Mimi and Yaya exchanged glances, both suddenly aware that a grave problem had arisen. Mimi realized she had misjudged Zhao Mo. His previous expression was born from profound anxiety. If Pundi had indeed been bitten by a snake, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. Shouty, do not fear. With me here, even if you were truly bitten, you would be safe. Just relax, she reassured. Pundi was momentarily taken aback. Throughout her life, it seemed that no man, save her father, had ever spoken such gentle words to her. Chapter 20. In dire need of assistance, let us call for help. Mimi's voice trembled, tinged with tears. Despite her audacity, the situation was frightfully daunting. Zhao Mo ignored Mimi completely. They could only await rescue, and by then, Pundi might already be in peril. He seated Pundi on a tree branch, allowing her legs to dangle naturally. He then took his knife and deftly cut a strip from his shirt, not caring for modesty, and swiftly bound it around the upper part of Pundi's thigh, testing the tightness afterward. This binding required skill. It needed to obstruct venous and lymphatic blood flow without impeding arterial circulation. Yaya, please clean the knife and heat it over the fire. Yaya responded affirmatively, taking the knife to wash it in the nearby pot before placing it over the flames, the wooden handle ensuring it would not burn her hands. Mimi, fetch some water to boil, she instructed. Mimi nodded and hurried to a nearby waterhole with a pot in hand. Shouty, do not worry, everything will be fine. Just relax. How do you feel now? My right leg is a bit numb, but otherwise, I feel fine. As he spoke soothingly, Zhao Mo tore open the fabric of Pundi's right leg, discovering 2 pronounced bite marks just above the bend of her knee. Knife. Yaya promptly handed it over. Zhao Mo made a precise cross incision over the bite marks, effectively opening the area. He then leaned down, positioning his mouth over the wound to begin suctioning. Due to the numbness, Pundi felt nothing as he opened the wound, but she could certainly see him leaning over her thigh. Meanwhile, Huang Hao had yet to rise when an urgent ringtone pierced the morning calm. Who was calling at this hour? His wife murmured, disturbed from her slumber. You continue to sleep. This call is likely important, Huang Hao assured her, taking the phone into the living room before answering. Director, Pundi has been bitten by a venomous snake. Upon hearing this, he was momentarily stunned, struggling to process the information. Hadn't they thoroughly checked? Wasn't it confirmed that there were no snakes on the island? Has the lifeboat been dispatched? What time is it? This is no time for rules. Summon the doctor at once. I hope they arrive in time. Anxiety coursed through him. This was far beyond a mere live broadcast incident. If a rising star were to perish from snake venom during their show, the program would undoubtedly be halted, and he would bear the brunt of the blame. Hastily changing his clothes, he noticed his wife awakening, and, seeing his distress, she inquired, "What's wrong?" A troubling incident has occurred. A celebrity guest has been bitten by a snake on the island, posing a potential threat to life. Upon hearing this, his wife became exceedingly anxious, hurriedly assisting him in putting on his clothes. Huang Hao rushed to the monitoring room with utmost urgency. What is the current situation? Have they sent out a distress signal? Not yet. Visibility has improved, and the drone has taken flight. Through the lens, Zhao Mo has been diligently administering emergency aid. Observing Zhao Mo's frantic efforts on screen, Huang Hao clasped his hands together, fervently hoping for his reliability. Zhao Mo, realizing he could no longer draw blood, quickly rinsed his mouth with clean water. He loosened the tourniquet and, after a minute, secured it once more. This time, armed with a knife, he made the incision deeper, unwilling to leave anything to chance. He prepared to draw blood once again. The pain was overwhelming. Pang Di could not contain herself and cried out. This sound undoubtedly fueled Zhao Mo's determination. Knowing she felt pain was a relief, for he feared she might remain numb, which would pose a greater issue. After repeating the process, Zhao Mo released the tourniquet, watching as blood dripped from the wound, noting its bright red hue, which brought him a sigh of relief. Turning to Mimi and Yaya, he offered a strained smile, rendered awkward by the tension. Mimi, please clean Pang Di's wound. It should be fine now, he instructed before plunging back into the forest. After a prolonged search, He was captivated by a cluster of small white flowers near a stone. Approaching, he cut them to roots and hurried back to the camp. Yaya, place this in the pot to boil, but don't add too much water. The herb Zhao Mo retrieved was among the most common remedies for snake venom. Known as the 100-flower snake tongue herb, its leaves resembling a snake's flickering tongue. How are you feeling now? My wound hurts terribly. Zhao Mo nodded and chuckled softly. All three were trained actors, aware that Zhao Mo's smile was an instinctive response to overwhelming tension. He retrieved gauze from the first aid kit and bandaged Pang Di's wound. It's not too serious. Just sit tight for now. You two should gather some firewood. But remember, do not venture into the woods, he advised, reverting to his previous stoic demeanor, treating Pang Di with an entirely different demeanor than before. He returned to the earlier spot and retrieved the snake, which was sizable enough to provide a meal for Yaya. Next, he went to the shore to collect the traps. Perhaps fortune had run dry, as this time there were only 2 or 3 small fish, insufficient for their needs. Sighing, he relocated the traps and placed them back into the sea, first skinning and cleaning the snake, wrapping it in banana leaves. Then, he ventured into the forest to check the animal traps. Unfortunately, due to the late hour they were set, the 6 traps yielded nothing. After camouflaging them again, Zhao Mo proceeded to the banana grove. Selecting a thicker banana tree, he began to chop it down, first removing the head, then methodically peeling away the outer layers of bark. Peeling down to the core, he was left with a rod about the thickness of an arm, slightly yellowed and white. With great care, he chopped it off at the base before returning to the camp. Once he set his belongings down, he ventured back into the bamboo grove, intent on felling all the bamboo to craft a few more cages. Upon returning to the camp, he informed the 3 others, there are no fish to eat this morning. As he spoke, he rinsed the banana heart with water and divided it into segments for each person to consume. Is this edible? Zhao Mo reserved the smallest piece for himself. When Mimi inquired, he could hardly be bothered to respond and simply took a bite, savoring the natural sweetness that enveloped his palate. Observing this, he also took a bite and exclaimed with delight, it's so sweet and refreshing. I love this flavor. The 3 of them, much like gnawing on sugar cane, polished off their portions in mere minutes. The banana heart was not only palatable, but also served as a fibrous food that provided a remarkable sense of fullness. Judging by the contented expressions of the 3 girls, it was evident that they were quite satiated. Is the wow numb? Fat D shook her head, but immediately grimaced in pain, exclaiming, it hurts so much. This was expected. When Zhao Mo had cut the wound to expedite the absorption of venom, he had indeed made a deep incision. Now that the numbness had worn off, the pain was inevitable. Confirming that Fat D was all right, he stretched out his hands and lifted her effortlessly. Fat D's cheeks flushed, but she wrapped her arms around Zhao Mo's neck. After placing Fat D into the shelter, Mimi stood up and asked, Zhao Mo, what shall we do next? Zhao Mo pondered for a moment and replied, there's nothing to worry about now. You all should rest. Starting tonight, I will light a fire over there. If you wish to come out, just stay close to the fire to deter any snakes or insects. The 2 girls nodded, their faces slightly flushed. Chapter 21. A brief flirtation. Observing everything Zhao Mo did through the monitor, Huang Hao felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Just then, Bei Er entered the live broadcast room and recounted the events of that morning. Bei Er, too, felt a bead of sweat form in wilderness survival. The greatest fear was not fierce beasts, but rather the stealthy, venomous snakes. Huang Hao detailed Zhao Mo's every action meticulously. Bei Er exhaled, stating, Director, Zhao Mo handled everything perfectly. Although I'm uncertain about the herbal remedy he had the girls drink, his series of first aid measures were undoubtedly effective. Huang Hao nodded, finally releasing by a flamme scrutiny. Hello, dear viewers. A new day has dawned, and I am your friend, Xiaoying. In 5 minutes, our live broadcast will officially commence. In the live room, Xiao Ying smiled at the camera and, after introducing Bei Er once more, asked Mr. Bei Er, your good friend Gu mentioned yesterday that the Queen team would emerge victorious. What are your thoughts? Bei Er shrugged, saying perhaps he is right. Xiao Ying was taken aback. Bei Er's shift in attitude was rather swift, having previously stated that the Queen team would be the first to be eliminated. Unbeknownst to her, Bei Er's evaluation of Zhao Mo had significantly improved after hearing Huang Hao's account of the snakebite incident. In such circumstances, many individuals find it difficult to maintain their composure. However, Zhao Mo implemented effective measures to extricate the girl from danger. His actions over the past couple of days have certainly garnered my admiration. If it were anyone else, even a master accompanied by 3 ladies would ultimately be reduced to a bronze level. Yet Zhao Mo, remarkably, navigated the yellow crown tier with 3 companions. Now, let us officially commence our live broadcast. As Ying concluded her words, the 4 monitors simultaneously displayed their footage. At this moment, the Special Forces team was preparing breakfast, and it appeared quite appetizing. The Black Bull team was reinforcing their shelter, likely having endured some hardships the previous night, as the spirits of the 4 seemed rather low, with 2 of them incessantly sneezing. The Gourmet team seemed to be perpetually feasting, and the camera even panned to their shelter, eliciting laughter from the audience. What was once a complete shelter was now reduced to mere half. I am particularly eager to see the night's special. Was the Gourmet team's shelter toppled by a bull? How did it end up in such disarray? Yesterday, Brother to remarked that the Gourmet team would probably have to repair their shelter daily, and he was indeed prophetic. At present, it appears that Jing Ge is the most formidable. Although the first night was somewhat chaotic, he evidently fared well last night. The entire Black Bull team seemed to be in a state of somnolence. What could be the reason? Look over there, the Queen team. What is Zhao Mo slicing? My goodness, it looks remarkably like a snake. It must be an eel. Where are the ladies? I suspect they're still in the shelter, hopefully not still asleep. Zhao Mo intends to cook the snake. In this weather, it would spoil by nightfall, so he opted to prepare it now, allowing the 3 young ladies to enjoy a good meal. After cleansing the meat, he placed it into a pot to boil. He then began to weave a cage, a task that, while not difficult, was somewhat monotonous. Yaya approached and sat beside him, observing him at work. Is Xiaodi feeling unwell? She inquired. He is fine, just complaining about the pain from where he was bitten. After saying this, Yaya glanced at Zhao Mo's face and, with a faint smile, remarked, I notice you are particularly concerned about Xiaodi. If you like her, I can assist you. Zhao Mo returned her gaze and replied coolly, I have also shown concern for you in the past. Does that imply I have feelings for you? Yaya's face flushed crimson, and after a moment of hesitation, she diverted the conversation, asking, what are you cooking? It smells delightful. I just caught an eel by the seaside. It would spoil if left too long. So I'm making some soup for you all to enjoy, Zhao Mo explained. Yaya peered into the pot and then settled back down, softly stating, Zhao Mo, I think whoever marries you will be quite fortunate. Isn't the common refrain among women, I must have been blind to marry you? Yaya found his words amusing and giggled to herself. You have a lovely smile. I adore your dimples, Zhao Mo remarked, causing Yaya's cheeks to flush once more, resembling someone who had indulged in wine. My goodness, I realize Zhao Mo is quite charming, I thought, observing Yaya's gaze, which seemed almost entranced by him. Enough of this. Yaya belongs to us. No one else is allowed to claim her. Zhao Mo, please be quiet. If you continue to provoke, you will become a public enemy. As a woman, I find Zhao Mo exceptionally handsome in this moment. Has the titanium alloy been melted? This situation does not bode well. The impact of Zhao Mo's words, given his character, is far more potent than the verbose expressions of ordinary men. I too am a woman, and Zhao Mo, my dimples are quite lovely as well. Oh my, she seems shy. Everyone take a look. Zhao Mo, release that girl and allow me to take her place. In a live stream, Ying also observed the content of their conversation. At this moment, she was slightly taken aback by Zhao Mo's transformation. Suddenly, she thought that the caterpillar from yesterday did not seem so repulsive anymore. Perhaps if she accompanied Zhao Mo, she could survive in the wilderness as well. Being flirted with like this must evoke a sense of happiness. At this moment, Mimi and Pandai in the shelter were also whispering to each other. Mimi, it's a disaster. When Zhao Mo arrived, I was still squatting on the ground. How embarrassing. Don't worry. He won't speak carelessly, and besides, I noticed that Zhao Mo's gaze never lingered on you. At this point, Mimi suddenly chuckled, glanced outside, and lowered her voice. However, when he was leaning on your thigh, I'm sure the camera captured it quite clearly. Mimi, don't say such things. He was helping me with the drug. Zhao Mo is quite the man. I've heard that drugs are perilous. His actions could be seen as a selfless rescue. How does that make you feel? After saying this, Mimi glanced at Pandai, who appeared flushed, seemingly trying to suppress laughter. When he told me not to worry because he would ensure my safety, I felt an immense sense of reassurance. The sight of him then terrified me. I could see the veins on his neck, which indicated how tense he was. But truly, I did not expect him to possess such a gentle side. At that moment, I felt a pang of jealousy, noticing Pandai lost in thought and silent. Mimi mischievously inquired, "What was it like being held by him? What could it feel like?" "I've been held before during filming and games." "Oomph. You know that's not what I mean." "Fine, I'll let you off the hook. Does your wound still hurt?" "A bit better." Zhao Mo poured the prepared soup into bamboo cups and placed the snake meat on a banana leaves, instructing Yaya, "Take this. Each of you 3 should have a little. Don't waste it. I assure you, you 1T have an allergic reaction to this." "Thank you, Zhao Mo." Chapter 22. Night Special. The Night Special was released promptly. Around 11 o'clock. The first group to be seen was the Big Black Bull group. Only then did everyone understand why they had appeared so unenergetic that morning. It was because their shelter had leaked during the rain last night. When the rain fell, the 3 men took turns going out to find leaves and other materials in an attempt to block the leaks. However, it seemed that by the time the rain stopped, they had not managed to fix it. The subtitle team was quite playful. Whenever someone went out to fill the holes, the subtitles would read, "I'll block it. I'll block it. I'll block, block, block." Once the rain ceased, all 4 emerged from the shelter and leaned by the fire, dozing off. As they sat there, the subtitle team added, "It didn't stop inside." Everyone came outside to escape the rain. Upon reaching this point, the audience could hardly contain their amusement, both at the antics of the 4 participants and the mischievousness of the subtitle team. The rain outside has ceased, yet the downpour within continues unabated. I suspect the interior is even more drenched, as it appears they collectively ventured out of the shelter to escape the rain. Initially, I thought their makeshift refuge was quite commendable, only to discover that it leaks. The shelter built for the bonfire, however, seems to have fared better, for at least the flames remain alight. The subsequent scenes offer little of interest, as the 4 remain seated until dawn, with only the occasional sound of a sneeze breaking the silence. The second group, the Special Operations Team, enjoyed a peaceful night. Their segment lasts a mere 4 minutes, featuring only the morning's quest for sustenance. The culinary team's refuge succumbed to the torrential rain, yet they were fortunate to have a large tree nearby, rendering their situation somewhat preferable compared to that of the Black Bull team. It is indeed a pity for the culinary squad. If only Zhou Lei had partnered with Jing Ge, their collaboration would surely have secured first place. They have performed admirably, especially considering their lack of survival experience. Hasn't Zhao Mo also been devoid of such experience? He is quite the enigma. As the discussions unfolded, the segment featuring the Queen team commenced. Initially, a scene of the rainy night unfolded, revealing that outside the refuge, there was not a stir. The audience understood that this shelter was satisfactory, as the 4 slept soundly. The camera then shifted, revealing the dawn's first light. Zhao Mo, cradling Pandai, hurriedly appeared on screen, closely followed by Yaya and Mimi. What could be amiss? It seems trouble has arisen, and upon closer inspection, Zhao Mo's hands trembled slightly. A sense of foreboding washed over me. I had intended to express a desire to embrace Pandai as well, but given the tense atmosphere, I shall refrain from jesting. As the subtitles rolled, gasps of horror echoed from the audience. Surely this was a jest. How could the production team be so unprepared? Although the specifics of the snake remained unseen, Zhao Mo's evident distress indicated danger was at hand. Did you observe how Yaya and Mimi appeared on the verge of tears? Could someone knowledgeable please advise on how to treat a snakebite in the wilderness without antivenom? Why has the production team dispatched a doctor? What are they waiting for? Hold on, Pandai. It was evident that Zhao Mo, while tending to her, offered comfort to Pandai, demonstrating a surprisingly gentle side. In this moment, Zhao Montag exuded an extraordinary tenderness. As a medical student, I recognized that he was soothing Pandy's anxiety to prevent an accelerated heart rate, which would hinder effective treatment. For those above, when bitten by a snake, what action should be taken? Silence. Observe Zhao Mo's actions. From a professional medical standpoint, he is performing flawlessly. Have you noticed how he deliberately elevated Pandai, allowing her legs to dangle? This technique serves to mitigate the spread of venom. Additionally, the tourniquet he employed was tested for tightness, ensuring it would not impede arterial circulation. My sole concern is whether Pandai is in peril. Those above are merely talking nonsense. If there were no danger, Zhao Mo would not be so agitated. As Zhao Mo attempted to extract the venom from Pandai, an uncanny silence fell over the crowd, leaving them speechless. It appears that everyone is fervently praying for Jiao Di. Only when Pang Di cried out in pain did Zhao Mo's expression gradually relax. The smile on Zhao Mo's face was captured with striking clarity, albeit rather dry. This smile was a testament to the aftereffects of extreme tension. It is a common human response. Seeing his smile inexplicably brought me a sense of peace. Yes, Pang Di's cry of pain is crucial. Generally, after being bitten by a venomous snake, the wound does not hurt but feels numb, which explains why Pang Di felt no sensation during Zhao Mo's incision. The fact that he now feels pain indicates that the venom has nearly been expelled and no longer poses a threat to life. The remaining traces of poison can be easily fought off by the body's cells, though he may feel weakness for about a day before returning to normalcy. The comments from upstairs ignited lively discussions in the comment section. I also wished to assist Pang Di in combating the poison, but alas, fate did not grant me that opportunity. I envied Zhao Mo, though I refrained from expressing it. It seemed he kissed her thigh. Oh dear. My Pang Di has lost her innocence. Although I understood that Zhao Mo was utterly focused at that moment, I couldn't help but think how fortunate he was. Upon your mention, it seems Pang Di's snakebite transformed into a fortuitous event for Zhao Mo. Well, that is indeed the case. Zhao Mo was excessively gentle with Pang Di, which stirred a twinge of jealousy within me. Zhao Mo possesses a genuine knack for caregiving. Previously, when Yi was feeling down, he comforted her with a soft tone. He instructed the two girls to look after Pang Di while he once again vanished from the camera's view. At that moment, daylight had fully broken, and the drone was already airborne. Observing Zhao Mo's empty cage and the unoccupied trap heightened everyone's anxiety once more. Today, remarkably, there was nothing to eat. However, as Zhao Mo began to peel the snake skin, it dawned on everyone that what they had just witnessed was not a sea eel, but the very culprit that had harmed Pang Di. Zhao Mo was rather endearing. He had deceived Yi by claiming it was a sea eel. Yi, being somewhat naive, didn't question him further after he assured her. I suspect she had an inkling, as she didn't utter a simple thank you, which carried its own significance. Those observing from upstairs were astute. I too sensed that Yi had deduced it was a snake, and her earnest gratitude was directed towards Zhao Mo's kind-hearted fib. I am curious, does the taste of banana heart truly live up to the hype? To my dismay, it is not available for purchase online, leaving my desire to sample it unfulfilled. I searched extensively, but found nothing. Is there anyone residing in the southern region who could procure banana heart? I am willing to pay handsomely, not for any other reason, but to taste it. The online market is woefully unreliable, often lacking in stock. I do have bananas at home, but once peeled, they cannot be stored, so you shall miss out on the experience. I must responsibly inform you that the taste is quite delightful. Ha! How has this variety show transformed into a sales pitch? Chapter 23. Someone withdraws at noon. The speedboat arrived. Zhao Mo cast the prepared cage into the sea, and upon returning to shore, he immediately spotted the boat. His brow furrowed slightly as he hurried back to the shelter and, addressing Pang Di in a subdued tone, asked, "Do you wish to withdraw?" Pandora was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, a misty veil clouded her large, expressive eyes. She gently shook her head and declared, "I do not wish to withdraw, Zhao Mo. I will not become a burden. A brief respite today will suffice." This time, Mimi refrained from being hasty and inquired with skepticism, "Zhao Mo, what is happening?" "A speedboat has arrived, likely due to Xiao Di being bitten by a snake. It is Su Qing, accompanied by two doctors in white coats." The two physicians conducted a comprehensive examination of Pandora's condition as they made their way outside. "Mimi, with Xiao Di in the state, what are your thoughts? Let us await the results of Xiao Di's examination." The online discourse regarding Pandora's potential withdrawal reignited with fervor. If I were Pandora, I would choose to withdraw. There is no need to risk so much. I concur. This is the production team's fault. This group has faced numerous tribulations. First Yaya's seafood allergy, and now Pandora's snakebite. Zhao Mo has been remarkably composed, not uttering a single complaint thus far, exemplifying true masculinity. If Pandora's examination yields positive results, I believe she should remain. Indeed, to withdraw now would be somewhat unfair to Zhao Mo. Given Yaya's situation, she did not withdraw. So if Pandora is unharmed, she too would likely choose to stay. You all are quite amusing. This is a variety show, after all. Is it truly necessary to jest with one's life? Amidst the heated debate, an unexpected announcement interrupted the live stream. Belle suddenly clasped her head with both hands. while Ying, her expression filled with disbelief, proclaimed, "I have unfortunate news to share. Just moments ago, one of our teams has announced their withdrawal." Upon hearing Ying's words, the audience watching the live broadcast collectively sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, the decision made by the Queen team to withdraw was, in many ways, understandable. I believe all viewers can empathize with their plight. The fact that they persevered until now is nothing short of remarkable. Indeed, for the three girls, the meaning of survival was yet to be fully comprehended, while for the thoroughly prepared Zhao Mo, the challenges faced were undoubtedly of hellish proportion. Zhao Mo had performed admirably, consistently soothing the emotions of the three women. Alas, the prospect of not seeing the Queen team leaves me inexplicably disheartened. I share your sentiment. Previously, my interest in the Queen team was driven by their appearance, but now I am captivated by how the four will navigate these trials. This particular challenge is exceedingly perilous. Regardless of whose decision it may be, I shall offer my unwavering support. Just as the discussions flourished, the live stream began showcasing footage of the opposing team signaling for help. Naturally, there was a delay in the broadcast. Upon discovering this footage, the production team promptly edited it, preserving an element of suspense for this moment of revelation. To everyone's astonishment, it was not the Queen team who announced their withdrawal, but rather the formidable Black Bull team, widely regarded as the frontrunners for victory. According to the latest information from the production team, the Black Bull team had all been caught in the rain last night, resulting in 2 members falling ill with a fever that had begun in the morning. Under such circumstances, they were compelled to announce their withdrawal to ensure swift medical attention. Belle's face mirrored disbelief, her tone exaggerated as she exclaimed, "I had anticipated the Queen team would be the first to withdraw, but reality has delivered a harsh slap. The first to exit is, surprisingly, the team I had high hopes for, the Black Bulls. I extend my sincerest apologies to all women for my previous remarks. At times, the endurance of women surpasses that of men. Mr. Bell, it is undeniable that the Queen's team has persevered thus far, largely due to Zhao Mo's invaluable contributions." Within the production team, upon learning of the Black Bull Group's withdrawal, Huang Hao's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Momentarily, he felt a wave of discouragement. The beginning of this year had promised great potential, yet now the strongest team was unexpectedly exiting. Although the Black Bull Group may not have boasted the highest popularity, Huang feared that their departure could trigger a domino effect. Historically, in the wilderness survival program's existence, no team has ever endured to the 100-day mark. In recent years, however, teams typically persisted until the latter stages of the second round, with only one team withdrawing each round. Now, with 2 teams poised to exit, he wondered whether the remaining 2 could endure. Even if they did, the second round would lack the same excitement. "Director, has the Queen's team made a decision? Oh, how is Xiaodi's injury? Are they also considering withdrawal?" An hour ago, Huang's thoughts leaned towards hoping the Queen's team would hasten their exit. But now his perspective had evidently shifted. Nevertheless, should the Queen's team decide to withdraw, he, as the director, would be powerless to prevent it. The doctor had administered an injection to Xiao Di and conducted a thorough examination, assuring that as long as Pang Di kept the wound clean from infection, there would be no significant issues. This was largely thanks to Zhao Mo's timely first aid, without which the situation could have been dire. Huang instinctively nodded, contemplating that the format of next year's program should evolve. Perhaps fortunate audiences could be drawn again, yet participants must possess certain survival skills. So, they have indeed resolved to withdraw? Noting his subordinate's reluctance to address the crux of the matter, he had already surmised the outcome. No. The 4 unanimously decided to outlast all their opponents. They were determined to seize first place. Huang's heart raced like a roller coaster. Upon hearing they would not withdraw, he was momentarily stunned before exuberantly exclaiming, "Good. Pang Di, trust in me as your captain. We shall undoubtedly claim the championship." After declaring this, Mimi seemed to feel her words were overly audacious and pointed to Zhao Mo, saying, "Even if you don't believe in me, surely you must trust Zhao Mo." Observing Pang Di nodding enthusiastically, Mimi's expression flickered, realizing that perhaps her own credibility was in question. She then shifted her gaze to Yaya. "Mimi, you are right. Your word is final." After consulting with the 2 women, Mimi bypassed Zhao Mo and addressed Su Qing, stating, "We 4 have unanimously decided not to withdraw. We shall endure and emerge as champions." Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, but soon he smiled and nodded in agreement. After the speedboat departed, Zhao Mo busied himself again, advising the three, if all is well, you should rest. The heat is intense. If Xiao Di begins to sweat excessively, please change your bandage later. What are you going to do? The three women inquired in unison. I might venture farther this time. I cannot always rely on the cage. I will see if I can find something edible. With that, he set off, only to return halfway to remind the two, if Xiao Di needs to use the restroom, please assist her and ensure she doesn't exert her right leg, or her wound will not heal properly. Amidst the laughter of the two young women, Zhao Mo has truly departed this time. Mimi and Yaya have propped up three sides of the shelter, effectively shielding themselves from the sun while allowing the sea breeze to provide a refreshing coolness. Xiao Di, if you're feeling unwell, just speak up, Mimi remarked before reclining onto the bed, exclaiming, this is so comfortable. Yaya, somewhat exasperated, responded, Mimi, you're exposed. It's fine, the camera can't capture this angle. What if Zhao Mo suddenly returns? Mimi suddenly flipped over, grinning mischievously, then it'll be a treat, I'm sending her way. Yaya, shifting the topic, asked Mimi, are you aiming for first place simply for the prize money? The smile faded from Mimi's face as she solemnly nodded. Let us be clear, if we secure first place, I'll forfeit my prize for Zhao Mo. Though I often jest about being the captain, you all know that without Zhao Mo, our team would have likely given up within a day. I don't want my share either. Yaya expressed her concern. I worry that Zhao Mo, that stubborn one, might refuse our portion. Mimi s mine word, and she chuckled. No worries, just watch me. I'll ensure he is compliant, even sticking out his tongue in front of me. Mimi, that's what you say about dogs. Zhao Mo is like a little puppy. Mimi, you're just a chapter 24. Members of the Animal Association, considering the nature of the variety show, Mimi and Yaya occasionally made appearances before the camera, whether boiling water or adding firewood to the flames. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo, under the watchful eye of a drone, pressed deeper into the forest. The island's foliage was predominantly comprised of shrubs, with few tall trees to be found. He stumbled upon a cluster of banana plants, and upon noticing some withered roots, he felt a surge of joy. The three young women had developed a fondness for larvae. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Mo's mindset had evolved. He now had to consider not only the girls' sustenance, but also their preferences. He quietly noted the location and continued onward. In a shaded area where sunlight could not penetrate, he discovered moss, accompanied by unusually damp rocks. Following the moisture trail, he descended to a junction where the cliff met the ground. To his delight, the surface was not rocky, but rather a heap of wet soil. He pried aside a few nearby stones and began to dig fervently. Just as he had anticipated, the ground grew increasingly moist beneath him. After expending considerable effort, he had dug nearly half a meter deep, with water now overflowing to a depth of 15 centimeters. He ceased to dig deeper and focused on expanding the width of the pit. Once the diameter reached approximately 50 centimeters, he finally paused. With his pit established, he would no longer need to worry about water sources, even in the absence of rain, and it was conveniently located just about 400 meters from the camp. Zhao Mo was indeed industrious. Meanwhile, Zhou Lei savored a leisurely morning, having made some simple repairs to the shelter before leading his team to relax in the shade. They had no concerns about water, and no one was allergic to seafood, making it easy for them to gather provisions. Although the shoreline did not yield as extravagant a bounty as seen in coastal videos, they were not lacking in oysters and sand crabs, ensuring they could enjoy a satisfying meal. Have you noticed how much Zhao Mo resembles Jing Ge? Both possess an acute sense of crisis, constantly in motion, whether with their feet or hands. Is Zhao Mo's hand made of iron? It is astonishing that he can excavate such a large pit with his bare hands. I am truly impressed. Upon encountering a cluster of banana trees, Zhao Mo smiled, a radiant smile that surely deserves to be seen more often. The more I observe him, the more he strikes me as a wild expert, meticulously identifying a patch of grass. His laughter at the sight of the banana trees stems from the knowledge that they could sustain them for at least 2 days. I am eager to witness him catching insects. The ones I ordered have yet to arrive, much to my dismay. Mine, however, have arrived, and following the customer service advice, I fried them up, 2 pounds in total. My wife devoured 1.5 pounds, and I dare not reveal their true nature to her. As for you upstairs, your sense of crisis rivals that of Zhao Mo. Do you think Zhao Mo does not tire? How is it that his endurance is so remarkable? Under this blazing sun, I would be incapacitated after just half an hour, yet he appears unfazed even after prolonged exposure. Otherwise, how could he be the titanium alloy man? Fundamentally different from your constitution? Zhao Mo gathered some stones from the side and meticulously encircled the pit to prevent soil from collapsing into it. After an hour and a half of effort, he straightened up and set off again. He discovered several unknown wild fruits, observing them for a considerable time without attempting to harvest. As the sun began to set, he returned, checking 6 traps, and to his surprise, he had caught a reasonably sized wild rabbit in broad daylight. Instead of retreating to the shelter, he headed straight for the sea. After retrieving the cage, he found success: 2 small eels weighing about a pound each, along with a sea eel over a meter long, weighing 2 to 3 pounds. He dispatched the rabbit, and while it was obscured in the footage, the scene still unsettled many viewers. How could Zhao Mo bring himself to harm such a cute creature? Indeed, the rabbit should have been spared. It is cruel to do otherwise. I have raised 4 rabbits, and each time one passed away, I wept, never once considering them as food. At this point, I cannot bear to witness Zhao Mo's relentless killing. Such actions surely invite retribution. I find humor in your reactions. Our ancestors survived by consuming raw flesh, yet you do not chastise your forebears. Nature is ruthless, and besides, wild rabbits can be detrimental to humanity. I do not wish to criticize, merely to state that wild rabbit meat is quite palatable. Please refrain from speaking further. I am salivating at the memories. My father once caught a rabbit in my childhood, and the taste lingers in my mind to this day. Perhaps you are simply lacking in meat. Wild rabbit meat is decent enough, though I do not find it exceptional, yet I consume it without guilt. Do not be deceived by the enthusiastic cries of these individuals. If they are unaware of what they are eating, they consume with even greater fervor than you. As for the current animal protection associations, I am disillusioned. In ancient times, pigs were our ancestors' steeds. Thus they too were companions of humanity. So why do you still consume pork? In the live stream, Ying noted the timely comments and conveyed the ongoing discussions from the internet to Bell, seeking his perspective. Bell was taken aback for a moment, finally realizing that this was indeed a question. With a hint of amusement, he remarked, "Please, humans need to survive. Those who oppose this notion have but one reason. They have never experienced hunger." Ying expressed her discontent with Bell's assertion as deep down, she too found rabbits to be quite endearing. She countered, "But they have food now, don't they?" Bell glanced at the host and shook his head. "You misunderstand my point. My first assertion is that once one has experienced hunger, they come to truly appreciate the value of food, seizing every opportunity to replenish protein and fat. Secondly, while you believe they have food, consider this. The 3 young women are fine, but look at Zhao Mo's level of activity. He only consumes 2 meals a day, and even then, the portions are minimal. Do you really think he isn't hungry? There's a saying in your country: a well-fed man knows not the hunger of a starving man. Those who now question Zhao Mo's actions, in my view, fit this description." Ying blushed at Bell's words and refrained from posing further questions. Meanwhile, the online audience fell into a brief silence. Soon after, a lengthy comment was posted. "I am 60 years old and unable to type, so my granddaughter is assisting me." Reading some of the comments from the younger generation leaves me with a slight chill. My thoughts align with that foreigner's. You are living in a wonderful era where you can declare that dogs should not be eaten, that rabbits should not be consumed, or even choose to be vegetarian. Such choices are yours to make because, even without these options, you have other means to obtain nutrition. However, when I was young, life was harsh. We didn't just catch rabbits. We would even roast grasshoppers that flew into the fields over a fire. When my parents brought home a pound of meat, that was a cause for celebration. After eating nothing but carrots for a month, boiled without oil or salt. If anyone is interested, I challenge you to try it for a week. If you can last, that would be quite an accomplishment. At that time, I didn't understand why I craved so much, a longing for various foods. Now, with everything available to eat, I find it less appealing. I actually quite enjoy watching them forage for food. I think this young man, Zhao Mo, is doing remarkably well. Being able to eat is good. Being able to find food is even better. Moreover, I have yet to see him waste a single morsel. He drinks every drop of fish soup without leaving a trace. Children, if you can achieve this, then you may come forth to criticize others. Upon encountering such a comment, the online atmosphere grew even quieter. The elder had illuminated the truth. in comparison to taking life. Wastefulness is the most disgraceful offense. Chapter 25. The aroma beyond the screen. Zhao Mo tidied up all his belongings and returned to the camp. He first checked on Pandai, who appeared rosy and healthy, likely to live for many more decades, which reassured him. He decided to have a sip of water. Yaya poured a bamboo cup of water, which had been boiled earlier and cooled in a large bamboo tube. Zhao Mo drank it down in one go. He was indeed parched. Zhao Mo, I think I'm starting to smell. Can Yaya and I wash off at the beach? Zhao Mo glanced at Mimi and then walked over to her, taking a light sniff. You smell quite pleasant. His gesture provoked an eye roll from Mimi, while the other two girls giggled beside her. Let us go. A quick wash will suffice. The sun is setting, and the sea is quite chilly. The two cheered and dashed towards the shore. Zhao Mo, I need some fresh air. I've been cooped up for half the day. Zhao Mo nodded and approached Pang Di, lifting him effortlessly. Despite his considerable size and somewhat exaggerated hips, he was surprisingly light. Zhao Mo set him down under a tree and began preparing a meal. Holding a lobster, he inquired, would you prefer it boiled or grilled? Pandudi, atrufudi. Instinctively swallowed at the sight of the food and replied, that sea eel soup from the morning was delightful, and the meat was exquisite. How about we boil the eel for soup and just grill the lobster? Zhao Mo nodded in agreement, confirming, then we shall boil the lobster and grill the eel. Pang Di immediately protested, why aren't you listening to me? Why do you even ask? Zhao Mo, with a teasing tone, responded, you are quite exasperating, aren't you? Don't you realize this? Suddenly, he noticed a change in Zhao Mo's demeanor. Ha! Sister Mimi, can you believe Zhao Mo made you blush with just a compliment? Zhao Mo was merely jesting, having fun at Mimi's expense. The drone was rather irresponsible. I wish to see Mimi and Yi swim. I want to see that too, Pang Di chimed in, bemused by the situation. Zhao Mo asked her earnestly, thinking she would appreciate his consideration, but instead, he did the opposite. Pang Di lamented, if I had known, I wouldn't have said anything. I wish I could hold Pang Di like Zhao Mo does. Pang Di was truly beautiful. I adored him immensely. Unbeknownst to Pang Di, the meat he consumed earlier was snake, the very source of his troubles. Zhao Mo procured 2 sticks and skewered the rabbit, carefully cutting into the thicker parts. Having washed it in seawater earlier, he had no intention of rinsing it again. Saving on salt, the 3 girls could tolerate spice, so he sprinkled a bit of chili over the surface before placing on the grill. Observing the eagerly watching Pang Di, he first laid 2 pieces of eel on the fire, while the lobster simmered in a hanging pot. Sit tight. I'll be back shortly, he assured Pang Di, who nodded in response. Zhao Mo wandered into the banana grove, discovering another bounty. He decided not to be overly frugal this time and stripped a core from a tree, planning for a balanced meal tonight. Upon returning to the shelter, he found Iya and Mimi back, their hair damp, urging them to freshen up. The way their clothes clung to their bodies showcased enticing curves, making it difficult for Zhao Mo to avert his gaze. With a stable supply of fresh water, Zhao Mo felt a wave of relief. He no longer relied on the whims of nature for sustenance. Wow, Zhao Mo, this is quite a feast, Mimi exclaimed, astonished by the array of food. Shall we start with the sugarcane? Zhao Mo noticed the 3 girls eagerly eyeing the banana core. This time, he limited their portions to a small piece each, knowing that eating too much would spoil their appetites for the fish and meat to come. Like pandas, each of the 3 held a piece, sitting beside Pang Di, and began to munch away. A rich aroma wafted through the air, enveloping them in its embrace. The lobster was cooked to perfection. Zhao Mo procured some banana leaves, separating the heads and tails before deftly slicing the tails in half. He handed one half to Pandai and the other to Mimi. If we eat too much now, the rabbit will be left without a morsel later, Zhao Mo remarked nonchalantly. Both women rolled their eyes in unison, accustomed to Zhao Mo's tendency to speak in contradictions. Their playful banter elicited hearty laughter from Yaya, who was nearby. Each received a portion of the eel, and as they tore into the rabbit, each claimed a leg. Zhao Mo, what did you do to this rabbit? It's absolutely delectable, Mimi exclaimed. You must try this eel as well. It's exquisite. Your culinary skills surpass even those of a 5-star chef. How do we not realize this sooner? They continued, praising the lobster as well. The manner in which the 3 young ladies indulged was hardly dignified, contrasting sharply with Zhao Mo's more refined demeanor. I can hardly bear to watch. My mouth is watering, came a voice from the screen. I can almost smell it from here. Hey, Mimi, mind your image. It looks so appetizing that I'm tempted to take a bite, another chimed in. What do you wish to bite? Please be clear, someone teased. I rather enjoy this survival feast. It's a well-balanced mix of meat and vegetables. Amusingly, Zhao Mo proved to be the most genteel of the four, which brought laughter. I can only imagine how envious Zhao Lei must be upon seeing this. Someone quipped, Alas, my title as a gourmet has been usurped. Pandai let out a burp, prompting a reaction. Must you be so dramatic? Aren't female celebrities supposed to monitor their figures? Remarked another, while others have slimmed down after their survival experience. These three will likely need to embark on a diet. At that moment, Mimi's manager, using her verified account, posted a comment. Dear production team, please remind Mimi to exercise moderation. She cannot indulge in such lavish feasts. This comment elicited laughter from all netizens. Clearly, having someone watch over them is essential. Mimi indeed consumed a substantial amount, seemingly more than a grown man could manage. Their physical exertion warranted such appetite, as they only had 2 meals a day. Thankfully, I had ordered takeout in advance. Merely watching was proving to be quite taxing. Look, Zhao Mo isn't letting Pandai have any more. Someone exclaimed. Pandy's little eyes displayed a look of utter dismay as Zhao Mo forcibly took the remaining half of the rabbit leg from her. This girl is utterly unreliable. Eating so much may upset her stomach. Just let me have a little more, I promise. Pandai pleaded. However, Zhao Mo ignored her, shoving the remaining rabbit leg into his mouth. The 3 girls, having feasted to the point of fullness, reclined against a tree, reluctant to move. Zhao Mo cleaned the cookware and, with no pressing matters at hand, started a fire in a secluded spot, using durable firewood. After some time, he assisted Mimi and Yaya in guiding Pandai back to the shelter while he made his way to the seaside, drenched in sweat, seeking a quick rinse. Chapter 26. Mimi's Fever. Mr. Bell, could you provide your thoughts on today's performances from the 3 groups? Once more, Bell cast a glance at the segmented screen before exclaiming with a smile, It is unfortunate that the Black Bull team has withdrawn. Let us begin with the Queen team today. As everyone is aware, their opening has not only been unsteady, but perilously so. Fortunately, Zhao Mo administered timely aid, and it seems the heavens rewarded him, as he not only found fresh water in the afternoon, but also brought back a fine rabbit and some fish. Their recent feast left me feeling quite famished. As for the gourmet team, I believe they will have no issues completing the first round, and their island's wild resources appear to be quite satisfactory, ensuring a steady food supply. The Special Operations team bears similarities to the Queen team, with one individual playing a pivotal role within their ranks. Li Jing exemplifies this, and under his leadership, their chances of victory remain considerable, especially since Zhao Mo's many advantages will not be as pronounced in the second round. Ying nodded in agreement, and shortly thereafter announced the conclusion of today's broadcast. I feel like I might go mad. These mosquitoes are intolerable. Not long after settling down for the night, Mimi abruptly turned over, scratching incessantly at her skin with both hands. Zhao Mo remained undisturbed, allowing her to vent her frustrations. However, it wasn't long before the 3 young women fell silent, drifting into a deep slumber, and the seemingly perilous third day came to an end. At dawn, surprisingly, Yaya was the first to rise. Upon seeing Zhao Mo preparing to venture out, she greeted him. Good morning, today marks the 4th day. Zhao Mo nodded without uttering further words, before stepping outside. He glanced at Pandai, noticing she was sleeping soundly, and then turned to leave. He needed to procure food for the morning. Meanwhile, the 3 young women awoke in succession, and after completing their morning routines, Mimi and Yaya conscientiously began gathering dry firewood nearby. It appeared that Zhao Mo's luck had been exhausted the previous day, as both his traps and cages were utterly bare that early morning. With no other options, he made his way to the banana grove, where he cut down the last remaining plant along with the banana flower. Upon returning to the campsite, he first peeled the outer leaves from the banana flower, chopped the inner core, and placed it in a pot of water to boil. The banana core was cut into 3 segments, one for each of the young women. Mimi, I'm not very hungry. You eat it, she said weakly. Zhao Mo furrowed his brow at her words, which were heavily nasal. Approaching her without a greeting, he placed his hand on her head, and his expression grew graver. You have a fever. Upon hearing his declaration, The other two girls gasped and hurried to Mimi's side. At this moment, the live broadcast had commenced, and witnessing this scene incited an inexplicable tension among the audience. Could it be? Mimi has a fever too. What shall we do? They wouldn't withdraw like the Black Bull team, would they? It would be understandable, as health is paramount. Please no, if the Queen team withdraws, it would lose much of its appeal. Zhao Mo, capable of treating snake venom, surely could manage a mere cold, right? Upstairs. You must understand that the two cases are fundamentally different. Toxin elimination resolves one, while a cold stems from a fungal infection. This is disastrous. Tomorrow, we may very well not see the Queen team. My Mimi, my Pandai, my Yaya, my Zhao Mo. Haha, enough of this. Aside from Zhao Mo, even if they withdraw, we can still often see them on screen. We prefer authenticity over embellishment. This raw and unfiltered version is quite splendid. Indeed, Fat D is naturally beautiful, looking splendid even without makeup. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Huang Hao felt a chill in his heart. They cannot withdraw. If the Queen team pulls out, what will happen to the second round? Do we have any anti-inflammatory medication in the medical kit? No, only some supplies for external injuries, along with alcohol and gauze. The reason for withholding medication was twofold. First, to avoid any adverse effects from careless consumption, and second, because we are essentially in a survival situation. If someone falls ill, they would have to withdraw. Huang Hao nodded. Su Qing's arrangement was reasonable. However, he did not anticipate that the Black Bull team would withdraw due to a mere cold, and now the Queen team was following suit. If the Queen team withdraws again, given Zhou Lei's temperament, he might also opt out. After all, he was already quite satisfied with securing second place and would not wish to contend against those who have genuinely experienced Special Forces training. Zhou Lei's decision to stay was contingent on the Queen team's presence. A trio of girls formed their team, and there was no reason for them to lose, which is why he persevered. If only the Special Forces remain, what is the point of continuing this live broadcast? Perhaps we should avoid the live footage, and I could send them some medicine. Su Qing gao di o si li in guit. Huang Hao first nodded, then shook his head, saying, it's futile. As long as they wish to withdraw, even if medicine were provided, it would be of no use. After all, they are all high-profile celebrities and would not gamble with their health. So we simply endure? Let us observe how they choose to proceed. Huang Hao sighed heavily as he spoke. Mr. Bell, do you think the Queen team will persist? Ying asked with a worried expression. This opportunity to host had been a hard one for her, and if they were to leave within just a few days, it would leave her utterly devastated. Withdrawing would indeed be the wisest choice. The most terrifying aspect of survival in the wild is falling ill. As a variety show, one should not toy with life. At this point, Bell suddenly laughed, changing his tone. Of course, I cannot fathom the Queen team. After all, another girl was bitten by a snake previously, which was already a close brush with death. Ying seemed puzzled and replied, Mr. Bell, Zhao Mo's shelter is well constructed. Their shouldn't beat anyone catching a cold. Bell shook his head, saying, no matter how well it is constructed, it is of little consequence, although their meals have been acceptable for several days. The nutritional balance is lacking. Moreover, the mosquitoes on the island pose a significant threat. Not to mention the potential for disease transmission, they will certainly disrupt their rest. If one does not rest well, their immune system will weaken, making colds and fevers unsurprising. I'm fine, just lacking some energy. Mimi responded with a smile to the concerned gazes of the two girls. What about Zhao Mo? Zhao Mo glanced at Mimi, then turned and entered the shelter. When he emerged, he held a distress signal flare gun in his hand, his expression impassive. He handed the flare gun to Mimi, saying, you are the captain. It is your responsibility to signal. Rest assured, no one will blame you. Health is paramount. Hearing Zhao Mo's words, Mimi suddenly smiled, took the gun from his hand, and looked at the other two. Yiya and Peng Di also gazed at her, nodding in agreement. Sister Mi, your health is paramount. Mimi replied, to be honest, I have long wished to withdraw. Just give me the signal, and I shall retire to a soft bed. Observing Zhao Mo already packing up, she promptly interjected. What are you doing? We haven't eaten yet. I never said I would withdraw. We agreed to fight for the championship. After saying this, she turned to Zhao Mo and stated, I can still hold on. Rest assured. Zhao Mo Chapter 27. Can't comprehend this? Indeed, Mimi is the leader. She refuses to back down. Mimi, I admire him greatly. Mimi, inherently strong, is deserving of encouragement. Though this decision may lack rationality, I must say, Mimi has performed admirably. Mimi, the stunning beauty, exudes confidence. Not only the audience, but even Huang Hao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing their decision to stay. Yet, considering Mimi's illness, prolonging this could lead to complications. Choosing not to withdraw today doesn't guarantee she won't change her mind tomorrow. It seems I shall need to light 2 incense sticks tonight to pray for Mi's swift recovery. Receiving the signal gun from Mimi, Zhao Mo said indifferently. Since you're not withdrawing, you must listen to me from now on, no arguments. He then poured a cup of freshly prepared banana flour soup and handed it to her. 3 cups. What do you mean 3 cups? You must drink at least 3 cups, and then a cup of hot water every half hour. Ignoring Mimi's protests, he turned to Yiya, saying, I'm most worried about you. I didn't expect you to be the only normal one left. You're in charge of boiling water. Mimi must have it hot. Yiya felt somewhat speechless. What do you mean, the only normal one? However, glancing at the weak Mimi and the immobile Peng Di, she suddenly realized that Zhao Mo's statement held some truth. She found Zhao Mo's demeanor somewhat irritating. He seemed overly dramatic, likely cheering for celebrities in everyday life and deliberately acting this way for the live broadcast. Such low emotional intelligence. It was laughable, reminiscent of ancient times. You all are the ones who are laughable. I am precisely that sort of person, even if a celebrity stood before me. I wouldn't leap up in excitement. What of it? Exactly. One of my classmates is like that too. He usually appears indifferent, but when I fell ill, he was the only one who cared for me. I realized then that he had a warm heart beneath his cold exterior. Typically, such individuals possess a delicate sensibility. As evidenced by Zhao Mo, strictly speaking, Zhao Mo has taken good care of the 3 young women. Any other person would likely have chosen to withdraw by now. The one who least wanted to withdraw was Zhao Mo himself. Upon discovering Mimi had a fever, he promptly produced the signal gun without hesitation. What more was there to discuss? Once the 3 had finished their meal, Zhao Mo glanced at Mimi and asked, Can you walk? Mimi instinctively wanted to nod, but suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Zhao Mo, with no other option, stepped forward to lift her. Compared to Peng Di, Mimi seemed slightly lighter. Upon reaching the shelter, he retrieved alcohol and gauze from the medical kit, handing them to Yiya, who was assisting the plump Di. Clean her body, neck, armpits, and around her navel. I will return in at least an hour. So make sure to clean her every half hour. Yiya nodded, accepting the alcohol and gauze. Zhao Mo stepped outside, first taking the pot to the seaside to wash it, then using a knife to cut a segment from some unused bamboo, crafting a bamboo plug before heading into the woods. With only 6 days remaining, if the 3 of them continued to have restless nights, it wouldn't be long before more than just me would catch a cold. He needed to find something to repel mosquitoes. His attention was drawn to a low pine tree. He plucked some pine needles, then struck them between 2 stones. Finally, he held the pine leaves in his palm, extracting the pine needle juice with a bamboo segment. After squeezing out 1 handful, he proceeded to gather another. Mr. Bell, what is he collecting this for? Bell shook his head in response. Ying was taken aback. Is there something even you, the survival expert, do not know? But before she could continue, Bell suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, I understand. He is concocting a mosquito repellent. This pine tree must emit a unique scent that repels insects. One cannot deny that Zhao Mo is a genius. His understanding of plants surpasses my own. For instance, the herbs he administered to another girl are still nameless to me. Ying nodded, then shifted her gaze to the other 2 teams. The culinary team seemed to be on a vacation, their fortunes astonishingly favorable. They even stumbled upon a fishing net during their stroll, which was not the crux of their luck. Rather, simply casting the net into the sea guaranteed a catch the next day. If luck is indeed a part of strength, then the culinary team's prowess is formidable. Thus, their scenes were predominantly filled with Zhou Lei and the 3 others engaging in idle chatter, occasionally taking a stroll, seemingly never lacking sustenance. On the other hand, the special operations team, led by Li Jing, exhibited methods strikingly similar to Zhao Mo's. For example, crafting fishing traps and scouring for food. It was rare to see Li Jing taking a break. The focus then shifted to the Queen team, where the camera cut to Yiya, who was preparing hot water. She diligently remembered Zhao Mo's advice to drink more water, aiming for at least a cup every hour. After gathering some pine needle juice, Zhao Mo continued his ascent. Suddenly, a protrusion resembling a stone caught his attention. As he approached, a smile spread across his face. He pried open the outer layer with his knife, revealing countless insect holes, with occasional creatures fluttering out. What on earth is this? It looks repulsive. I know this is a white ant nest, but what is Zhao Mo planning to do with it? I have a phobia of clusters. This makes my head spin. Is Zhao Mo not afraid of being bitten? I've heard that white ants can inflict quite a painful bite. I'm just curious about what he intends to do with this. He can't possibly be digging up white ants to eat, can he? Goodness, how long will this take? I reckon he might not even gather enough for a single bite for the plump D. Upstairs, our plump D has a cherry-sized mouth. Belle, what do you think Zhao Mo is up to? In a live broadcast room, Ying similarly inquired of Belle. Apologies, I genuinely do not know. Initially, I assumed he would consume it, considering its palatable flavor and high protein content. However, observing his actions, it is evident that he has other intentions. Ying appears somewhat speechless. Hey, aren't you the survival expert? Aren't you supposed to be the monarch of the survival realm, omniscient and all-knowing? What's happening now? Why are you in the dark? The ensuing scene rendered everyone utterly speechless. Zhao Mo proceeded to excavate the white ant nest, deliberately shaking off the termites above, and after taking a few steps further, carelessly placed the termite mound atop a stone, disregarding it entirely. Is Zhao Mo being reckless? Ha ha ha, it's bewildering to comprehend. Zhao Mo stated, I challenge you to guess, and those who answer correctly will be rewarded. He continued, I merely wish to observe what the termite mound resembles. He added, do not presume that every action I undertake has a purpose. As you can see, I am simply being reckless. Zhao Mo remarked, two are ill at home, and I am not faring well. Thus, you termites shall not have it easy either. Ha ha ha, enough already. I believe Zhao Mo still possesses some utility. It seems he is searching for something, albeit without success. By the way, I am aware that termites are edible, but what of the termite mound? To the one upstairs. Do you still think that is a beehive? Chapter 28. A fortuitous discovery. Zhao Mo confirmed his bearings, concerned that upon returning, he might not locate the item. He intended to place it here, under the midday sun, to dry it out, thereby facilitating ignition. Ascending further, on a moderately high cliff, he suddenly heard a delightful sound. Buzzing. Indeed, it was bees, and he quickly spotted 2 or 3 of them. He ceased his ascent and followed the direction of the buzzing, soon discovering a bee's domicile along the cliff. To his delight, the entrance was quite substantial. Illuminating it with his flashlight revealed the beehive within. It was confirmed. Zhao Mo had ascended the mountain to confront insects. Ha! That is precisely what I was about to say. Confronting insects? Zhao Mo is intent on harvesting honey. However, this method of honey extraction appears rather perilous. A sting is no trivial matter. I have seen those bloggers clad in special attire, complete with hats, when they harvest honey. Does Zhao Mo dare to undertake it in such a manner? He must possess the right tools, and he does not lack them. My goodness, is he truly risking so much for a morsel? Wild honey is indeed a precious commodity. It could greatly benefit someone with a cold and poor appetite. In the live stream, the host watched Belle with trepidation. Unexpectedly, Belle displayed a grin reminiscent of a mischievous character. I've been stung before. That pain remains unforgettable. I hope Zhao Mo can experience it too. Ying felt somewhat bewildered. Is this schadenfreude? Wishing for others to share in one's discomfort? Belle, you are relentless. Zhao Mo glanced at the bees nearby, feeling a bit of a headache. He gathered some dry twigs, assessed the wind direction, and began to accumulate them beneath the cliff. After igniting the fire, he piled wet brush atop it, and instantly, a thick plume of smoke billowed forth. The smoke entering the cave was scarce yet sufficient. He hurried back to the banana grove he had earlier discovered, plucking 2 or 3 leaves before returning to his original spot to extract the bee combs. To his surprise, the hive was quite bountiful, yielding 7 or 8 substantial pieces of comb, which had already darkened and begun to drip honey. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his back, indicating he had been stung. He swiftly shook off his clothes, but as he did so, another wave of excruciating pain surged through his arm. He quickly donned his clothing, wrapping the banana leaves around the honeycomb before leaping a few steps to the fire pit. Had he been stung? It appeared so. The sight was painful, yet Zhao Mo maintained an expressionless demeanor. At that moment, he raised his arm, allowing the others to see the swelling that had already begun. The venom was potent indeed. Would Zhao Mo withdraw due to the bee stings? Observers noted that he showed no inclination to retreat. It seemed he was unfazed. A close-up moment had revealed the twitching at the corner of his eye, a clear sign of pain. Though they could not see his back, it was likely swollen as well. Was it worth enduring a sting for a taste of honey? Zhao Mo certainly felt the pain. However, his character did not allow for dramatic displays of agony. Enduring a couple of stings was justified, considering the honey could sustain 4 people for 2 days. He began his walk back, retrieving the ant nest he had previously sun-dried. Who had claimed Zhao Mo was merely bored for taking it, though the purpose remained a mystery. Zhao Mo had not engaged in any futile efforts thus far. Even Bayer was unaware, and we were even less informed. If it was for consumption, one had to admire Zhao Mo's excellent dental health. While it was known that termites could be eaten, consuming termite nests was a novel concept. Carrying his findings, Zhao Mo returned to the shelter. Upon entering, he checked on Mimi, touching her forehead, noting her furrowed brow showed no sign of fever subsiding. "How do you feel?" he inquired. "I'm all right, just a bit weak. I've drunk plenty of water, my stomach is bloated." "You need to drink more. It's essential. Hydration aids detoxification. And as metabolism accelerates, immunity strengthens, enabling the body to combat inflammation." Stepping outside, he retrieved bamboo tubes to extract the honey. He squeezed enough to fill 6 bamboo tubes, estimating at least 5 pounds of honey. Boiling water, he poured a cup and mixed in honey before returning indoors. "Drink up." Seeing him return with water, Mimi's face clouded with concern, yet she understood it was for her benefit. She took a sip, her eyes suddenly brightening. "Zhao Mo, where did you find this honey?" Upon hearing the mention of honey, Pang Di licked her lips in anticipation. "There's more in the pot. You and Xiao Di can each have a bit." Yaya complied, stepping out briefly to return with 2 cups. After tasting, Pang Di nodded vigorously. "So sweet. Zhao Mo, you're incredible. You found honey on this island." Zhao Mo refrained from boasting and gazed at Yiya, stating that he must continue to tend to Mimi. If her fever did not subside by the morrow, he would declare his withdrawal. After speaking, he turned to leave. "Zhao Mo, I am the captain. You cannot withdraw without my command. Can you hear me, Zhao Mo? Yiya, bring me the flare gun." "Mimi, Zhao Mo is doing this for your sake. We agreed to strive for first place. It was not mentioned before, but now that it has been articulated, we must not easily concede defeat." Lowering her voice, she added, "Foolish one, if Zhao Mo withdraws, he forfeits his reward. Even if we wish to assist him, do you think he would accept it?" Mimi's voice was barely above a whisper, and Zhao Mo did not catch her words. Otherwise, he would surely retort that he would accept, as soft food could be quite agreeable when one's stomach was unwell. Yiya rummaged through her bag for a while, before finally producing the flare gun. Mimi, her mind racing, pointed to a nearby patch of ground and said, "Yiya, bury it in the sand. I will make Zhao Mo search for it." Once it was buried, Mimi suddenly smacked her lips and exclaimed, "Yiya, do we have any honey left? I didn't eat this morning and am feeling a bit famished. I would love another cup. I want some too. It's simply delightful," she added. Yiya smiled at the two, feeling a swell of pride for her ability to stand alone. She could not indulge in seafood and initially believed she would be the first to falter. Yet unexpectedly, among the 3 women, she emerged unscathed. After pouring another cup for both, she ventured outside to see what Zhao Mo was up to. Zhao Mo, intent on his tasks, had rolled up his sleeves, revealing a swollen bump. In a few swift strides, Yiya approached him, grasped his arm, and examined it closely. After a moment of tension, she exclaimed, "Have you been stung?" Zhao Mo had intended to disregard her concern, but upon seeing her eyes glistening with unshed tears, he softly replied, "I want to die from it. Is this a matter of life and death? That must hurt immensely. Where else have you been stung?" Chapter 29. Stirring the sand, Yiya's hands instinctively roamed over Zhao Mo's body, and when she encountered the large bump on his back, he inhaled sharply. "You've been stung on your back too?" she said, her voice tinged with the threat of tears. Witnessing her distress, Zhao Mo's heart softened, and he murmured, "Don't let them know. It will subside by nightfall. It's nothing serious." "Nothing serious?" she retorted. "A bee's sting can be deadly." "Zhao Mo, you were stung by a bee?" Fat D, hearing the commotion outside, limped over. "It's nothing. Yiya, go help me with her wounds. I have matters to attend to." Upon Fat D's arrival, Yiya suddenly regained her composure, letting out a soft huff as she retreated inside. There's a sense of camaraderie now. Tears nearly spilled from Yiya's eyes. It was evident she truly felt for him, though they were not related by blood. Zhao Mo had sustained injuries for their sake, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. As he had touched Zhao Mo's back, his face contorted in pain. This is no joke. That bee is quite venomous, she thought, noting the swelling on his arm. It seemed Zhao Mo would endure quite a bit of suffering tonight, and sleep would be elusive. Zhao Mo continued his work, seemingly overwhelmed with tasks. Look, the culinary team has struck gold. They've caught a sizable fish, and it appears quite fresh. Zhou, the culinary enthusiast, is indeed living up to his reputation. It appears he has a plan in mind. Ha ha ha. Zhou is currently discussing with his teammates about preparing a dish called beggar's fish. How amusing this is. Zhao Mo has begun to busy himself, taking out a termite nest and slicing it into slender strips. Zhao Mo, what is this? What are you doing? This is a termite nest. Pang Di widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Are we going to eat this? Well, it can be eaten. If you're willing, I can prepare a bit. Pang Di immediately shook his head vigorously. Does it hurt? Pang Di asked a rather foolish question. Zhao Mo smiled lightly and replied, It's akin to being bitten by a large mosquito. Would you say it hurts? That's a relief. But you haven't mentioned what this is for. The termite nest serves as an entirely natural mosquito repellent. Igniting it in the evening will not cause discomfort, yet it effectively wards off mosquitoes. Upon hearing this, Pang Di's eyes sparkled with interest. Ah, is it really effective? You have no idea how tormented I've been by mosquitoes every night. Zhao Mo continued his work, while Pang Di, realizing she could not assist, hobbled back to the shelter. Is it true? Can a termite nest really be made into mosquito repellent? To be honest, I had never heard of such a thing, but Zhao Mo's actions must hold merit. Otherwise, why would he exert such effort? Previously, he had placed the termite nest on a rock to dry. How does Zhao Mo seem to know everything? I just checked online, and it turns out it is indeed possible. Pang Di is simply adorable, asking Zhao Mo if it hurts. She is genuinely naive. That is not the crucial point, however. The key is that Zhao Mo compared it to a mosquito bite, and she actually believed him. Pang Di is remarkably easy to fool. Have you noticed how Zhao Mo's tone when speaking to Yi and Mimi differs from that with Pang Di? I have noticed too. He seems particularly patient with Pang Di. Could it be that he harbors some ulterior motives? Pang Di ought to be cautious. Enough already. I just checked. And among the four of them, Pang Di is the youngest. Mimi and Yi are both older than Zhao Mo. Perhaps he sees Pang Di as a younger sister. Does the titanium alloy composition charm the ladies? Has Zhao Mo been stung by a bee? In the shelter, perhaps due to psychological effects, Mimi felt that after consuming 2 cups of honey water, her spirits had noticeably improved. At that moment, Yi was assisting her with her body, and upon hearing Yi's words, Mimi became anxious. Indeed, there is quite a large swelling. It's on my arm and my back as well, though he wouldn't let me see the one on his back. I wonder how many times he was stung? Why is he so careless? Without this honey, we wouldn't starve, Mimi muttered indignantly. The swelling is substantial. It pains me just to look at it. I accidentally touched the one on his back, and Zhao Mo gasped in pain. Mimi wanted to scold Zhao Mo for not taking better care of himself. But reflecting on her own condition, she sighed heavily. She believed that had she not fallen ill, Zhao Mo would not have provoked those bees. Contemplating this, her heart softened inexplicably, and she thought to check on Zhao Mo to see how serious his condition was, yet she found herself unable to leave at that moment. It's fine, Zhao Mo said. It doesn't hurt, just like a mosquito bite. Hearing their conversation, Pang Di hobbled over to the bed and offered an explanation. Both of them rolled their eyes in unison, incredulous that someone could be so naive as to believe such words. How could they not have noticed how innocent Pang Di was? After completing his tasks, Zhao Mo drank all the water from a pot, filled it with dry sand, and placed it over the fire to heat. What purpose could there be in heating sand? Typically, this method is employed to cook food, such as burying taro in the sand, which becomes delectably tender when cooked. Yet, he had not added any food. It was perplexing. It appeared that this individual was a walking encyclopedia. Hilariously, the culinary team was preparing beggar's fish, while he seemed intent on making sandfish. In the live broadcast room, Ying inquired about Belle. At that moment, Belle wore a wry smile. Previously, he had been brimming with confidence, believing that no one could surpass his wilderness survival skills. However, after witnessing several of Zhao Mo's actions today, he found himself utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, he could not help but admire Zhao Mo's approach, Everything he did was correct. Just moments ago, he had researched termite mounds and confirmed their effectiveness in repelling mosquitoes. Now, observing Zhao Mo heating the sand, he pondered for a moment before slapping his forehead in realization. I understand now. He is utilizing the heated sand to physically lower the temperature of the girl suffering from a fever. Ying was taken aback. How could sand achieve such a purpose? Belle then exclaimed, I must admit, Zhao Mo is a genius. When one has a fever, while the rest of the body feels hot, the hands and feet are often cold. Conversely, if the hands and feet are warmed, it can indeed help reduce the fever. Moreover, when someone has a fever, taking a hot bath is usually much more comfortable. Given their current circumstances, a hot bath is clearly impossible. And what Zhao Mo is attempting to do is to use this sand to mimic the effect of hot water. Belle's excitement stemmed not only from Zhao Mo's excellent approach, but also from finally understanding the rationale behind his actions, which inspired him greatly. Is it truly feasible? Heating sand to soothe the feet? It certainly sounds plausible. Let's hope that by tomorrow, Mimi will undoubtedly feel better. The more they observed Zhao Mo, the more he resembled a living encyclopedia. If only they could look into his background. What did he major in during university? Upon investigation, it was revealed that he had studied philosophy. Has philosophy become so formidable that it now encompasses survival skills? To those who remain unaware, philosophy now not only teaches survival, but also the art of cultivation. Chapter 30. The fever finally breaks Yaya. Your birthday is the day after tomorrow, isn't it? Thank you, Mimi, for remembering my birthday. Yes, every year my mother makes me a bowl of longevity noodles. This year, although you may not have longevity noodles, you can still celebrate your birthday in a unique way. Let Zhao Mo prepare some delicious food, and we can celebrate together. Let us not. He has already been through enough. Let us not trouble him further. Zhao Mo, with the sand in hand, had not yet approached when he overheard the conversation among the three women. He deliberately intensified his footsteps, making his presence known. He placed the sand by the bedside and instructed Mimi, put your feet in the sand. Mimi was taken aback, but complied, only to quickly withdraw her feet as soon as she placed them in. It's too hot. Zhao Mo disregarded her protest, firmly holding her knee and forcing her feet into the sand. Zhao Mo, are you intent on committing murder? My feet are nearly scorched. Zhao Mo understood that her feet were icy and thus could hardly tolerate the heat of the sand. Earlier, he had tested the temperature with his hand, finding it not scalding. Noticing a decrease in temperature, Zhao Mo carried the basin back outside to warm it again. Seeing him step out, Mimi, with her feet now flushed, indignantly remarked, I feel like I could eat them. Yiya and Pang Di clung together, bursting into laughter. After several attempts, he instructed Mimi to put on her shoes, forbidding her to remain barefoot. Once he had attended to these matters, he checked the trap, which remained empty. Just as despair began to settle in, he heard a faint sound from the nearby thicket. He picked up a twig and cautiously parted the bushes, revealing a snake as thick as a child's arm. Goodness, there are indeed many snakes on this island. The sight sent shivers down his spine. Such creatures terrified him. While most snakes on islands are generally venomous, Zhao Mo exhibited no trace of fear. To you, it is a snake. To Zhao Mo, it is merely sustenance, delectable sustenance. I have tasted snake meat before. Despite its appearance, it is genuinely delicious. I've tried it too, but one must handle it oneself. I'd rather be killed with a knife. Zhao Mo, however, paid no mind to such concerns. He was presently focused on the snake before him. He cautiously extended his stick, quickly pressing down on the snake's head to ensure it could not struggle. With his other hand, he swiftly grasped its tail and swung it against a nearby rock. After a few strikes, confirming it was lifeless, he finally took the snake in hand, ensuring that tonight's meal for Yiyo would be plentiful. Arriving at the seaside, he placed the snake on a rock and dove into the water to retrieve the traps. This time, the catch was commendable. 3 small groupers, though not large, were sufficient to satiate the 3 of them. After cleaning the fish by the shore, he returned to their dwelling. Zhao Mo, Mimi has sweated profusely, she exclaimed joyfully as he set down his catch. His heart lifted, and he hurried into the inner room to find Mimi's complexion much improved. No longer flushed as before, though beads of sweat still glistened on her forehead. How do you feel? Much more at ease, though I feel sticky all over. Can I take a shower now? Not a chance. We shall leave it for tomorrow, Zhao Mo replied curtly. Noticing Mimi's pitiful expression, he addressed the three, saying, "Why don't you all step outside for a while? Yeah, helping me dry off. Otherwise, she isn't allowed out. If she's drenched in sweat, the breeze outside will complicate matters." Regardless, Mimi's recovery from the fever was indeed splendid news. The three emerged in succession, and Mimi's spirits were visibly elevated. Seeing him simmering fish, her face lit up with anticipation. Zhao Mo poured a small cup of honey for Mimi to savor. But upon glancing at the other two girls, he begrudgingly filled another small cup for each of them. Chapter 31. An enduring night. Mimi savored her meal with delight. Had the fever truly subsided? The camera pulled back slightly, yet it was evident that Mimi had become much more animated. So, it seems the sand indeed possesses some efficacy. Should one keep a supply of sand at home for unforeseen circumstances? As Belle mentioned, the principle of sand is akin to that of a hot bath. One might as well indulge in a proper wash at home. Is honey-glazed fish delectable? Indeed, I have tasted it, and the flavor is quite exquisite. Very well, I shall prepare it tomorrow for a delightful experience. At this moment in the live broadcast room, Ying joyfully remarked, "It seems that Mimi's fever has subsided. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such an appetite." Belle chuckled, saying, "I must admit, this group exhibits remarkable resilience. Under Zhao Mo's leadership, I believe surviving the first round is merely a matter of time." In the monitoring room, Director Huang Hao wore a pleased expression as well. It's wonderful that the fever has broken. If so, she won't withdraw, and the game can continue. I must say, from the onset, the Queen Group has provided him with numerous surprises and shocks in equal measure. The Queen Group had already dined, and twilight was beginning to settle. Zhao Mo first ignited the homemade mosquito repellent in the shelter, placing a piece of charcoal in a bamboo tube and adding finely chopped termite nest. Moments later, a faint wisp of smoke began to rise. He then retrieved another bamboo tube, poured a bit of the liquid he had prepared during the day, and applied it to his exposed skin. "Follow my lead." He handed the tube to Pandai. Curiosity piqued, she poured out a little, only to wrinkle her brow at the unpleasant scent. "Apply it or not. If you enjoy attracting mosquitoes, it matters not." Pandai huffed lightly, but dutifully began to apply it nonetheless. Once all three had finished, Zhao Mo instructed them to return to rest while he began to tidy up, ensuring that the honey and other items were preserved properly. He cut a piece of plastic cloth, arranged the bamboo tubes upon it, secured them tightly, and hung them from a tree. After completing these tasks, he glanced at the sky. As anticipated, it seemed likely to rain tonight, prompting him to make adjustments to the rainwater collection pit. Although there was potable water available, it was quite distant and lacking suitable containers. He had made several trips that morning to transport some. Remarkably effective. I have yet to feel a single mosquito. I share the same sentiment. It appears we shall enjoy a restful night's sleep. Zhao Mo. How does he possess such knowledge of everything? Alas, time has been wasted, though he is not unappealing. He is not trained in acting or singing. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly have my company sign him. Nevertheless, not everyone aspires to enter our circle. Zhao Mo deliberately retraced his steps, causing the conversation among the three women to abruptly cease. He entered, lay upon his small bed, but as soon as he reclined, he sprang up as if jolted by electricity. In an instant, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He had forgotten about the swelling on his back. While it didn't hurt much when left undisturbed, the pressure from lying down had nearly drawn an exclamation from him. What happened? The three women were startled by his sudden movement. After a moment, Zhao Mo composed himself and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing, just sleep." He gradually turned onto his side, letting one arm dangle off the bed to avoid contact, and finally exhaled deeply, allowing himself to drift into slumber. Ding! The system detected that the host has completed the second phase of the task, rewarding him with a voice transformation pill, advanced singing techniques, and a prestige value of 1,500. Zhao Mo was taken aback. Was this truly the second phase? It seemed that enduring for just 2 days constituted a phase. He couldn't be bothered to ponder further, consuming the pill and acquiring the techniques. Upon checking the panel, he realized his total prestige value had reached 2,500. He still required another 7,500 prestige to unlock the system shop, leaving him curious about its contents. There was a slight disappointment in not receiving any attribute points this time, preventing him from further enhancing his physical abilities. He yearned to experience what it felt like to reach the maximum level. After a long day, he drifted back into slumber. In the middle of the night, an unconscious turn brought him a sharp pang, prompting him to sit up again. Moments later, he heard a rustling sound from the bed, initially thinking someone was heading to the restroom. Just as he contemplated feigning sleep, Yiyo approached him. "Zhao Mo, does it hurt a lot?" "It's nothing. Just an accidental bump. You should go back to sleep." The darkness obscured Yiyo's expression, but their proximity made Zhao Mo acutely aware of her breath against his face. "How can you sleep like this, unable to lie down or lean? Just go to sleep. Don't catch a cold like Mimi." Seeing that Yiyo had not left, he was about to speak when she unexpectedly sat beside him, her arm brushing against his. "You can't keep propping yourself up like that. Why not lean on my shoulder to sleep?" He felt her gently pat his shoulder, which struck him as amusing. Neither of them would be able to sleep well this way. "Just go to sleep. I'm fine." Reluctantly, Yi returned to her bed. Zhao Mo cautiously lay back down, only to inadvertently awaken himself with a sound of discomfort. The three girls were stirred awake. "Zhao Mo, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. You all should just go back to sleep." He contemplated stepping outside, realizing that none of them would be able to rest well. Just then, rain began to fall outside. Mimi got out of bed, noticing him sitting there, and suddenly, a gentle hand touched his forehead. "Look at you, sweating so much from the pain. Why are you forcing yourself? Aren't you tired?" In the next moment, Mimi settled at the head of his bed, leaning against the wooden beams, and patted her thigh. "Come on, you'd get hurt for me. If you lie on your side like this, I'll press your head down, and you won't move around while sleeping." Zhao Mo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If that happened, he would surely find it even harder to rest. "You all sleep, don't mind me. It's just one night. It will be better by dawn. I can always catch up on sleep later." Hearing his stubborn declaration, the others returned to their beds. That night, apart from him, the three girls slept soundly, rejoicing in the absence of mosquitoes. They awoke later than usual, having finally enjoyed a comfortable slumber without interruptions. Their gazes turned to the small bed beside them, which was already empty. This guy, claiming he would sleep late in the morning. Truly, a man's words are deceitful. On the fifth day, Zhao Mo found himself on the verge of exhaustion. "Let us seek him out," declared the captain, "for I intend to exercise my authority and impart some much-needed guidance." "Not yet," interjected another. "I must relieve myself first. I can hardly hold it any longer." Indeed, Zhao Mo felt quite helpless, for at the break of dawn, he had the misfortune of witnessing the sleeping postures of the three women. Frankly, he could not bring himself to commend them, as each exhibited varying degrees of indecorum. He feared that if they all awoke simultaneously, it would lead to an exceedingly awkward situation. Chapter 32. Will you eat? When the three women emerged, having tidied themselves, they failed to notice Zhao Mo's presence. Consequently, he had no choice but to wash up. Upon completion, he intended to gather firewood, yet found that the nearby twigs were too damp for use. "I'm famished," he admitted. "Fat D," Yaya teased, "you consumed quite a lot last night. I dare say you outpaced Zhao Mo in your feasting." Fat D's cheeks flushed red, acknowledging her hearty appetite, yet lamenting her rapid metabolism, which left her hungry once more. Where has that Zhao Mo scampered off to? At that moment, Zhao Mo was by the seaside, tending to his traps, perhaps due to his frequent checks. He found them empty that early morning. This time, he set the traps further from shore and swam back. Having retrieved nothing, it seemed he would have to rely on his provisions for breakfast. Contemplating his options, he swam towards the nearby rocky area. Despite the island's sparsely populated shores, the reef, which lay at a depth of approximately 5 meters, yielded a bountiful harvest of snails. Fortune smiled upon him as he caught several sizable hermit crabs, a delightful delicacy. After gathering his finds, he approached a cluster of banana plants, having already depleted the previous bunch. He chopped down a banana heart and glanced at a nearby dry root, but ultimately decided against it. "The early bird catches the worm," he mused, relishing the prospect of sharing the first rays of sunlight with Fat D, which always brightened his spirits. "Step aside. I have come to see Yaya," he timidly remarked. "I said I was here for Zhao Mo. Did anyone strike me? I wish to witness Zhao Mo cooking insects. Why has he ceased?" The breakfast prepared by the culinary team remained as tempting as ever. Today, Jing Ge's traps yielded an impressive haul, yet they missed the expertise of Zhou Lei, the gourmet. Zhao Mo's catch was inconsistent, varying dramatically from day to day. Living by the sea, I can assure you of the authenticity of my experiences. Those videos showcasing coastal foraging are misleading. Do they truly believe that one can simply take a small bucket and expect to return with a bounty? Today, the three ladies appeared particularly lively, a testament to the effectiveness of last night's mosquito repellent. Huang Hao surveyed the trio with satisfaction, nodding in approval. For everything seemed to be running smoothly. To his delight, the previous day had witnessed an astonishing peak of over 36 million viewers online. Advertisers had gone wild, placing small ads at the bottom of the live stream, with some even willing to pay 70 million for the remaining days. Although organizing such events incurs substantial costs, the potential for significant profit is equally immense. Among the three groups, the Queen group's viewership consistently exceeded half, signifying extraordinary popularity. Thank goodness, Mimi has recovered from her cold. Otherwise, if she had withdrawn, how would she have continued to play? Zhao Mo, did you not mention sleeping a bit longer this morning? Before he could approach, Mimi unexpectedly came forward, gazing intently into his eyes. Zhao Mo felt somewhat perplexed, yet he observed as Mimi continued. Look at you, your eyes are bloodshot. Missing a meal won't lead to starvation. Zhao Mo, uninterested in her remarks, simply circumvented her. Mimi felt a surge of frustration. Here she was, showing concern. Yet he acted so aloof. Are you going to eat? Zhao Mo inquired, having washed a piece of banana core, addressing Mimi as she approached. Of course. Why wouldn't he? He nodded, slicing off a small piece for himself. He also prepared a small portion for Pang Di and the largest piece for Yi, followed by pouring honey into small cups for the three girls and himself. He placed the snails on the rack to roast, completing a nutritious breakfast early in the day. Chapter 33. Afternoon dreams of spring's return. I feel all rotten. Am I allowed to go into the water today? After breakfast, Mimi asserted stubbornly, though her expression betrayed a hint of guilt. You can, but don't stay in for too long. Mimi instantly leaped with joy, pulling Iya towards the beach. I want to go too. Pang Di immediately stood up, but before she could take a step, Zhao Mo sternly interjected. You cannot. Just rest quietly. Pang Di's face instantly fell with disappointment. Haha, Mimi is so adorable. She clearly acts like the big sister. She is still the captain, needing permission even to take a bath. That's not the point. What matters is her question sounded rather guilty. Zhao Mo noticed that among the three, he inevitably assumed the role of a guardian. Just look at Pang Di's pitiful little eyes. Pang Di was drawing circles in the sand. Was she attempting to curse Zhao Mo? With her heart full of joy, Pang Di's mood instantly soured at Zhao Mo's words, leaving her feeling deflated. It's not Zhao Mo's fault. Unlike Mimi, who had merely caught a cold and was now well, Pang Di's injury posed a risk of infection. Zhao Mo remained his cool self. I now understand. This fellow is simply that way. Perhaps he is not intentionally crafting a persona. He possesses a warm side, as such individuals often do. Zhao Mo could not venture to the beach for the time being. Who knows if those two girls would jump into the sea for a refreshing swim. Alone, Pang Di dared not wander far. Instead, she lay beneath a tree, closing her eyes to rest. Observing him dozing off, Pang Di occasionally tossed a handful of sand his way. What are you doing? I'm bored. Why don't you keep me company? You're bored? Count the grains of sand. Figure out how many grains are on this beach. Once you start, I guarantee you won't feel bored. After saying this, Zhao Mo turned over, resting his head on a protruding tree root. It felt better now. Although lying flat was still somewhat painful, it was bearable. Pang Di gazed at the vast expanse of sand, momentarily at a loss for words, letting out a heavy sigh. After a while, she perched on an extended branch, swaying back and forth. Zhao Mo found her antics rather amusing. Ha, is this love-hate? Zhao Mo's suggestion for Pang Di to count sand grains had made him chuckle. Thankfully, he hadn't asked her to bring that little pot to drain the sea. It seems that the playful spirit of Pang Di is indeed rather bored, as it appears she is intent on preventing Zhao Mo from enjoying a peaceful slumber. I offer my companionship free of charge. A divine being, please whisk me away to an island. I find Zhao Mo's intermittent dry humor quite delightful. The drone, however, is rather negligent. Whenever a beauty goes swimming, the lens mysteriously disappears. In truth, Zhao Mo is quite adept at maintaining a respectful distance from the three young ladies, which is no small feat. As for the individual above, I, too, possess such capabilities, though perhaps you cannot achieve them yourself. You are akin to Lu Xiaohui. Zhao Mo has not only succumbed to slumber, but has also ventured into the realm of dreams, How absurd that he should have such a daydream. Yet, he could not discern which of the three ladies appeared in his dream. Judging by dimensions, it does not seem to be Yaya. Upon seeing Mimi and Yaya return, he hastily made his way to the shore, eager to cleanse himself. What was he doing? Was he not sleeping soundly? Is he merely going to relieve himself? Mimi, you are truly repulsive. Is he really addressing his needs in the sea? No matter, the seawater flows. Away with you. Today, Zhao Mo has no intention of collecting traps, as the frequency of doing so yields little reward. Instead, he decided to search for sea snails in the shallow waters. He spent a full 2 hours foraging, and it seems that this evening he may finally enjoy the freedom of sea snails. Subsequently, he attempted to gather traps again, yet still came up empty-handed. Securing food for Yaya proves to be quite the challenge. With nothing else to occupy his time, he ventured around to the other side, embarking on a search. As it was still midday and dinner was a ways off, he resolved to take a hike over the mountain ridge to observe the conditions on the opposite side of the island. Chapter 34. A different realm. It was a strenuous endeavor, indeed quite difficult to scale, but Zhao Mo persevered beneath the bright sun and successfully reached the other side. At this moment, the drone followed him over the mountain's back. When a view from the rear was captured on camera, those watching erupted in laughter. Oh my! Why am I so delighted? Pay attention to Zhao Mo's mischievous glances. His eyes are quivering with excitement. The production team has outdone themselves, yet I find it rather enjoyable. Indeed, this episode's crew deserves extra praise. The production team remarked, "Young man, we concealed ourselves well, yet you still managed to uncover us. Zhao Montakli plight. You all are quite playful." Reflecting on Zhao Mo's daily struggle to find food, witnessing the splendor before him brings a smile to my face. At this moment, Zhao Mo genuinely wished to voice his frustrations toward the crew. Goodness, who could have guessed that the island's back would be so dramatically different from its front? He beheld clusters of banana trees, forming a veritable grove with an abundance of banana flowers. To his surprise, there were even papayas. Harvesting one of these might earn him accolades from the three young ladies. And coconut trees. How foolish he had been. However, the terrain proved challenging, with cliffs on either side, making it impossible to navigate around. Thus, the prospect of relocating was dashed. He unfastened his belt, fashioning it into a makeshift climbing harness, and ascended the coconut tree to begin his harvest. His movements were swift and agile, akin to a frog. With a crouch and a leap, he secured himself on the tree. Soon enough, he swiftly reached the fruit-laden branches. Can any expert elucidate whether climbing in such a manner is particularly challenging? Observing the scene, it appeared quite effortless as Zhao Mo effortlessly ascended. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a veteran, and I have previously engaged in a project called fixed climbing, while his method is known as foot loop climbing. To be honest, it is not difficult to learn, but it demands considerable arm strength. Has Zhao Mo served in the military? He is merely a recent graduate, having done nothing of the sort. How is it that he seems to possess such diverse skills? Zhao Mo began weaving with rattan, his hands deftly crafting a crude backpack in just half an hour. He first packed all the coconuts inside, then took up a tool to start stitching. He gathered 2 banana blossoms and a few papayas, even discovering several wild fruits, 2 of which he sampled, finding their taste quite acceptable. After finishing these tasks, he felt parched and peeled a banana core, savoring it alone with great delight. If Zhao Mo were to participate in this program alone, he could likely survive for years. I believe he could manage quite well even with 3 companions. You upstairs, with your impure thoughts, do you not fear the consequences of living with 3 ladies for years? At this moment, Zhao Mo was the most content, free from concerns about whether the 3 girls were satiated. He devoured an impressively large banana core. Evidently having been hungry prior, Zhao Mo felt assured. With this expanse of mountains, as long as he had the freedom to move, the 3 ladies would not go hungry again. Meanwhile, Huang Hao wore an expression of disbelief. How did Zhao Mo manage to traverse such a steep mountain? In a live broadcast, De Ge let out a hearty laugh. Was this a deliberate arrangement by the production team? Ying awkwardly smiled, uncertain. Yet the occurrence bore the hallmark of the show's creators. They should impose a ban on Zhao Mo crossing to the other side. Otherwise, he would have climbed the mountain long ago, likely only holding back due to his concern for the 3 ladies. If it were me, I would have crossed on the 2nd or 3rd day. But that mountain is quite steep. Isn't it? No, it does not seem steep to me. nor should it to Zhao Mo. Zhao Mo shouldered his backpack and began the return journey. It took him an hour and a half to arrive, but he spent 2 hours on the way back. The 3 women were left dumbfounded upon seeing his haul. Wow, Zhao Mo, did you visit another island? Coconuts. I want to eat coconuts. Oh my, there are papayas too. Yeah, make sure you eat plenty. Mimi, what do you mean by that? Stop joking. We are still on camera. The atmosphere was delightful, and I found enjoyable. Mimi's comment about Yaya wanted to eat papayas left me puzzled. You upstairs. Even a chameleon cannot match your ability to blend in. Look, Fat D seemed utterly uninterested in the fruits. She demanded Zhao Mo open a coconut for her. The persona of a foodie must never be abandoned. Yaya's face flushed with embarrassment. Haha. The key point is that Zhao Mo was still nearby. Zhao Mo, uninterested in their banter, opened the coconuts, handing one to each of the 3 ladies to drink. He then proceeded to reinforce the backpack he had crafted, which proved quite useful. Following that, he placed the banana blossoms by the fire to roast, intending to cleanse their systems with a purely vegetarian meal. He realized that the 3 ladies were relatively easy to care for. Whatever he prepared, they would eat, and aside from Yaya's allergies, they were not particularly picky. Zhao Mo, where's that coconut tree? Is it still there? Let us go and pick some together. Indeed, strength lies in numbers. I intend to implement the 3 lights policy. Chapter 35, The Little Influencer. Speaking of which, I too yearn for coconut. This seems rather easy. They are available online and at the supermarket downstairs. What are we waiting for? Let us go. The merchandise team has launched a new product. I must support them. There's a fruit shop next to me, and I bought a chilled coconut. 1 sip and I felt invigorated. Oh my goodness. You're making my mouth water. It seems today's coconuts will sell out. To the ones upstairs, you are quite the fortune teller. I just checked several fruit platforms, and all indicated they were out of stock. Zhao Mo split open all the coconuts, allowing them to drink the water and savor the flesh. He too indulged in one, noticing the banana blossom had ripened, and he shared with the 3 of them. After finishing these tasks, the sky had darkened, and Zhao Mo planned to wash up. As for the papayas, whoever desired could take them. He had already selected the ripe ones that could be eaten directly. Upon returning after washing, he discovered that all 3 papayas had indeed vanished. He thought little of it. Just like the previous night, he had everyone apply pine needle water and lit his homemade mosquito repellent. At night, as the pain in his back had nearly dissipated, he enjoyed a restful sleep. However, before drifting off, he contemplated that he would likely need to venture behind the mountain the next day for Yaya's birthday. The following morning, he rose early. No need to save provisions, and directly cut 2 banana cores from the banana grove he had previously discovered. After a quick wash, they would serve as breakfast for the 3 of them. The 3 girls were a bit sluggish. By the time he had prepared everything, they had yet to arise. After a while, they gradually got up and freshened up, and he handed each of them a piece of banana core. Zhao Mo, let us go pick coconuts. Indeed, I still believe coconut is the best drink. Zhao He was too lazy to respond. With the girls' physical abilities, they could hardly scale the mountain behind them. After finishing these tasks, he instructed, you all gather some firewood and do not wander around during the day. You must not go to the seaside while I'm away. Where are you going this time? Why not take us along? Yes, being cooped up here is incredibly dull. Zhao Mo pointed towards the mountain path behind him, saying, I intend to cross over there. You do not possess the stamina, so remain at home. The 3 girls glanced back at the mountain, ultimately sighing and conceding defeat. Zhao Mo had a clear objective this time. Thus, he headed straight for the mountain peak. After a while, he reached the backside of the mountain, first cutting down coconuts to replenish his hydration. Then he began to gather the 2 types of edible wild fruits he had previously discovered, seeking clarification from the online experts. What exactly had Zhao Mo picked? Judging by the expression on his face, one was sweet and the other was sour. The images were unclear, and the snapshots yielded no results online. I see now. The 2 types he picked are called ninju, which we commonly refer to as wild blueberries, and another called jiju, informally known as thorn jujube. You are quite knowledgeable upstairs. Have you tasted them? What is the flavor like? Quick, someone grab them upstairs. Don't ask about the taste. By the time you inquire, they will be sold out online. The comments quickly dwindled. A full 2 minutes passed before a single comment floated by. Alas, despite my swift actions, I still failed to secure a purchase. What on earth is the speed of these individuals? Upon accessing the online platform, I was initially thrilled to see 300 items available, only to be disheartened when the purchase window failed to appear after my first click. By the time I clicked again, the icon had already turned gray. My 30 years of singlehood have endowed me with remarkable reflexes, yet I managed to acquire one item, eagerly awaiting the chance to indulge. It seems you all have truly mistaken Zhao Mo for a commercial influencer. I have come to realize that, following the conclusion of this program, Zhao Mo could easily become a social media sensation. Alas, once again I have missed out. Manufacturers have stated that restocking will take an entire week, which is utterly exasperating. Yesterday, coconuts sold out completely. Out of curiosity, I visited several supermarkets, only to find none in stock. Today, it appears yet another product will face a similar fate. Huang Hao is reveling in the data. If this continues, this year's figures may very well exceed 40 million. Director Huang, several manufacturers have approached us, inquiring about advertising opportunities, with offers that are astonishingly exorbitant. This is absurd. We are in a survival scenario. How can we engage in physical advertising? By the way, which brands are involved and what are they offering? Although Huang Hao firmly declined, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. The inquiries primarily came from snack and instant food brands, with calls from several major domestic companies. They mentioned that simply appearing in the Queen Group's footage would suffice. As for compensation, they proposed 1 million for a single shot. And if the Queen Group were to consume their products, a staggering 10 million per shot. Huang Hao shuddered at the thought. What a proposition. If the Queen Group were to dine on these products thrice daily, the production team would surely profit immensely. For a moment, Huang Hao found himself swayed by the temptation. Just then, another staff member approached him. Director Huang, several clothing brands wish for our guests to don their apparel. Also, our longtime partner, an e-dairy, hopes that the Queen Group will collectively drink their milk at the end of the program, capturing a shot. While Huang Hao was still processing this information, his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he exclaimed, "Oh, Director, what instructions do you have?" Xiao Huang, first and foremost, convey my regards to the production team. They have worked tirelessly, and this live broadcast was a resounding success. You flatter us, Director. It is our duty. Several manufacturers have contacted me, eager to have their products featured in the Queen Group's live stream. Do you think we can accommodate this? Huang Hao pondered for a moment before responding honestly, Director. I too have received numerous calls, and the quotes are quite extravagant. However, I believe this is a survival program, and if everything is readily available, the show would lose its allure. Therefore, Director, I will adhere to your guidance. There are no specific instructions. You're doing excellently. Proceed with your original intentions, and I will take responsibility for any issues. After ending the call, Huang Hao exhaled deeply and turned to his subordinates, saying, "Decline all offers. And please investigate why there is an unsolicited push for advertisements." The staff member remained, chuckling wryly. Director Huang, you may not be aware, but the Queen Group has recently acquired a new moniker, the Commercial Group. From an indeterminate time, whenever Zhao Mo discovers a new delicacy, a frenzy ensues online, with everyone clamoring to purchase it. Whatever is available is invariably sold out. Another person chimed in with a laugh. That's not all. I heard that a few well-to-do youngsters, in pursuit of a taste of banana heart, even organized a trip to the south when they found it unavailable online. Huang Hao was taken aback by this revelation. Is that really how it is? No wonder these vendors seize such splendid opportunities. Suddenly, a staff member's phone rang, and after hanging up, he wore a wry smile. My daughter called, expressing her desire for jujubes. Haha, just moments ago, Zhao Mo was foraging for wild jujubes. Chapter 36. Preparations after harvesting the wild fruits. Zhao Mo wrapped them banana leaves and picked a few papayas as well. Once he completed these tasks, he began to search the nearby area and, to his surprise, discovered several withered banana roots. Selecting one, he took out his knife and began his work. Haha, at long last, Zhao Mo is digging for worms. Indeed, the taste was superb. The last time he purchased them, they were quite fragrant. The vendors online are remarkably unprofessional. It has been ages since new worms were listed. Goodness. The person upstairs is relentless, just like me. I check daily for new arrivals. Cultivating worms takes time. The last time I witnessed Zhao Mo digging for worms, it made my stomach churn, yet this time, I found myself salivating. I too felt hunger pangs. This is truly unacceptable. Today marks the 6th day. Is Zhao Mo truly preparing for something grand? I am a devoted fan of Yaya, and I know precisely why Zhao Mo is so diligent today? Oh, it turns out today is Yaya's birthday. That explains it. Zhao Mo, with a seemingly cold exterior but warm heart, must have realized this, which is why he began preparing the evening's ingredients early. I eagerly anticipate the festivities tonight. Warning, everyone, remember to order takeout. I fear you may be tempted to tears by then. After chopping 3 withered roots, Zhao Mo believed he had gathered enough worms for a sumptuous feast for 3 young ladies before he began to pack up to return. The traps, however, remained empty. He deduced that the small creatures were likely concentrated on this side, leaving the other side barren. The rabbit he encountered last time was probably just unfortunate. Glancing at the sun, which had yet to dip, he decided it was too early to collect the traps and instead returned to the shelter. Lying down beneath a tree to rest, I noticed that Zhao Mo had become somewhat lethargic. It seems he never used to rest. Why not wake him? Forget it. The child has it hard. Let him sleep a little longer. In truth, not far away, he could clearly hear the conversation between Mimi and Pandai, though he was curious about Yaya's whereabouts. Strangely enough, from this angle, the side profile of that fellow was rather handsome. Indeed, from this perspective, his features were quite defined, rivaling that of young heartthrobs. Ugh, don't mention those pretty boys. I feel nauseous just thinking about them. Yaya returned from her bathroom break. Yaya, come sit with me. What for? To admire the handsome guy. You two are quite the jesters. Isn't he someone we see every day? Only now do you notice how handsome he is? Strangely enough, in moments of quietude, he exuded a melancholic charm. Mimi, you've gone too far. It seems you're getting a bit too playful. How dare you mock me? Shoo! Ladies, lower your voices. We wouldn't want to wake him. Ah, our dear Pandai shows such consideration. Zhao Mo was at a loss for words. He genuinely wished to avoid the conversation. Yet the 3 women were so animated in their discourse, their voices deliberately hushed, yet his body, having undergone systematic enhancement, caught every word. This left him unable to stir, feigning sleep instead. As a gentle breeze blew, he soon drifted into an unintentional slumber. Upon awakening, he found the 3 women reclining in the shelter, murmuring about something unknown. He made his way to the shore, ready to retrieve the traps. Having been 2 days since their placement, he anticipated a commendable yield. To his delight, the 5 traps yielded surprises. 1 large octopus, 2 grouper fish, and astonishingly, a hefty yellow croaker weighing over 2 pounds. Staring at the fish, he was momentarily bewildered. Although this species is typically found in coastal waters, it shouldn't have ventured so close. It appeared this yellow croaker lacked sense, oblivious to the potential consequences of its meal. Surely, this must have been placed by the production team. What is the matter? What did you find? A yellow croaker. This fish could fetch several thousand for us. The production team interjected. Didn't he place it? I refuse to take the blame for this. Laughter ensued as everyone observed Zhao Mo's astonishment upon sighting the fish. He noticed that the Queen's group was enjoying increasingly sumptuous meals, while the other 2 groups suffered with far less. He too wished to survive. Such lavish feasts of fish and meat made even him salivate. Wake up upstairs. If you go there, you'd likely starve in 3 days. Not only could he not match Zhao Mo's diligence, but he also lacked his expertise. What luck Zhao Mo had, being a fisherman. He encountered such a large wild yellow croaker in over a year. I must ask, how does it taste? Not bad, a bit fishy. There is some available at the supermarket downstairs for 8 yuan a pound. Enough. Don't compare that farmed one with the wild. They are clearly 2 distinct varieties. Zhao Mo pondered whether he could finish such a feast tonight. He cleaned the fish by the shore. As the western sky began to glow with the hues of a fiery sunset before returning to the shelter, he was nearly amused by the sight before him. The 3 women, likely famished, were attempting to open a coconut. However, splitting a coconut requires a certain finesse, and it appeared they had been at it for quite a while without success. He approached, took the knife from Mimi's hands, and only then did the 3 women realize his return. Wonderful, Zhao Mo, please split it open. How infuriating. I could devour a whole. Zhao Montak, em zul hongli. Zhao Mo observed that the 3 women were evidently exercising restraint. At least they had not touched the wild fruits, merely grappling with the coconut. In Chapter 37, is it fortune or misfortune? Zhao Mo skillfully hacked open a coconut for each of the 3 women, saying, drink some water, but refrain from eating the coconut flesh. He pointed to the wild fruits wrapped in banana leaves and instructed, before nightfall, the three of you should go to that waterhole and wash these fruits together. With that, he set down his belongings and ventured once more into the forest. When he returned, the three girls had already washed the wild fruits. Zhao Mo noticed that the quantity was noticeably less than before, but he paid it no mind. After all, they were gathered for their enjoyment, and whether consumed early or late was inconsequential. He extended his hand toward Yiya with an air of nonchalance and said, "Happy birthday. This is all I could find." Yiya was taken aback, and upon seeing the wildflowers Zhao Mo presented, her emotions surged. She pressed her right hand against her mouth, her large eyes sparkling, and within moments, crystalline tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "Ah, I can't take this. It feels as though Yiya's heart is wavering." Upstairs, E.M. rolling. Zhao Mo looked extraordinarily handsome at that moment. This damned romance. We were enjoying a delightful dinner, and yet I was fed a mouthful of dog food. Zhao Mo is so warm. I have decided this is the standard for my boyfriend. I detest being caught off guard like this. Look, Fat D seemed a bit vexed, pondering why the birthday girl wasn't herself. Yiya cried from the overwhelming emotion. I wished to cry too. No wonder Zhao Mo prepared so much today. It turns out it was Yiya's birthday. Previously, the upstairs had mentioned that it was due to a lack of attentiveness. I also longed to celebrate my birthday, to receive a bouquet of wildflowers and hear someone say happy birthday to me. After a while, Yiya finally dried her tears. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she accepted the flowers, saying, "Thank you, Zhao Mo." In the next moment, she broke into a radiant smile. Zhao Mo found himself puzzled by how girls could transition from tears to laughter in a heartbeat. Yet her dimples were undeniably charming. "Zhao Mo, I want flowers too. We'll talk about it when your birthday comes." Zhao Mo never indulged Mimi's haughty demeanor. "All right, remember, if I don't receive flowers from you on my birthday, you'll be in big trouble." Yiya, feeling a bit shy, hesitated for a long time before reluctantly offering the flowers in her hand to Mimi, saying, "Mimi, this is for you. I don't want it. Who cares for secondhand?" Zhao Mo was at a loss for words. If she wanted the original, then it was unattainable for him. He skewered 2 groupers and placed them near the fire to roast. With a large yellow croaker, the status of the groupers immediately diminished. He tossed the yellow croaker into a pot to simmer for soup and began to prepare the worms for grilling. "Wow, Zhao Mo, you managed to get this again? And so much this time?" The third girl immediately gathered around, clearly still enamored with the taste of banana worms. "Here you go." Yiya produced a wild blueberry from the side and directly offered it to Zhao Mo's mouth. After a brief hesitation, he opened his mouth. Thus, while he was cooking, the 3 girls continuously fed him, evoking memories of his childhood visits to the zoo, feeding squirrels and llamas. Well, with 3 beautiful ladies feeding him, whether high or low in status, one should feel fortunate indeed. He portioned the banana worms, giving Yiya 3/4, leaving the remainder for the other 2 girls. "Zhao Montak, your heart is clearly biased. Exactly. Why did I only receive such a meager handful? It's hardly enough to fill my teeth. You have fish. I don't like fish. I only want these worms. What is happening? Is Mimi feeling jealous?" It certainly seems so. She appeared somewhat displeased earlier when he presented the wildflowers. If this continues, Zhao Mo will become the nemesis of all men. Perhaps it is for the sake of entertainment. Pang Di seems somewhat displeased, observing her eat with such elegance. One would hardly suspect her to possess the qualities of a true foodie. I yearn for taste, as Zhao Mo is exceedingly fortunate. I'm uncertain about the nature of that fruit, but even if it were excrement, with the 3 ladies feeding me, I believe I could manage. You above, how revolting. You possess the makings of a Wu Dalong. Come, Dalong, rise and take your medicine. The comments seem to have veered off course once again. Zhao Mo finds himself in a predicament. He must ensure that the worms suffice for Yiya's hunger, while the other 2 can fend for themselves with the fish. Though he speaks thus, it is only natural for Mimi to feel a sense of imbalance. "Mimi, do not be stubborn. Today we have the large yellow croaker." Zhao Mo notices that Mimi and Pang Di genuinely appear to be somewhat irked. With a forced smile, he brings the pot closer to the 2, saying, "Today, I didn't dig enough. If you wish for more, I shall specially prepare some for you tomorrow. But for now, let's enjoy this rare fish." Upon hearing his suddenly softened tone, Mimi is taken aback, and the next moment, a blush spreads across her face, making her feel quite embarrassed. "Well, in that case, do help me dig some extra," she replies. Pang Di, without hesitation, tosses a worm into her mouth. Wow, what kind of fish is this? Its flesh seems even more tender than what we've had before. The fish is substantial. Zhao Mo chops it into several sections, selecting the most succulent part for Mimi, and fills a bamboo tube with some broth for her. As for the prize belly of the fish, he reserves it for Pang Di, the youngest among them, deserving of special care. This meal is plentiful, leaving not only the three ladies satisfied but also Zhao Mo himself, who has consumed nearly all of the two-grouper. After a hearty meal, a languid feeling washes over them, prompting the ladies to linger beneath the tree, while Zhao Mo lounges beside the fire. After a few whispered exchanges, the three ladies gravitate toward the fire. It's too early to sleep. Let's play a game to celebrate Yi Yu's birthday, shall we? Zhao Mo initially hesitates to participate, but the eager expressions of the three compel him to nod in agreement. In the first round, Yi is tasked with calling stop while the rest pass an object. Mimi casually picks up a pebble, intending to play a game of pass the parcel. The three form a circle, and as he turns her back to call start, Pang Di suddenly interjects. Are we just playing for fun? Shouldn't there be a punishment for whoever loses? A mischievous glimmer appears in Mimi's eyes as she pretends to ponder. Then let us make it a choice. Either truth or dare, or showcase a talent. Now, this is intriguing. I can hardly wait. I sense that Mimi's intention in this game is directed at Zhao Mo. I share this sentiment. The three ladies were whispering earlier, and it seems this was indeed the plan. The scent of conspiracy is palpable, yet I find it delightful. What do you think Zhao Mo will choose? Truth or dare? Surely truth. Given his straightforward nature, his talents may be lacking. Let us hope. Let us pray that I can witness this segment before the live stream concludes. Together, we shall pray. Pang Di, you mischievous one, you appear so adorable. Yet there is something truly cunning about you. I wish to see the three ladies' truths. May I express my desire to watch as well? Chapter 38. The grave question begins. Yaya turned around and soon called for a halt. At that moment, the small stone had just landed on Pundi. Oh, what terrible luck. Enough chatter. Will you choose truth or a talent performance? After a moment's contemplation, Pundi replied, I shall perform a dance for everyone. With that, she stood up and danced around the fire, showcasing a traditional minority dance. Such a perky bottom and a supple waist. This was the conclusion Zhao Mo reached after witnessing the entire performance. Beautiful, simply beautiful. Who would have thought Pundi could dance so well? I truly adore Pundi. The amplitude of her waist movements was impressive. Though it comprised only a few actions, it appeared quite challenging. However, the plot seemed awry. Was it not supposed to be aimed at Zhao Mo? The first round was too obvious. I suspect the next will certainly be directed at him. I am eager to see Zhao Mo's talent performance. Haha. Oh my, you upstairs, are you hoping to see a chest-crushing act? For such a high-difficulty performance, I believe Mimi would execute it better. You upstairs, you lack spirit. Zhao Mo understood that this was a prearranged scheme among the three women. Yet at that moment, Yaya had her back to them. Each time the stone landed in his hands, he swiftly turned it back, perplexed by how the three women coordinated their actions. Soon, however, clarity dawned upon him. Each time Mimi received the stone, she would feign a cough, and he happened to be seated directly beneath her. Indeed, after another cough, Yaya precisely timed her call to halt. What they did not anticipate was Zhao Mo's swift movements, as he quickly passed the stone back to Mimi, who had not even realized it. Indeed, this round resulted in Mimi being caught. I shall showcase my talent. I will sing. Mimi shot a resentful glance at Zhao Mo before desperately uttering her words. Let be clear, talent performances cannot repeat each round, Yaya emphasized. She was the true master of the game, as regardless of who lost, she would still have the amusement to behold. Mimi rolled her eyes and protested. After 3 rounds, we shall draw lots to switch commands. Punny naturally agreed, leaving Yaya looking rather pained. Mimi cleared her throat and soon began to sing. Zhao Mo struggled to suppress his laughter. He truly could not commend the girl's vocal quality. What are you laughing at? I once released a single that garnered over 10 million downloads in a week. Do you possess such prowess? Was it your singing? That was the work of $1 million sound engineer. Mimi glared at Zhao Mo, and after a while, she kicked him with her leg. Somewhat irate. Is such honesty truly necessary? Haha, this game is becoming increasingly delightful. Mimi's unaccompanied singing indeed possessed a soul-cleansing effect. Haha, it can lift one's spirit out of their body, right? I understand you upstairs. However, I appreciate Mimi's character. Zhao Mo's assertion that it was Toon's sound was not denied by her. How could she deny it? The harsh reality was laid bare before everyone. The term harsh reality was aptly used. Mimi is so adorable. She remains oblivious to how Zhao Mo managed to slip the stone back in her hands in such a brief span of time. Observe closely the expression on Fat D's face as Mimi sings. It is unmistakably one of disdain. Mimi, perhaps it is best to accept that music is not your forte and instead devote your energies to acting. I long to see you dance. She is the true professional. The game commences once more, and this time Mi resolves not to cheat. She cannot fathom how Zhao Mo's luck could be so fortuitous, evading every challenge with ease. By a twist of fate, it is indeed Zhao Mo's turn, despite believing that his 20-plus years of singlehood have endowed him with swift reflexes. He still falls victim. Haha, Zhao Mo has been caught. At last, it is your turn. Will you speak of truth or showcase your talents? The three women exchange high fives in celebration, as if they have awaited this moment for far too long. Truth it is. As anticipated, Zhao Mo opts for the path of sincerity. Mimi's eyes dart mischievously before she poses the question. Among the three of us, who is the most beautiful? What initially seemed a question of insurmountable difficulty is met with Zhao Mo's earnest and prompt reply. Yeah, astonishing. The resilience of titanium truly sets it apart. Why is it that Zhao Mo's seemingly simple response does not surprise me in the least? While I ponder how I would respond, Zhao Mo has already provided his answer. What nonsense! Fat D is the most beautiful, without a doubt. In my eyes, Mimi is the fairest in the land. Zhao Mo and I share a similar taste. I too believe Iya to be the most beautiful. Let us not quarrel. Beauty is subjective. I find all three women to be exquisite. The person above is indeed quite sincere. Look, Fat D appears quite aggrieved. She likely expected Zhao Mo to name her. Mimi is on the verge of rising to confront someone. The issue lies in Zhao Mo's bluntness. He ought to have declared that they are all beautiful before specifying a name. Is this truly the Zhao Mo I know? Yeah, blushes. And I see her stifling a laugh. I believe today, being Yiya's birthday, Zhao Mo's answer holds no fault. Though I know they are unscripted, I cannot shake the feeling of orchestrated delight. I refuse to bear this burden, she quips. Yes, today is Yiya's birthday, and bringing her joy is paramount. I stand by Zhao Mo, who claims Zhao Mo lacks emotional intelligence. His forthright reply is, in fact, a testament to high emotional acuity. Zhao Mo, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that Fat D and I are not beautiful? Mimi genuinely appears upset. Could you not have been a tad more tactful? Beautiful, though perhaps not as beautiful as Iya. Upon hearing the word beautiful, Mimi nods in satisfaction, but her expression freezes upon hearing his follow-up. Just wait. Zhao Mo, I will ensure you fully comprehend the depths of a woman's jealousy. With that, Mimi cannot suppress her laughter. Her inner dialogue is rich, believing Zhao Mo's answer stems from wanting to please Iya on her special day. Little does she know, Zhao Mo genuinely considers Iya to be the fairest. However, with a query regarding physique, he would require some contemplation and might ask Mimi and Fat D to stand, lest he find himself at a loss. During this round of drawing lots, Pundi transformed into the designated caller, joyfully exclaiming as she took her seat, turning her back to the audience. Stop. At that moment, unfortunately, Yaya found herself in the line of fire. Will you speak the truth or showcase a talent? Yaya pondered for a moment, then clasped her hands together in a gesture of respect towards the two before replying, I suppose I will choose truth. With a mischievous smile, Mimi summoned Pundi, and after a brief discussion, inquired, so answer honestly, do you like Zhao Mo? As soon as Mimi posed the question, Zhao Mo was taken aback. Why was the truth game suddenly revolving around him? Yaya's face flushed instantly. Deep down, she certainly did not harbor any dislike for Zhao Mo. But after he had given her flowers and complimented her beauty earlier, would it be inappropriate to confess her feelings now? Reluctant to declare her disinterest, she wrestled with her thoughts for a moment before huffing, I'll just perform a talent instead. At that moment, in a live broadcast room, Dagu and Xiaoying were thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama. Dagu, equipped with a special translation earpiece, had no trouble understanding the proceedings. They certainly knew how to have fun. Xiaoying nodded with amusement, finally witnessing a scene from the food group within the Queen's group, which seemed to be even livelier than the food group itself. Dagu, who do you think is the most beautiful among the three girls? he was asked. De Ge, momentarily stunned, quickly embraced his bald head, exclaiming, "Oh my, please don't ask me such questions. I find them all exceptional." Xiao Ying, however, was determined to press on, asking De Ge, if you had to take one of them to survive in the wild, who would you choose? This time, De Ge responded promptly, "I would take Zhao Mo, if that's permissible." After speaking, he chuckled to himself. Xiao Ying found herself at a loss for words. De Ge appeared endearing, yet somewhat cunning. Before she could pose another question, De Ge interjected, "I mean it, I would genuinely love to experience wilderness survival with Zhao Mo. I imagine that, in such a scenario, I would be the luckiest survivor in the world, as Zhao Mo would ensure everything was perfectly arranged." Xiao Ying blinked in surprise, her gaze shifting to the display screen. Perhaps she could also join Zhao Mo, who wouldn't he want to be cared for? Furthermore, they could share the same bed at night. This thought made her eyes glisten with excitement, nearly brimming with tears. "I can't take this. De Ge is quite amusing." Indeed, De Ge spoke the unvarnished truth. Anyone who got to survive alongside Zhao Mo would be incredibly fortunate. What was up with Yaya? Why was she not responding normally? Her cheeks were aflame. That question was truly a hellish one. After all, if Yaya said she didn't like him, it would be hurtful, and if she admitted to liking him, there was a fear of misunderstanding, leaving her no choice but to resort to a talent performance. Mimi was rather mischievous, but I find it delightful. Yaya started to dance, showcasing her undeniable skill. Professionalism is evident. Without comparison, there is no harm. To those above, are you suggesting that Pundi is lacking? In truth, I share your perspective, haha. It's a delight. Watching Yaya dance all day would never tire me. To those above, remember, Yaya is a person, not a wind-up toy. She too can become fatigued. Indeed, Yaya's dance was truly remarkable. Zhao Mo found himself unable to tear his gaze away. He knew he ought not to linger too long, lest he find himself restless come nightfall. As the brief performance concluded, he joined the two ladies in applause. Yaya appeared to possess impressive stamina, showing no signs of fatigue after her routine, her only indication of exertion being a slight flush upon her cheeks. Next, it was Pangdi's turn, and when she called for a halt, Mimi found herself in the spotlight. "I sing, Mimi," she declared, having previously stipulated that no one was to perform the same talent. "Perhaps your melodious voice can wait for another occasion." Mimi's expression soured. She had not intended to partake in a game of truth or dare. "How about I perform a dance instead?" The two ladies nodded, and Yaya clapped her hands, laughing. "Mimi, I have yet to see you dance. Come on, show us." Yaya stood up, deliberately adjusting her attire and hair before adopting a serious demeanor, declaring, "I shall commence now." She raised her hands and began, "Little rabbit, be good. Open the door." Zhao Mo was taken aback. Was this truly how they were playing? Yaya and Pang Di were momentarily stunned, but the next moment, they collapsed into laughter. "Wait, have I wandered onto a children's channel?" They roared with laughter, with Mimi pulling out all the stops, showcasing her most basic skills from kindergarten in a bid to avoid the truth. What a performance! Mimi had essentially delivered two talents at once, both singing and dancing. As she began, I nearly stood to join her. Upstairs, my daughter is dancing along too. Indeed, the little white rabbit was bouncing around joyfully. "Oh dear, you upstairs must be misjudging." Their laughter was infectious, and one could not help but wonder if a calisthenic session would follow. From his seat, Zhao Mo had a clear view of Mimi's slightly open neckline. She was indeed charmingly lively. However, he only cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. His posture shifted from a casual cross-legged position to a more reserved stance. Pang Di had one final turn. She called out to begin, and a small stone was passed among the trio for quite some time before she finally called for a stop. Mimi, upon seeing the stone in her hand, nearly wept. "What is this? Am I cursed to be the target again?" After enduring the embarrassment of dancing earlier, what was she to do now? I will perform." "Very well, I choose truth." The two ladies were taken aback. They had anticipated Mimi would hesitate, but this time she was surprisingly decisive. The duo retreated to confer for several minutes, leaving her anxious. "You two have had enough time," Mimi urged them impatiently. After a moment, they returned, and Pang Di, with a teasing tone, said, "Mimi, please answer truthfully. What are Zhao Mo's 3 shortcomings?" Zhao Mo was bewildered. Why was he being dragged into this? Surely it would be preferable to inquire whether Mimi was the genuine article than to involve him. Mimi exhaled deeply, evidently, The two ladies were not as formidable as she had anticipated. She then turned her gaze to Zhao Mo, raising her hand to stroke her smooth chin, and chuckled. This fellow has numerous flaws. Limiting it to 3 is quite generous. Zhao Mo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Did she truly believe she could provoke him without consequence? Firstly, this fellow is excessively arrogant, perpetually wearing a stern expression as if we owe him a debt. The two women glanced at Zhao Mo and, in complete agreement, nodded simultaneously. Secondly, this individual speaks with such venom. He cannot articulate a kind word. The women's gazes shifted back, and after a moment of hesitation, they nodded in acknowledgement. Thirdly, this fellow is far from handsome, and his daily presence diminishes my appetite. After a brief moment of realization, Yaya remarked, that doesn't count. At the same time, Pang Di nodded in agreement, saying, Sister Mimi, you certainly ate no less than I did this evening. Just because he doesn't align with my aesthetic preferences doesn't he mean anything. I simply hold that opinion, whether you believe it or not. Now, let's draw lots. This time, I shall issue the commands. Upon finishing, Mimi turned to Zhao Mo and added, we agreed not to take offense. Honestly, when I said you were unattractive, it was heartfelt, not merely a playful jab. With that, Mimi could no longer contain herself and burst into hearty laughter. Zhao Mo was rendered speechless. The explanation was more damaging than the initial remark. Chapter 40. How many people have you kissed? Drawing lots once more, Mimi was filled with hope, but fate dealt a cruel hand. And it was again Yaya's turn to give orders. It's my turn now. Both of you have already had your chance. Mimi retorted, but we agreed to draw lots. You mustn't cheat. With a playful smile, Yaya settled on the opposite side, addressing the trio. Are you ready? I'm about to begin. Mimi huffed lightly, cradling a small stone in her hands, glancing at Zhao Mo and Pang Di. As the game commenced, the little stone was passed among the three. After a brief moment, Yaya called for a stop, and upon seeing that Pang Di had drawn the short straw, Mimi's earlier displeasure evaporated as she erupted into laughter. Pang Di, will you sing for us? Come on, let us hear a tune. Pang Di, muster up some courage. If Mimi can sing, so can you. It seemed that early on, during a show, Pang Di had attempted to sing, but was met with harsh criticism, leading her to refrain from singing ever since. Haha, while others charge for their performances, Pang Di's singing is a matter of life and death. Is it really that dramatic? We must listen closely. Pang Di, you could do it. Hurry up, everyone is waiting. Quickly, gather around. Pang Di is about to showcase her unparalleled vocal talents. Alas, the three women sought to toy with Zhao Mo, only to find themselves outmaneuvered by him. Hey, is this even proper game? Pang Di wore a look of distress, her lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately she grit her teeth and declared, I choose truth. Hearing her statement, the audience erupted in laughter. It was now Mimi's turn to shine. After a lengthy, whispering session with Yaya, she finally cleared her throat and addressed the trembling Pang Di. Please reveal how many people you have kissed, excluding those staged on screen. Pang Di gasped, her expression turning sour instantly. That is too harsh, Mimi. Her gaze drifted towards Zhao Mo, taken aback, thought to himself, I didn't even ask for your lipstick. After a long pause, Pang Di extended a single finger, bowing her head to respond. The two women were momentarily taken aback, as they had initially assumed that Pang Di would respond with a denial. To their surprise, the truth was laid bare. Mimi, with a look of sheer curiosity, pressed on, who is it? Be honest, how far has it progressed? Did you two share a passionate kiss? Nonsense. It was merely a gentle peck, and I was caught off guard. Pang Di quickly defended herself. After exchanging a few more words, the game resumed, and this time, Zhao Mo found himself in the spotlight. The three women immediately erupted into laughter upon realizing it was him. Zhao Mo, you're done for. Will you choose truth or dare? Mimi asked, standing with her hands on her hips, looking down at him. Standing a tad too close, he found himself unable to see her face, obscured by her ample bosom. Truth, he declared as expected. Mimi stepped back 2 paces, conferred with the other two, and then mischievously inquired, if we three were candidates, whom would you choose to marry? Wow, what a delightful proposition. I choose Pang Di. She is the most beautiful in the world. Of course, I would select Mimi, as her name suggests everything. What about Yiya? Surely, she is the most beautiful too. A timid voice interjected, can I choose them both? Not fair. Why can't I encounter such good fortune? I'm going to work hard on my fitness, and next year I'll join in, praying to be chosen. My son in kindergarten says he likes Pang Di and insists on marrying her. Sigh. Kids these days are already aware of competition at such a young age. Chapter 41. Talent. Who doesn't have in response to Mimi's question? Zhao Mo raised his gaze and thoughtfully examined the three women. Well, Mimi would surely make an excellent lover. As for Pang Di, she embodies the charm of a neighborly sister. A pure romance with her would undoubtedly alleviate many regrets in life. Yi seems quite suitable for the roles of wife and mother, possessing a pleasant disposition and a forgiving heart. However, her figure, well, that is a notable shortcoming. After a moment of serious consideration, he replied decisively, "Yeah." Upon hearing his answer, the three women were momentarily stunned. Zhao Mo, what is wrong with me? If you don't provide a more convincing argument today, I want to let this go. Even Pang Di couldn't hold back any longer. "She's beautiful," was Zhao Mo's succinct reply, leaving Pang Di at a loss for words. Her face flushed, struggling to formulate a retort. "Oh, it seems Zhao Mo has firmly chosen his path." Yi blushed. "Wait." Yi's gaze seems to imply she is willing. "Get lost upstairs. Yi is mine. No one can take her from me." Mimi found herself exasperated by Zhao Mo's antics. "Zhao Mo, you're going to lose friends like this." Mimi added, "Regardless of what you all say, I am the most beautiful in the world. I must stand up for Pang Di. Among the three of us, she is undoubtedly the most stunning," Mimi declared. "Upstairs. Can beauty be eaten? From a character standpoint, I believe Iya is the best choice for a wife." Zhao Mo chuckled, having given the matter serious thought. He had expected his answer to be vague and indirect, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. If he could be indirect, then Zhao Mo it is. Mimi remained silent, opting instead to tug at Zhao Mo's arm with a firm grip, though not painful. The modified physique, enhanced by the system, would not shy away from her gentle touch. Angered by his words, Mimi clenched her fists and began to pummel him lightly, realizing that this might be less painful. Suddenly, with a resolute heart, she lifted Zhao Mo's arm and bit down hard. This time, she truly exerted force, causing Zhao Mo to feel as though he had been electrocuted. However, he was hesitant to shake her off, fearing he might damage her teeth. "Release me, no. Let go, you mad dog." After a considerable time, Mimi finally released her grip, wiping the saliva from her lips before laughing. "I thought you were fearless." Fat D gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sisterhead is formidable." Zhao Mo felt a twinge of frustration. He couldn't retaliate, and there was nowhere to strike back. Cursing was not in his nature, so he resigned himself to the notion that he had merely been bitten by Wan Kai. Had Mimi known his thoughts, she would surely have torn a piece of flesh from him without hesitation. "All right, are you all still playing? If not, let's sleep," Yi suggested shyly, glancing at Zhao Mo before quickly averting her gaze to the two girls. "Play, play." Yi lightly tapped her forehead, offering a wry smile to Zhao Mo before turning away to continue. Zhao Mo was perhaps beginning to experience a streak of bad luck, as it so happened that he was once again the target. "Ha ha ha, Zhao Mo, today is your day," Mimi teased, challenging him with a question to provoke his arrogance. Mimi and Fat D took turns hurling remarks at him. Zhao Mo thought to himself, "I haven't even chosen yet. I haven't showcased my talents." Seeing Zhao Mo's expression, "Yeah, which side are you on?" Mimi inquired, as she and Fat D conspired over some issue. Noticing Iya had not joined them, they expressed their discontent. "Me? I'm certainly with Sisterhead." Iya laughed, joining the conversation. Soon, all three girls were seated again, with Fat D and Iya's faces slightly flushed, as if they were struggling to contain laughter. Mimi chuckled before boldly asking, "Zhao Mo, may I inquire if you're still a virgin? When did that change?" "Oh no, here comes the inappropriate question. Ha ha. Would Zhao Mo remain his usual honest self? Come on, I have no other hobbies but to indulge in gossip." Mimi's inquiry was laden with intensity, her cheeks puffed out, indicating she had bitten down with genuine force. What a vivid expression. This question was not particularly difficult for a boy. If posed by a man, it would be manageable, but when three girls asked, it became a perilous proposition. The standard male response would be, "You are my first and my only." If Zhao Mo possessed such emotional intelligence, he wouldn't have stirred Mimi's ire to the point of her biting him. "Hurry, Zhao Mo." At that moment, the live stream shifted, the current scene fading into one featuring Xiao Ying and De Ge. "De Ge, which group do you think performed the best today?" The Gu gently touched his emblem, chuckling softly as he remarked, "Undoubtedly, the most prosperous participants today must be the Queen group. That game made me long to join in." Of course, the culinary group and the special operations group also exhibited remarkable performances, particularly Li Jing from the special operations group, who, much like Zhao Mo, single-handedly shouldered the responsibilities of the entire team. Truly impressive. Do you believe that these three groups can complete the first stage? As the sixth day draws to a close, I think this is no longer a question, but a statement of certainty. In truth, survival in the wild is most challenging in the initial days. Plagued by the unfamiliarity of the environment, potential acclimatization issues, and the stark contrast to the comforts of life outside. Yet, I am confident that all three groups have surmounted these obstacles, and in the coming 4 days, I firmly believe they will persevere. Xiaoying nodded and directed her gaze toward the screen, declaring, "Dear friends, remember to cultivate the habit of rising early and retiring early." Our live broadcast concludes here for today. Goodness, is this a joke? It seems too perfectly timed, right at 10 o'clock. This rhythm is hardly conducive to a good night's sleep, and yet they suggest we sleep early and rise early. What do you think Zhao Mo would respond? Those upstairs, please stop asking. It's rather bothersome. When will the next live stream occur? It feels like a scripted drama. The plot is getting stalled. I curse all those who stall the plot to be perpetually single. Oh well, let us just sleep. We can catch the night special in the morning. What if they edit this segment out? Then we shall inundate the program's official website with our grievances until it crashes and the director is rendered incapable of managing his life. Meanwhile, on the island, Zhao Mo gazed at Mimi, who was equally fixated on him, awaiting his disclosure of personal secrets. Next to them, Yi and Pang Di displayed a slight tension, mingled with a hint of eager anticipation. After a considerable pause, Zhao Mo finally spoke. "I haven't yet revealed what I've chosen. I haven't confirmed that I will choose truth." The three girls were momentarily taken aback. Mimi scratched her head, seemingly realizing the situation. They had assumed Zhao Mo would not perform any talents. Hence, they posed the question without prior inquiry. "Are you going to showcase a talent?" "A talent. As if everyone doesn't have one." Chapter 42. A night of insomnia. The three girls were collectively taken aback by his statement. After a brief silence, Mimi let out a soft hum and inquired, "What talent do you intend to display?" Zhao Mo pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, "Swimming." The three girls simultaneously rolled their eyes, clearly deeming this suggestion inadequate. "How about push-ups? How many do you think I should do?" "I must clarify that my display of talent does not pertain to what you wish to see, but rather what I am capable of." Upon hearing this, the three girls erupted into laughter. For the first time, they perceived Zhao Mo as a big boy with an endearing side. Mimi, with a glint in her eye, said, "All right, push-ups will suffice, and I won't ask you to do many. Just 10 will do." However, she continued, casting her gaze around Yi and Pang Di before concluding, "You must have someone sit on your back." Zhao Mo glanced at the three girls. The heaviest was undoubtedly Pang Di, though she was certainly under 100 pounds. As for Yi, it was unlikely Mimi would allow herself to be so easily compromised. "All right," Zhao Mo, in an unexpected turn, prostrated himself on the ground. He had anticipated that it would be Pang Di, yet it was Mimi who, without hesitation, plopped down onto his waist, in a playful attempt to add weight. She lifted her feet and placed them upon Zhao Mo's shoulders. To Zhao Mo, given his current physical condition, this was hardly a challenge. He merely sensed a soft pressure on his waist, accompanied by the warmth radiating through their clothing. He needed to gather his focus, otherwise, his brain might suffer from a lack of oxygen, and if he completed the push-ups, it could lead to an embarrassing situation on the beach. 1, 2, Pang Di and Yi gazed at him in wide-eyed astonishment. Zhao Mo truly could manage it, and by the looks of it, he seemed quite at ease. Mimi adjusted her position slightly, hoping to increase the challenge, but to Zhao Mo, it was trivial. As he reached the 7th push-up, Mimi suddenly dropped her feet and leaned her body onto Zhao Mo's back. He distinctly felt the breach of rules, as though she had collided with him, nearly causing him to falter. The warmth on his back distracted him, and just as an itch arose beneath his armpit, he could no longer hold on and collapsed completely onto the ground. "Ha ha, Zhao Mo, you have been defeated," Mimi exclaimed as she fell onto him, realizing her victory, and she burst into laughter. Zhao Mo, rising, looked at Mimi with a hint of annoyance. "The rules do not state that I cannot interfere do they?" he inquired, to which the two girls nodded in agreement, chuckling. Mimi, suppressing her laughter, waved her hands in triumph and declared, "Now it's time for truth or dare. I choose not to answer, but instead, I shall showcase my talent. Singing and dancing are the only true talents." The three girls unanimously agreed with her. Zhao Mo contemplated briefly and glanced at Yi. Only when he noticed her cheeks flush did he begin, "Thank you for allowing me to wish you a happy birthday, and for the serendipity of our meeting. Every time I see the glimmer of tears in your eyes, I feel a pang of sorrow." The three girls were taken aback. Zhao Mo had unexpectedly begun to sing. His voice was gentle and melodious, transforming their expressions from shock to sheer enjoyment in mere moments. Their eyes sparkled, fixated on Zhao Mo, unblinking. "You allow me to wish you a happy birthday, and in turn, I find joy. I hope you too experience happiness akin to mine." Though there was no musical accompaniment, Zhao Mo's voice resonated as if it carried its own echo, blending harmoniously with the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks. His soft tones floated gently away with the sea breeze. In that moment, Yi felt as though she had tasted honey. Sweetness enveloped her heart and lips. Pang Di, too, envisioned a scene of celebrating a birthday. The moment of extinguishing candles casting a beam of light upon a figure not far away. Zhao Mo, cradling a guitar under the warm glow, strumming a tender melody. Mimi's gaze shifted from Zhao Mo to Yi, and upon witnessing her expression, a twinge of jealousy surged within her, a feeling that was genuine and unfeigned. As Zhao Mo's voice faded into silence, the atmosphere remained heavy with unspoken emotions. He turned to the three and inquired, "Does this count as passing?" The three women were swiftly brought back to reality by his words, nodding in unison. "Wow, Zhao Mo, did you graduate from Music Academy?" Zhao Mo shook his head and replied calmly, "I studied philosophy, specifically examining whether the client or the courtesan came first in this world." The faces of the three flushed, and they simultaneously spat in disdain. The innocent and curious Pandai asked, "Did you arrive at a conclusion?" This left Zhao Mo momentarily speechless. "Zhao Montak, what's the name of this song? I've never heard of it." Yaya redirected the conversation. "Happy birthday. It's my original composition." Upon learning this, the three women were taken aback. Mimi confirmed, "You can write songs?" Zhao Mo merely nodded, sighing, "I apologize, esteemed ones, but I must resort to being a mere copyist." Mimi, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, asked, "Do you aspire to develop a career in the entertainment industry?" Zhao Mo pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head, feeling somewhat vexed. The thought of typing away daily without the need for extensive social interaction seemed far more suited to his lifestyle. Seeing his response, Mimi sighed in disappointment. "Zhao Mo, would you sing it again? It's truly lovely." "Yes, please, once more." Zhao Mo looked at the three as if they were foolish, eventually saying, "My performance has concluded." The three felt a surge of frustration. Yaya exclaimed, "We want to continue." "Yes, let's keep playing." With their insistence, Zhao Mo was left utterly speechless. It was once again his turn. Yaya glanced back and chuckled upon seeing a small pebble on Zhao Mo, while Pandai gleefully kicked the sand beneath her feet, her small hands clapping in delight. Mimi picked up a small twig from nearby, placing it in her mouth, and moments later, she patted Zhao Mo on the shoulder, saying, "Big brother, stop resisting. Just surrender to us." After spitting out the twig, she clutched her stomach in laughter. "I choose truth," Zhao Mo contemplated, realizing that aside from singing, the system had not rewarded him with any dancing skills. "I can only sing. I lack other talents. Feel free to ask anything." "We want to ask. We just want to hear you sing." Zhao Mo was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it said that a talent could only be showcased once? Do you three possess any sense of decorum? It seems the rules are entirely at your whim. You, a straightforward man of titanium alloy, dare to reason with women, let alone three of them. Mimi's words echoed, and all three of them let out a simultaneous scoff. Zhao Mo stared blankly at the trio, eventually nodding in realization. He had indeed been foolish to attempt reasoning with three seemingly brainless individuals, though Yaya was an exception, as her intellect had not yet descended to that level. Chapter 43. Another day passes. Zhao Mo pondered in his mind, deciding to present a new song. After all, not singing would be a waste. His ambition was to become the foremost author in the realm of online literature. with the cheers of admirers greeting him at every messaging platform he passed through. A rather beautiful thought. As for mingling in the entertainment industry, it would require signing with an agency and submitting to the whims of others. Given his appearance, he might even have to resort to companionship services. Forget it. With nails driven into my waist, I simply cannot bend down. This wretched system, why does it not bestow upon me the gift of unparalleled typing speed? With such an ability, I could effortlessly compose 100,000 or even 200,000 words in a single day. I ponder, who among the world is a true hero? Devoting merely 2 hours a day to writing, earning a salary that others may only dream of throughout their lifetimes, while the remainder of my time is spent idly. Perhaps I should indulge in a frenzy for half a month, then set an automatic upload, allowing myself to savor the magnificent landscapes of my homeland. Alas, it is truly a difficult decision, and I find myself uncertain of which path aligns with the life I desire. Hurry now, sing, my friend are waiting to listen. Quickly, if you sing well, there shall be a reward. Looking up at the three young ladies, they hardly seem like they are in a position to demand a reward. Sighing, Zhao Mo longed for a guitar, feeling that his display of talent was not quite perfect without it. Clearing his throat, he began to sing. Once I dreamed of wielding a sword across the world to behold the splendors of life. In youth, my heart was always a bit reckless. Now, I call the Four Seas my home. The eyes of the three young women widened in astonishment. They had anticipated he would sing the previous birthday song, yet he surprised them with a different one. Is this song beautiful? It goes without saying, in another realm, Zhao Mo had clung to this very song throughout his dark high school years. At that moment, the eyes of the three women sparkled with admiration. It was truly enchanting. Had they not feared interrupting Zhao Mo, they would have erupted in applause. On this occasion, Zhao Mo deliberately lowered his voice slightly, infusing it with a touch of melancholy that resonated deeply with the soul. Mimi let out a soft hum. She had never heard this song before. Although her singing was not exceptional, she adored music and felt certain that had this remarkable song existed previously, she would have certainly heard it. Now, listening for the first time, she could confirm that it was indeed the original work of this insufferable fellow. Talented, with a decent singing voice and an acceptable appearance, just average. Nothing to admit he was handsome. No, I must bring him into my company. Yes, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply appreciate talent. Indeed, I am merely a connoisseur of talent. Meanwhile, Yi recalled the moment when Zhao Mo claimed she was the most beautiful and the best candidate for marriage. Was he merely trying to make her happy, or did he truly mean it? Oh, what am I thinking? In contrast, Peng Di was more straightforward. Gazing at Zhao Mo like a starry-eyed fan, her eyes sparkling as she swayed gently to the rhythm of the music. A true gentleman's heart is as vast as the ocean, having experienced the myriad ups and downs of life. Yet his smile remains warm and innocent. As the song concluded, the three women remained in stunned silence for a moment before bursting into applause. It was so delightful that I could listen to it endlessly. Zhao Mo, why don't you continue singing, as if to lull us to sleep? Is this song your composition? What is its name? Zhao Montauk nodded, a hint of sadness in his eyes as he replied, the name is the you of yesteryear. Upon hearing this title, the three women fell silent. Zhao Mo rose, dusting off his trousers, and declared, the birthday party for Yiya has come to an end. Everyone should get some rest, or you will lack energy tomorrow. This time, the three women did not object any further. They rose to wash up and prepare for sleep. Zhao Mo lit his homemade mosquito repellent and took the pot they had finished eating from to the seaside for a quick rinse, taking the opportunity to wash himself as well. He splashed some fresh water on himself by the puddle, considering it a makeshift bath. Upon returning to the fire, he covered the camera, confirming that the three women had indeed fallen asleep. He removed his clothes and trousers, hanging them to dry. The coastal breeze would soon take care of that. As he walked towards the shelter, he was somewhat amused to find that the three women were still awake, murmuring about something unknown. Upon hearing his footsteps, they fell silent. Zhao Mo lay down on the small bed, allowing his body to relax. He had had quite a tiring day. In the midst of his drowsiness, the system's voice suddenly resounded once more. Ding! The system detects that the host has completed the third phase of the task. The host is rewarded with advanced 8 extremes fist skills, 5 attribute points, and 2,000 reputation points. Zhao Mo was no longer as astonished as before. He had discerned a pattern in the 10 days of survival. The system evaluated each 2 days as a phase. Without hesitation, he learned the 8 extremes fist skill. After all, having additional skills was never a burden, and martial arts could also serve as a means of self-defense. He then accessed the survival skills panel from the system. Intelligence, 127 adequate. Stamina, 655 robust, enduring. Wilderness survival skills, 100 king of survival. Reputation points, 2,500. He initially considered adding the stamina points directly to stamina, but his meticulous nature led him to notice an additional figure next to intelligence. It had previously been stated that attribute points could not be added to intelligence. Yet now there was an extra number. Could it be that it was now permissible? He attempted to use his will to allocate the attribute points to intelligence, and to his delight, it succeeded. Intelligence, 1275 intelligent. Stamina, 655 robust, enduring. Wilderness survival skills, 100 king of survival. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. He had heard that an ordinary person's intelligence exceeding 130 was quite impressive. Did this mean he was among the exceptional? He suddenly realized that his mind felt significantly clearer, and previously muddled memories began to sharpen. Just as he planned to experiment further, he heard rustling sounds from the adjacent bed. He initially thought one of the girls needed to use the restroom and remained still, ignoring it. However, moments later, he sensed something amiss. A girl had approached him and seemed to be observing him closely. He could feel the warmth of her breath on his face. He kept his eyes shut, unaware of her identity, pondering what she intended to do. Suddenly, he felt a soft touch on his face, but it was fleeting. The next moment, he heard a light laugh. As promised, the reward is yours. This lady keeps her word. Zhao Mo was somewhat speechless. Mimi had resorted to a surprise attack. The key was that he couldn't team move at the moment, for it would only lead to mutual awkwardness. Neither of them was particularly gracious about it. If only she had come earlier, yet the moment had been far too brief for him to even register any sensation. After a moment, he heard the sounds of Mimi returning to her bed to sleep. Zhao Mo stifled a chuckle within, not giving it much thought. After all, from this day forth, they would be worlds apart, and the likelihood of their paths crossing again was nearly non-existent. He chose to regard it as a delightful memory from his life's journey. Exhausted from the day, he soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 44. Moving at the break of dawn, Zhao Mo ventured into the sea, having been plagued by a nightmare the previous night. In his dream, he transformed into the legendary son Wukong, battling 3 demons single-handedly, nearly shattering his golden staff in the process. As for the outcome of the struggle, the details eluded him. After a refreshing shower, he began preparing breakfast. He had no intention of collecting the cage. Instead, he decided to check the traps nearby. If they were empty, the 3 women would have to endure hunger while he traversed the hills in search of sustenance. Fortune favored him today, as the first trap yielded a plump mountain rat, sufficient to satisfy Yiya's hunger for a meal. With Yiya's needs addressed, the other 2 would be easier to accommodate. He headed to the shore to gather some conchs. If all else failed, he could attempt to fish, hoping to catch a couple of oblivious ones. To his astonishment, another delightful surprise awaited him. A hefty rabbit had fallen into the trap, weighing around 5 or 6 pounds. With the rabbit in hand, the mountain rat suddenly seemed less appealing, and after a moment's contemplation, he decided to discard it. Upon returning to the shore, he tidied up and sliced the thicker portions of the meat, allowing the flesh to absorb the seawater, ensuring it would not taste bland. Upon reaching his abode, he noticed that perhaps due to the late night's revelry, the 3 young women showed no inclination to rise. He chose not to disturb them, instead seasoning the rabbit meat with chili and cumin powder and placing it on a grill to roast. At that moment, the live stream had commenced, and the chat began to buzz with activity, anticipating the night's special segment. Zhao Mo's question remained unanswered. Viewers prayed that the production team would include all the game segments. Otherwise, they would express their most devout sentiments towards the editor's family. Laughter erupted as the show resumed. What was the culinary team up to? It was only a little past 7, and they were already dining? Meanwhile, the special operations team was still foraging for conchs. One such large sea conch would cost a fortune if purchased. Living inland, they only consumed farmed seafood. When would they ever savor the taste of the wild? What was Zhao Mo grilling this time? Doctors advised against excessive meat consumption. For breakfast, he preferred a porridge paired with fried dough sticks. Someone above commented on the strong scent of vinegar wafting through. Wow, that smells heavenly. Fat D, whether a dog in her zodiac, Zhao Mo could not ascertain. Yet, her willingness to rise was undoubtedly due to the enticing aroma. Of that he was quite certain. With her hair cascading around her, even without makeup, her beauty was radiant, enhanced by the morning sun at her side, making the meals seem even more appetizing. After Fat D spoke, she realized Zhao Mo was watching her, recalling her bold actions from the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush inexplicably. "I'll go freshen up first," she declared before hastily departing. Zhao Mo felt an urge to inquire about her position in the sequence from last night. The first was Mimi, who had spoken up. As for the second and third, it was a delicate topic best left unaddressed, a muddled account to be forgotten. Moments later, Yiya and Mimi also emerged from their slumber, and upon seeing him, they appeared quite at ease. "Zhao Mo, I crave some fruit." "Zhao Mo, I yearn for coconut juice. By the way, do you not enjoy meat?" Pang Di inquired, observing Yiya and Mimi with a perplexed expression. The two women shot him a glare before resuming their chanting. "Why don't you accompany us today? We could relocate our base, and with 4 days remaining, we might as well stay on the other side," Mimi suggested, her mouth watering as she envisioned the abundance of coconut trees and the wild fruits they had consumed the previous night. Oh, and papayas. They were quite delectable and worth indulging in. Being a person with ambition, she naturally wished for a more pronounced career trajectory. Yaya immediately conjuret, while Bang Di blinked, gazing at the two as if contemplating the merits of their current situation. Zhao Mo felt a twinge of intrigue. Constructing a shelter was not overly complicated, especially since that area was sheltered from the wind. As long as they erected something to shield from the rain, it would merely take half a day, in his estimation. The natural resources there were exceedingly rich, and it was no wonder the three girls found their current environment dull. A move to that location would offer them opportunities for engaging activities like fruit picking, allowing for a more relaxed lifestyle. He decided to give it a try, as the rabbit meat was already roasted. Perhaps they had feasted too well the previous night, as only Pang Di, with her hearty appetite, seemed eager, while the other two lacked any appetite. "After eating, you'll need your strength to traverse the mountains," he remarked. Hearing his agreement, the girls' eyes sparkled, and they began tearing into their food, even emitting sounds akin to animals guarding their prey. "What delight! Zhao Mo, let us be friends." Admittedly, despite Zhao Mo's somewhat aloof nature, he seldom refused the requests of the three girls. He enjoyed imparting a few words of wisdom, which perhaps gave him a less amiable demeanor, but such individuals are often the most dependable. Pang Di's persona as a foodie was firmly established. As she appeared the moment the delectable aroma wafted through the air. Observing the three girls in their natural beauty each day was a sight to behold. Indeed, participating in this program requires a certain confidence. Some individuals might find themselves stripped of half their allure within just 2 days. Up above, the stakes seemed diminished, and some might even face a negative outcome. Are you all off topic? I believe with 4 days remaining, relocating is entirely unnecessary. This was why Zhao Mo indulged them. At their request, he readily acquiesced. Whether he was yielding or firm, the upstairs commentary was ambiguous. I believe Zhao Mo's considerations are valid. Once they relocate, their subsequent 3 to 4 days will be much more pleasant. Yes, I share this sentiment. And, besides, the three girls merely languish here, which may have been Zhao Mo's intention. I have nothing more to say. I simply wish to see the nighttime special and catch up on last night's game. In the live stream, Bayer appeared somewhat speechless. Ying noticed and with a smile inquired, "Bayer, do you think Zhao Mo's decision was misguided?" Bayer spread his hands and replied, "If it were me, I certainly would not have acted thus, as there are only 3 days left." Ying pondered for a moment before explaining, "Perhaps Zhao Mo feels the three girls are too bored." Bayer scratched his head and chuckled, "Well, I indeed lack experience in surviving alongside 3 girls. Just envisioning that scenario is quite terrifying." Zhao Mo finished his meal while the 3 girls continued to gnaw on their food. He gathered the plastic sheets from the ground and collected those from the shelter as well, packing everything useful into his backpack. He instructed Yaya and the others to wash the pots and boil a pot of water. Once everything was prepared, he found a resilient vine and tied one end around his waist. He then surveyed the 3 women, noting that Mimi's stamina would likely be the weakest. Despite Yaya's slender frame, Her years of dancing suggested she possessed considerable physical fitness. He secured the vine to Mimi first, followed by Yaya, and then Pundi. This arrangement made the physical differences among the three women apparent. Surprisingly, Mimi had the largest frame, while Pundi, though appearing quite curvaceous, was relatively slender. As for Yaya, Zhao Mo felt that his large hand could easily encircle her waist. Chapter 45. Trekking onlookers observed Zhao Mo's actions with mounting excitement. Haha, after several days of anticipation, we finally witness a true 1-to-3 scenario. Zhao Mo is so fortunate. I wish I could wrap my arms around Pundi's slender waist. Let go of that girl. Let me take my turn. Is Zhao Mo being a tad overconfident? Can he still climb the mountains like this? I too wish to walk alongside a beauty. Alas, after all these years, I still find myself pulling with my left hand and right hand. Zhao Mo is becoming more like a caretaker for the three women. Mimi quipped, "Who says we are here to survive? We are here to vacation." Zhao Mo replied, "Though I am weary, I feel immensely happy. Has anyone taken a measurement of the waist of the third girl? To those upstairs, do be reasonable." After this, I too find Zhao Mo quite appealing. Quiet down. For goodness sake. We still have 3 hours until the night special. Come on, production team, do us a favor. At that moment, in the production team's monitoring room, Huang Hao felt a pang of discomfort. If Zhao Mo truly made it to the other side, the next 3 days would indeed feel like a vacation for them. And what about the fixed cameras? He wished to stop Zhao Mo, yet he found no valid reason to do so. It would be absurd to admit. We simply want to watch you suffer, to see you starve. If he were to voice such sentiments, Zhao Mo would likely retaliate. And the third girl might unleash her fury as well. Director, what do we do? I know what to do. If they truly wish to relocate, can we really stop them? Director, what about the filming? What else can we do? Add 2 more drones, and once they finish constructing their shelter, we'll send personnel to the island and add 2 fixed cameras. Zhao Mo was unconcerned with these matters. He calculated that by the time they arrived on the other side, it would likely be around noon. He planned to utilize the ensuing time to construct a shelter. As for dinner, they had already crossed over, so he doubted there would be any shortage of food. He found 3 banana leaves, skillfully cut them with a knife, and folded them casually to create a sun hat. The 3 women watched in astonishment, marveling at Zhao Mo's dexterity and unwavering attention to detail. He instructed them to secure their rolled-up sleeves, recognizing that under such a blazing sun, the third girl's skin would likely suffer from sunburn, making it painful to touch or handle anything, thus robbing her of sleep. After ensuring they had their backpack secured, Zhao Mo took the lead and began their journey. At the beginning, everything seemed fine, but after less than half an hour of walking, Zhao Mo distinctly noticed that the vines he was holding had straightened, and the force pulling backward had intensified. Turning to glance back, he saw Mimi leaning backward, sweat streaming down her face. Without his support, she would likely have tumbled down the slope. Noticing his gaze, Mimi offered an awkward smile, then sighed in frustration. "I'm so exhausted. Can we take a break?" Zhao Mo's eyes drifted past her to the other 2 women, who appeared slightly better off. With time pressing, it was best to wait until they reached the actual climbing section to rest. Mimi huffed in disappointment and decided to lean back completely, allowing Zhao Mo to pull her along. "Mimi, cheer up. We're both in this together. Just think about the coconuts and papayas waiting for us on the other side." Ia caught up and gave her a gentle push from behind. Encouraged by this, Mimi seemed to regain a bit of her strength. Zhao Mo felt a slight relief around his waist, but after another 10 minutes of walking, the vines tightened again and felt increasingly burdensome. When he looked back, dismay washed over him. Not only was Mimi leaning back, but the other 2 women appeared to be in similar states. If Zhao Mo hadn't received the system's reward for his endurance, it was likely that all 4 would have already become rolling gourds on the ground. However, his body was now built for endurance. Though it felt constricting, he could still manage. Was Zhao Mo really able to continue climbing? Though the mountain wasn't too steep, dragging 3 people along felt rather excessive. What on earth was Zhao Mo's body made of? I wish I could trade places with him. Can someone with a good grasp of physics calculate how much stamina Zhao Mo needs? Assuming the 3 women each weighed around 135 pounds. With the mountain's incline at 15 degrees, one could conclude that Zhao Mo was indeed quite fatigued. For those observing, were you here to amuse yourselves? I was genuinely engaged. The conclusion stands, even I feel exhausted watching. Zhao Mo's back was drenched, yet he showed no intention of halting. A real-life Iron Man was about to emerge. I reckon even Jing Ge wouldn't possess such stamina. Jing Ge could probably manage, but he surely wouldn't last as long as Zhao Mo look. Mimi is about to play the spoiled card. Huh, how audacious to ask Zhao Mo to carry her. Comparing people is a futile exercise. I wish I had the chance to carry Mimi. Show off those muscles upstairs. If you don't, you might just roll down a hill with Mimi. Zhao Mo, I really can't go on. Could you carry me? Zhao Mo turned back, startled. At that moment, Mimi's face was not as sweaty, but her complexion was alarmingly pale. He immediately halted, urging the other two to sit down and rest before moving to Mimi's side to help her sit. Without further thought, he lowered the zipper of her jacket slightly and retrieved some water from his backpack, encouraging her to drink a little. He then broke off a leafy branch nearby, gently fanning her. After about 10 minutes, beads of sweat began to reappear on Mimi's brow, and Zhao Mo finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. This girl's constitution was rather poor. In such sweltering heat, if her perspiration were to be obstructed, it could potentially lead to dire consequences. Are you feeling better? Much better, though. I feel so weak and limp. Zhao Mo nodded, glancing at the other two. Fortunately, their complexions were rosy, sweat clinging to their hair and dampening their cheeks. Let us go. If we rest any longer, we'll be even less inclined to move. The two young women nodded in understanding. Zhao Mo realized that with Mimi's insistence, he could not possibly leave her behind. Thus, he removed the vine from her waist and secured it around his own, then turned his back, squatting before Mimi. Upon seeing this, Mimi exclaimed, Zhao Mo, I adore you, and promptly climbed onto his back. In a situation where a girl would typically arch her back to minimize contact with a male stranger, Mimi was unconcerned, treating Zhao Mo's back as a bed, resting her head on his shoulder. Let us go. With that, they resumed their ascent. Aware of Zhao Mo's struggles, the two women refrained from leaning back this time, gritting their teeth to keep pace. In a control room, as they observed Zhao Mo carrying one person while pulling along two others, Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. Bell, with his hands clasped behind his head, exclaimed, Oh my God, can anyone tell me what this guy is made of? He felt that either the world had gone mad or he had. Everything he witnessed felt surreal. Although the three girls were not heavy, they were climbing a mountain, yet Zhao Mo appeared unfazed, his legs still firm and strong with every step. Mr. Bell, you can do this too, right? Ying asked curiously, still grappling with the concept. Chapter 46. A man who can defy gravity upon hearing Ying's question. Bell unexpectedly rolled his eyes. With a touch of excitement, he pointed to his own arm, saying, This is flesh, not steel. He glanced at the monitor again, muttering, This guy's truly a freak. Are you implying this is incredibly difficult? Bell was reluctant to address such a naive inquiry. If it were just one girl on my back, I could manage, but with two pulling me down, that's an entirely different matter. To put simply, Zhao Mo is currently bearing the weight of 45 kilograms while struggling uphill and simultaneously engaged in a tug of war with the two girls behind him. Ying blinked her large eyes, taking a while to respond. From what I see, Zhao Mo doesn't look particularly strong. Bell shook his head, reflecting slightly. That's why I'm questioning what material he's made of. It seems gravity has no effect on him. In the comments section, upon witnessing Zhao Mo actually carrying Mimi, silence reigned for a good 10 seconds before the frenzy erupted once more. Carrying one person, even on flat ground, I would find unbearable. Who among you still envies Zhao Mo? Do you still think it's delightful to be burdened by three girls? It may seem appealing, but only if you possess such strength. Watching alongside my father, I rubbed my eyes in disbelief, confirming that he was mimicking Zhao Mo's actions. If Zhao Mo truly entered the circle, the title of the toughest man would surely slip from Jing Ge's grasp. His brother, is Zhao Mo truly studying philosophy? Can anyone tell me if Zhao Mo has skipped all his classes in university to fend for himself? To the one above, I am a fellow student of Zhao Mo's, and I can responsibly assure you that his academic performance is quite commendable. Is that you, Li Ran? I am the advisor, and I can also attest that Zhao Mo is indeed a model student. Has he always been this eccentric at school? His personality has remained consistent, yet I never perceived him as particularly strong. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to look at my phone. I too would prefer to kneel. Even Newton would weep at this predicament. Enough of the noise. I wish to watch the night special. Why hasn't Tia been released yet? To the one above. You've already made numerous interruptions. Zhao Mo feels that carrying Mimi on his back is, in comparison to before, a tad easier. At least with two girls holding onto him, he does not feel as constrained around the waist. More importantly, Mimi's body resting against him allows him to distinctly sense the differences in male and female forms. This, in turn, diverts some of his attention, making him feel less fatigued. However, if they remain too tightly pressed together for an extended period, might he not develop rashes on his back? After nearly half an hour, they finally reached a steep slope. Here stood a massive rock, towering over 3 meters high. Zhao Mo always climbed using the adjacent angles, exerting both hands and feet. But the three girls clearly could not manage that. He inquired one by one. Although fatigued, thankfully, none had suffered from heat stroke. He retrieved water from his backpack, urging the three to share it. You go ahead and drink. We wouldn't want to tire you out before we've exhausted ourselves. Mimi and Peng Di shared a bottle, while Yi, holding her own, consumed only a third before offering it to Zhao Mo. At this moment, Zhao Mo was crafting something with earlier vines. Upon hearing Yi's words, he smiled faintly, took a sip from the bottle, and returned it to her. Yi noticed that Zhao Mo drank directly from the bottle, her cheeks slightly reddening, but upon seeing the remaining water, she quickly finished it. At this moment, a drone had captured a panoramic view of their surrounding terrain, causing those who beheld it to become uneasy. How are we supposed to climb that? Free climbing? But it looks too steep, and there are no obvious handholds. How does Zhao Mo intend to ascend? He mustn't take any risks. Zhao Mo had been climbing for the past couple of days, so he was accustomed to the challenge. The way Zhao Mo approached, it demanded considerable upper body strength. I am merely curious how the three young women will manage. It seems quite unwise. They would have been better off staying at that shelter. Zhao Mo must have devised a plan. Otherwise, he would not be undertaking such an endeavor. Meanwhile, in the broadcast room, Ying was questioning Bayer. What method do you think he will employ? He has already conceived a strategy, yes. I have a rough idea of his approach. However, I must say, Zhao Mo is overly confident in his strength. Zhao Mo paused his task, glanced at the three girls, confirming their well-being before letting out a quiet sigh of relief. He looked at the vine in his hands and sighed, saying, "Please wait here for a moment." Without waiting for a response from the three individuals, he dashed down the mountain and soon returned with an additional vine in his hand. "Wait a moment. I will ascend first and drop the vine down for you," he said, demonstrating the process to ensure the three women comprehended. He retrieved a plastic bag from his backpack, stuffed it into Pandy's bag, and secured the vine inside before adjusting his own pack and moving towards a corner. The three women recognized his capability to ascend, yet this was their first time witnessing his method. The scene before them epitomized strength and coordination. They mused that even if they were acting alongside action stars suspended on wires with assistance, none could match Zhao Mo's current prowess. In merely a minute, Zhao Mo successfully reached the summit. Do not be afraid. Tie one vine around your waist as I instructed, ensuring to double knot it. And use the method I taught for the other, he advised. During their previous rest, Zhao Mo had constructed a simple harness resembling a basket. It functioned akin to donning trousers, with two loops around the legs and a vine positioned behind the backside, ensuring that when seated, most of the weight would rest on the hips, thus preventing discomfort. At that moment, Zhao Mo removed his shirt, marking the first time he bared his torso in daylight, under the gaze of the three women and the watchful eye of a drone. Witnessing his muscular physique, the viewers online were utterly captivated. Although they had glimpsed his form before, it had been at night, illuminated only by the firelight, rendering visibility low. Now, however, his figure was strikingly clear. Standing atop the mountain, he exuded an aura akin to a king among the peaks. Chapter 47. Acting skills, you lack them upon seeing Zhao Mo's bare chest. The viewers were thoroughly astounded. He wrapped his shirt around his arm, while Mimi was securely positioned. With a firm grip, he operated as if he were a winch, causing Mimi to ascend steadily. So that's what 8-pack abs look like. Ah, I envy his abs. How can I achieve such a physique? Why does my belly resemble a globe? Exclaimed one. What a sense of security. Zhao Mo, let us be friends, another chimed in. One of the girls glanced over, drooling slightly. Upstairs, it's not your friend. It's UISNT it? Came the teasing response. Indeed, while clothed, Zhao Mo appeared lean, yet once shirtless. It was evident that muscle had developed between his bones. What is he trying to accomplish? No way, is he not exhausted? I can't say if he is tired. If it were me, I doubt I would have the strength to pull myself up, was the reply. In the control room, Bell shook his head with a wry smile. Mr. Bell, is this particularly challenging? Not exceedingly so. I could manage it as well. I am merely marveling at Zhao Mo's dexterity, which is truly remarkable, he replied. Ying nodded, perceiving Zhao Mo's actions as rather effortless. However, Bell added, if you can perform 300 sit-ups and 500 push-ups in one go, then you could attain his strength. Ying was taken aback. Are you joking? No one is assisting. I can barely manage a single sit-up. And this isn't considered difficult? Bell responded, let us refrain from exaggeration, shall we? As he lowered Mimi, the girl, perhaps out of fear, steadied herself and clung tightly to Zhao Mo. Zhao Mo is currently without a shirt, and it feels even more splendid. Next comes Pang Di, followed by Iya, each one embracing him. Witnessing this scene, the netizens are filled with envy and simultaneously criticize him mercilessly. Oh, this place is indeed extraordinary, simply magnificent. While winter lingers on one side, spring blooms vibrantly on the other. The three women have already laid eyes on a lush expanse, seemingly erasing all their previous hardships in an instant. The pace here has notably slowed down. After cautioning the trio to avoid stumbling, the four begin their descent down the mountain. Ha ha! The night special has been released. Let us gather around and watch. The first to appear is the Special Operations Team. Jing Ge has also found the mosquito coil. It appears that this pine needle variety is quite effective at repelling mosquitoes. Look, the Gourmet Team has made their entrance. Indeed, it is aptly named the Gourmet Team, as they have even begun to indulge in a late-night snack, living quite the lavish life. Jolay is more than enough at this point. Where's the Queen Team? I echo that question. Why is there no segment for the Queen Team? The production team has released an explanation, stating that due to the loss of surveillance footage, the segment for the Queen Team cannot be broadcasted. What? I have eagerly awaited the Queen Team. Is this a joke? Those upstairs can leave. I haven't seen any statement from the production team. I haven't seen it either. Where is it? Why hasn't the Queen Team S segment been released? Let us go to the production team S official account and inquire. Meanwhile, Ying seems to have spotted a flurry of messages and has confirmed with the director team. Briefly explaining, due to the multitude of spectacular moments from the Queen Team last night, editing requires time. Please be patient for half an hour. Upon hearing this, the online uproar began to subside. You scared me. I thought there was truly nothing left. Thankfully, good things are worth the wait. We can hold on a little longer. After waiting from last night until now, why hasn't the production team prioritized the Queen Team S footage? Zhao Mo handed each of the three girls a stick, instructing them to tap the grass every 2 steps. Why? The three women asked in unison. Zhao Mo gazed at them and replied nonchalantly, it's a saying, to beat the grass and startle the snake. Don't tell me you haven't learned this. The three girls rolled their eyes in unison but obediently accepted the sticks. Pang Di seemed to have developed a phobia. Upon hearing that there might be snakes, she instinctively edged closer to Zhao Mo. There is no need for him. Zhao Di, come here. I will protect you. Pang Di glanced at Zhao Mo, then at Mimi, showing no inclination to move. Sister Mimi, I still trust Zhao Mo a bit more. Mimi rolled her eyes in response, questioning the sudden betrayal. Zhao Mo allowed the three girls to rest while he climbed a coconut tree, intending to pluck a few coconuts. This was the first time the three had seen him ascend a tree, their mouths agape and eyes wide like lanterns. Is Zhao Mo reborn from a monkey? Sister Mimi, technically, we all evolved from monkeys. Pang Di, which side are you on? You two stop bickering. With Zhao Mo's agility, even a monkey would shed tears. After Yi's remark, the three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They moved aside, observing the three girls standing foolishly beneath the tree. One might wonder if they intended to catch coconuts with their heads. As the three women emitted a light sigh, preparing to take action, one suddenly had a thought. Grasping the stick in her hand, she began to strike it against the ground repeatedly. After quite some time, she finally took a few steps forward. From his vantage point, Zhao Mo, perched in a tree, observed this scene and nearly burst into laughter. To him, it appeared as though three blind individuals were attempting to navigate their way. Moments later, a coconut fell, prompting Zhao Mo to swiftly descend. He cut it open, distributing one to each person while indulging in one himself. The exertion was considerable, and the heat was oppressive. he needed to replenish his fluids at regular intervals. At last, he felt rejuvenated. Just a sip of coconut water made him feel that all the hardships endured along the way were finally worthwhile. After speaking, Mimi glanced at Zhao Mo, seemingly not too fatigued, as she had traversed a significant portion of the journey on his back. A hint of embarrassment washed over her as she looked at Zhao Mo and suggested, "Zhao Mo, why don't you be my bodyguard? Just tell me how much you want per month." Too exhausting. What do you mean too exhausting? Being your bodyguard, flying here and there every day is tiring work. Mimi's face twisted in discomfort, but then curiosity sparked as she asked, "So what do you plan to do after the show ends?" Zhao Mo replied with utmost seriousness, "I intend to write a novel." The three women were momentarily taken aback, but the next moment they burst into laughter, embracing each other in mirth. After a while, Mimi approached him and playfully pinched his arm, saying, "Writing a novel? You're quite amusing. What a waste of such sturdy physique." Yet, Yi gave him an encouraging look and said, "Keep at it. If you manage to write something worth adapting, I'll gladly audition for a role for free. And me, don't forget me." Fat D finally lifted her head from a coconut, raising her hand. Zhao Mo regarded Fat D and remarked, "With your acting skills, you'd ruin my novel." He added, "You should just focus on looking pretty and be a decorative vase." As for Yi, he mused that her acting was commendable and he fancied her portrayal of Ah Xiang from Chinatown. What about Mimi? He wondered if her trajectory was similar to another timeline. If so, it would be rather lackluster. "Zhao Mo, what kind of look is that? Do you doubt my acting skills?" Zhao Mo stood up, brushed off his pants, and decided he needed to build a shelter, having no time to engage in banter with the three girls. Well, in truth, chatting with them was quite enjoyable. He found himself beginning to like Zhao Mo's personality. It was amusing to watch Mimi get infuriated with him, yet utterly powerless against him. Zhao Mo's small glances clearly conveyed his disbelief in Mimi's acting abilities. The notion of him writing a novel was enough to provide laughter for an entire year. After all, he was a serious philosophy graduate. What was wrong with wanting to write a novel? Oh my, the night special of the Queen Group is out. Chapter 48, A New Abode with a Shout. The barrage of comments online suddenly vanished. At that moment, within the monitoring room, the staff members tasked with data analysis were left dumbfounded. Director Huang. The night special of the Queen Group broke 1 million views in under a minute. Huang Hao thought he had misheard. After confirming, he too was bewildered. Was this truly so outrageous? The Special Operations Group took 27 minutes to reach 1 million. The Culinary Group took 32 minutes. Yet the Queen Group achieved it in less than a minute. Was such a vast disparity even conceivable? However, Huang Hao soon became exhilarated. The reason the Queen Group had taken so long to come down was that the production team had made a discovery. After reviewing the footage, he personally supervised the editing. Haha, once this episode is released, I believe our show will gain immense popularity once again. Director Huang, at 1 minute and 40 seconds. We VE surpassed 2 million views. Huang Hao's facial muscles twitched. Good grief, must there be such a vast disparity? If the other two groups were to learn of these results, how would they feel? Speaking of which, the other two groups also have beautiful members. The Special Forces group has Xiao Ying, and the Culinary group has Tian Tian. Why do they not garner such attention? At this thought, Huang Hao suddenly had a revelation and smiled. The high viewership of the Queen Group undoubtedly relates to the presence of the three women, and it seems that Zhao Mo plays a significant role as well. Zhao Mo is not unattractive. He is quite the handsome man, and despite his seemingly unlikable personality, he possesses a charm that captivates the audience, starkly contrasting with the three women and providing ample intrigue. 3 million views now, at this rate. Director Huang might break the record of 10 million views in a single day. Huang Hao nodded with a smile, convinced that surpassing 10 million today was certainly achievable. It was merely a matter of timing. How many hours would it take? Zhao Mo was constructing a shelter, a task made simple as he used vines to connect several trees, forming a cross shape. He then wrapped the vines around the cross, weaving them continuously to create a large hammock. The lower layer was 50 centimeters above the ground, ensuring safety while allowing the three women easy access. The second layer remained at a height of 1.5 meters, also in a cross shape. But this time he added an additional step by threading a vine through the center of the cross, climbing to a tall tree to elevate it, ensuring the top formed a conical shape to prevent rain accumulation. Once these tasks were completed, he merely needed to lay down banana leaves. He instructed the three women to collect banana tree bark, which could be easily softened by hand and laid on the bed. A simple plastic sheet on top would complete the bed. Zhao Xian's skills were remarkable. Such a large project seemed effortless for him. Did you all not catch the night special? I watched the beginning. This episode is truly substantial, over an hour long. I held back from exiting and now watch the live broadcast, saving the rest for later. Wow, the upstairs is really something. Zhao Mo completed in 2 hours what I reckon would take 2 days. Upstairs, be confident. Remove the word reckon. I feel this bed must be exceptionally comfortable. Zhao Mo is incredible. I wish to join him in survival, even if it means he holds me at night. Upstairs, you mean you want him to hold you? Zhao Mo is preparing a birthday for Yi. Clearly, he is quite romantic, hardworking, and possesses an admirable physique. This boyfriend I would gladly accept. Meanwhile, those watching the night special were engaged in distinctly different discussions. I asked, Zhao Mo, are you still a virgin? When did that change? When Mimi posed this question, everyone became excited, eagerly awaiting Zhao Mo's response. Zhao Mo, don't tell me you're still original. If you were truly untouched, that would be utterly hilarious. It is difficult to ascertain the reasons behind this individual's inability to find a girlfriend. To the person above, I must clarify that I am a woman, and I can responsibly state that I hold a deep admiration for Zhao Mo's character. The individual above me is also a girl, and she shares a similar fondness for his personality. Let us not become overly animated. Instead, let us observe Zhao Mo's response. However, when Zhao Mo announced his intention to showcase a talent, the originally excited audience seemed to experience a wave of disappointment. Yet, when they witnessed Zhao Mo performing push-ups while carrying another person, astonishment swept through the crowd. Goodness, this is utterly extraordinary, one exclaimed. I can barely manage a dozen without assistance, and Zhao Mo appears to execute them with effortless ease. To the individual above, you seem to lack prowess. I can manage 30 without carrying anyone. Admittedly, I too must confess my own limitations. How remarkable, this fellow is truly exceptional. Someone remarked, Zhao Mo is indeed fortunate. Mimi is sitting upon his lap. Mimi, too, seems fortunate to be able to perch on Zhao Mo's waist. I envy that position. The phrase, sitting on his waist, inexplicably conjures vivid images in my mind. It is perplexing. When did I begin to notice so many people expressing admiration for Zhao Mo? Shouldn't such a man be admired? As a man myself, I find myself rather drawn to him. The root of my envy lies in my inability to feel resentment toward him. As the audience continued to watch and converse, laughter erupted when they saw Mimi teasingly tickling Zhao Mo. Well done, Mimi. They cheered. Excellent work. Let Zhao Mo continue with his truth or dare. If Zhao Mo is indeed genuine, I would charter a plane to the island right now to make a reservation. Goodness, wealthy woman. There is no need for such complexity. Actually, I am also genuine. If you tell me where you are, I wouldn't hesitate to come to you. Zhao Mo appeared quite troubled. As he found himself at a loss regarding Mimi throughout the video, Zhao Mo remained reluctant to answer questions, stubbornly insisting on showcasing his talent. Mimi also delineated the parameters, stating that anything other than singing or dancing did not count as a talent. The audience erupted in applause once more. If I were Zhao Mo, I would simply sing a song. It seems like something anyone could do. Indeed, I share that sentiment. How about a dance from Zhao Mo? They laughed. It must be said, with his physique, it would indeed be a shame if he did not dance. As they were engaged in their commentary, Zhao Mo suddenly fell silent. Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, Zhao Mo began to sing. Thank you for allowing me to wish you a happy birthday. Thank you for the serendipity of our encounter. Whenever tears glisten in your eyes, you know I will feel sorrow too. The comments momentarily ceased until he finished singing, as if a switch had been flipped, and then the comments erupted once more. Oh my, I realize how ignorant I was. Zhao Mo does not lack singing ability. He sings exceptionally well. This must be why he is showing consideration for the three ladies. He is so fortunate. If there were such a warm-hearted boy in reality, I would undoubtedly marry him without hesitation. Zhao Mo's vocal prowess seems professional, while I cannot say for certain. It is genuinely impressive. The choice of song was also quite commendable. Am I the only one who finds this song unfamiliar? To the individual above, I share your sentiments. I feared being deemed ignorant, hence I refrained from speaking up. I checked online, and to my astonishment, there seems to be no such song. Could it be true? At this moment in the video, Yaya posed a question, Zhao Mo, what is the name of this song? I have never heard of it. Happy birthday to you. It's my original work. Chapter 49. The Frustrated Old Huang. Those watching the night special were left dumbfounded. Some skeptics, determined to investigate this song, searched online but found nothing at all. Zhao Mo, if you continue to excel, you might end up with no friends. Goodness, I'm a classmate of Zhao Mo, and we have a decent relationship. I had no idea he could sing so well. Isn't that Wang Kai upstairs? I am Zhao Mo's instructor, and I realize I've been remiss in my duties. Is singing the key? The real marvel is that he can compose. Indeed, that is somewhat alarming. Are they teaching composition in the philosophy department? Huh, don't be ridiculous. The philosophy department is barely teaching how to clear level 43. This leaves no room for anyone. He claims he wants to write a novel. Perhaps he could truly write one, but such talent squandered on novel writing seems a pity. As the discussion unfolded, the night special continued to air. Once more, Zhao Mo was captivated. When Mimi remarked that one should not reason with women, everyone burst into laughter. If they had previously yearned for heartfelt truths, now they were much like Mimi, eager for Zhao Mo to sing another song. Reality did not disappoint them. After a brief silence, Zhao Mo spoke again. Once dreamed of wielding a sword and roaming the world to witness the splendor of life. The youthful heart is often a little reckless. Now I call the whole world home. After another song concluded, comments once again fell into a brief silence. I checked, and this song was still not available online. My goodness, yet another original work. What on earth is Zhao Mo? It's beautiful. The lyrics are profoundly meaningful. I find it even more pleasing than the previous one. I dragged the progress bar and listened again. Wow, a kindred spirit indeed. It's truly delightful. Once dreamed of wielding a sword and roaming the world, the youthful heart is often a little reckless. Resonates perfectly. It reminds me of my own youthful exuberance just after leaving campus. How spirited I was, a nostalgic recollection. Yes, once I feared nothing, but now, when a supervisor raises their voice, I tremble. Alas, life demands such compromises. I cannot believe I have shed tears, but starting tomorrow, I will wield my sword and traverse the world. At night, I dream beautiful dreams, vowing to become a strong person, yet during the day, I must gaze upon my superior's face, flattering and appeasing, constantly oscillating between nobility and baseness. Perhaps one day, I shall truly lose my mind. Now, I call the whole world home, adrift in a vast city. Is that not calling the world home? It's enchanting. I'll listen to it once more after finishing. This song touches the heart. A salute to all those who have navigated the world for over 5 years. Director Huang, it has surpassed 10 million. The data monitoring personnel, instead of shouting, wore a bewildered expression. He pondered that this special might reach 10 million in a day. But he did not anticipate that the play count would reach that number in just 1 hour. What? So fast? Huang Hao also looked puzzled. He was still guessing hours. Yet had only been 1 hour. Director Huang, to be precise, it was 59 minutes and 27 seconds when it hit 10 million. Huang Hao appeared utterly bewildered, and the monitoring personnel was quite amusing as well. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed another individual, stating, "We must disseminate this incredibly favorable news. It deserves to be made public." Just as he issued this command, his phone unexpectedly rang. Initially, he had no intention of answering, but his spirits were elevated at that moment. He presumed it might be a congratulatory call from a superior, but upon checking the caller ID, he discovered it was General Manager Luo from Guangxin Media. "General Manager Luo, how may I assist you?" Huang, what is you in such high spirits that you even jest with me? Do you dare test my patience?" "Haha, old Luo, just get to the point. I'm rather busy." "Busy with what?" "By the way, I wanted to inquire about the conclusion of your survival program." "Why do you ask?" Huang Hao was somewhat taken aback, unsure of the answer. However, based on past conventions, it should wrap up in approximately 2 weeks. "Could you introduce me to Zhao Mo? You wish to sign him?" Upon hearing this, Huang Hao immediately grasped the implication. "Indeed, you understand the significance of a creative talent to a company." Huang Hao nodded, suddenly realizing that the other party could not see his agreement, so he verbally expressed his assent. In truth, Zhao Mo was unaware that this world, particularly in the entertainment industry, differed greatly from another realm. The adage that the foreign monk chants well holds true, as does the notion that foreign songs tend to elevate artists. A prevailing principle in the domestic entertainment scene. Even in film and television, foreign productions dominate, with a significant portion of commendable domestic films being adaptations of overseas works. In such an atmosphere, creative talents in the country had dwindled over the past few years, leading many to abandon their professions for other pursuits. Now, with the government vigorously supporting local creativity, those individuals had already established themselves in different fields and were reluctant to return to the grind. Thus, the scarcity of creative talents in the country is indeed lamentable. This also explains why the three women were so astonished upon hearing Zhao Mo claim that his song was an original composition. Very well, I shall inquire on your behalf. Although this young man seems rather aloof. Will that be a concern? If not, he could always focus solely on creation. Huang Hao inwardly scoffed. They had their calculations. But their success depended on the young man's agreement. After hanging up, he did not dwell on the call, preparing instead to inquire about the data when his phone rang again. Brother Huang, this is Shao Qi. Upon hearing this, Huang Hao immediately recognized the caller as the head of the Xinging Agency's management department. Are you seeking information about Zhao Mo? Hearing this question, the other party's voice grew noticeably anxious. Brother Huang, has someone been inquiring? I implore you, you must assist me. Our agency is in dire need of creative talents. Huang Hao continued his usual diplomatic response, promising to make inquiries. After ending the call, he pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. The incident had unfolded when the production team randomly selected a fortunate audience member, initially believing that the pairing with the three women would result in a simple 2-day excursion. To their surprise, it turned out to be a survival expert, one whose skills even surpassed those of Belle, managing to handle 3 individuals effortlessly, without the slightest hint of struggle. Initially believing that the events had come to a close, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that a second skill had been illuminated: originality. Thus far, Zhao Mo had only sung 2 songs. Whether he possessed any further original works remained uncertain. Truly a treasure of a young man. With this thought, he smiled once more, satisfied, for regardless of the circumstances, this talent had been unearthed by his own production team. Surely, old Huang could bask in the glory of being recognized as possessing keen insight. Lost in this reverie, his phone suddenly rang, disrupting his good mood. Instinctively, he considered hanging up, but upon seeing the caller ID, he promptly answered, his tone laced with flattery. Wu Tai, what an honor to receive a call from you personally. Xiao Huang, you and your team have done exceptionally well this time. I watched the live broadcast, and it was quite spectacular, Wu Tai stated. Huang Hao forced a smile. It was evident that this was formal language. However, he dared not inquire which aspect Wu Tai had appreciated. Is it about a certain young man named Zhao Mo? My old comrade, Xiao Xia from Wanyu, informed me to reach out. I must assist an old friend whenever possible. Could you please ask that young man if he has any thoughts? Wu Tai, the program is still live. It would be inappropriate, rest assured. I understand the priorities. There's no rush. Just bring it up when the program is nearing its conclusion. Just don't forget. After hanging up, Huang's earlier good spirits evaporated instantly. What was this predicament? The leader had personally called, and he felt compelled to take it seriously. However, what if Zhao Mo declined? Would he be perceived as ineffective in the leader's eyes? A headache ensued. The phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, he noted it was Xingxin Media. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to turn off his phone. It seemed the disturbances were relentless. Not long after he powered down his device, his assistant director, Su Qing, received a call. After a brief moment, Su hung up and said, Director Huang, it was Lao Qian from Lurue inquiring about Zhao Mo. Forget him. Huang replied, slightly exasperated. Shortly thereafter, Su's phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, he found it was Sister from Tianang Films. Noting Huang's lack of response, he contemplated for a moment before also turning off his phone. Then, the staff member responsible for monitoring data received call. In response, Huang issued a command for all personnel on site to surrender their phones to a junior staff member in the office to handle. If it's an inquiry about Zhao Mo, inform them we are busy. If it's an urgent family matter, have them reach out again. At last, there was peace. What was the purpose of all this? Was it not merely a reflection of the prevailing policies? Yet, it was also true that the media culture in his country had long been overshadowed by others, which could hardly be dismissed. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo remained blissfully unaware that he had become a coveted prize in the eyes of many. The shelter was complete, and the sun was beginning to set. The 3 young women, clearly fatigued, immediately laid down upon hearing him mention that the bed was ready. How wonderful! One exclaimed. Zhao Mo, you are incredible. This bed is far more comfortable than the previous one. I feel so relaxed, I hardly want to move a finger. Although the location was shielded from the wind, The seaside breeze still made its presence known. He hurriedly set to work constructing a windbreak. A relatively simple task. He gathered 4 or 5 logs as thick as his arms, secured them together, inserted banana leaves in between, and propped it up by the bed. And with that, the task was completed. After completing his tasks, he proceeded to clear the vegetation beneath his feet, gathering dry wood to ignite a fire. At this moment, the soft, rhythmic breaths of the 3 young women could be heard emanating from the bed. This time, he added a substantial amount of timber, and the flames grew considerably. He then began to remove the greenery within a 2-meter radius from the edge of the bed, creating a protective barrier. Subsequently, he ignited some thick logs and began to lay them in the center. This circular arrangement would deter most animals, as the majority of smaller creatures possess a sense of territoriality. Zhao Mo's intention was to eliminate their original territory, ensuring that within a couple of days, they would instinctively avoid this area. Though coconuts provided a source of hydration, the need for water for daily living could not be overlooked. He continued to search nearby until he identified a spot with noticeable elevation changes, whereupon he commenced digging. Zhao Mo truly embodied the essence of resilience. I remained perplexed by his seemingly inexhaustible energy. It piques my curiosity that, despite the considerable physical exertion he must have endured throughout the day, he appeared as if he were a perpetual motion machine. Zhao Mo's meticulousness shone through as he remained undeterred even with 4 days and 3 nights ahead of them. One could jest that should anyone fall victim to a venomous bite, they would have no choice but to withdraw. Such a man epitomizes safety. The 3 young women are indeed fortunate to have drawn him. Previously, I recall the consensus being that Zhao Mo was the lucky one. Should he and Jing Ge be paired together, I surmised they could thrive for 100 days without issue. As for the onlookers above, I wonder what 2 burly men could possibly offer in terms of entertainment. How I had hoped to be a fortunate spectator next year, yet witnessing Zhao Mo's prowess. I might as well retire for the night. I find myself curious as to how Zhao Mo discerned the presence of water in this area. Given the inherent dampness, it was likely that digging would yield water, especially since the lower terrain would collect runoff from the hillside, significantly increasing the likelihood of finding water. It seemed there were no fixed cameras today. Could this mean that once night fell, the Queen Group's live broadcast would cease? Quickly, an announcement from the production team was released, indicating that the Queen Group's live stream would conclude at 6:30 and the nighttime special might also be suspended. Fixed cameras would be set up on the island tomorrow morning, resuming the broadcast thereafter. This only suggests that the production team had not anticipated Zhao Mo and the others relocating. After digging for nearly half an hour, the sun had reached the horizon. Zhao Mo tested the water and found it quite satisfactory. It seeped rapidly, and he had already excavated about 40 centimeters. He approached the bed and called to the 3 women. "Rise, let's wash at the beach. Sleeping like this must be uncomfortable." Only then did they rub their eyes and groggily awaken. However, upon hearing the prospect of a bath, they quickly shook off their drowsiness and joyfully dashed toward the shore. Zhao Mo also wished to wash, and since they were all clothed, it mattered little. Given the less than favorable weather, he was concerned for the safety of the 3 women. Thus he waded into the water not far off. Chapter 50. A Day of Exhaustion. It must be said that Mimi possesses quite a bit of courage. She unexpectedly removed her small garment, claiming it felt more comfortable to wash that way. Zhao Mo soaked for a while before decisively exiting the water, making his way to the freshwater area to rinse his body. Before long, the 3 girls also emerged. He gestured towards the freshwater spot, suggesting they rinse off first. He planned to return in approximately 40 minutes. Zhao Mo took the initiative to step away, allowing the 3 young ladies to dry their clothes, as that aspect was somewhat inconvenient here, perhaps due to the shelter from the wind. The resources along the seaside were noticeably more abundant. Upon reaching the rocky area, there was no need to enter the sea. He could easily find crabs and some shells to catch. This evening, he intended to experiment with a new culinary approach, cooking the shells and crabs in coconut juice. Curious about the flavor it would yield. As for Yaya, she would sadly have to settle for a vegetarian meal tonight. When Zhao Mo returned, the girls' clothes had dried, and they were sitting together, engaged in conversation. Zhao Mo commenced preparing dinner, setting his pot over the fire. He took a flashlight and ventured towards the banana grove, contemplating before sighing, and began to peel away a decaying banana root to extract worms. At that moment, their live broadcast had concluded, yet the excitement remained undiminished. The production team was well aware of how to boost the program's popularity. Under Huang Hao's direction, they registered the copyrights for 2 songs on Zhao Mo's behalf and subsequently extracted the original audio, uploading it to major music platforms by around 4 p.m. Haha, the production team finally accomplished something significant. The music from Circle now featured Once Upon a Time. Is it true? Download it quickly. Unfortunately, it was an a cappella version. Adding accompaniment would likely enhance its appeal. The essence was indeed the raw vocal quality. Listening to this song was not merely about its melodiousness. It was about reliving a narrative. It was more fitting to say one should reminisce while listening to the music. Goodness, the production team is quite audacious. They expect to charge for this raw version. I believe charging is justified. After all, it's only $1 to download a song, which is not exorbitant. I just want to clarify, does this money belong to Zhao Mo or the production team? Yes, that question needs clarification. If the production team profits from this song, their integrity would be in question. A production team of such stature should not stoop so low. As discussions ensued, it appeared that Ying in the director's room received a cue from the production team and spoke up. I have an announcement to make. Currently, we are unable to contact Zhao Mo immediately, yet many netizens have expressed their requests. Therefore, the production team has decided to register the copyrights for the 2 songs in Zhao Mo's name, and correspondingly, all revenue generated from the songs across various platforms will naturally belong to Mr. Zhao Mo. Upon hearing the production team's explanation, many people erupted in cheers. What am I cheering for? It feels as if Zhao Mo is sharing with me. To those upstairs, don't be too aware of the reality. Just enjoy the moment and cheer along. The production team's integrity is commendable. Let's applaud them for handling this matter with such grace. So, everyone, have you downloaded it? If you haven't, what are you waiting for? I've already downloaded it and plan to put on repeat tonight. I once dreamt of wielding a sword and traversing the world. I can already sing along. I estimate that soon, various streamers will be singing it in their live broadcasts. It is unlikely, as they do not yet possess the copyright. We may sing without concern since we do not generate any profit. But the broadcaster should refrain from doing so. Unless authorized by Zhao Mo, they are not permitted to perform cover versions. Zhao Mo, now aware that the cameras are no longer present, inexplicably relaxed a bit, although he had no intention of performing. The constant gaze of an observer can make anyone feel somewhat uneasy. This time, he resolved to gather a greater quantity of insects. Otherwise, Pang Di and Mimi would accuse him of favoritism and deny them a satisfying meal. He managed to collect nearly 2 pounds of insects, having thoroughly ravaged several wilted banana roots and ultimately chopping down a banana heart, which he deemed sufficient. Upon completing these tasks, Zhao Mo returned to his location. The 3 women, perhaps sensing the absence of cameras, were noticeably more relaxed than before. Pang Di sprawled on the bed in a manner that suggested many untold stories, while you sat quietly, fixated on the pot. Mimi had transformed her attire into a strapless top, and, upon seeing Zhao Mo's return, made no effort to conceal herself. Lucky you, she remarked with a hint of pride. Zhao Mo retorted, put something on. Wow, Zhao Mo. Are we not going to take this seriously? Mimi exclaimed, astonished by the abundance of insects as she dressed. She had only just removed her jacket to shake off the fabric and felt somewhat embarrassed upon Zhao Mo's arrival. Her boldness was merely a reflection of her character. Wow, Zhao Mo, did you dig these up for me and Sister Mimi? Pang Di exclaimed, leaping from the bed and approaching, her eyes wide as she swallowed hard at the sight of the numerous insects. They were all for you. Is that satisfactory? He replied, retrieving a few pieces of charcoal from the fire and gathering some branches to set up a grilling rack. With the sizzling sound of oil, a tantalizing aroma soon wafted through the air. Fortunately, there were no large carnivorous animals nearby. Otherwise, the enticing scent would undoubtedly attract them. He then took out the dining utensils he had previously prepared from his backpack. After cooking the conchs and crabs in coconut juice, he feared the exterior was unwashed. So he discarded the juice. He chopped 2 coconuts, poured the coconut water into the pot, and after a moment's thought, added a touch of honey to the mixture. As the water boiled, he poured each of the 3 women a cup. This is exquisite. Zhao Mo, you are truly remarkable. How about I hire you as my chef? You can set your own salary. Zhao Mo, are you aware of your capabilities? Any woman who marries you will be exceedingly fortunate. The 3 women praised him, and Zhao Mo could tell their compliments were sincere. He distributed the conchs and crabs to Mi and Peng Di, but the two clearly had no interest in them, instead fixating on the insects roasting over the fire. Zhao Mo, feeling generous, gathered everything up, planning to resolve the matter himself. He approached the freshwater pit, rinsed the banana heart briefly, and divided it into segments for the three women, treating it as if it were sugarcane. The net of insects was too large to roast all at once. He made no discernible favoritism, laying out 3 banana leaves on the ground, one for each woman, and began to distribute the food. Subsequently, he continued to grill the second batch, disregarded the heat, unhesitatingly tossing a piece into her mouth. The food was too hot to bite, yet she was reluctant to spit it out, leaving her mouth agape while fanning it with her hand. The 3 young ladies savored their meal with immense satisfaction, and Zhao Mo poured each of them a small cup of honey, cautioning that such indulgence could lead to internal heat, while honey possesses the ability to alleviate it. After cleaning the utensils, it was evident that the 3 women had replenished their energy in the afternoon, displaying no signs of fatigue. The bed was quite spacious this time, and Zhao Mo had no intention of building a separate sleeping arrangement for himself. Instead, he simply propped himself in the middle with a piece of wood to ensure he would not roll off during the night, even if it meant sleeping alone. He did feel a bit weary, having expended considerable physical energy throughout the day. However, the 3 young ladies seemed intent on keeping him engaged, their eyes following his every movement. When Zhao Mo was washing the dishes, Yaya offered to help, but he declined. As night fell, he prohibited the 3 from straying beyond the circle drawn during the day, reminiscent of Sun Wukong's confinement within a circle. Shortly thereafter, they observed him stepping out with several banana leaves. He intended to construct a simple rain shelter over the freshwater pit. Otherwise, the water would become murky by morning. While he needed rainwater elsewhere and was indifferent to the quality there, he aimed to maintain the purity of the freshwater. His movements were remarkably swift, and in roughly half an hour, he had fashioned a canopy to shield the water pit, effectively completing his task. He wandered a bit further to address his physiological needs before returning to the circle. Contemplating the matter of the 3 women's restroom situation, he retrieved the previously constructed windbreak and erected it at one corner of the circle, indicating to the women, "If you need to use the restroom, go behind there, but do not leave the circle." He then intended to retire to bed, feeling utterly exhausted from the day's activities. However, the 3 young ladies promptly intercepted him. Mimi spoke first, suggesting, "To enrich our queen group's daily life and ensure the synchronized development of our spiritual civilization, we collectively agree that you should sing a song for us." Zhao Mo glanced at the other 2 women, who nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at grain. "I refuse," he declared, but they insisted. "Then we 1T let you sleep. Trust me, we have our ways." With that, Mimi shot him a flirtatious wink, chuckling softly. Zhao Mo smacked his forehead, realizing he could not lose in a contest of shamelessness against them. He leaned his head, casting a glance toward Mimi's chest, expecting her to shy away. To his surprise, not only did she not retreat, but she also puffed out her chest, smiling. "Would you like a clearer view?" Defeated by such a brazen woman, he felt he could not contend with her. Sitting beside the fire, he pondered what song to sing. After about 5 minutes, under the eager gazes of the 3 women, he began to sing, "A person as exceptional as I should shine brilliantly throughout life. How is it that after over 20 years, I still drift in the sea of humanity?" In another realm, this song by the great Mao was truly a reflection of many people's sentiments and received high praise. Some remarked that it was only upon hearing this song that they realized their pursuit of comfort had begun, discovering their blood had grown colder, until they finally recognized their own downfall. Some have remarked that this song is a profound revelation, a melody that beckons the soul and offers solace, a tune that resonates with the essence of every individual. Zhao Mo initially approached it as a mere task, casually singing a tune. However, as he continued, particularly when reflecting on the lives of those who, like him, feel inconsequential, he found himself fully immersed in the song's emotional depth. Although the chorus soared in pitch, his voice grew increasingly subdued. The smiles of the 3 women faded, and Mimi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Yaya struggled to see Zhao Mo clearly, a haze clouding her vision. Only Peng Di, perhaps due to her youth and inexperience, remained largely unaffected. As the final notes of the song lingered in the air, the only sounds that accompanied them were the gentle whispers of the sea breeze and the occasional chirping of insects. After a lengthy pause, the three women finally applauded. Mimi, looking at him with a slightly hushed tone, inquired, Zhao Mo, after hearing this song. I find myself particularly curious about you and wish to learn about your past. Yeah, rubbing her eyes, asked, this must be your original work as well. What is its title? Zhao Mo, feeling the weight of their questions, did not grant them the luxury of reflection. His own spirits were low as he recalled a different version of himself from another time. The three women soon settled into their beds, with Mimi positioned closest to Zhao Mo, Yia in the middle, and Pang Di on the other side. The hammock had its drawbacks, not remaining perfectly level, and Zhao Mo nearly slid off, only managing to grasp the vines he had reserved and the supporting beam in time. Mimi observed his predicament and smiled knowingly, then leaned in to whisper with the other two, their words a mystery to him. Exhausted from the day, Zhao Mo lay down, feeling the gentle breeze caress him, the thick foliage beneath creating an impression of sinking into the bed, and soon he succumbed to slumber. As his breathing steadied, the voices of the three women softened slightly. Yeah, would you like to switch places with me? Mimi teased. Why should we switch? Zhao Mo clearly favored you. The way he looks at you betrays that. When he gazes at me, it's as if he sees a mischievous child, but with you, it's different. Mimi, what is so different? I think it's all the same. You little glutton, always focused on food. How would you notice? It's clear that Zhao Mo's gaze towards you is not right. Mimi, stop joking. I, too, believe Zhao Mo's attention towards you is peculiar. Remember when you took off your top? Zhao Mo's eyes nearly popped out. With that, the three women burst into quiet laughter. It seemed that teasing Zhao Mo added a delightful flavor to their days. Oh, I see. Mimi, are you suggesting Zhao Mo might roll over here soon? He certainly wouldn't do so by choice. But if the support beam were removed, who could say? Hey, Iya, would you like a switch? Suddenly, Iya fell silent, an inner turmoil brewing within her. This feeling frightened her. She lightly slapped her face, questioning her own thoughts. After all, he was merely a stranger, and once this program concluded, they would likely never cross paths again. Forget the switch, then. Mimi originally intended to play a prank, hoping to switch places with Yaya. She planned to remove the supporting beam later, but since the other party was not fooled, she naturally refrained from doing so. It was a pity that Zhao Mo was not part of the circle. Suddenly, Yaya uttered, alas, everyone has their own aspirations. Not everyone desires to shine in front of others and bask in glory. Sighing, she concluded, let us just sleep. Gradually, the three women fell silent. Mimi also succumbed to slumber, but soon felt a shift on the bed, groggily noticing Fat D getting out. What are you doing? She asked. Go back to sleep. I need to use the bathroom. Fat D replied, a peculiar smile adorning her face as she approached the supporting beam and gently laid it down. Spotting Zhao Mo's hand still clutching the vine, she cleverly grasped a strand of her hair and lightly brushed it against his clenched fingers. This slight movement was enough not to disturb Zhao Mo's sleep, but the ticklish sensation caused him to loosen his grip, and he instinctively scratched with his other hand. With her scheme successful, Fat D joyfully returned to bed, this time with even more caution. Exhausted from the day's activities, she soon fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 51. The song ranks Zhao Mo found himself dreaming once more, enveloped in a soft, warm cloud, where he could even smell the fragrant flowers below. The sensation was so delightful that he wished to linger in this dream, but the relentless biological clock compelled him to awaken as dawn broke. He intended to rise, only to realize that something seemed to weigh down upon him, with warm breaths brushing against his face from either side. What on earth? Suddenly grasping the situation, he cautiously lifted his head to survey his surroundings and ascertain the possibility of escape. He never anticipated sleeping so soundly that he ended up in such a predicament. To reach his current position, it seemed he would have to maneuver over Mimi. How did he end up like this? To his left lay Mimi, sprawled like an octopus with her arms draped around his neck and one leg resting on his abdomen. On the other side, Yaya was relatively composed, merely holding one of his arms tightly in her embrace. This was indeed awkward. He contemplated employing his contortionist skills to gradually extricate himself from this tender trap. However, both women held on too firmly, and any movement on his part inevitably stirred them awake. Zhao Mo, what are you doing? They asked in confusion, quickly realizing the situation and sitting up abruptly. Haha, what a surprise. Truly unexpected. Please, continue sleeping, he stammered, feeling utterly mortified, his face burning with embarrassment. If the two women thought they had gained an advantage, no amount of explanation could clarify the matter. Resolutely, he got out of bed and hurried to the seaside for a quick wash to refresh himself. Initially shy, the two women couldn't help but laugh as they observed Zhao Mo's retreating figure. Mimi, Yaya, what are you two laughing about instead of sleeping? He called out. Oh, nothing. Just sleep, Mimi replied, but then seemed to realize something was amiss. She promptly pulled Fat D up and demanded, Tell me, was it you who removed the supporting beam last night? What supports the wood? At this juncture, Pandai suddenly awoke, a mischievous grin adorning her face as she exclaimed, Has Zhao Mo really rolled over? No. Mimi and Yaya chimed in unison, exchanging a glance that left their cheeks slightly flushed, only to burst into laughter once more. That particular smile of his was simply delightful. It was the first time I had seen Zhao Mo blush. How amusing. He truly was quite innocent. His reluctance to answer that truth or dare question made one wonder if he was genuinely as naive as he appeared. It was rather endearing, and I found myself wanting to tease him a little. Pandai, perplexed by their banter and unable to interject, chose instead to return to sleep. Emerging from the sea, Zhao Mo rinsed off in fresh water, feeling fortunate for having risen early. Had he overslept and been captured by the drone, it would have greatly affected the two young ladies. As for himself, he was indifferent, not intending to mingle in their circles. When the time came, he could don a disguise and write online literature. Who would ever know it was him? Upon returning, the three ladies gradually awakened, while Zhao Mo made every effort to avoid making eye contact with them. His demeanor only seemed to amuse Mimi and Yaya further, as if the one feeling wrong the previous night was not himself, but Zhao Mo. He set about preparing breakfast, and before long, the drone began to hover above them. Feeling rather lazy that early, he concocted a pot of coconut juice, drizzled it with honey, chopped a couple of banana hearts, and picked several papayas, deeming it sufficient. The four of them casually took a bite, and Zhao Mo feigned busyness, saying, If you have nothing to do, feel free to pick some fruits over there. Just remember to tap the area with a stick before venturing forth. He then gathered 2 types of fruits, placing them before them, advising, Only pick these 2. Choose the ripe ones and refrain from indiscriminately stuffing your mouths with the others. After issuing his instructions, he handed the signal gun he had unearthed from the sand to Mimi, stating, I plan to head over there to retrieve the cage and traps. If any danger arises, do not hesitate to fire the signal gun. Seeing the seriousness in his demeanor, Mimi ceased her playful antics and solemnly nodded in response. With that, Zhao Mo began to traverse the mountains. The only drawback of this place was the absence of bamboo. Otherwise, he would not have ventured over to retrieve the items. He could simply weave some during the day. By around 9 o'clock, Zhao Mo finally reached the original shelter. Surprisingly, the structure was quite sturdy. He was confident that, barring a typhoon, it could withstand a year without issue. As for a typhoon, well, anything could happen. Even something as heavy as a cow could be swept away. Who could predict the outcome? He descended into the water to collect the cage and was pleasantly surprised by the bountiful catch. He discovered 2 large blue crabs, which were quite delectable, along with a red grouper and an eel weighing 3 to 4 pounds. Seeing such a bounty, he hastened his movements. These were food, and if he didn't act quickly, they would spoil and become worthless. On his way back, he also collected a few traps, though this time, his haul was rather meager. Meanwhile, in the office building of Star Shadow Entertainment, a man yawned as he entered his office. His name is Wang Shuquan, a golden boy returned from the land of pickled vegetables, where he debuted as a trainee, to conform to contemporary aesthetics. He has undergone a few surgical enhancements on his face. In truth, his time there was not particularly illustrious. He barely managed to scrape by as a third-tier artist. However, upon his return, his fortunes changed dramatically, and he was swiftly elevated to stardom. Opening Weibo, he first peruses the comments left by his fans for the day, letting out a slight scoff. How utterly foolish. Most comments proclaim him as the most beautiful in the world. I am the most beautiful in the world. He corrects himself with a smirk. There are also private messages expressing desires for intimate encounters. He decides to check the profiles of those who commented. One must ascertain the appearance and attributes of potential suitors. Alas, life is so dreadfully mundane, being constantly idolized to the point of tedium. Although he lacks any cinematic work, and his singing leaves much to be desired, He reassures himself that he is indeed beautiful, and that is sufficient, at least in the eyes of his adoring fans. Reflecting on his music, he considers checking the performance of his latest song. According to past patterns, it may be a tad exaggerated, but securing a place in the top 3 should be feasible. Just as he is about to investigate, his manager walks in. "Kunkin, your new song is performing admirably. It has already secured the 2nd position on the download charts. The company wishes to host a celebration banquet, inviting hundreds of your fans." He expresses mild dissatisfaction at the company's incessant trivialities. "Huh, isn't at all because of your fame? Now, don't be petulant. The date is set. We are merely awaiting your approval to announce it." Wang Shuquan seems to relish this notion, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he waves his hand dismissively. "Very well, let us proceed, but keep the timing in check. Those people are particularly boisterous, and every encounter leaves me with a headache." His manager assures him, "Absolutely," and as he turns to leave, Wang Shuquan glances at his computer, abruptly calling him back. "What is it?" the manager inquires, noticing Wang Shuquan staring at the screen with disbelief. Curiously, he approaches to examine the display. What he sees causes his breath to quicken. Just this morning, he had checked the charts. Why had the monthly rankings shifted so dramatically in such a short span? First place is Lu Aigua with Spring, boasting 32.7 million downloads. Second is Zhao Mo with Once You at 13.21 million. Third, also Zhao Mo with Happy Birthday at 9.17 million. And fourth, Wang Shuquan with A Favor at 9.02 million. His beloved Kunkin is no longer in the 2nd position. No, he is not even in the top 3. Who is this Zhao Mo? What rock did he emerge from? Why has he never heard of him? And why was he absent from the charts yesterday? Astonishingly, 2 of his songs occupy the 2nd and 3rd spots. Lu Aigua's 1st place is to be expected. After all, he is a king in the industry, a perennial star, with a fan base that spans from the age of 8 to 80. Moreover, Lu Aigua released his song at the beginning of the month, which afforded him nearly 10 more days of data than Kunkin. Thus, such statistics are entirely reasonable. However, Zhao Mo, he truly baffles me. As I pondered this, a sudden sound of weeping emerged from beside me. I slapped my forehead and, after a moment, transformed my expression into a smile, saying, "Do not fret. It's all trivial matters. I assure you, you will still play 2nd. Now, do not cry. Sister Gu, you must help me take revenge." The manager smiled and gently caressed his face. After calming Wang Shuquan, Gu Jing returned to her office and instructed her assistant, "Please look into a singer named Zhao Mo." The assistant, taken aback, hesitated before responding. "Sister Gu, are you referring to the one who participated in Survival for 100 days? He is not a singer, but..." After much contemplation, she struggled to define Zhao Mo's identity, finally stating, "He is a recent university graduate who studied philosophy and participated as an amateur in Survival for 100 days. Everyone assumed he would be eliminated in the 1st round. Sister Gu, did you know? He turned out to be a Survival champion, an exceptionally formidable one at that, overcoming one challenge after another alongside Mimi and the others." Initially, the assistant spoke in a formal tone, but as she continued, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice unconsciously rising. "They say his personality is unappealing, yet there is something inherently safe about him. Moreover, he is quite handsome, not in the overly masculine sense, but rather lean, with well-defined muscles. Some claim that such physique is a result of rigorous training akin to that of special forces. Just the other night, during a special feature to celebrate Yaya's birthday, he actually sang 2 original songs. One seemed to be titled Happy Birthday to You, and the second was even more impressive, called The You of the Past, Sister Gu Truly. Both songs are exceptionally melodious. Some say he is of professional caliber, and both songs are his originals. He is simply remarkable. He is my idol." Observing her assistant's fervor, Gu Jing was momentarily taken aback. She was not angered. As a manager, she gleaned valuable information from her assistant. Could he truly be that exceptional? "Sister Gu, you can see for yourself, but I heard Brother Chi is interested in contacting him, seemingly with the intention of signing him." Upon hearing about Chi Rue, Gu Jing let out a soft hum, opened her computer, and began searching for information on Zhao Mo. In this age of advanced self-media, individuals seeking to ride the wave of popularity are never in short supply. Commentary on Survival for 100 days often includes direct clips for the sake of garnering views. Thus, for Gu Jing, There was no need to watch the live broadcast. Everything was crystal clear. She first opened a video titled "Who Else Has Such Muscles?" In this video, a man with a ruggedly handsome visage stood atop a mountain, beginning with the removal of his outer garment. Upon reaching this point, Gu Jing's expression brightened. Having grown weary of dealing with individuals like Wang Shuquan, she found the man before her quite appealing. As she watched Zhao Mo's taut muscles as he effortlessly pulled 3 young women up the mountain, her eyes nearly bulged from her head. Is this how one can engage in such activities? This man possesses such strength? Her curiosity only intensified as she finished one video and eagerly clicked on another. This is the main topic. The visual quality may not be commendable, yet the sound is remarkably clear. Zhao Mo sits there softly singing, and upon hearing the lyrics of the first song, she instantly recognizes it as the 3rd-ranked Happy Birthday to You. Indeed, it is an original piece. This is the crux of the matter. There are far too few local songwriters and composers, most of whom are of an older generation, unable to keep pace with the changing times and unaware of the preferences of the youth. As she ponders this, she notices her assistant standing quietly behind her. She glances back, but has no intention of reprimanding her. Suddenly, a lyric pierces her ears. Once dreamed of wielding a sword across the world. It is still in a cappella rendition, devoid of any accompaniment, yet the excellence of this song seems to have already secured its top position. After a considerable pause, she exhales deeply. The lyrics are splendid, the melody enchanting, her physique admirable, and her appearance even more so. She is truly a star in the making. What can Chi-Rue offer me in terms of competition? With this thought, she looks at her assistant and hesitates for a moment before saying, "Post a message in the fan group of Kuan Kuan, stating that Kuan Kuan is heartbroken because his 2nd place was snatched away. Let us stir some support from the fans and encourage them to download repetitively." The assistant is momentarily taken aback, but takes a few steps back to remind her. Gujia, according to past practices, should we undermine Zhao Mo by spreading some unfavorable comments or find a few teachers to critique her songs? Although the assistant is reluctant to proceed in this manner, she feels it necessary to offer her reminder. Gu Jing chuckles and asks, "What do you think of Zhao Mo's potential?" The assistant is momentarily caught off guard but quickly responds, "If she navigates the industry with someone like you supporting her, she is bound to reach great heights." Gu Jing nods in satisfaction. The assistant knows how to express herself well. Then it's settled. I shall sign her. At that point, certain individuals will no longer hold any appeal. Do you understand? The assistant smiles in understanding and resumes her work. Meanwhile, in the office, Wang Shuquan is still fuming at the rankings displayed on his computer. We'll see how long you can be so arrogant. Soon, you'll be nothing but a laughingstock. Once Gu Jie intervenes, what hope you have left? 2nd place belongs to me, and it shall forever remain mine. He remains oblivious to the fact that he has already been placed in a pre-elimination status. Otherwise, he would be weeping bitterly. Chapter 52. The subtle thoughts of 3 women at this moment. The online atmosphere has become quite tumultuous. Upon seeing the assistant's post, many fans of Kuan Bao are utterly heartbroken. Who is this so detestable as to snatch away my Kuan Bao's fame? Zhao Mo? I just listened to her, and her singing was painfully awful, and it was an a cappella performance, showing utter disrespect for the audience. How can such a song even grace the platform? I'm truly bewildered. Let us go and bombard Zhao Mo's Weibo with criticism. Wait, why can't I find this person as Weibo? ISNT, she is celebrity? How can she not even have a Weibo account? How infuriating. A country bumpkin without a Weibo account dares to compare herself to my Kuan Bao. Moms, let us rally together. Each of us should download at least 10 times to elevate Kuan Bao's ranking. Let us unite. Kuan Bao cannot lose. Hearing that Kuan Bao is crying breaks my heart. Ugh, well, writing this nearly made me nauseous. But it seems this is how today's fervent fans behave. The remarks from these individuals inevitably spread across the internet, leaving many shaking their heads in disbelief. Their mentality is quite amusing. If they were my children, I would ensure they received a sound thrashing both during the day and late at night. It is indeed comical how they are so enchanted by someone who embodies neither masculinity nor femininity. The tragedy of education is evident. Isn't it better to appreciate someone like Zhao Mo, who appears undeniably masculine? It is no wonder, having experienced so little, that they are unable to discern the nuances like you once did. My friend, I am merely a student. Although I agree with your sentiments and harbor a great fondness for Zhao Mo and the song wants you. I can't help but feel unjustly caught in the crossfire of your words. To the individual above, I share your sentiment. I have been cautious in voicing my thoughts, but I am relieved to find a kindred spirit. There is no need for excessive recommendations. Let us simply support Once You, a song that resonates beautifully. Regardless, we must champion domestic originality. As much of today's music is merely a cover of foreign works. Some artists cannot sing without interspersing a few lines of foreign jargon. I wholeheartedly agree. Let us promote it, not for rankings, but for the love we hold in our hearts. The individual above is quite the literary soul. By noon, Wang Shuquan refreshed the rankings and was delighted to find that his song had ascended to second place. Challenge me? However, upon noticing that Zhao Mo still held the third and fourth positions, his contentment swiftly dissipated. What is going on with Gu Jie? Why hasn't she thoroughly discredited this individual? He pulled out his phone, contemplating a call to Gu Jing, but reconsidered. It had only been 2 or 3 hours, and she was likely concocting a grand strategy to bring Zhao Mo down. After a pleasant lunch, he intended to check the rankings once more before indulging in a rejuvenating afternoon nap. Yet, upon refreshing, he was utterly bewildered. He was no longer in second place. That damn Zhao Mo's Once You had surpassed him. No, it wasn't he, just the third or fourth. A glance revealed that none of the top 10 songs were his. Impossible, this defied logic. Just as he was about to call Gu Jing for clarification, a notification from the system caught his eye. After reading it, he nearly choked on his own blood. Song promotion, performer Wang Shuquan. The platform has detected multiple instances of repeated downloads, with a peak of over 700 single downloads. The platform has preliminarily determined this to be vote manipulation and has subsequently removed the song. After analysis by the data center, a decision regarding potential relisting will be made. It appears that the current platform still possesses integrity. Such data must serve as a basis for artist ratings and song awards. Thus, they will not sacrifice their credibility for immediate gains. In such situations, there is no room for leniency. Of course, the platform has its own calculations. Some fervent fans can be understood, but there are generally limits, such as a single user exceeding 100 downloads. After reading this notification, Wang Shuquan stood in stunned silence for several minutes, and in the next moment, tears streamed down his face as he dialed Gu Jing's number, exclaiming angrily, "Gu Jie, this is utterly unfair." Zhao Mo returned to his residence, where the 3 women were seated on the bed, engaged in conversation. Shortly thereafter, the production team's speedboat arrived, installing 2 or 3 cameras in their frequently occupied area, advising them to conduct their activities under surveillance before retiring for the night. Afterward, they departed. Zhao Mo examined their catch, relieved to find no unpleasant odors. "Who will prepare the meal?" "I will," the 3 women exclaimed in unison, each raising a hand. Indifferent to who would cook, Zhao Mo tossed the ingredients aside and lifted the cage, intending to find a suitable spot to cast it. Upon reaching the shore, he knocked some oysters to use as bait. On his way back, he scouted several locations to set the traps before finally returning to the shelter. He opted to roast the crabs by the fire, while the eel was cooked and the fish rested on a rack. Nearby, a cluster of wild fruits picked earlier by the third girl lay on a banana leaf. "Yaya, are you hungry?" If Yaya couldn't eat seafood, Zhao Mo would have to chop the banana core. Yaya shook her head and smiled. "Not at all. You should rest easy." Zhao Mo could not discern the sincerity in her words, but with coconuts, papayas, and wild fruits nearby, he decided to sit down. Before long, the fish was cooked and the crabs turned red. The 2 women offered Zhao Mo the largest crab, while they began to eat the eel from the pot. Fat D took a bite and glanced at Mimi, saying, "Sister Mimi, it's not tasty. Having something to eat is already a blessing, yet you still complain? What, is my cooking bad and Zhao Mo's good?" Zhao Mo found himself at a loss for words, sensing a hint of ambiguity in Mimi's statement. After she spoke, she took a bite as well, swallowing it reluctantly and sighing, "You are right." She then pushed the pot toward Zhao Mo, saying, "This fish is unkind. It changed flavor when I cooked it. It must be because it's not fresh. It's all yours now." Zhao Mo accepted it and took a taste, surprised to find it indeed better than his own cooking. Pondering this, he realized it must be the effect of the cooking skills rewarded by the system. The 2 women continued to tackle the large crab, but after a bite, their faces soured in unison, leading them to place the crab in front of Zhao Mo. Fat D chuckled, "Zhao Mo, you look so thin. Eat a little more." Yes, Fat D and I have decided to eat vegetarian today. Yaya, fully aware of the reason, burst into laughter. I don't understand. Is Fat D's character collapsing? What is there to understand? Mimi and Fat D clearly want to eat, but they need to be able to swallow it. I don't comprehend either. Their cooking methods are identical to Zhao Mo's. Exactly. Haha, the actions of the two women are simply adorable. It seems Zhao Mo is in for a feast. Meanwhile, in a chat group among certain entertainers, many individuals began to surface one by one. I recently listened to an extraordinary song performed in an a cappella style. You must be referring to your former self. I have also heard this song, and it is indeed remarkable. Who is Zhao Mo, this newcomer? Why have I not come across it before? Ji, you're out of touch. This individual was drawn from the survival program 100 Days. But they're no longer an unknown now. Indeed, on the very first day of its release, this song surpassed Wang Shuquan, which is quite impressive. I had thought that originality had perished and that the populace had lost interest, but it seems I was mistaken in my narrow perspective. Wu Ku, you have the potential. You possess prior experience in this realm, so strive to compose a song that will outshine your competitors. I have heard that several major media outlets have contacted the production team of 100 Days, intending to sign Zhao Mo. Are there any foolish capitalists? With Zhao Mo's current popularity soaring, releasing an album right after the show concludes could catapult them to the second tier of stardom. And the cost of nurturing a star is remarkably low. The production team is at this moment quite astonished. While the intention behind uploading the songs was to enhance the program's visibility, they did not anticipate that two of the songs would soar to the second and third positions. It is truly astonishing. Furthermore, according to today's data analysis, there was a 5 increase in new users watching a live stream, most of whom were drawn in by the Queen group. While May 5th seemed modest, if the base is 30 million, it equates to an additional 5 million viewers. Huang Hao, upon seeing the data, chuckled and shook his head. Addressing Su Qing, it seems we have truly struck gold. This is good. No previous contestants from the show have debuted, but this year we have produced one, which can be counted as an achievement for our program. Su Qing nodded with a smile. He had a brief interaction with Zhao Mo, and although the latter's demeanor was cool, he was relatively easy to get along with. Director, what should we do about the matters assigned by the leadership? Hearing this inquiry, Huang Hao sighed with a wry smile. Now there are even more people keeping an eye on him. Just wait, they might end up fighting over him. Just how much influence do you think I, as the director, hold to sway Zhao Mo's decisions? Therefore, I will merely convey the message. If it doesn't go well, I believe the station head will understand. After expressing his sentiments, he shifted the discussion back to business. How is the preparation for the second segment coming along? Su Qing's smile faded, and he reported seriously. The area has long been selected. It is a mountain located 130 kilometers from our production team, but we have chosen one face of it, which is sufficiently expansive. Currently, inspections are underway to ensure there are no large carnivorous animals inside, and we have erected simple barriers around the perimeter. Huang Hao nodded. He had considerable trust in Su Qing. The two had collaborated on this program for 4 years. According to past practices, after the first round concludes, there will be a 3-day break before officially entering the next phase. After dinner, Zhao Mo began to busy himself. He intended to construct a small bed for himself. This time, he would not use a hammock, but instead support it with a few wooden planks. Should he find himself entangled again, he would likely be at a loss for words regarding why the support had collapsed last night. He harbored no suspicions and merely believed it was due to his restless slumber. When Mimi saw the shape of the small bed take form, her face flushed slightly. In the next moment, she cast a glare at the nearby Fat D, for it was this fellow's mischief that had caused the trouble. Once the bed was assembled, he instructed the 3 women to stand aside and resumed his task of burning wood. As he added more logs to the fire, ensuring that nothing was too close, the sun began to dip towards the horizon. The evening meal was simple. He chopped 2 banana trunks and diced some papaya, placing them into a pot with a drizzle of honey to simmer. The aroma was utterly delightful. Sister Honey, the fish you cooked at noon tasted like slop, he jested. Xiao Di, I see your skin is itching. The crabs you grilled were bitter, and yet you dare criticize me? Even the pig wouldn't touch your roast. Zhao Mo paused in his busy preparations, feeling as if he had been caught in the crossfire. One had called his food slop, while another went so far as to say it was unfit for pigs. Yet he couldn't deny that they had all consumed the meal. Once satiated, he felt a surge of energy to chew over the day's events. Zhao Mo calculated the time. After today, only 2 days remained until the first phase concluded. What troubled him was the fact that the other two teams had not withdrawn. Had they chosen to exit, he could have left with the 3 women, securing 10 million in his pocket. He had forgotten to inquire with the production team whether the amount was before or after tax. Parting with 250,000 in taxes would indeed be painful. Bringing the 3 young ladies to the island, he felt a sense of accomplishment. But the thought of wandering through the jungle with them, constantly pursued, filled him with dread. Zhao Mo, sing a song. As the sun set, the 3 ladies began their antics. Sing? What nonsense! Zhao Mo snapped irritably, reclining onto his small bed. Fat D was taken aback, momentarily stunned before her expression morphed into one of dismay. Yeah, and me perceptibly sensed Zhao Mo's low spirits, exchanging glances of concern as they looked at him lying down. However, upon seeing Fat D's sorrowful demeanor, Mimi stepped forward to embrace her, saying, "Don't mind him. It's that time of the month for him." Fat D's distress vanished as she pondered for a moment before saying, "I heard from friend that men have their days too. Is that true, Sister Mimi?" Mimi slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "This girl is truly Navi. Huh. I should be angry, considering how Zhao Mo treats our Fat D, but I can't help but find this amusing." From upstairs, someone chimed in. "I was eating when I heard Zhao Mo yelling a song, and I nearly spat out my food. By the way, men indeed have those few days each month." From above, another voice retorted, "Enough. That's just your low emotional intelligence. You can't self-regulate." Wait, are you implying that Zhao Mo has low emotional intelligence? His stubborn nature has nothing to do with being emotionally astute. Mimi was momentarily silenced by Fat D's remark. Speaking of Zhao Mo, what is going on with him? Although he usually has a cold demeanor, he has always treated the 3 women quite well. Perhaps something is troubling him. Just a moment ago, he sat beside us, looking quite vexed. New viewers might be inclined to criticize Zhao Mo, but I feel it is my duty to inform you all that he is not like that. I genuinely worry about him, as I cannot help but feel a sense of heartbreak for him. Indeed, the 3 girls should be considerate and comfort him. Zhao Mo is not so fragile. Even if something is bothering him, I trust he will adjust quickly. As the discussions among everyone unfolded, Zhao Mo rose and approached Pang Di, solemnly stating, "I apologize." Just as the crowd anticipated an explanation from him, he returned to his small bed and resumed his slumber. What is this behavior? Zhao Mo's character is quite comprehensible. He felt his tone had been too harsh, hence the apology. Yet he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate on the reasons. The analysis from upstairs was indeed accurate. Pang Di pondered, "Why do I feel as though I'm the one at fault?" Chapter 54. The new panel opens. Zhao Mo's apology left Pang Di somewhat speechless. After a moment, she turned to glance at the 2 women beside her, appearing even more aggrieved than before. "Sister Mimi, why do I feel like I am in the wrong?" This time, Yi gently pulled her into an embrace and chuckled. That's just Zhao Mo's nature. He recognized his tone was too severe and offered an apology without any ulterior motives. "Don't overthink it." Before long, Yi moved to adjust one of the cameras nearby before settling beside Zhao Mo. The bed was already quite narrow, and Yi sat directly next to him, causing Zhao Mo to distinctly sense her soft presence against his arm. He kept his eyes closed, striving to maintain a steady breath. Perhaps due to their interactions over the past few days, the 3 women had lowered their guard around him. He felt their actions becoming increasingly unconcerned with his gender. With her head slightly bowed, Yi noticed his eyelashes fluttering occasionally, indicating he was not truly asleep. She teased gently, "Zhao Mo, is there something bothering you? If so, why not share it? We can think of a solution together." Zhao Montaxite, turning onto his side to minimize contact with Yi, keeping his eyes shut as he shook his head, "I'm fine. There's no need for you to worry." "Go comfort Xiao Di. My tone was just too harsh earlier." Upon observing his current sleeping posture, a mischievous grin appeared on Yi's face. As she stood up, she playfully slapped his thigh, causing him to roll over in surprise. Any man would understand that an unexpected strike to the thigh often induces a state of heightened tension, and Zhao Mo was no exception. The sight of his flustered reaction elicited hearty laughter from Mimi and Pang Di. "Ja, no tising his gler," stuck out her tongue playfully before departing with a smile. Zhao Mo felt utterly exhausted. Thankfully, he was lying on his side. Had he been flat on his back, he He might have inadvertently caused Yi some discomfort, allowing her to grasp how steel is forged. Zhao Mo, if you crave a taste of mischief. Your earlier apology was rather insipid. Zhao Mo glanced at Peng Di, nodding weakly. This little girl had finally brightened up completely. Food lovers are simple creatures. A morsel can bring them joy. The three women lay back on the bed, and Mimi turned to Zhao Mo, smiling. Honestly, I slept quite soundly last night. Why not join us? Zhao Mo, in a moment of defiance, turned his back to Mimi, thinking to himself that this girl from the capital was indeed quite the rogue. How had he ended up rolling over her and finding himself in the middle last night? Moments later, rain began to fall outside. Zhao Mo rose to inspect the rain cover over the fire pit, while the fire within the circle continued to burn, an endeavor he felt powerless to control. Once again, the windscreen was brought over and placed beside the bed of the three women. With the rain falling, the temperature would drop, and it would be unfortunate if they all caught a cold the next day. After completing these tasks, he found himself damp, and as he sat by the fire, warming himself adequately, he returned to bed. Just as he settled in, the system suddenly chimed. It announced that the host had completed the fourth phase of the task, rewarding him with 500 prestige points, a disguise skill, and 5 attribute points. Zhao Mo had grown accustomed to such notifications and felt little astonishment. He first learned the disguise skill, realizing its significant utility in the next phase. Subsequently, he opened the Wilderness Survival attribute panel and, after some contemplation, allocated all his attribute points to stamina, deeming his intelligence sufficient for the time being. Upon reviewing the panel, it now displayed Intelligence 133, Clever, Stamina 705, Robust, Enduring, Powerful. Wilderness Survival Skill 100 Survival Master. Prestige points stood at 500 out of 500. He resolved that henceforth, any attribute points earned would be allocated to stamina, prioritizing physical well-being over cognitive capacity for the time being. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, the system chimed again. Ding! The host's first round task is about to be completed. The system will activate the jungle escape panel. Please ensure your current environment is stable. Zhao Mo was perplexed by the term stable environment and directly clicked to activate it. Moments later, a wave of pain coursed through his mind, and he discovered an additional panel had appeared. The values on the jungle escape panel read: Intelligence 133, Clever, Stamina 75, Robust, Enduring, Powerful, Agility 61, Standard. Comprehensive Jungle Survival Skill 79, Mastery of Techniques, Disguise Skill, Ample Stamina, Superior Intelligence. Ding! The system has detected the host binding a new panel, rewarding 10 attribute points and an encyclopedia of animal language. And then, silence fell. Zhao Mo was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to receive a skill that would elevate his escape skills to the maximum level? Unbeknownst to him, escape skills could never reach full mastery due to the omnipresent threat of opposition. The current score was merely a composite rating based on intelligence, stamina, agility, and mastery of skills calculated by the system. He pondered the usefulness of the animal language skill and hurriedly allocated the 10 attribute points to agility, aiming for well-rounded development. Indeed, upon learning the skill and augmenting his attribute points, the comprehensive score for jungle survival reached 83 with the addition of the animal language skill. Exiting the system, Zhao Mo intended to sleep, but a sudden gust of wind chilled him to the bone. Moments later, he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, the three women awoke, as usual. Considering the time, they realized that the survival phase would conclude in the next couple of days. With a sense of delight, they prepared to wash up when Yaya's gaze shifted to the small bed beside her, and she was suddenly startled, hastening toward it. The other two women noticed the anomaly as well. For Zhao Mo had not risen, a situation that had not occurred in the past 8 days. The three felt an inexplicable tension. Yaya approached and gently shook him, relieved when Zhao Mo opened his eyes, letting out a long sigh of relief. Are you unwell? At this moment, Zhao Mo felt a bit dazed. His eyelids seemed heavy, and he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Zhao Mo, are you sick? Yaya's voice was tinged with a hint of tears. She had just placed her hand on Zhao Mo's forehead, which felt alarmingly hot, clearly indicating a fever. At that moment, Mimi and Peng Di also approached. Mimi first checked with her hand, but found it inadequate, so she pressed her forehead against Zhao Mo's for a more accurate assessment. After a moment, she turned to the two girls and stated, Zhao Mo has a fever. Pang Di's eyes welled with tears immediately. Mimi, what should we do? Indeed, what do we do? Over the past 8 days, rather than a group engaged in survival in the wild, it seemed more like Zhao Mo was the sole survivor, taking care of the three of them along the way. Stop crying and show some resolve, Mimi admonished before looking at Zhao Mo. How do you feel? If it's too much, we can withdraw. Rest assured, your share of the prize will not diminish. At that moment, Zhao Mo had regained some composure. Upon hearing Mimi's words, he understood their intention. The three girls planned to ensure his share of the prize remained intact. He wished to demonstrate that he was fine. After all, he had developed a robust constitution, nearing the resilience of a perpetual motion machine, and was not concerned about such minor ailments. However, the sudden movement made him feel dizzy. Chapter 55. At least win against the Queen team, Zhao Mo nearly stumbled, but was fortunate that Yi was nearby, catching him just in time, while Mimi lent her support as well. After sitting back down on the bed and resting for a moment, he finally felt a bit better. He pondered in his mind, inquiring of the system, why would I catch a cold and fever with this constitution? He felt frustrated, not expecting the faulty system to provide an answer. Yet, after a brief moment, the system indeed replied. When the host binds the new panel, it is the host's body at its weakest. Generally, recovery will occur automatically after 15 minutes. The system had already reminded the host last night to confirm the stability of the environment. Damn, so it's my fault, he thought. But his determination did not falter as he inquired further. Does the system intend to watch me, its master, perish? Ding. The system has activated the sterilization mode, eliminating the host's ailments. This process is expected to take 24 hours. Please endure, host. Hearing this, Zhao Mo felt a surge of joy. The system was indeed reliable and dutiful. Leaning against a nearby tree, he forced a smile at the three girls. I'm fine. I just caught a slight chill last night. A day of rest will suffice. No need to withdraw. As he spoke, he attempted to rise to prepare breakfast. Mimi, with a hint of irritation, pressed him back down. Given his current weakness, she could easily do so, since he wished to persist. Then you shall heed my commands as the team leader. For now, you must rest. Xiao Di, stay here to watch over Zhao Mo. Pang Di nodded, pushing him back onto the bed. She perhaps underestimated his lack of strength, so her push was a bit too forceful, causing Zhao Mo to lie down, and she inadvertently fell atop him. A headache truly ached. What was the need for such force? Her head collided with the wooden surface. It was painful indeed. Pang Di, her face slightly flushed, rose and looked at him. Would you like some water? Is there anywhere else that hurts? Perhaps I could give you a massage? Evidently, the young girl was ill-equipped to care for others. Zhao Mo, however, managed to sit up, and upon seeing the plump Di reaching out again, he hastily interjected. May I use the restroom first? Oh. Then you may go, she replied, adding thoughtfully, just don't wander too far. There is no one here to watch. Zhao Mo nearly faltered and fell at her words. Meanwhile, Mimi and Yi were engaged in quiet discussion beside them. Yeah. Do you recall how Zhao Mo cared for me the last time I had a fever? Mimi inquired. After a moment's reflection, Yi responded. He used alcohol to wipe my body and then soak my feet in sand. Oh, and every half hour, he gave me a glass of water. Mimi nodded in agreement, as she had nearly memorized the details and merely sought confirmation. At that moment, the New Day's live broadcast commenced. In the culinary segment, Zhou Lei was leading the group in shucking oysters. Let me tell you, these oysters are a treasure, brimming with high levels of protein, as well as trace elements and vitamins. Regular consumption not only protects the liver and lowers blood lipids, but also enhances the immune system. Among the three other team members was a girl named Hai Jing, a student of Zhou Lei, who looked at him with a pained expression and said, Teacher, we've been eating this for 3 consecutive days. Is that truly considered regular consumption? Zhou Lei shot her a glare, then turned to the other 2 young adults, a man and a woman, who shared equally dismal expressions. While oysters are delectable, they are best enjoyed on occasion, paired with garlic. To have only oysters for 3 days had diluted their flavor, and merely seeing the pallid shells without retching was a commendable feat. Zhou Lei chuckled awkwardly. It's unavoidable. The net we used these past days yielded nothing. Let us all hang in there a bit longer. Once this program concludes, I'll treat you all to a feast at my home. Braised pork, roasted young chicken, stir-fried fish, and beer duck. If that is insufficient, we can each indulge in a hefty pig trotter, ensuring you all replenish yourselves. The 3 of them swallowed hard at his words. Sulai gazed skyward, thinking it was futile and could only rely on the thought of delectable food to quench their thirst. Teacher Zhou, honestly, I think we've endured long enough. Perhaps we should withdraw? The young man named Xin Chuan suggested softly. In his view, everyone wished to quit but lacked the courage to voice it. So he decided to take the lead. To his surprise, as soon as he spoke, all three chimed in unison, "No way." Zhou Lei regarded Xin Chuan with a hint of discontent. He had anticipated that it would be one of the girls who faltered first, not Xin Chuan. "Xiao Chuan, your group withdrew because 2 members fell ill, while our team is in good health. It would be unreasonable for us to quit. Moreover, look at the Queen's team. They have 1 young man accompanied by 3 young women." The production team mentioned during their last health check on the island that their group has faced numerous adversities, yet has managed to persevere until now. I want to discuss the randomness of the next escape segment, but surely we can endure these 10 days better than they have. I don't care how the audience perceives us, but we must maintain our pride. The 2 girls nodded vigorously, convinced that losing to anyone was unacceptable, especially not to the Queen's team. In terms of fame, they cannot compare to the 3 women of the Queen's group. Yet they still aspire to participate in the show to regain some honor. If they were to lose again, it would be utterly humiliating. Teacher, let us give it our all. We still have food, and there are only 2 days left. Indeed, Teacher Zhou, we will certainly persevere until the end. Let's go. Zhou Lei nodded approvingly at the 2 women and then addressed Xin Chuan. I comprehend that your intentions are for our benefit, but we are a team now. As the teacher, Zhou Lei understood how to unify the group. Allowing Xin Chuan to lose face at this moment would swiftly lead to the team's collapse. Therefore, although he felt some discontent, he earnestly reframed Xin Chuan's intent as being considerate of everyone. Meanwhile, the Special Operations team was also foraging for food. Li Jing was quite the zealot at this moment. He instructed Inger and the others to gather shells along the shore while he submerged himself to retrieve traps. His recent endeavors mirrored those of Zhao Mo. While Zhao Mo crafted traps from bamboo, Li Jing utilized vines, yielding equally commendable results. Currently, he was diving to assess his catch. However, a tentacle protruding from a crevice caught his attention. Swiftly swimming to the left, he deftly grasped 2 antenna-like appendages and, moments later, pulled out a lobster weighing over a pound. He secured the lobster to his belt with a rope before retrieving the trap. "Wow, Jing Ge is impressive. We're having a lobster feast," Inger exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting the lobster dangling from his waist. "I've heard that lobster sashimi is delightful," remarked another man, stroking his beard with a grin. The 2 girls rolled their eyes in unison. The Queen's group had persevered thus far. Everyone had to rally their efforts. Jing Ge looked at the group with a radiant smile. "We will definitely secure the championship." "Yes, the Queen's group must have been extraordinarily lucky to endure," someone chimed in. Li Jing did not dispute this, merely smiling while inwardly pondering, is it truly luck? In his view, Zhao Mo was a master. Soon, Zhao Mo's fortunes began to change. He was transitioning from a caregiver to a favored child. Furthermore, a call for nominations for the leading lady was announced. Everyone could suggest whom they wished to see as the lead. Chapter 56. The treatment of the favored child. News of Zhao Mo's illness swiftly reached the production team. How could this happen? Among the 4, who else has caught a cold? Why must it be Zhao Mo? Huang Hao paced anxiously in the monitoring room like a restless bull. This episode, centered around the captivating Queen's group, had previously focused on the 3 women. But now Zhao Mo was indispensable. Old Huang was counting on the Queen's group to reignite interest in the show with their performance in the second segment. Little did he expect Zhao Mo to fall ill. It was common knowledge that the Queen's group had managed to endure largely due to Zhao Mo's contributions. If he were to falter, the potential for them to withdraw in the following 2 days became an uncertain reality. The Haven T fired the signal gun, have they? Not at the moment. Moreover, from their discussions, it seems they have no intention of withdrawing. Huang Hao exhaled softly, contemplating the necessity of returning home at noon to light incense. Previously, he had prayed for Mi's swift recovery, which had come to fruition, yet he had neglected to beseech for Zhao Mo's well-being. Within the broadcast room, upon hearing of Zhao Mo's illness, the Ji's smile faded, replaced by a long sigh. Ing's expression mirrored concern rather than joy as she inquired, "De Ge, wasn't Zhao Mo's constitution quite robust? How could he fall so gravely ill?" De Ge slowly shook his head, his tone somber as he responded, "No matter how strong the body, it cannot withstand the invasion of fungi. Moreover, every human body has its limits. For the past 8 days, Zhao Mo has relentlessly pushed his body beyond its capabilities. His intake was not greater than that of the third girl, yet his exertions surpassed theirs manifold. To put it plainly, this illness serves as a form of self-preservation, compelling him to rest. Whether he recovers by tomorrow or requires several days remains uncertain. As for his symptoms, they are easily understood. Individuals with stronger physiques tend to be more sensitive to viral infections. Given the extent of his overexertion, his current state of weakness is, in fact, a normal response. It is possible that he feels even worse, but Zhao Mo has been steadfastly concealing his discomfort. Upon hearing that recovery could take days, Ying Ying's anxiety resurfaced. Will they withdraw? She asked. De Gu shook his head slowly. That question pertained to Zhao Mo, not to him. Online, the live stream commenced, and news of Zhao Mo's ailment spread swiftly. This cannot be true. He is as strong as an ox. How could he be ill? One viewer exclaimed. I could envision countless scenarios leading to the Queen team's withdrawal, but never did I anticipate it would be due to Zhao Mo's sickness. Zhao Mo's illness dealt a devastating blow to the Queen team. It was evident how wise Zhao Mo had been to relocate. Had he remained in the previous location, a withdrawal could have been announced by now. The current situation offered a slight advantage, as the 3 girls could still forage for wild fruits to stave off hunger. I had said it before, those who underwent no special training simply cannot cope. Look at Jing Ge, who remains unscathed, while Zhao Mo has exhausted himself. Those upstairs, refrain from speaking without understanding the situation. Reflect on Zhao Mo's workload before commenting, lest you sound foolish. It was indeed comical to utter such words at this juncture, as everyone was well aware of Zhao Mo's arduous past 8 days. De Gu was correct. Zhao Mo had overextended himself significantly. My heart aches. I wish I could embrace him. To see such a strong man falter evokes deep emotion. Zhao Mo, hang in there. I am praying for you. At this moment, the true test of the 3 girls had begun. All were delicate in nature. Who among them would genuinely care for another? Indeed, look at Pandai's clumsy demeanor. Though endearing, it hardly aligns with the notion of caregiving. Zhao Mo remained speechless. Pandai did not care for him, but treated him like a prisoner, forbidding him to move. The moment he attempted to rise, Pandai's small hands would press upon his shoulders, pushing him back down. I'll sit for a while. I keep dozing off and feeling dizzy. Oh. Only then did Pandai allow him to rise. Concerned for his comfort, she even offered her back for him to lean against, providing him with support. This gesture warmed Zhao Mo's heart. You go help them. I merely have a cold. It's not that severe. But, there's no but. Go on, I can manage on my own. With a light hum, Pang Di went off to assist Yi in gathering fruit. Left alone, Zhao Mo found himself quite bored until Mimi approached after a moment. Hey, it's time for your water. I've added honey. I don't want any. You must listen to me now. With no other option, Zhao Mo accepted the water and drank it in one gulp. How is it? I added honey. It's not unpleasant, is it? Upon his affirmation of its pleasant taste, Mimi smiled contentedly and departed. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a small bottle of alcohol, grinning. Shall I help you clean, or will you do it yourself? Zhao Mo wished to retort that he possessed his own disinfecting capabilities and required none of this, but clearly, such reasoning would not suffice. I'll handle it myself. He made a show of cleaning without removing his clothing. Before he finished, Mimi surprisingly brought over a pot of sand, exclaiming, "Foot bath." Without further ado, she squatted down, removed his shoes and socks, and plopped his feet directly into the mixture. What on earth? Are you trying to murder me? Mimi rolled her eyes, firmly holding his feet down. Stay still. If you move, I'll tie you up. Are you treating me or seeking revenge? Mimi laughed et artidi, then reached out to place a finger beneath his chin. Be good. Today, you shall comply with me. After a short while, Mimi left, and he approached with a portion of freshly washed wild fruits. Have a taste. Just as Zhao Mo was about to reach for them, Yi picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth. He felt as though he were not merely suffering from a cold, but had become completely incapacitated, as the 3 women seemed to cater to him according to this notion. Observing this scene, the online viewers were thoroughly envious. I feel Zhao Mo is on the verge of becoming an emperor. It smells wonderful, being fed by Yi herself. I would eat it even if it were poison. Hey, that is a classic case of Wu Dalong's thoughts. Be good, Delang, it's time for your medicine. Finally, a twist of fate emerged. Who said 3 women couldn't care for someone? They were doing quite well, after all. Zhao Mo remarked. I didn't want this. They're forcing me. Haha. Look at Zhao Mo. He is truly unaccustomed to this. Mimi's natural demeanor, while removing Zhao Mo's shoes and socks, suggested no hint of disdain. Your feet smell. Do mine? Stop joking. Mimi's foot odor is merely self-deprecating. The reality is otherwise. Keep holding on. The queen group is admirable. Am I the only one envious of Zhao Mo? Let's not speak of that. I'm so envious I could cry. Ask how many men wouldn't feel the same. If Mimi treated me like this, I would willingly break my ribs to make her soup. Haha. Are your ribs worth $20 a pound? Chapter 57. Drawing to a close throughout the day, the 3 women took turns caring for him, and he truly experienced the treatment of a giant panda. However, he was given an abundance of water. It seemed he was constantly drinking, leaving his stomach perpetually bloated. As evening approached, the 3 women appeared busier than usual until they gradually settled down. Why hasn't the fever subsided yet? Yaya imitated Mimi, pressing her forehead against Zhao Mo's. Gazing at the crimson lips so near, Zhao Mo nearly succumbed to the temptation of drawing closer. Keep your distance. I might be contagious, he warned. Yet, the 3 young women paid him no heed. As darkness enveloped the sky, Mimi pointed at him and declared, Given your current state of illness, you shall share a bed with us tonight. Zhao Mo was about to protest when Yaya interjected. It's precisely because you slept here last night that you caught a cold. What do you have to say for yourself? Fine, you are all correct. I cannot very well admit that it was the faulty system that led to my illness, he conceded. However, the prospect of sleeping in close quarters with all 3 women filled him with trepidation. Were it only one of them, he might have acquiesced willingly, but with 3, he feared he might embarrass himself. I'll just build a fire by my own bed, he muttered. Absolutely not. They chorused in unison. Zhao Mo, you must obey my orders as the leader of this group, and besides, it's 3 against 1. We 3 girls are not afraid. Why are you a grown man? Being so petulant? All right, I admit I'm being childish, he replied, as he reclined in the hammock, cushioned by a generous layer of tree fluff. He found it surprisingly more comfortable than his own small bed. Yaya nestled closer to him, while Pundi occupied the middle and Mimi lay on the other side. It was a torment. He dreaded any physical contact and attempted to sleep at the edge of the hammock. But the combined weight of the 3 women clearly outweighed his own. Zhao Mo, aren't you cold? It's all right. Come closer, Yaya urged. He had already rolled to the edge of the bed, but this spot was no longer shielded from the wind, and perhaps due to his fever, he truly felt a chill. With a sigh, Yaya reached out, resting her hand on his shoulder. Zhao Mo instinctively shrank away, but in the next moment, Yaya enveloped him in her embrace. In a hazy stupor, he drifted back to sleep. When he awoke the following morning, he was astonished to find himself rolled over to Mimi's side. How had he ended up here? Feeling a newfound lightness in his body, he realized his cold had completely vanished. With a sudden movement, he sat up, startling the 3 women awake. All right, you can continue sleeping, he said, moving away to address his physiological needs, only to find he was unable to relieve himself. Fine, I'll just run to the seaside, he decided, leaping into the water. This swimming area was sufficiently large. Surely, a brief moment of nature's call would not be deemed a pollution of the environment. Having washed away the sweat, he swam over to retrieve the cage, deciding not to set it again today since they would return home early the next morning. The catch from the previous day had been quite satisfactory. He inspected the traps, discovering only 2 mountain mice, which he lazily discarded. Today, he had a significant task ahead of him. As a token of gratitude for the care the 3 women had shown him, he intended to eradicate the banana worms in the vicinity. Upon hearing his plans, the 3 women settled back down to sleep. However, moments later, Yaya abruptly sat up, exclaiming, Zhao Mo seems to have recovered. He was fine by midnight, having sweated profusely, even soaking my clothes, she added. Mimi, still with her eyes closed and clearly not fully awake, casually responded, Well, this guy doesn't sleep soundly. I have no idea how he ended up over here. Pandora expressed her frustration, recounting how she had turned over in the middle of the night and, to her surprise, rolled right off him, startling herself in the process. The 3 women exchanged glances and burst into laughter. At that moment, the live broadcast had commenced, and upon witnessing Zhao Mo's swift recovery, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. His robust constitution was indeed commendable, Without any medication, he had managed to endure. If I were Zhao Mo, I would have succumbed to illness for another couple of days. Such care from the three women is a privilege not afforded to everyone. While it may be a source of enjoyment for you, for Zhao Mo, it is a burden. There is but one day remaining, and I find myself yearning for more. There is still the escape segment, and I wonder which individuals the production team has enlisted for the pursuit this time. The footage of outdoor escapes lacks clarity, as it is difficult to capture where the guests are hiding without the element of pursuit. Huang Hao was currently in a meeting. The preparations for the second phase of the task were nearly complete. I'm satisfied with the first phase. Everyone has worked diligently, and I hope we can continue our efforts to accomplish the second phase. Let us proceed with the division of labor. At 7 a.m. tomorrow, several yachts must arrive at designated locations to pick up personnel. Tomorrow at noon, I shall treat the three groups to a meal, followed by 2 days to attend to personal matters. Lao Su, please inform all tracking guests that during the first 10 days of tracking, the capture team must not utilize any tools. After 10 days, specialized personnel will take charge, accompanied by tracking dogs. Director Huang, I believe we can introduce a new twist today. The escape group could fight back, which is quite feasible. Indeed, Director Huang, I find Su's suggestion intriguing. For instance, if the capture team were to be counterattacked, it would certainly captivate the audience. Huang Hao was intrigued by the idea and turned to Su Qing, asking for further elaboration. Do you think we can adjust our plans in the next 2 days? It's quite simple. We can install an elimination button on each person. The first to press, it would be deemed the loser. Of course, for the capture team, we could provide some capture tools, such as a non-lethal stun gun. While it lacks power, being hit would result in elimination, making it feel more authentic. Huang Hao nodded continuously, sensing that this could indeed enhance the show. Little did they know, this decision would soon bring considerable trouble to the production team. Zhao Mo took a full 2 hours to return, leaving the three ladies somewhat anxious. They worried he might faint somewhere due to his lingering illness. However, seeing the drones overhead functioning normally offered them some reassurance. Wow, how much is this? Zhao Montak, you are remarkably capable. This is enough for the 4 of us to feast. Zhao Mo laid out the banana worms on the ground, weighing at least 4 to 5 pounds. After cleaning the pot, he began to prepare fish soup. He then took out some honey, pouring a bit into the pot. Subsequently, he coated all the worms in honey before placing them on the grill. On this final day, there was nothing to contemplate. They were to indulge in comfort. The 4 enjoyed their meal to the fullest. After dining, Zhao Mo climbed a tree to harvest a few coconuts. Each person held a coconut sitting by the seaside, occasionally sipping from it, which was truly delightful. Zhao Mo, after a 2-day break, where do you plan to go? Zhao Mo, should you find yourself without a place to go, I can offer you shelter. It just so happens that I need a cook for the next couple of days. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Mo concluded that returning home was not a feasible option. Moreover, despite the awareness of having a family and a home, everything felt strangely unfamiliar to him, causing a subtle resistance within. He decided to head back to the dormitory and utilize these 2 days to craft an introduction for his novel. Chapter 58, The Most Cowardly Rich Second Generation on the final day. Naturally, one should indulge in comfort. They picked wild fruits nearby, with Mimi even gathering a substantial amount of papaya, claiming they should save it for the production crew's arrival, earning unanimous praise from Yiya and Pang Di. Zhao Mo allowed them to enjoy their harvest, as he spent the day leisurely, having only a brief, busy morning. That night, he once again shared a bed with the 3 women. The following morning, the 4 of them awoke, and the 3 women ran to the beach, exuberantly shouting. I shall return to this island, exclaimed one of them. Isn't that a line from a certain character? Unfortunately, they lacked a camera. Otherwise, a group photo of the 4 would have been splendid. No worries, when the crew arrives, we can borrow their phones for a picture. Incredible. I can't believe I made it to the end. After a brief bout of excitement, the yacht arrived. Mimi approached Su Qing, requesting a photo of the 4 of them. While positioning themselves, Zhao Mo initially intended to stand at the edge, but Mimi and Yiya insisted on pulling him into place. They first took a group photo, followed by a picture of the 3 girls with their arms linked through his. Once aboard the yacht, each of the 3 women savored a piece of cake delicately. Around noon, they finally arrived at the hotel arranged by the production crew. Upon collecting the bags previously stored by the crew, he turned on his phone, discovering 7 or 8 missed calls, one of which was from his mother's number. He pondered for a moment, Having taken possession of another's body, one must bear certain responsibilities. Thus he decided to return the call. Hello. Haha, son. I made a wager with your father. He said you wouldn't last until the end. But I believed you would, and I won. Huh. She seemed oblivious to the source of her own genes, didn't she? By the way, do you still need to participate in? His mother's tone, surprisingly commanding, was reminiscent of authority. She even inquired about which of the three girls he favored most. Sigh. Such a question was hardly one a mother should pose. Naturally, he liked them all. Before ending the call, she reminded him to stay safe and not to overexert himself. Without waiting for Zhao Mo to respond, she hung up, sparing him the trouble of formulating a reply. After retrieving his clothes, he indulged in a thorough bath and then collapsed onto the bed, setting an alarm clock. Before long, he found himself drifting into a light slumber. The alarm jolted him awake, prompting him to prepare for the banquet. Just as he exited the hotel, searching for the crew's vehicle, a man suddenly rushed in front of him. You are Zhao Mo. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Join my company, or perhaps you could have my company sign you instead. Zhao Mo was taken aback, scrutinizing the man before him, who appeared to be of similar age but dressed in an unusual fashion. What kind of madness was this? What did he mean by signing with their company? I apologize. I have matters to attend to. I am aware that you are set to join the banquet hosted by the production team. My car is nearby. Allow me to escort you there, and we shall discuss further en route. Zhao Mo instinctively recoiled, yet upon witnessing the man's hesitation, tears began to well in his eyes. For heaven's sake, I have just bathed. Please refrain from smearing your mucus on me. Wait, I will take your car. Attempting to shake free, he found the man's grip on his arm to be quite constricting, and using force might inadvertently cause injury. The brand of the car was unfamiliar to him. It was undeniably impressive. Speak, what is it that you truly desire? My name is Luo Jin. 6 months ago, I established an entertainment company. Initially, I naively believed it to be a melodramatic family saga. I am a self-made man, quite affluent, to say the least. My mother tragically perished during childbirth, and 3 years later, my father remarried, resulting in the birth of a younger brother. Due to the formidable nature of my stepmother, I grew up in a state of trepidation. Now that we have both matured, my father is intent on nurturing a successor. However, whether it be the insiders of his enterprise or the whispers of my father as confidants, none hold any regard for me. My stepmother has long paved the way for my brother within the company, effectively positioning him as the heir apparent, rendering me invisible. This time, it remains unclear whether my father seeks to test me or simply finds me a nuisance. Thus, he bestowed upon me 50 million, challenging me to demonstrate my business acumen within 3 years. Yet, I am utterly inexperienced. Encouraged by a friend, I ventured into talent management and film production. Believing it to be lucrative, I registered the company, taking on the role of chairman, while my friend assumed the position of general manager. However, after 6 months, my friend, under the pretense of nurturing talent, indulged himself lavishly, leaving me with a considerable mess when he departed, having squandered nearly 20 million with nothing to show for it. I contemplated shutting down the entertainment company and returning the funds to my father, yet I felt a profound reluctance. I am not foolish. I understand that if I return the money now, my life will be reduced to mere survival. The relationship between my brother and me is far from cordial, and once he inherits the family business, my future is all but sealed. As fate would have it, being a fan of Yaya, I chanced upon Zhao Mo, heard him sing, and recognized his resilience, an asset my company desperately needs. Through assistant director Su Qing, I learned that Zhao Mo and his team would be returning today and that he was staying at this hotel. Su suggested that I might want to meet him after dinner, though it's possible I might not have another opportunity. Zhao Mo was momentarily taken aback. Should he be grateful that his parents left no inheritance for him to claim? Or should he appreciate being an only child? The mention of Su Qing did not seem to be a jest. It appeared quite genuine. Yet, this diverged from his own aspirations. Writing novels is the endeavor he intends to pursue next. Seeing him remain silent, Luo Jin spoke again. Zhao Mo, just agree. Think about it. With your temperament, you might not fare well in other companies. They already have their leading figures, and you'd merely be a substitute, unable to accomplish much. My situation is different. Once you sign, our company will grant you half, and you'll have the final say in all matters. Together, we can undoubtedly expand the company. Zhao Mo chuckled inwardly. This fellow was quite persuasive. Was he simply audacious, or was it a case of profound wisdom concealed in foolishness? To be fair, his offer was genuinely appealing, stirring Zhao Mo's interest. I still have to participate in the second stage of the task. Let me leave you my number. After all my activities conclude, I will consider it, but do not harbor excessive expectations. Upon hearing this, Luo Jin nearly burst into tears. Zhao Mo remarked that if he cried again, it would be entirely over, which finally brought him to a halt. After exchanging contact information, Zhao Mo entered the hotel. Upon seeing Su Qing, he subtly shook his head, and Zhao Mo understood that he wished to keep the recent events discreet, though he was puzzled by Su Qing's intentions. Others had yet to arrive, and feeling a bit bored, Zhao Mo took out his phone to browse the current popular novels. Zhao Mo, having passed the first stage. The production team needs to record your bank account number. Su Qing approached, holding paper and pen. Chapter 59. The banquet. Zhao Mo had left his bag at the hotel, but since his account number was in his phone, he nonchalantly provided it to Su Qing. Approximately 10 minutes later, his phone suddenly received a notification that left him astonished. A deposit of 2 million had been credited to his account. Had the bank made a mistake? While he pondered this, his phone rang unexpectedly, nearly causing him to drop it in fright. Seeing the caller ID, he began to grasp the situation. Montauk, our company now has only 3.04 million left. We agreed on half. When you return, our company will officially commence operations. After hanging up, Zhao Mo found himself both amused and exasperated. Clearly, Su Qing was a spy, but Luo Jin was rather audacious. What are you doing just sitting here? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw Mimi in a sleek black dress standing before him. Did you spray perfume? Does it smell good? It must be expensive. Zhao Mo sneezed. He had a slight allergy to perfumes. His reaction caused Mimi to fume, just as Pundi and Yaya approached. Indeed, appearances mattered. Pundi's dress cinched at the waist and fell to her knees, showcasing her fair, slender legs, exuding youthfulness, while Yaya wore a loose shirt paired with straight-leg pants. You all arrived so early? This fellow must have been hungry, having come long before. Mimi pointed at Zhao Mo. Just then, Jing Ge's group arrived as well. Jing Ge, without any makeup, walked directly to Zhao Mo's side and said, "Well done, my friend. I just requested your clips from the production team, and I must admit, you are more impressive than I am." Zhao Mo appreciated this rugged screen hero. "You're too kind, Jing Ge." That's just his nature, Jing Ge seemed to understand. So he did not dwell on it. Instead, he threw an arm around Zhao Mo's shoulder and asked, "Can you drink?" "I can manage." "Understood. Let us indulge ourselves in a delightful afternoon." Meanwhile, Mimi approached Xiaoing with a smile and remarked, "I must apologize for disappointing you. We have surprisingly persevered." "Oof. It is only due to Zhao Mo's exceptional prowess. Otherwise, you would have withdrawn long ago. And let us not forget about Jing Ge. Do you truly believe you could have endured without him?" Upon finishing their banter, both huffed in unison and turned away. Why must they engage in such verbal sparring when their relationship is evidently amicable? He stepped forward, grasping Mimi with one hand and Xiaoing with the other, and together they entered the banquet hall. "I need to speak with Zhao Mo about a matter beforehand. Otherwise, it will be too late once the drinks start flowing." Huang Hao cheerfully intercepted Jing Ge and Zhao Mo. Zhao Mo appeared somewhat perplexed. What could possibly warrant a private discussion? Nevertheless, he nodded and followed Huang Hao into a nearby private room. "What's going on?" "Zhao Montauk querit, puzzled." "Who knows?" Huang Hao replied. "Isn't Zhao Mo just an ordinary fellow?" "My goodness, does the production team not sign anyone?" "They do not, but Huang has quite a few acquaintances in this circle." Mimi could sense the tension. Her teeth clenched in frustration. "Huang, how dare you encroach upon my territory?" She had just spoken with her company, which had instructed her to persuade Zhao Mo to sign with them, and she had agreed. Yi felt a twinge of anxiety as her company had also reached out. However, moments later, the two emerged, Zhao Mo's expression revealing nothing, while Huang wore a wry smile and shook his head. "Sit here," Jing Ge said, pulling Zhao Mo to a seat beside him, directly across from Mimi, who inquired nervously, "Did Huang say someone wants to sign you?" Zhao Mo was taken aback, but instinctively nodded. "Have you agreed?" She pressed, to which Zhao Mo shook his head. A smile instantly blossomed on Mimi's face as she patted his shoulder and said, "Here is an opportunity for you to fight alongside me. Why not consider signing with our company?" Zhao Mo shook his head once more. "Have you lost your voice?" "No signing." Mimi was momentarily taken aback. Was such directness truly necessary? Following this, Huang began his speech, expressing gratitude for everyone's hard work and reminding them to rest well over the next 2 days. He also mentioned that the rooms would be reserved, and everyone should keep their room cards to check in seamlessly the following evening. Zhao Mo's mind sparked with the thought that perhaps he need not return to the dormitory. Come, Zhao Mo, during the escape segment, let us collaborate. Jing Ge raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp, prompting Zhao Mo to do the same. You shouldn't drink on an empty stomach. Have something to eat. He promptly placed a generous piece of chicken leg in his bowl. Here, have some pig's trotter, Mimi added, nearly knocking over his bowl in her eagerness. And this, Zhao Mo, the abalone is exquisite. Fat D, perhaps encouraged by the two sisters, also placed a piece in Zhao Mo's bowl. Jing Ge stared in disbelief, then glanced at his 3 teammates, who were engrossed in their meals, completely ignoring him. Bro, are you short on team members? Perhaps I should join you. This treatment is simply too lavish. Aren't you worried about your wife misunderstanding? Mimi chuckled from the side. Jing Ge immediately wilted, and the next moment, he raised his glass and declared, Come, let us have another round. Jing Ge is indeed a heavy drinker, downing his cup until it runs dry. Zhao Mo's previous tolerance for alcohol was rather poor. However, his body, having undergone systematic enhancement, now exhibits a dulled sensitivity to alcohol. You all are rather inconsiderate, starting the meal without waiting for me, Zhou Lei remarked with a smile as he entered, his hair still damp. The group rose to greet him, as Zhou Lei had been delayed by other commitments, but had informed the production team to commence without him. Lei Ge, over here. Let us have a drink, he called out. Zhou Lei could hold his own with a drink or two. Upon catching the scent of the liquor, he directed his attention to the approaching production team. Go on, I'll sit with Li Jing. Once seated, he turned to Zhao Mo beside him and said, You've got quite the talent, lad, reminiscent of my youthful days. Now that everyone had arrived, Zhao Mo and his 2 older companions began to drink in earnest. His bowl was never empty, as Yaya and Mimi, having little to eat themselves, frequently offered him their chopsticks, seemingly concerned for his well-being. Mimi, even more audacious, would place food she found unpalatable directly into Zhao Mo's bowl. Hey, what is going on here? Xiaoying asked, noticing the peculiar situation and turning to Fat D for clarification. Zhao Mo is having a hard time. We should ensure he eats more, she suggested. Xiaoying rolled her eyes, realizing the girl was genuinely innocent and had not grasped the implication of her own words. The meal stretched over 2 hours, with Lei Ge propping his chin on his chopsticks, grinning foolishly. Jing Ge, perhaps having had one too many, insisted on a drinking duel with Zhao Mo, brandishing 2 bottles of baijiu. Fortunately, someone intervened. Zhao Mo, too, was not faring well, having drunk hastily and behaving unusually, grinning at Yaya and Mimi like a fool. Look at you, all foolish. You can't handle your liquor, but still try to show off, someone remarked. After the gathering concluded, Jing Ge hopped into his manager's car, waving at Zhao Mo and suggesting they continue drinking later. The manager wore a look of exasperation, as they were meant to be leaving. Zhao Mo, where are you headed? Back to the hotel. Chapter 60. The night beckons upon returning to the hotel. Zhao Mo had indulged a bit too much in drink and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. When he awoke, he was surprised to find Yaya beside him. Do you want some water? What are you doing here? He recalled having locked the door. I just happened to have some business and thought I'd check on you, fearing you might have overindulged, she replied. Zhao Mo felt a warmth in his heart. The truth, however, was that Yaya had climbed into her manager's car and, upon learning there were no scheduled activity for the next 2 days, had insisted on staying at the hotel to rest rather than making the round trip. The manager had not questioned her and agreed. Upon arriving at the hotel, she called Su Qing, as this hotel was affiliated with the television station to safeguard the privacy of artists participating in the program. Su Qing instructed the hotel staff to unlock Zhao Mo's door. What time is it? It's dark outside. You've been asleep for over 4 hours. Zhao Mo got up, feeling a bit hungry. How about we go out for a meal? Yaya's face lit up with joy, but her expression soon dimmed. As a celebrity, she thought, if they were seen together, especially with a man, it could lead to a scandal. Observing her complexion, Zhao Mo arrived in understanding. Hence he remarked, the hotel must offer room service. Might I have the honor of inviting the enchanting Yaya to share a dinner with me? His words flowed quite naturally. Previously on the island, with the presence of a third party and the burdens weighing upon him, He had maintained a serious demeanor, but it was not due to a lack of emotional intelligence. Yiya's cheeks flushed slightly, and in the next moment, she smiled. Can we still drink? Perhaps we should order a bottle of red wine. Zhao Mo nodded and made a call to the front desk. Since the expenses were covered by the production team, he saw no reason to be frugal, especially considering that Yiya was an artist who deserved something of quality. Thus, he ordered a bottle of red wine priced over 1,000. In a brief moment, 2 steaks, a bowl of noodles, and a bottle of red wine were delivered. What a peculiar combination. Zhao Mo mused. A steak, in my view, is merely a side dish. I cannot satiate my hunger without a staple. The two took their seats and began their meal. Cheers to having completed our first round. Cheers to the new journey we are about to embark on. Cheers to our serendipitous encounter. Yiya frequently raised her glass, which left Zhao Mo feeling somewhat out of his element. To him, red wine was merely a pretense. When he felt joyous, he preferred a hearty pint of beer, and when disheartened, a bottle of strong liquor to lift his spirits. Yiya meticulously sliced her steak into small morsels before pushing the plate toward Zhao Mo and taking a steak to cut it into similarly small pieces. Zhao Mo consumed 1.5 servings of steak, while Yiya only nibbled on the accompanying sides. Where's your hometown, Zhao Mo? Is it an enjoyable place? Zhao Mo paused, pondering the depth of the question. Should he reveal that he hails from the distant planet Cybertron? I come from the Central Plains. It is relatively pleasant there, with a slower pace of life that is quite livable. My home is quite close to the provincial capital. During my childhood, my uncle worked there, and I would visit every summer. Yiya wore a serene smile, her adorable dimples clearly visible, her long eyelashes fluttering as she rested her head on her hand, earnestly piecing together the imagery Zhao Mo painted with his words. After a while, having consumed 3/10 of the wine, Zhao Mo found that most of it had been consumed by Yiya. Zhao Mo, could you sing a song for me? She asked. He contemplated for a moment before replying, Unfortunately, I have no guitar. Although he was not gifted with musical talent in this body, in a different reality, he had practiced for a while just to impress. Wait, Yiya exclaimed and dashed out, returning shortly with a guitar in hand. This hotel seemed to possess every instrument imaginable, except for a clock. Zhao Mo chuckled at her enthusiasm. It appeared that this lively spirit was her true nature, in contrast to her usual calm and serene demeanor. Taking the guitar, Zhao Mo opted to sit on the bed rather than return to the chair, while Yiya adjusted her chair to face him. After testing a few notes, certainly superior to the one he had purchased for hundreds in another reality, he contemplated which song to perform. Upon gazing at Yiya's face, inspiration struck him, and a lively yet tender melody began to resonate. Zhao Mo did not begin to sing. Instead, he continuously repeated a melody until he eventually spoke. It is said that after death, one passes through the gates of the underworld and embarks upon the road to the Yellow Springs, where blooms the ghostly flower, the higanbana, which reveals neither leaves nor roots. The flower and its foliage are eternally intertwined in longing, yet forever separated. At the end of this path lies a river known as the River of Forgetfulness, upon which stands a bridge called Niha Bridge. There, a woman named Meng Po waits, offering a bowl of her elixir, Meng Po soup, to each passerby. Those who partake in this soup shall erase all ties and attachments from their present lives, entering the cycle of reincarnation, be it as celestial beings, humans, or beasts, without a trace of concern. Meng Po soup, also known as the water of forgetfulness, allows one to forget all past loves and grievances in an instant, leaving behind a lifetime of emotional entanglements. The people who weigh heavily on one's heart, the ones one despises in this life, will be unrecognizable in the next. Yet, there exists a fraction of souls who, for various reasons, refuse to consume Meng Po soup. Unable to comply, Meng Po marks these individuals with a dimple upon their cheek. Such souls must plunge into the river of forgetfulness, enduring the trials of water submersion and fire scorching for a millennium before they may reincarnate, carrying with them the memories of their past lives and the dimple that guides them in search of their former beloved. Yaya, are you in pursuit of your past love? Yaya, who had been immersed in the tale he wove, felt her cheeks flush and her heart race at this question. Is that what the dimple signifies? Doi possess agimp. Am I searching for someone? Is it the person before me? As she grappled with these thoughts, the melody of the guitar shifted, and Zhao Mo began to sing. I'm still searching for a shoulder to lean on and an embrace. Who prays for me, worries for me, gets angry and causes a ruckus for me? Yaya's eyes brightened. The song was beautiful. Not only was the melody enchanting, but the lyrics were even more so. Especially the line, "Fate draws us closer, and then solitude is consumed." Was Zhao Mo alluding to her? Did this destiny refer to her and him? She raised her hands to gently rub her warm cheeks. Little dimple, long eyelashes, irresistibly charming. I slow my pace, feeling as though I am intoxicated. As the first chorus resonated, Yaya felt her heart nearly leap from her chest. Her once smiling eyes now sparkled with laughter, yet unbeknownst to her. Crystalline tears escaped the confines of her lashes, slowly cascading down her cheeks as if to kiss her face. Is this song meant for me? Little dimple, long eyelashes. Has he truly fallen for me? Or is he merely entertaining himself? In that moment, Zhao Mo appeared to her as the most handsome man in the world, and this fleeting image imprinted itself deeply within her heart. The previously hazy and ambiguous feelings she had, which she was reluctant to acknowledge, transformed into a surging tide of love coursing through her veins. Chapter 61. A reunion. As the song concluded, Yaya unexpectedly dashed to the restroom, only to emerge moments later with a bright smile. What is the name of this song? The Little Dimple, dedicated to you. Do you like it? Yaya's face lit up with joy, nodding vigorously as she laughed. However, the atmosphere soon turned a tad awkward. In the previous encounter, Zhao Mo had summoned all the emotional intelligence he possessed. Beyond this point, he found himself at a loss. Zhao Mo, I'm heading back to my room. See you tomorrow. He stood up, intending to escort her to the door, but Yi ambled slowly. Upon reaching the entrance, she turned back with a smile and said, "What a coincidence. You reside in 807, while I'm in 907. Good night." After watching Yi enter the elevator, Zhao Mo returned to his room. Should he watch television? He switched it on, only to find that a drama featuring Yi was currently airing. Seeking a distraction, he decided to indulge in a game. Yet he encountered a teammate who was utterly incompetent, leading to several minutes of exasperated complaints before inevitably being kicked out. With nothing else to occupy his time, and having already slept too much, he was not tired, although fatigue was not the crux of the matter. His mind was preoccupied with the 3 digits 907. What did it signify? Was it a hint, or merely a casual remark? Should he embrace his primal instincts, or would it be better to act otherwise? Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he retrieved his phone and located Yi's number. After a moment's contemplation, he typed, "I can't sleep. How about I come up and chat for a bit?" The moment he hit send, regret washed over him, but alas, it was a text message. There was no option for retraction. 3 minutes passed with no response, then 5, and he conceded that he had perhaps overthought the situation. A refreshing shower could help him settle down for the night. Just as he shed his clothing, his phone rang from the living room. He perked up his ears and dashed out, still clad only in his undergarments. To his delight, the message contained only 2 words. The next morning, Zhao Mo awoke unusually early. He gazed at Yi, nestled comfortably in his arms, and felt a surreal sensation wash over him. It seemed he could no longer remain outside the circle. He needed to rise to prominence swiftly to ensure he could safeguard Yi. Suddenly, he noticed her eyelashes fluttering, followed shortly by another tremor. He realized she must be waking. Taking advantage of the moment, he decided to tease her. "Are you regretting this?" he asked after a while. Yi shook her head with a smile and cautiously inquired, "What about you?" Zhao Mo glanced at her, his gaze drifting lower, and with a mischievous grin, he replied, "Maybe just a little. I didn't expect it to be quite so intimate." "Zhao Mo, it's too late for regrets now. You belong to me," she declared. The distinction between men and women is but a thin veil, easily torn to reveal the depths beneath. They had designated the past 2 days as rest. And indeed, they had truly rested, with no inclination to venture out. 2 days later, on the afternoon of July 16th, guests began to arrive in succession. Zhao Mo returned to his room, where he heard a familiar voice. "I know you're in there. Hurry up. I brought you something." Mimi not only called out, but also gave the door a gentle kick. Zhao Mo opened the door to find both Mimi and Pundi present. "What brings you two here?" he asked. "We're from the same company. Is that surprising? Hurry up, I brought you some food." Mimi first handed him a bag of goodies, then tossed her large pink suitcase onto the bed and began rummaging through it. Upon catching sight of the colorful contents within, Zhao Mo instinctively averted his gaze. "Here, I present to you the garments that Pundi and I have selected for you. Upon your inspection, it appears you are dressed slightly better than the beggar residing next to my home. Zhao Mo's frustration is palpable. The sharp tongue of this Beijing girl indeed spares no one. What possessed you to purchase this? Zhao Mo is left speechless. While the shirt and trousers might be excusable, the presence of 2 boxes of undergarments is quite beyond him. Haha, these were chosen by Pundi. Let us see if the patterns are suitable. No. Wait, should we first ascertain the proper fit? Admittedly, in terms of verbal prowess, he cannot hold a candle to Mimi. Our dear Yaya is far more endearing. Just as the trio was engaged in conversation, another knock resounded at the door. Mimi hastily closed her suitcase, while Pundi had already opened the door. Oh, what a lively gathering. Upon seeing Pundi at the entrance, Jing Ge hesitated to step inside, peering in to confirm Mimi's presence before finally entering. No time for dawdling. We must discuss matters earnestly. Lei Ge nudged Jing Ge from behind. Should we excuse ourselves? Mimi inquired with a smile. No. As long as the production crew isn't around, it's perfectly fine, Lei Ge remarked, plopping down onto the bed and gesturing for Zhao Mo, who was about to fetch water to sit. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Mo joined them on the bed, offering the 2 nearby stools to Pundi and Mimi. Everyone's here. Quickly, Yaya. Come in and close the door, Lei Ge urged with evident excitement. Yaya, have you undergone some skincare routine again these past couple of days? Your complexion has remarkably improved, Mimi asked, only to realize the presence of 3 rugged men and wisely refrained from further questioning. Yaya's cheeks flushed slightly as she discreetly shot a glare at Zhao Mo. What we discussed today must remain confidential, Lei Ge stated, and everyone nodded in agreement. Seemingly struck by a thought, Lei Ge couldn't suppress a chuckle and soon added, Are you aware of the recent reforms in the production crew's rules? The group collectively shook their heads in response. I heard from Lao Su that previously, escape was merely a matter of passive evasion, but this time it's different. We can actually fight back. Really? Jing Ge's composure faltered at this revelation, his face lighting up with excitement. Lei Ge nodded and remarked, If we continue to flee without taking action, it would lose all its intrigue. Therefore, I propose we strategize to eliminate at least 2 or 3 of the capture teams. Zhao Mo's mind began to race. This was clearly a significant shift. He turned to Lei Ge and asked, Has the list of capturers been confirmed? Lei Ge shook his head. It must be, but Lao Su is notoriously tight-lipped. I went out for drinks with him last night, and he wouldn't divulge a thing. The group collectively gave Lei Ge a thumbs up, acknowledging him as the cunning fox who knows to gather intelligence ahead of time. Zhao Mo, however, felt a twinge of anxiety. What if Lei Ge had discovered his affair with Yaya? If Lei Ge had knocked on his door yesterday, with his keen intellect, a simple inquiry could have revealed everything. Was there an external force involved? Zhao Mo understood that such concerns were unnecessary at present. Even if Lei Ge were aware, he wouldn't broadcast it indiscriminately. He was indeed concerned about the potential ramifications of this matter becoming public, particularly how it might affect Yaya, as he currently lacked the means to protect her. The adversary wielded a firearm, a replica that could trigger the devices affixed to our bodies. A single hit would result in elimination. It was rumored that tracking dogs were involved, which posed a significant complication. A more stimulating substance could be scattered along our path, rendering the dogs ineffective. Jing was clearly seasoned in such matters. However, the logistics posed a challenge, particularly with the risk of scrutiny. Chapter 62, Deliberating Strategies. The indoor meeting persisted. Leave the issue of the tracking dogs to me, Zhao Mo interjected, sensing the difficulty surrounding the canine problem. His words momentarily stunned the assembly, prompting Jing to inquire, Are you confident? After a moment's contemplation, Zhao nodded. He had studied the Encyclopedia of Animal Language. Persuading 1 or 2 dogs should not prove overly problematic. Lei, aware of Zhao Mo's reticent nature, recognized that such individuals typically spoke only when they felt assured, thus providing a sense of reassurance. Very well. The matter of the dogs is entrusted to Zhao Mo. Now we must consider the personnel tracking us. Traditionally, the capture team would receive assistance from the main office, which would provide corresponding psychologists and seasoned detectives, forming an expert advisory group to analyze our hiding location and relay the findings to the capture team. Suddenly, Zhao Mo furrowed his brow, realizing an important detail. If we hide ourselves, won't that eliminate any footage? If there is footage, won't they ascertain our location? Jing, cognizant that Zhao might not have viewed past broadcasts, gently patted his shoulder, explaining, "Each of us will have a camera, but the footage will only be transmitted to the production team, who remain neutral. The capture team and the advisory group will only have access to the aerial wide-angle views from drones." Zhao Mo nodded, signifying his comprehension. Next, they discussed provisions. Each individual was permitted to carry a week's supply of compressed biscuits, but only one flask of water. "I am not an expert in this regard," he said, turning to Jing. Both Jing and Zhao Mo exchanged glances, indicating they would handle it. "How do we assemble? What if the production team places us in different areas?" Lei posed a new concern to the duo. Zhao Mo glanced at his watch and gestured for Jing to speak. Jing smiled at Zhao's gesture, realizing they were on the same wavelength, and pointed to his watch, stating, "I checked the weather. The upcoming days are forecasted to be clear, allowing us to accurately determine direction using the sun. According to my watch, true north is at 12 o'clock, true south at 6, while 3 and 9 represent east and west respectively. Regardless, we shall convene towards the east. If we encounter no one there, we will collectively search northward." Zhao Mo and Zhou Lei nodded in agreement, while the three young women remained preoccupied with their watches, pondering why they should complicate matters when their watches contain compasses. Yet, it dawned on them shortly that the production team would never permit them to wear their own timepieces. If a capture team were to emerge, we could adeptly sustain ourselves through combat. As Zhao Mo spoke, Jing Ge's eyes sparkled with interest, while Lei Ge beside him found the situation both amusing and exasperating, remarking on the playfulness of the younger generation. "Everyone, hold on a moment. I brought some clothes. Each of you will receive a set to wear tomorrow," Jing Ge announced before departing, as his room was adjacent to Zhao Mo's. Moments later, he returned, and Zhao Mo was pleasantly surprised to see military-style camouflage uniforms, vests, and even standard-issue canteens, truly remarkable items. "Let us find the sizes that fit us best. We can proceed from there," he suggested. After a brief conversation with Jing Ge, Lei Ge departed, and the rest began selecting their outfits, noting that 4 sizes were roughly available. "This is far too large for me," Zhao Mo remarked as he stepped out to provide them with space to change. After a short while, he re-entered, finding everyone dressed, though none had fastened their tactical belts. That evening, Lei Ge organized a gathering at the hotel for dinner. Everyone enjoyed the meal, knowing that such an opportunity might be scarce in the future. The three refrained from excessive drinking, opting for a modest amount of beer instead. "Zhao Mo, have you ever considered venturing into the entertainment industry? Perhaps you might join my company?" Lei Ge inquired casually. "Honestly, I haven't given it much thought. My temperament doesn't quite suit corporate life. I came to participate in this program primarily for the prize money, not with aspirations of mingling in this circle." "Perhaps in the future," Zhao Mo replied, expressing his genuine thoughts, though unbeknownst to them, he had already made a decision in his heart. Mimi noticed that Yi often glanced at Zhao Mo with a smile, which struck her as unusual. She then looked at Pang Di, who seemed solely focused on food, jokingly remarking that he would inevitably become a little chubby. "You can sign with anyone if you wish to navigate this industry. Come to me with any issues," Lei Ge whispered closely to Zhao Mo, including matters concerning Yi. Upon hearing that, Zhao Mo, despite his usual composure, felt a slight warmth rise to his cheeks. Evidently, Lei Ge had discerned something amiss. "Are you preaching to him?" Jing Ge chimed in, leaning closer. "Huh, I'm just telling this young man that we've shared the trenches together. If he encounters any difficulties in this realm, he can seek me out," Lei Ge replied. Jing Ge, upon hearing this, thumped his chest and added, "And you can count on me as well." Zhao Mo regarded both men with warmth, realizing that the industry was not as cutthroat as it was often portrayed. Lei Ge clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and proclaimed, "Tomorrow, we shall head into the fray. Now let my younger brother, Zhao Mo, lift our spirits with a song, shall he?" The crowd erupted in applause. "Wait a moment." Yi seemed to have an epiphany as she sprang up and dashed out, returning shortly with a guitar, which she handed to Zhao Mo. Mimi squinted, sensing something intriguing, pondering what the two had been up to behind her back. "Is he truly that talented?" she mused aloud, glancing at Xiao Ying, who sat beside Yi, curious. Yi smiled and nodded, contemplating before responding. "He is composing a new piece. It's as simple as drinking water or eating." Xiao Ying rolled her eyes in exasperation, questioning the wisdom of her inquiry. Such a response was typical of a fan encountering their idol. She had often heard her own fans declare that even if she performed with her feet, she would still surpass those youthful entertainers. Yet, who truly comprehends the hardships of spending 360 days a year on set? Can Zhao Mo sing? Inquired Tian Tian. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned in. Xiao Ying rolled her eyes again, realizing that this young lady was blissfully unaware of the world beyond her window. Yes, and quite beautifully, Yaya replied with a warm smile, her amiable nature shining through. Then why Haven Tea? I heard it before. This question effectively stifled the conversation, revealing a certain lack of emotional intelligence. Zhao Mo dragged a chair to the corner of the private room, and everyone adjusted their seats to face him directly. It was merely a show of basic respect, not that they held Zhao Mo in particularly high regard. One cannot simply turn their back on another. Zhao Mo's fingers gently strummed the guitar strings as he contemplated his song choice. Ocean Vastness seemed somewhat unsuitable, while Snail offered inspiration, though it felt excessively soothing for the moment. After a couple of minutes, Zhao Mo reached a decision, his guitar's melody shifting to a more urgent tempo, imbued with an invigorating spirit. The prelude is quite good. Lei Ge nodded subtly. In his youth, he had also been a poetic soul, serenading with his guitar. Chapter 63. The video is uploaded. Zhao Mo glanced at the crowd, feeling slightly out of place, and adjusted his posture. It was the first time he had sung in front of more than 3 people, and notably, everyone was recording the moment on their phones, even the stoic Jing Ge. He gathered his emotions and sang with a soaring voice. Hey yeah, I wish to soar to the heavens, side by side with the sun. The world awaits my transformation. The dreams I cherish, I fear not the gaze of others. Zhou Lei's eyes widened in surprise. He anticipated Zhao Mo's vocal range to be so expansive. The opening notes soared high, a feat he felt he could not replicate. Jing Ge held his phone in one hand, rubbing his arms with the other, overwhelmed by goosebumps from Zhao Mo's powerful voice. This song, undoubtedly a delightful piece, diverged from the norm, where typically the verses are lengthy and the chorus is brief. In contrast, this song featured a short verse, repeatedly emphasizing the chorus. I believe I am who I am. I believe in tomorrow. I believe that youth knows no horizon. The lyrics, while simple, imparted a unique strength, and the melody was uncomplicated. By the second chorus, everyone was softly humming along. Inspirational? Indeed, this was an anthem of motivation, and the soaring melody seemed to compel everyone to rise involuntarily with each emphatic I believe. Yaya South's eyes twinkled like crescent moons, and the other young women's expressions shifted from astonishment to genuine admiration. As the chorus approached, they unexpectedly joined in a raucous cheer. I believe. After Zhao Mo finished his song, he held his guitar and bowed slightly to the audience. In the small hall of merely 12 people, thunderous applause erupted. Zhao Mo, with your physique, your voice, and your level of creativity, let me tell you, this circle belongs to you. Just go for it. After the show, release an album. I will definitely buy it. However, singing alone can become tedious. After some time, we should film an action scene together. It will surely be a hit, said Lei Ge, with Jing Ge playfully grasping Zhao Mo's shoulder, both laughing heartily. Zhao Mo, hurry and release that album. We will buy it too. I'll even rally my fans. It's simply delightful, Xiao Ying chimed in, lifting a glass of juice. Zhao Mo could only raise his glass to lightly clink with hers. Zhao Mo, I've sung as well, but I lack your talent. When will you help me write a song? Rest assured, the payment will be the highest in the industry. Teen edit. Though her words may have seemed a bit forward, she genuinely expressed admiration without ulterior motives. After all, since her debut, she had been fortunate with resources and didn't seem overly concerned with fame. Moreover, she consistently conveyed a singular message. Sister has wealth. Mimi watched the 2 girls with vigilance. They were the team's nurtured prospects, and even if they were to pursue someone else, there were plenty within the team. Pang Di simply clapped away, her small hands turning red, oblivious to everything except for Yi, who sat quietly, smiling at him. We do not seek to endure longer than all previous participants, but we must certainly outlast them. I believe. Come, let us toast. Lai Jie exclaimed, raising his glass and shouting to the crowd. I believe. Cheers. Before the banquet concluded, the group eagerly uploaded a video online. At that moment, discussions erupted regarding how the second round would unfold. To everyone's surprise, the Queen group had indeed persisted until the end. If bets were placed, this would be considered an upset. Reflecting on Zhao Mo's survival skills, he felt a shiver run down his spine. They were indeed professional-level maneuvers, many of which even Bei Er and De Ge could not comprehend. After this episode, I believe Zhao Mo could create a domestic survival show akin to Bei Er's. I would certainly watch every episode, someone remarked. Great idea. I suspect many television stations have already set their sights on it. I just saw Xiaoing post on Weibo. Mentioning a gathering tonight, another added. Yes, I heard it was organized by Lei Ge. Xiao Ying's title was amusing. Tonight, let us eat enough to stock up on energy. This girl, oblivious to the fact that she was still in middle school, even attempted to rhyme. Oh, I nearly forgot. Xiao Ying is indeed in middle school. Finally, as someone who graduated from middle school, I see a glimmer of hope. That's enough. Xiao Ying is in vocational school. All right? Someone retorted. Upstairs, can you point out the difference? Wow, Xiao Ying just posted a video. With this statement, the online chatter paused for a moment before erupting once more. He also posted, as did me, almost simultaneously. Pang Di and TNTN shared their posts too. What an unexpected turn of events. Even the notoriously inactive Jing Ge has emerged. What monumental occurrence has transpired? As they eagerly clicked on the video, they discovered that nearly all of them bore a striking resemblance, save for slight variations in clarity and angle. In the footage, Zhao Mo donned a t-shirt emblazoned with an oversized hand, its fingers curled and prominently displaying the middle finger. Unbeknownst to them, this very garment had been a gift from Mimi. Initially, he had resisted wearing it, deeming it rather juvenile, yet Yi and the others insisted it was fashionable. Most importantly, all his other clothes had been unceremoniously tossed into the bathtub, leaving him no choice but to wear it. Zhao Mo sat serenely with the guitar, idly plucking at the strings. Moments later, as the melody shifted, he began to sing, I want to soar into the sky. At that very note, many who clutched their phones nearly dropped them in astonishment. However, after a few lines, they quickly found themselves immersed in the cheerful cadence of the song. Zhao Mo had indeed released a new track. How delightful it was. His vocal range was astonishing. When he sang the You of yesteryear, it had gone unnoticed by me. It would truly be a shame if this talent did not debut. He possesses both looks and voice, not to mention songwriting prowess. The sentiments expressed by those above were valid. I had once thought Zhao Mo participated in this program merely for fame, yet now I ponder that even without it, his creative caliber would inevitably lead him to stardom. Look at Lei Ji's video. He even adjusted the camera angle. I too observed, noting that others, including Jing Ge, seemed like starstruck fans, their phones raised in eager capture. No wonder the angles varied. It appeared each individual was filming with their own device. The sight was rather amusing. Was this a small-scale fan meeting for Zhao Mo? In this setting, his song truly resonated. Indeed, the track was brimming with positive energy. Meanwhile, Gu Jing was indulging in a beauty treatment, her daytime schedule being quite hectic. Tonight, she had finally carved out some time for herself. Just as she began to drift into a comfortable haze, her phone suddenly rang. She furrowed her brow slightly and picked it up, surprised to see it was her assistant calling. This assistant was quite considerate, typically refraining from contacting her during off hours, so the call likely signaled something important. As she answered, her assistant's voice erupted with fervor, nearly a shout. Gujia, quickly check Weibo. Zhao Mo has released another song, and it's fantastic. Chapter 64. The theme song of the program? Gu Jing sprang upright, her sudden movement catching the attention of the technician beside her, who momentarily paused, mistaking it for a sign of pressure relief. Upon opening her phone, she prepared to search, only to find the video already trending on Hot Search. The rapid ascent to trending status indicated two things. First, Zhao Mo's rapport with the audience had significantly improved, and second, the quality of the song was outstanding. Either point was promising news for her. As she opened the video, she listened intently. I want to soar into the sky, side by side with the sun. The technician, initially timid, instinctively leaned forward as the melody reached her ears, her gaze fixated on the phone screen. In the next moment, she exclaimed, Zhao Mo has a new song? Gu Jing could discern the excitement in her tone and merely smiled at her before returning her focus to the phone. After a considerable while, the smile on her face grew increasingly radiant. She ended the video call and proceeded to dial several numbers, each call bringing forth delightful news. During these 3 days of respite, Zhao Mo had not encountered overly complex individuals, At least no one had confirmed that he had signed with another company. As for the individual surnamed by from her own company, it was laughable to think he could be her rival. Zhao Mo, you belong to me, and none shall take you away. She chuckled softly, then turned to the technician and asked, do you have fondness for him? The technician blushed and replied, indeed. I often watch his live streams. At first, I thought he was somewhat aloof, but as time passed, I found his demeanor quite endearing. Moreover, he possesses such talent that I have even fantasized about surviving alongside him. Gu Jing reclined once more and suddenly inquired, what do you think of his appearance? Compared to Wang Shukuan and the others, whom do you prefer? The technician resumed her work, massaging Gu Jing as she said, sister, I find it challenging to answer that question. Just casually chatting, I suppose. After pondering for a moment, she continued, initially, I thought Kunkin was incredibly handsome, and I liked him a lot. However, in comparison to Zhao Mo, it's hard to articulate. Zhao Mo isn't the type to captivate at first glance. But upon gazing a little longer, one realizes that Kunkin simply cannot compare. Zhao Mo exudes a distinctly masculine and vigorous aura, and before one knows it, one can easily become captivated. I'm not quite sure how to express it. Although the technician's words were somewhat disorganized, Gu Jing comprehended her sentiments entirely. Lying on the bed, she smiled gently, convinced that Zhao Mo was destined to become the next superstar, as long as he remained in her grasp. Just then, her phone rang again, and to her surprise, it was Wang Shukuan calling. Sister Gu, it's Kunkin. I want to sing I Believe. Please help me secure the copyright. I have something else to attend to. Gu Jing promptly hung up the phone. On the other end, Wang Shukuan was bewildered. Why had Sister Gu suddenly turned cold? She had never hung up on him before. Overwhelmed by a sense of grievance, tears of frustration welled up in his eyes once more. Meanwhile, the production team was still in a meeting, preparing for the official commencement the following day, ensuring that every aspect was flawless. A moment later, Su Qing's phone rang. After ending the call, he appeared slightly dazed and, after a while, turned to Huang Hao and said, Director, Zhao Mo has released another song. Huang Hao was equally taken aback, but a moment later, he grinned and said, let us pause the meeting, everyone refresh their minds, and see what this fellow has sung. Su Qing nodded and, concerned that his phone's volume was too low, walked over to the computer, opened Weibo, and activated the projector. Soon, Zhao Mo's figure was cast upon the screen. Hey yeah, soaring into the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The audience, initially weary from the lengthy meeting, instantly perked up at the resounding call. The entire piece was powerful and invigorating, truly uplifting. The more Huang Hao listened, the broader his smile grew. It was simply perfect, utterly fitting. As the playback concluded, Huang Hao slammed his hand on the table, ready to speak, but then turned to Su Qing and asked, has the song's copyright been registered? Su Qing searched online and shook his head after a moment, stating that no records could be found in the copyright database. Huang Hao smiled and said, let's help him register. We must remind this young lad tomorrow. It's crucial to pay attention to one's legal rights. After a brief operation, Su Qing nodded at Huang Hao, indicating that the task was completed, and then remarked, I suppose he was merely inspired on a whim. I heard that Zhou Lei spontaneously suggested he sing. Huang Hao turned to the others with a grin and said, everyone, haven't we been lacking a theme song for our variety show? Upon hearing his words, the crowd brightened with excitement, exclaiming that it was indeed fitting. Since everyone is in agreement, I will have a chat with that young fellow tomorrow. What price do you think would be appropriate? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Su Qing, who had collaborated with Huang for the longest time and understood his character well, chuckled and replied, Director, I believe we should not regard Zhao Mo as an ordinary newcomer. After so many episodes, we finally have a participant who meets the debut criteria, so we must not diminish his stature. Moreover, the theme song is crafted by the participating artist, who has emerged through our program. This holds significant symbolic meaning. Sitting at the head of the table, Huang Hao nodded vigorously. Once Su Qing concluded, he decisively stated, currently, the leading lyricists and composers in the country charge around 800,000 for a song. However, considering the addition of vocals, I think a figure of 8 million is more reasonable. What does everyone think? The group collectively gasped. Even Su Qing's expression revealed shock. Huang's intention was to suggest that 5 million would suffice, yet he had nearly doubled it. This price could afford a top-tier singer. Nevertheless, given the current success of the variety show, Huang Hao's standing within the production team, and even the television station had risen significantly. It was clear that even 8 million, or even 8 million, would be approved by the station, as it paled in comparison to the profits being generated. With this thought, everyone once again hailed Huang's prowess. As the singing concluded, the banquet was nearing its end. With the official commencement set for the following day, Lei Ge reminded everyone to get ample rest that night. They returned to their rooms to shower and sleep. Mijia, what are you watching? The hotel door had a peephole, and Mimi, after finishing her shower, was peering through it, unmoving. Hang Di, having just come out of the shower, was intrigued by Mimi's behavior. Don't mind me. If you don't want to go back to your room to sleep, just watch TV here. Bang Didi marked. Feeling that something was amiss. After a while, Mimi opened the door, glanced at the elevator, and chuckled menacingly. I still can't catch you. At that moment, Yi was quietly stepping into the elevator. Chapter 65. The official start young people are often spirited, their bodies radiating warmth. In a few years, when they hold each other as hands, they will realize that distance indeed breeds beauty, and the adage absence makes the heart grow fonder holds true. Zhao Mo's door remained ajar. The two had just spoken on the phone. Mimi, that fellow, is excessively vigilant. I fear that before I can finish my words, my mouth may be silenced. At such a moment, how could one entertain other thoughts? Just as the two of us contemplated advancing further, a knock at the door interrupted us. Yaya, quite adorable in her demeanor, pushed him aside and began searching for a hiding place. There was no need to hide. There was nowhere to conceal oneself. After Zhao Mo spoke, he approached the door and peered through the peephole, spotting Mimi standing at the entrance, arms crossed. He feigned ignorance, asking, "Who is it?" "It's me." "Open the door quickly. Let's discuss this tomorrow. I want to sleep." Having said that, Zhao Mo genuinely intended to ignore her. "Zhao Montak, if you don't open the door, I will call out loudly, and I might even kick the door, waking everyone up." Zhao Montak, exasperated, had no choice but to open the door. As Mimi entered, her large eyes playfully regarded him, and upon noticing the blushing Yaya seated nearby, she laughed. "Ah, Yaya is here too. It seems I'm not the only one with matters to discuss with Zhao Mo. I hope I'm not interrupting anything." Zhao Mo, frustrated, retorted, "You know you're interrupting. Why did you come in anyway? What brings you here?" Mimi let out a light hum. "Didn't you just say you were going to sleep? Who do you think you are, making it seem like a clandestine affair?" Just then, as Zhao Mo was momentarily taken aback, Mimi moved closer and planted a sudden kiss on his cheek. Laughing, "Consider this a stamp of approval." This unexpected gesture left Zhao Mo bewildered, while Yaya appeared torn between amusement and a sense of grievance, as if her cherished toy had been snatched away. Mimi chuckled and asked, "I've concluded my business. Yaya, do you still have something to discuss? If not, shall we head upstairs?" With no alternative, Yaya cast a forlorn glance at Zhao Mo before following Mimi upstairs. Zhao Mo, feeling dejected, lamented the situation. He had an arrow drawn, but now found the target vanished. He flopped onto his bed, pulled the covers over himself, and attempted to sleep. A message notification chimed. It was from Yaya. "Mimi is truly cunning. I had a feeling she would discover our little secret. How infuriating. On the way upstairs, she even accused me of selfishness. Should I lend you to her for a couple of days?" Zhao Mo was utterly taken aback by this suggestion. How was he to respond? This question was clearly laden with traps. Even someone of his limited emotional intelligence recognized the complexity of this inquiry. After a lengthy pause, he replied, "Your chest is too small to accommodate another." "Damn you, Zhao Mo. You cannot go a day without teasing me. It seems your heart finds no peace unless you do. Just wait and see how I'll punish you next time." He had deftly sidestepped the pressure point. Moments later, Mimi sent another message. "Serve me well, or I'll expose both of you. Get lost." Zhao Mo shot back with a single word, then decisively silenced his phone. With no girl to embrace, he opted for a pillow instead. Just as he hovered between sleep and wakefulness, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has officially entered the second phase of escape. The host is rewarded with the skill of capturing foes and the operation of various firearms. Zhao Mo, genuinely fatigued, clicked to learn the skill, but did not even open the escape panel before succumbing to slumber. The next day, it was not the participants who rose first, but the online army. After 3 days of waiting, the time had finally come to commence. Anticipation hung in the air. Who would endure until the end? Jing Ge or Zhao Mo? We shall see. I believe that in the escape segment, Jing Ge is undoubtedly the more reliable choice. Yet, one cannot overlook the immense potential that Zhao Mo possesses. Who knows, he might just be a concealed escape expert. Why is no one mentioning Lei Ge? Does he not care for his reputation? Haha, perhaps we should let Lei Ge be, but this phase might indeed aid him in shedding some weight. I am curious to see who the capture team comprises. I wish to see some beautiful faces. Why hasn't it commenced yet? It's already 7 o'clock. It will begin promptly at 7:30, likely starting with an introduction of the capture team members before the escape team sets off. Just as discussions heated up among the crowd, the live broadcast from the director's room surprisingly commenced. However, this time there were no guest commentators beside her. She stood alone before the camera. Good morning, everyone. It is delightful to meet you all again. Due to some adjustments in the program's mechanics, today's broadcast has been moved up by 15 minutes. In order to enhance the show's appeal, the production team has decided to permit a certain level of competition, deviating from previous escape protocols. The escape team is allowed to resist and can even eliminate members of the capture team. As Ying elaborated, discussions reignited with enthusiasm. Can it truly be played this way? Oh, how delightful. It's about time. The game of cat and mouse. Might it transform into a scenario where the mice hunt the cat? With Jing Ge present, there seems to be a genuine possibility. I wonder if the production team will deploy professional commandos to capture Jing Ge. Excellent. This program is becoming increasingly captivating. However, Ying did mention that the capture team is equipped with realistic firearms, tracking dogs, expert guidance, and even drones, forming a comprehensive aerial and terrestrial suppression force. What about the sea? Perhaps a salted fish could be attached to him. Hurry, I can hardly contain my excitement. Let us commence without delay. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo and the others have only just arrived at the production team. Huang Hao first had a private conversation with him regarding the theme song and copyright awareness. Zhao Mo felt quite grateful to Lao Huang. As for the price set for him, he was uncertain whether it was high or low. However, upon discussing this with Lei Ge and Mimi, Lei Ge jested, "Have you made it to the front line now?" Seeing Zhao Mo's confusion, Mimi and Yi explained that the price offered by the production team, whether for singing or for the rights to the lyrics and composition, corresponds to that of a first-tier artist. As everyone gathered, Su Qing began to announce the rules, and no one was surprised by their uniform attire. With Jing Ge around, such concerns seemed trivial. Regarding the open confrontation, everyone pretended to cheer a few times, as if they had not heard this news before, putting on a facade of respectability. Would the leaders of each group need to be reassigned? The special forces remain unchanged. The gourmet team remains unchanged. When it came to the Queen's group, Mimi, with a glint in her eye, inquired, since the rules of confrontation have changed, have the other rules been altered as well? Su Qing responded, in principle for the first 10 days of the escape, if even one member of a group is captured, the entire group is deemed eliminated. After 10 days, however, as long as the captain remains uncaptured, even if only one member is left, that group is still considered to be in the fight. Upon hearing this, the three young women promptly raised their hands and declared, "Our team leader will be Zhao Mo." Su Qing smiled and nodded, finding this entirely unremarkable. "Prepare yourselves. Shortly we will check the backpacks and distribute the items designated by the production team. We shall depart in half an hour." Liege approached and inquired in a hushed tone, "Who are the members of the capture team?" Su Qing chuckled, glanced at the surroundings, and replied, "I cannot divulge that information, but they are all your old acquaintances." Chapter 66. The grand reveal. Meanwhile, in another hall a live broadcast was underway, captivating the audience's attention as the members of the capture team were announced. The host was interviewing each participant involved in the operation. Upon seeing Zhao Mo, the online viewers were thrown into a frenzy, questioning, "Isn't he supposed to be in the escape team? Zhao Mo, shouldn't you be with the escape team?" The host seemed to sense the viewers' thoughts and, suppressing a laugh, asked, "You see, my exit during the survival segment was premeditated, all in order to join the capture team. Escaping is rather dull and requires no intellect. One must always remain at the top of the food chain, you understand?" Upon finishing his cheeky remark, Zhao Mo burst into laughter at his own audacity. Next up for an interview was Gu Ge. "Me? I joined because of Xiao Fei. She strongly persuaded me, claiming that forming a fairy tale team would lead to certain victory." Just then, Tang Yu unexpectedly leaned into the camera and waved to the audience. On another side, the soldier ensemble had gathered, including Zhang Yi, Wang Baobao, and Xingjiao. At this moment, the director entered, addressing the group. Each team will consist of 3 members, and a tracking dog will be assigned to you. The owner will accompany the dog, but will not participate in the capture. Each member will also receive a realistic replica firearm. Director, what about our food? We won't have to fend for ourselves like the escape team, will we? Huang Hao chuckled and replied, of course not. Apart from compressed biscuits, you will receive 1 meal each evening, arranged by our staff. The area is vast, and while providing 2 meals may be impractical, delivering 1 meal is certainly feasible. Upon seeing these combinations online, the audience erupted with excitement. The production team has truly outdone themselves this time, inviting so many big names. When it comes to shamelessness, about Zhao Mo. Just kidding, he is referred to as the social king for a reason. What a pity there are too few female artists. Come on. With Xiao Fei, she single-handedly represents half the entertainment industry. That is a bit exaggerated. I think she is at most worth 3/7. Isn't Gugan known for avoiding variety shows? It's surprising to see him here. The capture team is exceptionally strong, including the soldier trio. Let us get started already. Zhao Mo must be starving from the survival segment. He is the only one concerned about food. The director mentioned that real wolf dogs will accompany us. How can we play under such circumstances? Unless we can eliminate the dogs, being caught is merely a matter of days, given the limited space. Do you have any idea how costly it is to train a tracking dog? Director Huang would rather sacrifice himself than allow any harm to come to the dogs. This configuration, even for the formidable Jing, poses a considerable challenge. It appears, much like last time, that it won't last long, so everyone should cherish the fleeting moments. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Mo and his team are already collecting supplies. Each group is equipped with a standard first aid kit, followed by 7 days' worth of compressed biscuits, a flashlight for each individual, and water. Old Su, with the mountains devoid of water, how can a single bottle suffice? Su Qing chuckled and replied, we have hidden several bottles of mineral water on the mountain. As for whether you can find them, Lei Gu, it depends on your skills. Lei Gu nodded in agreement, then pointed to his own container, saying, each of us will carry a pot. We shall fill it to its capacity. Su Qing sighed, wishing Lei Gu would leave him a loophole. In the frame, Zhao Mo and Jing are engaged in hushed conversation. The dogs must be dealt with first, otherwise, the danger escalates significantly. We need to work together. They are armed, grouped in 3s, and if we don't subdue them immediately, complications may arise. Jing, I believe we should find a place for them to hide, and, at night, we can use the flashlight to draw their fire. Will you set some traps? Ones that won't harm, but can hinder the enemy? Zhao Mo nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Jing felt a sense of relief, knowing that with Zhao Mo by his side, the task seemed much easier. After 10 days, let those girls withdraw. They shouldn't endure the hardships with us. We can have our fun with them. Upon finishing their discourse, both unexpectedly revealed a peculiar smile. Clever Lei Gu, let us hope one pot can still hold a bottle of water. That pot can hold about 800 milliliters, which is indeed more than a single bottle. I remember during my military service, when alcohol was prohibited, we would secretly fill those pots with beer for our outings. Such fond memories. Jing and Zhao Mo are deep in discussion, whispering for quite some time. They must be strategizing, one would assume. However, it turns out Jing asked Zhao Mo if banana worms are delicious, while Zhao Mo inquired whether too much coconut would cause diarrhea. The analyses upstairs have some merit. Look at how slyly both of them are smiling. Up there, you're quite the bore. How does the compressed biscuit taste? Has anyone ever tried it? During military training, we would always receive these rations. I found them neither particularly appetizing nor distasteful. A piece with some water would suffice to satiate hunger. I envy the soldiers. I wish to serve as well. Huang Hao organized the capture team and then proceeded to another office. It was sparsely populated, with only 3 individuals present, currently observing the live feed of the escape group. Mr. Wang, Mr. Su, Mr. Liu, your efforts are greatly appreciated, Huang remarked. Director Huang, it's no trouble. This isn't our first collaboration. You are too gracious, the trio responded. They are experts invited by the production team. Wang Mingling, around 40 years old, is a seasoned psychologist who has assisted the police in successfully apprehending fugitives through psychological analysis on 3 occasions. Su Jun, in his 60s, previously served as a company commander in a reconnaissance battalion, possessing profound experience in camouflage and capture. Lu Jun, also in his 60s, is a renowned criminal investigation expert who has solved no fewer than 10 significant cases. 3 partners participate in this program, and this marks their 3rd year. In the previous 2 years, under their guidance, the capture team successfully completed their tasks within mere days. This year, they believe it will be no different. According to the production team, the rules have been altered, allowing the escape team to eliminate the capture team in reverse. However, the trio remains convinced that the outcome will ultimately be the same. Li Jing must be particularly cautious, as he has received systematic training in the military and is the one most deserving of attention. Who is the young man whispering to Li Jing? Upon a brief review of the previous survival segments, I learned that this young man is Zhao Mo, possessing formidable physical strength, which I perceive to surpass that of Li Jing. Yet, sheer physical prowess is insufficient for escape. One must also employ strategy, and without systematic education, there is little to worry about. Thus, our focus remains on Li Jing. Once he is eliminated, this game will likely come to an end. Huang Hao, listening nearby, felt quite speechless. In the past 2 years, he had hoped to extend the live broadcasts, yet the trio resolutely ignored him, commanding the capture team with relentless efficiency. He yearned for the trio to ease up, but they unanimously declared, "We cannot afford to lose face. If we fail to capture them easily here, it would be utterly humiliating." Chapter 67. Zhao Mo, don't overeat. The dogs are coming. People approached, accompanied by tracking dogs, gathering their scent. Yaya and Mimi appeared somewhat afraid of the dogs, each clutching one of Zhao Mo's arms, while the oblivious and chubby D seemed unperturbed and even eager to pet the dogs. One of the dogs bared its teeth, prompting Zhao Mo to turn and glare at it. Surprisingly, the dog barked in response, and Zhao Mo emitted a sound of his own. The dog, taken aback, promptly turned its tail and fled, seemingly frightened of him. Had it not been for its owner restraining it, it would have undoubtedly bolted. "Are dogs afraid of you?" Yi inquired curiously. "I told it to behave. Otherwise, I would stew it for dinner. Do you believe it understood?" Zhao Mo replied. Ian nodded with a smile. Mimi, rolling her eyes, remarked, "Indeed, love makes one foolish. You actually believe such nonsense." As they set off, each group boarded different vehicles, heading to separate destinations. With an estimated travel time of over 2 hours, Su Qing announced their departure, prompting everyone to move. "Are we starting tonight? Is the production team truly so heartless? You can find a place to hide tonight. The official start is tomorrow," Su Qing replied with a cheerful grin. Liege, in a somewhat irritable tone, retorted, "Old Su, if you keep smiling, do you believe I won't deal with you? Old Zhou, don't say I'm bullying you. You might not even win against me." Liege's temper flared, just as Li Jing and Zhao Mo approached. He grabbed one of each, smiling at old Su. "I have 2 little brothers." Su Qing laughed awkwardly, conceding defeat. It was evident that the camaraderie between Su Qing and Liege was genuine, as otherwise he would not have disclosed information in advance. Before they had even departed, their watches and phones were confiscated. The production team surprisingly provided each individual with a solar-powered digital watch, which could also be tracked, a testament to the team's meticulous planning. "Old Su, it will take at least 2 hours on the road. Let us 3 sit together for the first half of the journey before we split into different vehicles." Old Su, unwilling to engage in further disputes regarding the matter, readily acquiesced. Brother Lei signaled to the 2 and slipped into a car, shortly followed by Pang Di. Brother Lei occupied the front passenger seat, while Jing Ge sat behind him, leaving Zhao Mo to occupy the middle seat. Brother Lei turned to the driver and warned, "Everything we discuss must remain confidential. Understood?" The driver, bemused, pointed to the fixed camera in the vehicle. "You nearly slipped my mind," he replied. After Brother Lei switched off the camera, the viewers watching the live broadcast were delighted by the scene. Zhao Mo's unpopularity was evident. Even dogs seemed disinterested in him. "You should say he's intimidating. Even dogs fear him." Haha, that dog truly appeared frightened. Perhaps it comprehended Zhao Mo's intent to stew it. Director Su also played his part well. He had initially contemplated challenging Brother Lei, but upon Jing Ge and Zhao Mo's arrival, he quickly retreated. A wise man knows how to adapt. My retreat is merely a reflection of my discernment. Brother Lei, the intellectual of the group, had switched off the camera. Was he planning some clandestine scheme? Frankly, if the 3 were grouped together, it would indeed be entertaining. With Brother Lei's intellect, Jing Ge's agility, and Zhao Mo's strength, they might truly overpower the capture team. The capture team would lament, "Do we not have any pride?" Are you really suggesting that Zhao Mo and Jing Ge lack intelligence? With Brother Lei present, their intelligence, or lack thereof, was inconsequential. Inside the car, Brother Lei began, "We anticipate entering around 4 p.m. this afternoon. It would be ideal to gather tonight." Jing Ge's eyes brightened. "That's simple. We can easily converge using the lights at night." Zhao Mo shook his head. "The drones will undoubtedly capture footage for 24 hours. Otherwise, the night special would be difficult to produce. I believe we should refrain from revealing our alliance for now." Brother Lei cast an appreciative glance at him and nodded toward Jing Ge. "I concur with Zhao Mo's perspective. With stars and the moon tonight, determining our position will not be challenging. Let us adhere to our previous plan." After a moment's reflection, Zhao Mo added, "Brother Lei, if we cannot assemble by 10 p.m. tonight, we should rest in place. The days are getting brighter, and they won't be able to enter until at least 7 a.m. We still have time." The trio deliberated for a full hour, discussing every conceivable detail until they paused for a vehicle change. Zhao Mo, curious, inquired, "What have you deliberated?" As Brother Lei and Jing Ge exited the vehicle, Mimi and Yi entered, with Mimi curiously asking. The driver had just activated the live broadcast camera, and Zhao Mo pointed and diverted the topic. "You shouldn't consume too many compressed biscuits at once. Your appetites are already modest. Don't overindulge just because you feel hungry. Drinking water can easily fill you up." Upon hearing this, Mimi and Yi turned to Pang Di in unison. "We're talking about you. Did you hear that?" "Oh," Pang Di replied, somewhat aggrieved. She had never tasted such compressed biscuits before, during the earlier discussion among Zhao Mo and the others. She couldn't resist pulling out a small piece to try. Well, the taste was hardly remarkable. Yet for a foodie, it was tantalizing. She felt an overwhelming urge to lick the salt, just to gauge its saltiness. Zhao Mo discovered that they had arrived at a position halfway up the mountain. He surveyed the slope and noted with relief that it was relatively gentle. Judging by the position of the sun, he felt disheartened to realize that his group was situated at the far western edge. Exhausted, he exclaimed, "Finally, we've arrived. After such a long journey. Let's stretch our legs and move." With that, he lifted the seated Mimi, concerned for her frail constitution. The four of them proceeded eastward. It was nearly 5 o'clock. Yet the sun remained bright. Zhao Mo furrowed his brow, recognizing they would have to contend with the heat during the day. "I'm unable to continue. I can barely catch my breath," Mimi lamented. Zhao Mo turned to her, adjusting her camouflage jacket. "Hey, this will make me tan," she protested. But Zhao Mo ignored her, continuing forward. As they walked, he observed the surrounding environment, mentally calculating the straight line distance. Approximately 700 meters away, the difficult terrain had taken them over an hour to traverse. Along the way, Zhao Mo stumbled upon 4 bottles of mineral water. Appreciating the generosity of the production team for providing them at a reasonable price of 2 yuan each, he refilled the flask of the third girl, while he himself merely took a few sips. "We're likely at the center now. Let's take a 15-minute break. If you're hungry, have a small piece of compressed biscuit. Afterwards, we'll continue northward, and we can stop once we reach the northeast corner." Zhao Mo, hearing a voice from the group, remarked, "We won't be eating this throughout, will we?" He glanced at Fat D and then at the other 2 girls, noticing the flush on their cheeks from exertion, with sweat trickling down and sticking strands of hair to their faces. "As long as you can persevere, I promise to find something delicious for you by the day after tomorrow at the latest." The 3 girls did not question where he would procure food. Their trust in Zhao Mo was unwavering. Amidst chatter about the absurdity of stars surviving in the wilderness for 100 days, some dismissed it as mere fiction. The premise was entirely plausible, and Zhao Mo pondered how to articulate it. If readers could find amusement in it, that was the essence of the peaks. Chapter 68. Each in their place by the time they reached the northeast direction, it was past 7 in the evening, and the sun was just beginning to set. To his astonishment, Zhao Mo noticed that Lei Ge had already arrived. He had expected to rendezvous with Jing Ge first. "Haha, Zhao Mo, don't be surprised. We were brought here and have been resting, waiting for you," Lei Ge chuckled. Zhao Mo felt speechless. It was baffling how fortunate Lei Ge was. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and Lei Ge, noticing his expression, grinned knowingly. The most perilous places often turn out to be the safest. Who would have imagined they would remain stationary at their landing point? This spot served as their final refuge. Zhao Mo's gaze swept around, noting the dense forest and ample cover, a perfect hiding place. "Lei Ge, Shall we take a stroll together? You should rest first if you're tired, Lei Ge suggested. Zhao Mo shook his head. The exertion was trivial for him, akin to a normal person ascending 3 flights of stairs. After a brief circuit, Lei Ge inquired, "What do you think? Brother Lei, tomorrow around 8 a.m., Jing and I will be active in the southwestern region to divert the attention of the capture team. You and the others should rest here. The spot we just observed is quite suitable, with dense vegetation. Firstly, the sun cannot penetrate, keeping it relatively cool, and, secondly, the drones will be unable to detect your presence." Brother Lei nodded. At over 40 years old, he had long surpassed the age of seeking glory. Had he been a decade younger, he might have insisted on joining Zhao Mo and the others. But now, glancing at his protruding belly, he decided it best to stay put and avoid causing any trouble. Zhao Mo contemplated for a moment and continued, saying that they might not be discovered tomorrow. However, with a psychologist present, it would not be long until evening before they surely recognized our feigned maneuvering strategy. Hence, everyone should rest as much as possible during the day, as we will need to relocate to my previous hideout at night. Our operational area will also closely align with yours, allowing for a constant shift that will keep them guessing our movements. Brother Lei added thoughtfully, suggesting that while we could use your drop-off point, Xiao Jing's was ill-advised as it could easily reveal a pattern to the opponent. As they discussed, the sound of conversation drifted over, signaling the arrival of Jing. To their surprise, the assembly of the 3 groups had gone so smoothly, prompting smiles from all 3. Brother Lei relayed their earlier discussion to Jing, who remarked that there was a vast bamboo forest to the southwest. The delay they experienced was due to nearly getting lost within it. Zhao Mo's interest peaked. Having a bamboo grove was indeed fortuitous. The production team had requested that they begin filming at 7 a.m. the following morning, so they should practice using their cameras, ensuring they avoid easily identifiable landmarks. Although the production team maintained neutrality, it was prudent to be cautious, as they might resort to underhanded tactics if they failed to locate them for days. Upon hearing this, Brother Lei chuckled, recognizing the wisdom in considering the perspective of the opposing team. The group continued their discussion before returning to the assembly point. "Fat D, you shouldn't eat anymore. You'll make yourself sick. Sister Me, this is only the second piece. It's been 4 hours since the last one." Mimi felt somewhat disheartened, perplexed by Fat D's robust appetite. After all the running around and in the heat, she had lost her appetite, while the others appeared similarly affected, except for Fat D, who resembled a little mouse. Zhao Mo admired this aspect of Fat D. The ability to eat at such a time indicated a strong adaptability. He recalled that during their survival on the island, it was also Fat D who was the first to crave an apple. "At this rate, your rations for a week will be depleted in just 3 days. Don't worry, Sister Me," Zhao Mo reassured. "There will be good food in 2 days." Mimi, exasperated, lightly tapped Fat D's head, exclaiming how she could be so troublesome, as if she couldn't survive without Zhao Mo. The next day, Saturday, the live stream commenced, and, astonishingly, over 20 million viewers tuned in. The day prior, the production team had released a survey online titled, "Which group do you think will be eliminated first?" To my surprise, there are actually 4 options. First, the Special Forces group. Second, the Culinary group. Third, the Queen group. And fourth, the Capture group. Those who select the correct answer will have the chance to be randomly drawn among 1,000 lucky viewers to receive a gift. Within 24 hours, the number of participants in the voting astonishingly reached over 2 million. The Capture group had the lowest support, with less than 2, followed by the Special Forces. Notably, this time the Queen group did not come in last, as that unfortunate position was claimed by the Culinary group. Upon seeing such a survey early in the morning, netizens could not help but jest. One could imagine how disheartened Brother Lei would be if he saw this form. The combined votes for the other 3 options did not even match the Culinary group. Undeniably, Brother Lei is quite intelligent, but this is an escape segment, and the very essence of escape seems to speak volumes. To my astonishment, some actually cast their votes for the Capture group. If any subgroup from the Capture group were to be eliminated first, it would certainly be a source of amusement. Anything is possible. What if, and I mean what if, the entire Capture group were to be eliminated? How would that be addressed? Would the production team issue orders for them to turn against each other? Surely, the production team would not be so ruthless. Given their standards, I would not be surprised by any outrageous antics they might concoct. Has the live broadcast begun? It has already been 5 minutes. The director's studio just mentioned that the capture group would arrive at their destination in half an hour. Looking through the camera, the capture group indeed appeared to be quite serious, even equipped with a walkie-talkie. Brother Bo made me laugh uncontrollably as he declared that his target was Brother Lei, and he wouldn't even attempt to catch Brother Jing. Ha ha, he must be afraid of being overpowered by Brother Jing and ending up caught himself. At this moment in the woods, Zhao Mo and Brother Jing were bidding farewell to the main group. We have gathered enough water for today, and both Zhao Mo and I will bring it along. However, we won't return until tonight. Brother Lei stood up, resembling a family member seeing off loved ones embarking on a journey, and patted each of their shoulders, saying, "We will wait for your triumphant return." Upon uttering this, Brother Lei nearly suppressed a laugh. What was supposed to be a solemn scene lost its gravity in an instant. "Be careful, don't overexert yourselves," Yia whispered to Zhao Mo, her voice barely audible. "If you get eliminated, we will be liberated. Zhao Mo, it's up to you." Mimi imitate Brother Lei's gesture. Delivering a heavy pat on his shoulder, seemingly applying too much force and inadvertently hurting herself, she withdrew her hand while shaking it several times. "Be sure to pay attention to the button on your chest. Don't accidentally press it. Otherwise, a wisp of smoke will truly lead to calamity." "All right, let us go. If we don't leave soon, we'll be caught." Watching Zhao Mo instruct the three women, Brother Jing found himself feeling somewhat irritable. It truly resembled an ancient expedition. Brother Lei, with a cunning smile, remarked, "There are still 5 minutes until the camera starts rolling. Let us all pretend the equipment is malfunctioning." A slight delay, one team matter. Chapter 69. The Encirclement Strategy. At this moment in the command center, 3 instructors were analyzing their movement trajectories and the most probable hiding locations. I believe that, given Li Jing's capabilities, he will undoubtedly make use of this bamboo grove, especially since their drop-off point is right beside it. From the perspective of psychological role analysis, in unfamiliar environments when seeking escape, individuals typically engage in 2 primary actions. First, they strive to attain a vantage point to survey the entire landscape. Second, they gravitate towards areas with greater cover, as such spaces instill a stronger sense of security. Given Li Jing's professional training, I surmise that the bamboo forest in the southwest, particularly the denser area to the north, presents a promising option for concealment and observation. Were it up to me, in a situation permitting resistance, I would certainly set numerous traps. This strategy not only offers opportunities for ambush, but also serves as an early warning system, even if it fails to eliminate the adversary. The 3 instructors had nearly concluded their discussions when, coincidentally, the drone ascended and the capture team took their positions. They issued commands. Team 3, led by Zhang Yi, was to head towards the bamboo forest, while Team 2, under Gu Ji's command, was instructed to maintain a distance of 50 meters in the same direction. Team 1, led by Zhao Mo, was to advance slowly along the eastern flank. The instructors appeared to possess keen insights. Notably, their focus on the southwestern area, coupled with the unexpected deployment of a second echelon, seemed rather ruthless. If any team ventured there, their demise would be all but assured. I found myself anxiously hoping that Jing Ge was not among them. Should his team be eliminated, it would render the remainder of the proceedings utterly futile. My concern intensified as I wished to alert them about Team 2's position behind Team 3. The drone's aerial footage, however, revealed no signs of movement. This was entirely plausible, as they were likely lying in wait undetected. Observing closely, I noted a slight disturbance in the bamboo grove captured by the drone moments earlier. Perhaps I was imagining things, or it could simply have been the wind. Yet, such a conspicuous flaw could not escape the discerning eyes of the instructors. Lu Jun, a seasoned criminal investigator, reviewed the drone footage, even reversing it momentarily, and discerned that the treetops remained still, save for that singular disturbance in the center. With no large wildlife in the vicinity, it ruled out the possibility of wind, leaving only one conclusion: a team was concealed there. With this realization, he decisively commanded, Team 3, being the most physically capable, should traverse the bamboo forest from the west, and then move southward. The western area is a protected zone and requires no attention. Team 2, led by Gu Ge, will wait for 20 minutes, then proceed along the predetermined route unchanged, while Team 1 will abandon their original eastern path and regroup to the west, creating a pincer movement with Team 3. Upon hearing Su Jun's orders, Lu Jun added, "Remember, maintain a combat mindset. Upon sighting an opponent, shoot immediately without hesitation. In that moment, realization struck. There truly were individuals present. Who among us had such keen eyes? The situation appeared dire, as the encirclement was forming, and one team seemed doomed. Please, Jing Ge, hold your ground. I thought. Perhaps it was the Queen's team? If it were the gourmet team, I would be indifferent. Laughter erupted. As it seemed, the audience eagerly anticipated the gourmet team's elimination. The likelihood of it being the Queen's team appeared slim, yet one could never be certain. Just then, the cameras equipped by the escape team began to activate sequentially. Although the identities of those filmed remained obscured, the accompanying sounds and surrounding environment would allow for some analysis. Due to the sheer number of participants, the screens could not be separated, allowing viewers to select which footage to watch. Most opted to view the perspectives of the female contestants, including Yi, Ye, Peng Di, and Xiao Ying. Allow me to share a recollection from my earlier days in the film industry, a time when the conditions were far less favorable than those you enjoy today, where daily wages are assured and negotiations over remuneration are a mere formality. The audience appears bewildered, for the information conveyed by this particular shot is abundant. Regardless of which segment one might choose to explore, it is evident that there are numerous individuals present, certainly more than just one crew. Furthermore, the slight tremor of the limited shots reveals the presence of trees rather than bamboo. The gathering seems rather relaxed, seated in a circle, listening to Brother Lei recount tales of old. I must say, Brother Lei has truly embraced the role of a mentor during the survival segment. He would often sit and engage in banter with the team members, and it appears this trend continues. Remarkably, they have congregated together. I have spotted Brother Lei, alongside Pandai and Tian, indicating that three groups are indeed present here. I wonder which team is situated in the bamboo grove. It is no wonder Brother Lei was conferring in the vehicle earlier. They had evidently planned this the night before. Upon viewing Jing Ge's footage, I deduced from the surrounding environment that he finds himself in the bamboo forest. As for Zhao Mo, he too is within the bamboo. I'm beginning to grasp their strategy. They appear to be concealing their larger contingent, with two formidable individuals diverting the attention of the capture team. As of now, it seems they have succeeded, as the capture team has been drawn to the bamboo grove. However, the primary concern lies in their encirclement. How will they manage to escape? Goodness, even the drones have converged above the bamboo grove. The trio of instructors certainly intends to leave no trace unnoticed. At this moment, within the bamboo, Zhao Mo balances a hat crafted from slender branches atop his head, a thin bamboo skewer clenched between his teeth. His eyes half closed as he leans against a sturdy bamboo stalk, approximately 40 meters away from Jing Ge. The previous disturbances in the bamboo grove were the result of traps they had ingeniously set. It remains to be seen who will inadvertently activate them. Suddenly, the sound of a snapping branch in the distance captures his attention. He is positioned towards the western edge, and shortly thereafter, he hears another sound, faint yet discernible, a testament to his heightened physical awareness. What perplexes him is the fact that this group of individuals is moving along the westernmost edge, heading north without entering the forest to search, seemingly lacking any intention of releasing dogs for tracking. Zhao Mo's mind races, contemplating a potential scenario, encirclement. Upon this realization, he gestures towards Jing Ge in the distance. The gestures are straightforward, having been previously devised during their journey. Pointing in a certain direction signifies the approach of adversaries from that side. He indicates 3 directions in succession, and Jing Ge comprehends that this signals an impending encirclement of the two of them. Jing Ge inquires about a plan, and Zhao Mo slowly shakes his head, gesturing to the ground, implying that they should remain stationary, adopting a strategy of passive resistance. Their interaction is such that the camera captures their exchange perfectly. I would rate their disguises a commendable 99, even adorned with foliage atop their heads. My concern grows that these two might be apprehended altogether, and I suspect Brother Lei would lead his team out and surrender. Let us refrain from directing all our weapons towards Brother Lei, shall we? Brother Lei responds, "Is it my fault for being a bit plump? Does anyone truly fathom the significance of their gestures? I once served as a soldier, a reconnaissance operative, yet their signals do not resemble military hand signals. They appear to be a spontaneous code devised by the two of them. I am eager to witness the capture unfold. Quickly, quickly." Chapter 70. Zhao Mo. Brother Jing, you go ahead. I'll cover you. Within the command room, the three instructors observed that Team 3, led by Zhang Ge, had maneuvered to the northern edge of the bamboo grove, and a shared smile emerged among them. It was anticipated that, without fail, one team would face elimination on the very first day. Unbeknownst to them, due to the absence of public surveillance, they remained unaware that Team 3 had merged, mistakenly believing only one team was present within the bamboo thicket. Everyone, take your positions, advance into the bamboo grove. Remember, we do not need to eliminate all. Just one will suffice. This directive came from Wang Mingling. Such an order was beneath Su and Lu's contempt, as its underlying implication suggested targeting the women or the weakest first. However, Wang Mingling was evidently a results-oriented individual, unconcerned with the methodology of victory, as long as victory was secured. The capture team, lacking deliberate concealment or disguise, could be partially tracked by the drone, which captured glimpses of their movements. Observers watched anxiously as Team 3 encircled, advancing into the bamboo grove, their concern for Zhao Mo and his companion mounting. Regardless of Brother Jing's prowess, it seemed implausible that he could contend with 9 adversaries. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The true concern lay in the fact that they were armed. Should they hit their target, the elimination button would surely activate. I can't bear to watch any longer. One spectator lamented. I don't know if Zhao Mo and Brother Jing are anxious, but I certainly am. It appears this episode will be shorter than previous ones. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Lao Huang wore a frown. Why are these 3 instructors so obstinate? At this rate, will they all be eliminated by tomorrow? He pondered whether he should consult the instructors again. Su Qing, characteristically a persuasive figure akin to historical lobbyists, was more shameless and devoid of boundaries than his predecessors. Useless. The last time I hinted at increasing their compensation, I was met with a barrage of reproach from Lao Su and Lao Lu, claiming I was trying to buy them off and disrespect them. Huang Hao's vexation was palpable. He was acutely aware of the implications. But Director, if Li Jing and Zhao Mo are eliminated, how will this game continue? Frustrated, Huang Hao found himself at a loss. Yet, faced with the instructor's stubbornness, he could only pray for at least one of them to escape. Su and Lu participated not for monetary gain, having retired and finding themselves idle at home. They viewed this opportunity as a drill. Given that it was a drill, they approached it as a real-life scenario, leaving no room for leniency toward their opponents. At that moment, Huang Hao could only stew in frustration, powerless against this group. Zhao Mo, possessing exceptional hearing, and Brother Jing had now maneuvered to the far eastern edge of the bamboo grove. This location was chosen for its ample depth, allowing them to plan an escape. And because their traps were strategically placed here, shall we select a team for ambush? Brother Jing proposed. Zhao Mo slowly shook his head, responding, as there is a commander directing them, Team 3's advance will undoubtedly be synchronized. If we linger, even for a moment, we will surely be targeted by the other 2 teams. Brother Jing furrowed his brow at this revelation, pondering the implications. After a thoughtful pause, he nodded. I will head directly north, and you will go east. We must not allow ourselves to be cornered to the northeast. Zhao Mo nodded in agreement. Suddenly, an unusual sound pierced his ears. He gestured for Jing Ge to be silent and pointed towards the east, indicating that the nearest individuals were in that direction. However, the bamboo forest was so dense that neither side could discern the other. The greatest advantage of the bamboo grove lay in its impenetrable thickness, rendering drones incapable of capturing any images, thus posing a significant obstacle to the command center. Jing Ge, I will create a diversion to draw them towards me. You should stealthily make your way to the far west. There is no one there now, he advised. Just as Jing Ge was about to refuse, Zhao Mo urgently interjected. Jing Ge, your presence here is far more valuable than mine. If I cannot escape, you can still enjoy the food and company of your team. Hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Li Jing's face. If this were a battlefield, Zhao Mo was essentially providing cover for his retreat. While such sentiments might seem overly sentimental or impractical, he understood that Zhao Mo was competing for monetary gain, and in that moment, he resolved that if his team emerged victorious, he would ensure Zhao Mo received his share. Jing Ge placed a hand on Zhao Mo's shoulder, nodded, and cautiously made his way westward without looking back. All parties proceeded with utmost caution. After a 2-minute wait, Zhao Mo began to rustle the bamboo nearby. The command center noticed immediately and promptly ordered, Teams 3 and 2, accelerate your advance. They're holed up in the easternmost part of the bamboo grove. Zhao Mo executed his plan commendably, ensuring Jing Ge's safety. Remaining composed in such a situation was no small feat. Zhao Mo had always been this way. From a moment of survival until now, he had never wavered in his consideration for others. Sighing, he reflected on Zhao Mo's withdrawal, feeling an unexpected pang of sadness. Not only he, but 3 young women would also be departing with him, sacrifices of considerable magnitude. He hoped for a miracle, praying that Zhao Mo would not be captured. By voluntarily exposing himself, Zhao Mo effectively attracted the entirety of Team 3. If they were unarmed, perhaps he still had a chance. However, given that the opposition possessed ranged weaponry and guard dogs, it seemed dire. The Queen's team was finished. As a veteran, he felt an inexplicable surge of emotion upon hearing Zhao Mo's words. "You go, I will cover you." Such a declaration carried significant weight. In the monitoring room, Huang Hao exhaled quietly upon hearing Zhao Mo's strategy. Thankfully, this meant they could still engage in the game. Currently, the survival team's greatest reliance lay on Li Jing. As long as he remained, they could likely hold out for a few more days. Regret washed over him. The imbalance of power between the two sides was glaring. Although they could potentially turn the tables, it appeared that the survival team lacked any means to retaliate effectively. He hoped they could endure a bit longer. Su Qing chuckled. Zhao Mo has a commendable strategic vision. He made the right choice at this juncture. Huang Hao nodded in agreement, recalling that last year's survival team had lasted 11 days. This time, he had tempered his expectations, hoping only for a week. "Do you think Zhao Mo can survive?" Su Qing asked, taken aback before slowly shaking his head. "Not likely," he replied. Huang Hao, too, wore a wry smile, sighing. "Perhaps his remarkable performance during survival has led me to subconsciously believe he is invincible." He then glanced at his watch, realizing that only 3 hours had passed, and they were already on the brink of eliminating a team. Zhao Mo ceased his concealment. Remaining stationary would be the most passive approach. He continued to create disturbances, dashing northward a few paces while shaking a bamboo stalk, then swiftly darting southward to repeat the action. His aim was to fabricate an illusion for the command center. Firstly, it would suggest that several individuals had already recognized the impending danger and were planning to break out in different directions. Secondly, he intended to compel the encircling troops to contract their formation rapidly, for a gradual approach might unveil previous arrangements. Indeed, his actions bore fruit. Su Jun furrowed his brow and commanded, "All teams, accelerate. The adversary has discovered your presence. Concealment is no longer necessary. Converge swiftly and apprehend them." Upon hearing this directive, Team 3 abandoned their previous caution, straightened their posture, and hastily moved inward to encircle. As they formed the encirclement, Zhao Mo captured the silhouettes of the opposing team through his lens when an unexpected event transpired. Why hadn't Zhao Mo fled yet? There was no escape. The 3 factions were surrounded. Running westward would inevitably drag Jing Ge back into peril. Observing through his lens, although their faces remained obscured, they appeared remarkably composed. He had mentally prepared for elimination. At this moment, Zhao Mo endeavored to delay time as much as possible, hoping to keep Team 3 ensnared within the bamboo grove. "Look, Zhao Mo's lens has spotted Bo Ge. Why aren't they firing? Perhaps they wish to capture him alive." Nonsense. This was merely visual interference. Having fixated on a single hue for too long, Zhao Mo would be difficult to discern if he remained still. However, remaining motionless was no longer an option. As the other 2 groups were approaching, "Release the dogs." The bamboo thicket was too dense for the dogs to be of significant use. "No. Which side are you on upstairs?" "I'm on the audience's side. This is dragging on too long, and we haven't even encountered them yet." "Oh my, this is hilarious." "Everyone, look at Bo Gu's group. Observe that awkward stance." "Haha, Bo Gu is airborne." At that moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. Bo Gu's group, leading the charge, was followed closely by Na Jia and Lei Jiaying. "Quick, let us secure a point." "Bo Gu, didn't we agree to only capture Lei Ge?" "At this juncture, who cares if it's that old fox? Let us secure one first and showcase our prowess." "Bo Gu, I think I see someone." "Where?" "Fire." "No, wait, I misjudged. It should be right there. Hurry up, oh my." As Bo Gu advanced, he suddenly felt something ensnaring his leg, and in an instant, his body was lifted off the ground. It turned out to be a trap devised by Jing Ge and Zhao Mo, Ingeniously simple, yet effective. By exploiting the flexibility of the bamboo, they had compressed it to a certain degree, creating a triggering mechanism. Regardless of its simplicity, it was indeed practical. If the captors inadvertently kicked the rope, the upward force from the bamboo would tighten the loop beneath, launching them skyward. What in the world? The two stared in disbelief at Bogu, who was suspended in mid-air, momentarily at a loss for words. Naja, gazing at the figure floating above, was equally bewildered. After a brief pause, the two finally reacted, not by attempting to rescue him, but by bursting into laughter. What is so funny? Get me down. Hey, big head, your strength and that of Jia are insufficient. If you drop me like this, I will surely fall headlong. Go call for help. The two, however, had no intention of calling for assistance. They simply stood below, observing Bogu swaying at a height of over 2 meters. Bogu, is it enjoyable? Viewing the scenery from a different angle, does it not seem more delightful? Big head, Bogu is truly fortunate. I concur, Zhao replied. Zhao Mo and Jing Ge, prioritizing safety, would not design the trap too high. Otherwise, Bogu would undoubtedly be dangling from the treetops now. We are a team. As the leader, I must remind you not to mock me again. Before he could finish, Big Head feigned an attempt to untie the ropes, and Bogu immediately capitulated. Big Head, our camaraderie is unbreakable. I did not mean to threaten. I merely meant to say that once I come down, I shall treat you all. Jia continued to gaze upward at Bogu, capturing his suspended state through her lens, which was clearly transmitted to the audience. Poor Bogu. There is no room left for him on the ground. Unexpectedly, it was revealed that Jing Ge and Zhao Mo had devised a trap before the camera started rolling. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Boji's ascent was simply delightful. Jia ceased her teasing, exclaiming that Bogu was merely appreciating the scenery from a different perspective. What a wonderful girl. Why does she become so whimsical around Bogu? They executed their plan flawlessly, ensuring that Bogu could not act with impunity. Bogu, a wise person knows when to yield. One must be humble when the time calls for it. Enough, Big Head. How would you ask Bogu if it was fun? This group seems to be nothing but a bunch of clowns. Bogu proudly declared, I have traversed mountains and crossed seas, and now I soar through the skies. Who among you can compare? Meanwhile, in the studio, Xiao Ying, as the host, was not supposed to laugh, but upon witnessing the scene, she could no longer contain herself. After a moment of composure, she addressed the audience. Dear viewers, I was not laughing at Bogu. I was merely laughing. All right, I shall not explain further. I simply find Bogu amusing. Bogu is the only one in several seasons of this program to ascend to such heights. This is a historic moment that we should remember, never forgetting the surprises Bogu has brought us. Upon finishing her statement, Xiao Ying erupted into laughter once more. In the monitoring room, everyone was momentarily stunned, but the next moment, they burst into uproarious laughter. Director, Little Bo has ascended. I saw it. I witnessed it. The show is a resounding success. Who would have thought that Li Jing and Zhao Mo had such tricks up their sleeves? Neither of them is harmless, and moreover, the principle of this trap is not complex. It is quite similar to the methods they devised previously for capturing prey during the survival segment. It seems that selecting Zhao Mo for this episode was our greatest surprise. After making this remark, he glanced at the side, addressing Su Qing. Old Su, well done. The director's leadership is commendable. After this exchange, the two shared a knowing look and burst into laughter once more. Would they choose to rescue Little Bo first, or capture Zhao Mo? The two old gentlemen in the command center would hardly concern themselves with Bo Ji's discomfort. They would undoubtedly prioritize capturing the prey, knowing that Little Bo would not be in immediate danger. Zhao Mo's assistance to Li Jing has been immensely significant. One can only hope for his escape, as it may lead to unexpected surprises. Huang Hao sighed once more, acknowledging that this was merely an interlude, with Zhao Mo still ensnared and without any avenue for escape. The topic surrounding Huang Hao has surged in popularity. Oh, to what extent? The data on this trending topic refreshes at an astonishing pace, nearing the previous incident when Peng Di was bitten by a snake. What about the viewership? It has surpassed 30 million, with the majority fixated on the interactions between Zhao Mo and Naza. Huang Hao nodded. This was anticipated. At that moment, Brother Lei, accompanied by a large contingent, was taking refuge in the woods. Brother Lei, do you think they have engaged yet? Tantan, feeling a bit bored, was tempted to join Jing Ge and Zhao Mo in their confrontation. With a command center in place, it was likely that the two sides had already clashed. They shouldn't be in any danger, right? Yaya's expression displayed some tension. Brother Lei glanced at her and chuckled. Rest assured, those are just prop guns. Being hit is akin to a mosquito bite. It won't hurt much. Meanwhile, Jing Ge was sprinting earnestly towards the northeast. He bore the weight of 5 or 6 barrels of water, a considerable load, intending to deliver the water to the main camp before veering southwest to see if he could alleviate Zhao Mo's pressure through commotion, if he had not yet been captured. Chapter 72. Successful breakout indeed. The command issued was for Dado to temporarily assume the role of captain alongside Naza to continue the encirclement. As for Bogo, he could be left hanging. Zhao Mo naturally heard the commotion from the east. Although it was the ideal moment for escape, he chose to remain. If he could delay for even a minute, it would be beneficial. At this time of year, darkness fell around 7:30, leaving 2.5 hours until the ceasefire at 10 o'clock, which would be the moment for him and Jing Ge to strike. He heard footsteps approaching, merely a few meters away, positioned against a bamboo stalk, with his right foot planted firmly on a protrusion. He ensured he could spring into motion with maximum speed when the time came. Suddenly, figures emerged before him. The first to appear was Tang Yu, followed closely by Xiao Fei, while Guga lagged behind several paces. The tracking dogs began to bark at him, yet he remained unperturbed, smiling at Tang Yu and Xiao Fei. Perhaps they did not expect to be so close, with only a few meters separating them, resulting in no immediate action. At that moment, the command center's voice boomed through their headsets. Raise your guns and shoot. What are you hesitating for? However, before they could react, Zhao Mo surged forward, swiftly pivoting and vanishing from their sight. They did raise their weapons, but it amounted to nothing more than a futile gesture. Meanwhile, Team 3 had received their orders. Spread out a bit. If you see anyone, don't hesitate. Fire immediately. The circle for Team 3 had already become quite compact, and they readied their prop guns, poised to shoot at a moment's notice. The 3 individuals in the command center exchanged glances, each sporting a triumphant smile. How long has it been? 4 hours. Sujin nodded in satisfaction. Eliminating a team in 4 hours was quite an impressive efficiency. As Zhao Mo seemed to be captured, the arrest team felt invigorated, hoping to conclude the battle by the next day. Lu Jun recognized him through a fleeting glimpse. Nearby, Wang Mingling chuckled. Old Lu. We're moving so swiftly that Director Huang might be infuriated. After all, he instructed us to maximize the program's impact. Since he invited us, there's no room for leniency. What lies before us is, in my view, a war. There is no time for mercy towards the enemy, so let us disregard him. Old Lu, it's been ages since we gathered. Once this is over, shall we find a place for a drink? That sounds splendid. Xiao Wang, are you joining? Bring along your spouse. The atmosphere in the command center was remarkably relaxed, as if Zhao Mo were already a caged beast. Meanwhile, many viewers covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight, albeit allowing their fingers to part slightly. Run, Zhao Mo. Alas, escape was futile. The encirclement was complete, and all efforts were in vain. Sigh. Zhao Mo should have relocated swiftly at the moment Bogu was suspended. Regrettably, he missed the optimal opportunity. The disparity in strength was immense. Could this battle conclude by tomorrow? Indeed, it was a possibility. If they continued to encircle him, it would be a matter of capturing one after another, leaving no avenue for escape. I quite admire Zhao Mo. It's a pity to see him eliminated. At this moment, Zhao Mo forced himself to calm down. Hearing footsteps approaching from 3 directions, he realized the encirclement had shrunk to about 200 to 300 square meters, with him positioned at the center. Currently, their visual error could work to his advantage. If he remained still, they would struggle to detect him. Yet, this was his sole opportunity for escape. The dogs were barking furiously, all 3 groups having evidently caught his scent. He steadied his breath, and in the next instant propelled himself off the ground, darting eastward like an arrow released from a bow. They VE spotted him. Quick, shoot. Who is that? Such swift movements. Dideo. He is coming from your direction. Shoot. Voices echoed from various angles. Release the dogs. No, in this area, the dogs could get hurt. We cannot let them loose. Raise your guns, fire. Zhao Mo heard gunfire behind him, several shots striking the bamboo. He crouched low, adopting a serpentine maneuver as he heard the gunshots. Too swift. They couldn't hit him. Is that Jing Ge? How can he be so fast? No, I just crossed paths with him. It's Zhao Mo. Dideo, be careful. Both Dideo and Jia, clutching their guns, remained still, their eyes fixated ahead. They spotted Zhao Mo racing towards them and began firing rapidly. This time, Zhao Mo intensified his lateral movements, inadvertently slowing his forward pace. He mentally counted the gunshots. The design of the simulated guns was nearly identical to that of ordinary automatic rifles, with a capacity of 30 rounds. For Dideo and Jia, lacking such experience, they were oblivious to concepts like effective shooting or crossfire. Both fired simultaneously, never considering that these simulated bullets might have a cost. Without hesitation, they squeezed the triggers in unison. As the two guns fell silent simultaneously, Zhao Mo understood that his moment to break free had arrived. Approaching the two individuals, he initially possessed the opportunity, or rather the capability, to press the buttons on their chests. Yet, inexplicably, he refrained from doing so. The two, sensing someone approaching, were notably tense. Their unfamiliarity with reloading only exacerbated their struggle. As Zhao Mo swept past them, he swiftly extended his hands, seizing the magazines that had been in their possession. In an instant, he vanished into the depths of the forest. The two remained rooted in place, motionless, shaking her hand after Zhao Mo had pinched it, causing her some discomfort while compelling her to release the magazine. Zhao Mo then arrived at the location where Bo Gu was suspended, pausing momentarily out of mischief to jolt the already still Bo Gu, causing him to sway. Zhao Mo, wait, we could talk this out, Bo Gu protested. Just giving you a swing, Zhao Mo replied. After a few shakes of the bamboo, he accelerated once more, disappearing into the foliage, leaving no trace. What are you all doing? Letting him escape, just like that? Bo Gu demanded. Hurry and lower me down. I must personally apprehend Zhao Mo. Moments later, all three teams gathered at Bo Ji's hanging spot. Zhang Yi and the others exerted their strength to lower him and inquired. Where'd he go? Gone, vanished. Now we wait for orders, came the response. The two lamented, how could you let him get away? Frustration etched on her face as she replied. He was slippery like an eel, always twisting and turning. I couldn't aim properly. Za, feeling somewhat defeated, added, the guy even took our magazines. Bo Gu was taken aback by this revelation. What is this? An outright provocation. At this moment, Xiao Fei couldn't help but giggle, realizing they had been outsmarted. Our opponent is formidable. We must heighten our vigilance. Don't worry, Captain. Just wait until I catch him. He'll experience the might of Shaolin's young disciples. Wang Baobao chimed in with a silly grin. Oh, Baobao, still a young one, are you? Bo Gu teased, prompting laughter from a group. However, their spirits soon dampened once more, as they reflected on what they had thought was a foolproof plan, now so easily foiled. Chapter 73. Surprised or not? In the monitoring room, nearly everyone stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed, including Lao Huang, who was equally astonished. They could hardly believe what was unfolding before them. Director, did Zhao Mo really escape? Lao Huang mechanically nodded. It seems so. In the next moment, the monitoring room erupted in cheers. Zhao Mo, well done. Ha ha ha. Incredible, he actually broke free. Zhao Mo is so impressive. They exclaimed, laughing. I can't wait to see the expressions on those two old geezers' faces. Director, stay calm, Huang Hao said, genuinely elated at the moment. Those two old fellows had thought themselves clever, spouting their theories of warfare. Let us see how they handle this outcome now. After a moment of elation, he did not forget his role as the director and addressed the crowd. Quickly stitched together the footage from everyone's cameras to create a comprehensive video of Zhao Mo's escape from all angles. I need it ready in half an hour for distribution. Don't worry, director, we'll get to work right away. However, the atmosphere in the command room was palpably tense. After hours of meticulous planning, they were on the verge of closing in, only to have the fish slip away, mocking them through the lenses. How could they possibly calm their frayed nerves? It was Zhao Mo. Old Su sensed something amiss. He must possess professional acumen. Though the footage was chaotic, one could discern a serpentine maneuver, drawing fire and ultimately exploiting an opening to break free. The two exchanged a resigned sigh. Zhao Mo was indeed the strongest, at least judging by recent performances. Observe his speed, astounding, almost terrifying. We all believed that the moment when Xiao Bo was suspended was the perfect opportunity for an escape. But Zhao Mo demonstrated that for him, any moment could be the ideal time to break free. What's next? Xiao Wang, recalling their previous oversight regarding Zhao Mo, asked if they had analyzed him. Wang, mingling with a grave expression, nodded. He was a layman before. I examined his performance during the survival segment. His physical endurance is remarkable, and he exhibits an extraordinary capacity for resilience. Over 10 days, he accomplished everything single-handedly, consuming significantly less food and fresh water than the three women. He has a rather cold demeanor, but is considerate of others, the type to assist without seeking recognition. Such individuals have obvious weaknesses. If we could capture any one of the three women, it would force him to reveal himself. However, capturing one of them could lead to his elimination as well, rendering such an approach unnecessary. Are there no other weaknesses? Wang Mingling pondered deeply, but eventually shook his head in resignation. Some suggested he lacked emotional intelligence, but from my observations, that merely reflects his exterior. He adeptly manages his emotions, rarely exhibiting significant fluctuations, making him inherently more composed than others, regardless of the circumstances. Su and Lu exchanged glances, excitement igniting in their eyes. They suddenly perceived the potential of a formidable soldier in Zhao Mo. Old Lu, what do you think our strategy should be? Hold on, let me call an old comrade. They have extensive experience in confrontations with foreign special forces. I'll inquire about their tactics for capturing targets. After a 10-minute call, he merely sighed and shook his head in dismay. What's the matter? We overlooked a crucial point. The capture team lacks the capability to engage Zhao Mo on equal footing. It seems the only recourse is to shift our focus to other targets. Upon uttering these words, both men felt a sense of frustration. Such a compromise of avoiding confrontation with the strong left them feeling uneasy. The online viewers, however, failed to grasp the specifics of Zhao Mo's escape. After all, the drones could not capture the entire scene, and the multiple angles were simply overwhelming. Yet, they knew one thing. Zhao Mo had successfully evaded capture and was safe. Good heavens, surrounded by so many. How did he manage to accomplish this? I find it quite vexing. From Xiao Fei's perspective, all I saw was running. Nothing of substance. Indeed, Zhao Mo's breakout must have been spectacular, yet I could perceive none of it, which is utterly frustrating. I was following Zhang Yi, expecting a champion, only to discover that this fellow couldn't even outpace the baby, destined to merely gather dust. I clung to that bundle without letting go, and it seems my instincts were correct. At least I caught a glimpse of Zhao Mo. The upstairs commentary on the word embrace is quite soulful. Perhaps I'll seek something to hold as well. Could we not choose a bare mountain? Such clarity would be splendid. That would not be an escape. It would be a wrestling match. What have I missed? I dare not look back at Zhao Mo, switching to their main channel to listen to Brother Lei boast instead. Upstairs, you missed a fortune. Just then, the production team released a multi-angle edited video, perhaps to irritate the command center, and shockingly, they even sent a copy to the three participants. Finally, the production team has done something commendable. They have become rather endearing. I shall first offer my respect. The video begins with footage from Gu Ji's second crew, where they spot Zhao Mo, who astonishingly offers them a smile. Is Zhao Mo provoking them? That smile is delightful. I am enamored. Is this confidence or desperation? Perhaps it embodies both sentiments. Pay attention to Zhao Mo's feet. He is poised to flee at any moment. Why aren't they firing? A traitor has been identified. Seize him quickly. Amidst the discussions, Zhao Mo suddenly sprang into action, vanishing from the frame in less than a second. What speed is this? In broad daylight, I broke into a cold sweat. This is extraordinary velocity. Is Zhao Mo a reincarnation of Sun Wukong, or perhaps a Superman? I initially thought Jing Ge was the king, yet it turns out Zhao Mo is the monarch of kings. Judging solely by speed, Jing Ge likely cannot compete with him. In terms of strength, Zhao Mo holds his own, I must say. A man who embodies the essence of a special forces soldier has emerged. The next shot features Wang Bao, who notices Zhao Mo's silhouette, preparing to shoot, only for Zhao Mo to commence a genuine breakout. In a mere second or two, the footage vividly illustrates what it means to be as still as a maiden and as swift as a hare. Zhao Mo, is there a particular technique to this escape? Having served in the military, I recognize his serpentine maneuvering, evading bullets. Moreover, observe how he skillfully utilizes the terrain, always keeping his back aligned with the bamboo. This is a double assurance. I must concede his speed is astonishing. In such a dense bamboo grove, won't he collide with the stalks? Ha! Do you truly regard Zhao Mo as a rabbit, thinking he could crash into trees? How amusing. This is no jest, if you were to attempt it. Regardless of whether you possess Zhao Mo's speed, Running normally would result in collisions or tripping. I cannot deny that Zhao Mo's explosive power and agility are remarkable. Goodness, I am Zhao Mo's classmate. Whether it was 3 kilometers or 5, he has never outrun me. Was he merely allowing me to keep pace? The truth is revealed upstairs. Zhao Mo's consideration for you is hardly surprising. It is simply his nature. It appears as though we know him well. Zhao Mo is not difficult to comprehend. He seems quite straightforward and pure at this moment. In Chapter 74, titled Who is the Mouse and Who is the Cat, the video from the series continues to play, and the subsequent scenes evoke laughter among the audience. Zhao Mo makes a sudden dash towards the direction of Big Head. At this moment, the camera clearly captures Zhao Mo's figure, his serpentine movements becoming increasingly expansive. Hurry up, Zhao Mo. Once you get past these two, you'll be safe. Although it is already known that he will successfully break through, the anticipation still causes a sense of urgency. Watching the protagonist of a drama repeatedly face danger elicits anxiety. Yet everyone understands that the main character is destined to survive until the finale. It dawns on me that Zhao Mo is deliberately wasting Big Head and that Zha's ammunition. The truth is, as long as they exhaust their magazines, he will have his opportunity. As a veteran with 8 years of experience, I find myself curious. Has Zhao Mo truly never served in the military? How has he cultivated such instincts? Is he truly a prodigy? It seems foolish. Those two should learn to cross their fire and apply suppressive tactics. For those on the upper floor, if you think you can do better, then step up. Just as the audience is lost in their musings, the gunfire from the front ceases. The camera reveals that Zhao Mo appears to be waiting for such an opportunity. His previously serpentine movements suddenly become more compact as he darts forward like an arrow, confronting the two individuals. Haha, eliminated. Could it be that he intends to eliminate Zha and Big Head? At this moment, the camera captures Brother Bo hanging precariously as Zhao Mo advances. Lowering his hand, it was initially aimed at the two men's chests, swiftly seizing their magazines instead. Why isn't this considered elimination? Indeed, given Zhao Mo's speed, coupled with the fact that the two must be momentarily stunned, elimination should be a cinch. It is perplexing. Perhaps he has other plans in mind. The magazines have been seized. How impressive is that? I ask you, how impressive? If he could only snatch a firearm, that would be even more remarkable. The weapon remains unattainable for the moment, as it is strapped to their bodies, and Zhao Mo cannot afford to pause. Otherwise, the two groups trailing behind will catch up. As this conversation about Zhao Mo's need to keep moving unfolds, the next moment in the video shows Zhao Mo asking Brother Bo if it feels good to be hanging there, even shaking the bamboo. Zhao Mo, how amusing. It is delightful to discover this endearing side of Zhao Mo. Brother Bo, caught off guard, is truly a source of laughter. Brother Bo exclaims, "Who have I wronged? Why does everyone feel the need to provoke me?" With such a side to Zhao Mo, I'm even more inclined to become his fan. He is simply adorable. Brother Bo has suffered a barrage of blows. Could he possibly withdraw in defeat? At this moment, the 3 individuals in the command center have also finished watching the complete edited version. Why has the production team shared this with us? Su and Lu are somewhat puzzled. While Wang Mingling responds with a wry smile, what other reason could there be? Old Huang is being petty. After we disregarded his request for leniency, he now sends us this video to mock us. Su and Lu furrow their brows, fuming. Damn it, this is infuriating. Yet, despite their frustrations, there is nothing they can do. Who could have anticipated that this young man would prove to be so formidable? Zhao Mo's speed and reflexes are unparalleled. To be able to swiftly seize the magazines from Big Head and his companion while running is indeed impressive. But why not take the guns? Firearms are of no use to the capture team. Possessing one would merely add to their burden. Given Zhao Mo's caliber, could your soldiers, Old Su, have ever reached such a standard? Old Su shook his head repeatedly, a wry smile crossing his face as he lamented, "If I had even one such individual, they would be as precious as a cherished treasure, you know? Alas, I never encountered one until my retirement. It infuriates me. We must expedite the apprehension of team and show Xiao Huang a thing or two." Wang Mingling chuckled. "The production team is neutral, Lu Lao. Neutral my foot. Can't you see? This video is a declaration of war from Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, let us hasten our analysis and determine where the others might be hiding." Wait a moment. Zhao Mo is the team leader. Where are his team members? It was a miscalculation. Zhao Mo's earlier commotion was designed to draw attention to himself. providing cover for his teammates to withdraw. Old Su, convinced he understood the truth, began issuing commands once more. Suddenly, Wang Mingling recalled something and asked Su Lao Lu Lao, why did Zhao Mo clearly have the chance to eliminate the two big heads but chose to forego it? The audience watching the live broadcast, including those from the production team, were equally curious about this question and leaned in, awaiting the answer. The two elders exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Old Su replied, Xiao Wang, have you ever seen a cat catch a mouse? Wang Mingling was taken aback, and the onlookers were momentarily bewildered. What kind of answer was that? Nearby, Lu Lao elaborated. When a cat catches a mouse, it does not immediately devour it. Instead, it plays with it, tormenting the mouse until it wishes for death, at which point the cat will consume it. Zhao Mo's actions may have stemmed from the belief that he had not yet exhausted the thrill of the chase. Thus, he did not wish to diminish his opponent. Su Lao added, this young man is excessively confident, but he is the mouse in this scenario. Perhaps from the outset, he had positioned himself as the cat, and indeed, he possessed the prowess befitting such a role. If I had my own team, I would eliminate him in a heartbeat. Old Su, you're losing perspective. Remember, this is still a variety show. After breaking through the encirclement, Zhao Mo proceeded to the southwest. He intended to leverage his ample stamina to create further disturbances in that region. Following the recent skirmish, he had developed a comprehensive understanding of his own capabilities. This body was quite formidable. Arriving at his current location, he was hardly winded. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was just past 1 in the afternoon. With 6 hours until dusk, he retrieved a piece of his biscuit and took a sip of water. He practiced restraint in both regards. Overindulgence in food or excessive water intake would hinder his agility. Moreover, eating too much could cause stomach cramps while running, so he only consumed a small piece before stopping. Nearby, he found a large boulder and rested against it, contemplating his next moves while also deducing the forthcoming actions of the command center. They were aware that there was only one individual remaining. A thorough search would likely lead them to Yi and her team, who would surely consider the direction in which Jing Ge had fled. They could not allow their opponents to disperse. Otherwise, any team might find their way to the northeast corner. Where might Jing Ge be at this moment? He was likely to come this way, as previously agreed. If he could not break free on his own, he would draw the attention of the capture team here. Through the gaps in the trees, he spotted the drone in the sky and suddenly broke into a knowing smile. He shed his outer garment, donning only a tank top, and climbed onto a large rock, high enough for the drone to spot him. Once atop, he began to wave his clothing and shouted loudly. The drone indeed approached, capturing his words with clarity. Come on, come on, come on. In the command center, Old Su saw this and jumped up in frustration. This little rascal is infuriating. Where is he? Someone go and take him down. At this moment, Jing Ge had reached the main camp. From a distance, he let out 3 bird calls, the agreed-upon signal among the 3. When Lei Ge heard it, he smiled at the others, saying, they're back. A flicker of surprise crossed everyone's faces. Regardless of the circumstances, they felt safer with Zhao Mo and Jing Ge around. Moments later, Jing Ge appeared. Iya, Mi, and Pang Di's gazes fell behind him, eagerly awaiting the familiar silhouette. However, as Jing Ge took his seat, that figure had yet to materialize. Jing Ge, where is Zhao Mo? Mimi's voice trembled with anxiety. Jing Ge sighed and explained the separation, expecting disappointment from the 3 women, but instead, their expressions relaxed. As long as he was caught, that's good. Hey, Zhao Mo is trapped in a tight spot. He definitely won escape. Xiao Ying, noticing the 3 women Navet, kindly interjected. It's all right. I believe Zhao Mo will surely find a way out. Yes, Sister Xiao Ying, you don't understand. Zhao Mo is capable of anything. He can definitely manage it. Aside from childbirth, he excels at everything, they insisted. Xiao Ying was left speechless. Is that the Zhao Mo you're describing? You sound more like Sun Wukong. Jing Ge pulled Lei Ge aside, his tone growing serious. Lei Ge, I need to discuss something with you. Speak. In a moment, the production team will likely come to take the 3 girls away. The chances of Zhao Mo escaping are nearly non-existent. He joined this show for the prize money. So I was thinking. Lei Ge placed a hand on Jing Ge's shoulder, interjecting, Xiao Jing, if your team comes in first, you can forfeit the prize. We'll endure until the end, and I'll forego mine. We'll let the others decide their own fates. Jing Ge nodded with a smile, understanding the intent behind Lei Ge's words. He planned to operate in the southwest next, and if he were captured, Lei Gu's group would emerge as the final victors, so he wished to assist Zhao Mo in his bid for freedom. Rest assured, the individuals coming here may find this amusing, but they are primarily concerned with the program's exposure. The prize money is not their priority. After their discussion, Jing Ge glanced back at the three women, feeling a tinge of guilt. He yearned for Zhao Mo to stay, yet now he found himself fighting a solitary battle. After exchanging a brief greeting with Brother Lei, he stealthily made his way towards the southeast. Brother Bo and the others were searching in the west, their exhaustion palpable. Lacking Zhao Mo's stamina, they had momentarily forgotten their fatigue in the heat of the pursuit, but now the weight of their weariness was settling in. However, the command center had evidently no intention of granting them respite, just as they contemplated searching for another 10 minutes before resting. The command center ordered them to hasten towards the southeast with all their might. "I can't go on like this, command center. I need a moment to rest," Brother Bo declared into the microphone before unceremoniously collapsing onto the ground. Seeing this, the others followed suit, sinking down as well, utterly drained. Particularly Xiao Fei and Jia. The two female comrades appeared unusually pale. It was only upon noticing their complexion that Brother Bo mustered the courage to demand a break. "Take a sip of water, but don't overdo it." Meanwhile, within the command center, the two elderly men were seething with rage. Upon hearing Brother Bo's plea for rest, Wang Mingling decisively cut off the communication equipment. "If they were my soldiers, I would execute them on the spot." Defying orders on the battlefield, encircling 9 only to be breached by 1, and still they dare to rest? As the two men observed the drone footage, they were taken aback to see Zhao Mo change his tune. How lonely it is to be invincible, alone at the peak, with the cold wind blowing through. "What do you two old men do to me?" With Brother Lei present, the command center's personnel were already fully aware of their strategy. The psychological provocations were likely to be ineffective against a master of emotional management. Yet riling up the two elders was a far simpler task. "Zhao Mo is relentless." I'm about to burst into laughter. This doesn't seem like Zhao Mo's usual demeanor. It's splendid and powerful, perfectly reflecting his tendency to provoke others for amusement. Why is no one commenting on Zhao Mo's impromptu creation? How lonely it is to be invincible. Such a catchy tune. He sings without a hitch. What can the two old men possibly do? Zhao Mo was clearly putting himself on the line to draw fire. How infuriating he must be, crafting a song just for this. "I've learned my lesson," he chuckled. In the broadcasting studio, Ying, observing the barrage of comments, found it amusing how this ostensibly serious program often elicited laughter. The screen was awash with the phrase, "How lonely it is to be invincible. What can the two old men do to Zhao Mo?" She longed to capture a screenshot to send to the command center, curious about the elders' reactions to such comments. In the monitoring room, the entire directing team was in fits of laughter. This show had been running for several seasons, but never had anyone been as audacious as Zhao Mo. Not only did others fail to capture him, but he also actively sought to provoke them, and in such a humorous manner. Huang Hao, grinning widely, was on the verge of tears from laughter. After some time, he managed to regain his composure and said to Su Qing, "Old Su, make sure to secure the copyright for any song Zhao Mo performs in the show immediately. I predict this how lonely it is to be invincible will be quite the sensation." I can only imagine how furious Old Su and Old Lu must be right now. "Old Su, this equipment is quite expensive. We can't afford to break it," he warned. "Old Lu, please calm down, calm down. How did you end up smashing your water cup?" Wang Mingling felt overwhelmed, caught between two confrontations. Su Lao, in a fit of exasperation, was even considering throwing a stool at the screen before him, while Lu Lao's enamel tea mug lay deformed on the ground. "Calm down, both of you," Wang Mingling urged. "Zhao Mo is merely trying to provoke you. We must not let him succeed." Her analysis was astute, yet on screen. Zhao Mo continued to taunt with the lyrics. "Two old men, what can you do to me?" With one glance, he was singing, and with another, the previously subdued elders were once again reaching for their weapons. Zhao Mo had audaciously begun dancing atop a large stone, singing and swaying his hips, as if each movement was a mockery. Wang Mingling decisively cut the feed, opting for a more diplomatic approach. "Lao Lu, what are your thoughts?" Su Zhan finally caught his breath, his voice laced with anger. "We should protest to the production team. Demand a change of personnel. Lao Su, can you get in touch with some of your former military comrades?" Wang Mingling facepalmed, realizing the absurdity. This is a variety show. Were you too thinking? We don't need to engage Zhao Mo directly. He is merely seeking our attention. We should focus on capturing his teammates instead. No way. The two elders replied in unison. If we don't teach this brat a lesson, he'll never learn. Indeed, without a proper reprimand. He won't understand the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, viewers of the live stream were perplexed, clutching their stomachs in laughter. Isn't this supposed to be a survival show? Have we turned it into a comedy? Chapter 76. The mountain does not bow to me. I am the mountain. The two elders finally managed to quell their anger, recognizing this was merely a variety show. Summoning their younger comrades was unrealistic, at least for the moment. Xiao Wang, activate the drone monitoring near Zhao Mo, sensing her hesitation. Su Lao sighed. Go ahead. We need to understand his movements. Once Wang Mingling noticed the elder's demeanor had stabilized, she switched on the drone. To her relief, Zhao Mo had ceased his singing and dancing, now seated on the stone, seemingly lost in thought, occasionally glancing at his watch. However, her intrigue was reignited as Zhao Mo suddenly leaped down from the rock and sprinted towards the bamboo grove. This sight caused the two elders to inhale sharply once more. Wang Mingling's mind raced. Lao Su, this is a prime opportunity. Su Lao grunted in acknowledgement, fully grasping Wang Mingling's intent, yet his frustration lingered. He decided to put aside his feelings for the moment. Capturing Zhao Mo was paramount. He instructed Wang Mingling to activate the communicator, addressing Team 3. Attention, Team 3. Zhao Mo has returned to the bamboo grove. Everyone moved to the easternmost edge of the grove and set up an ambush, ensuring utmost concealment. Remember, your shooting skills are not systematically trained, so if he remains unaware, allow him to approach before firing. Boj glanced at the time. They had rested long enough. It was time to follow orders. Rising with determination, he rallied the group, declaring, "Let us go. We are obedient comrades." In the command center, Su Lao grimaced at the words. Damn it, Zhao Mo is already infuriated, and now you all show up. He waited for quite a while, yet no one came to apprehend him. Over 40 minutes had passed in utter silence, which was quite unusual. Unbeknownst to him, Brogu and the others were currently resting. He began to wonder if they had chosen to ignore him and were now seeking others. With this thought in mind, he leaped off the large rock. If the mountain would not come to him, then he would go to the mountain. With a resolute decision, he planned to return to the bamboo forest. If they truly disregarded him, in order to safeguard the base's security, he would have to resort to drastic measures and eliminate them one by one. The distance between the two sides was over 700 meters, and at Zhao Mo's pace, he could reach them in 10 minutes. What on earth does Zhao Mo intend to do? Is he truly planning to return to the bamboo forest? This fellow is far too audacious. No, please, after finally escaping, do not walk into a trap again. He is no deity. He remains unaware that Brogu and the others are resting, perhaps believing they have abandoned their pursuit of him to search for others instead. Alas, initially, it seemed that the survival segment was challenging enough for Zhao Mo, considering he was 1 against 3. Little did he know that escaping was even harder. 1 against 3 groups. With great power comes great responsibility. Perhaps this is how he perceives it. Please do not go back. I do not wish to witness Zhao Mo's elimination. A person of great wisdom and courage, Zhao Mo is indeed remarkable. Look, old Su has issued a directive. How cunning. The old man possesses great insight. This strategy of waiting in ambush is the wisest choice. Even the spectators are exasperated. The old man is truly shameless. This is a trap. Zhao Mo must not return, allowing them to remain in hiding. This old man is quite devious, but I find it amusing. This is truly a battle of wits and courage. If Zhao Mo ventures there, he will be walking straight into a snare. No matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife is still a threat. His previous escape was possible only because the 3 groups had not coordinated effectively. I trust that the command center has learned from their experiences in a short time. Indeed, some viewers observing the command center's footage noticed the old man issuing directives once more. Once Zhao Mo approaches, each group member should shoot first, while the group leader waits for their firepower to wane before firing. Remember, pull the trigger and release. Do not hold it down. It is crucial to ensure effective shooting. A continuous firepower grid, and uninterrupted firing. None of these can be omitted. Upon hearing old Su's words, The audience collectively gasped in shock. If they truly manage to adhere to these 3 points, Zhao Mo will undoubtedly face dire consequences. The viewers were tense, and the production team felt even more anxious. For them, Zhao Mo had become the focal point of the audience's interest. According to surveys, he accounted for a significant portion of the show's popularity. While everyone has an innate appreciation for beauty, a few girls, including Lei Gu, had turned into mere ornaments. Naturally, everyone preferred the most vibrant participant. Should he be eliminated, it would be a substantial loss for the show. Why? I wonder, is he returning? Would it truly kill him to show off a little less? Huang Hao commented with irritation. Director, Zhao Mo is trying to provide cover for others. Otherwise, if his teammates are eliminated, he too will face the same fate. Huang Hao sighed. There's a flaw in the rules. I was hasty. I should have stated from the beginning that as long as the captain is not eliminated, everything would be fine. Perhaps this time, Zhao Mo might reverse the situation once again. Spare me the consolation. It is highly unlikely that Lao Su and Lao Lu would let this opportunity for an easy victory slip by. Meanwhile, in the broadcast room, Ying is growing increasingly anxious for Zhao Mo. Must he really return? Zhao Mo, I implore you, do not go back. It is a trap. Zhao Montak, they have not moved. They remain concealed in their previous positions, waiting for you. After a few moments of self-talk, she seems to realize her role as the director and turns to the camera, saying, does everyone hope to see Zhao Mo eliminated? Regardless, Ying has already become a fan of Zhao Mo. He is incredibly handsome and talented. In an instant, the barrage of comments shifts to a unanimous no in response. How unfortunate it is that I lack a communicator. Otherwise, I would certainly alert him, even if it meant facing a scolding from Lao Su and Lao Lu afterward. Jing Ge has already arrived at the southeast corner. He has chosen a concealed location identical to where Zhao Mo had been, behind a large rock. This is, after all, a natural instinct. A large rock offers more safety compared to trees, as bullets cannot penetrate it. After circling the vicinity and not spotting Zhao Mo, he lets out a sigh. Alas, Zhao Mo has indeed been eliminated. At this moment, the 3 women must be on their way home. The burden now rests on his shoulders. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that even if he were captured, he would find a way to eliminate 2 others. Otherwise, all his training would be in vain. Remarkably, he made the same choice as Zhao Mo, standing behind a large rock. He waved enthusiastically at the distant drone, and as it drew nearer, he laughed. Come and catch me. In the command center, both Su and Lu felt a twitch in their eyelids. With no tigers on the mountain, a multitude of monkeys has emerged. After only half a year, any of my soldiers could easily defeat you. Su Lao's teeth ground together in irritation, wondering whether this episode would result in 2 eliminations. Su, do not concern yourself with Li Jing. Maintain the original orders and capture Zhao Mo first. Su Lao remained silent, glaring angrily at Li Jing, who was incessantly waving, and gave a slight nod. Having already made up his mind, today it is Zhao Mo, tomorrow it will be your turn. Let us allow you to bask in your arrogance for one more night. The mountain peak seeks support, likes, praises, and encouragement for updates. These metrics serve as the motivation for the mountain peak to continue its relentless endeavors. Chapter 77, Audience. Impressive. I'm truly in awe of Zhao Mo. After greeting the drone, Jing Ge swiftly leapt down from the large rock and continued to sprint toward the southwestern foot of the mountain, where the vegetation was more lush. Selecting a vantage point with a decent line of sight, he slowly settled down, waiting for the enemy to approach. Little did he know, even if frost were to form upon his hair, no one would acknowledge him at this moment. At this moment in the capital, at the Xingying headquarters, Xiao Li has been exceedingly happy lately, serving as Gu Jing's assistant. During this time, Gu Jing has instructed her to closely monitor the upcoming 100-day survival program, particularly focusing on Zhao Mo. Finally, she has received the royal decree to indulge in some idleness. Who wouldn't relish such a job? Since yesterday, Xiao Li has been glued to her phone, working and then clocking out, while several colleagues have watched her with envious eyes, their mouths practically watering. Today, she once again donned her headphones, seated at her desk, engrossed in a live broadcast. The solitude of invincibility weighed heavily upon her. Upon hearing the melodious strains of a song, she was jolted into action, not because of the song's charm, but because Gu Jie had insisted that she must be promptly informed whenever Zhao Mo sang during the program. Gujie, Zhao Mo is singing, she exclaimed. With her headphones amplifying the sound, it resonated more than usual. Initially, Gu Jing furrowed her brow, but upon processing the content, she was taken aback and swiftly snatched her phone. Under the watchful gaze of the drone, Zhao Mo sang with fervor, even breaking into a dance momentarily. Witnessing the somewhat provocative choreography, Gu Jing couldn't help but burst into laughter, her curiosity piqued. What on earth is he doing? Xiao Li elaborated on Zhao Mo's intention to capture attention, embellishing the reactions from the command center, which at Gu Jing doubled over in laughter. This fellow certainly had a knack for exasperating others. Gu Jing watched the video, her mind racing. Zhao Mo's potential was burgeoning. From the current perspective, his rapport with other stars appeared favorable, particularly with Brother Lei, whose influence was significant. With such support, coupled with his innate talent and looks, debuting as a second-tier artist seemed entirely plausible. No, she thought, she must act quickly. Such a person should not be afforded any opportunities by others. Just then, Xiao Li gasped softly, pulling her back to reality. What's wrong? Guji inquired. Zhao Mo is about to take the initiative. He might very well be eliminated. After observing for a while, Gu Jing grasped Xiao Li's implication. Elimination? What was she waiting for? Xiao Li, book me a plane ticket. I need to leave immediately, preferably within 2 hours. Once it's arranged, take me to the airport. At this moment, Zhao Mo's intellect was rated at 133, and with his sharp instincts, he would certainly not be foolish enough to charge directly into the bamboo grove. While he sprinted towards the grove, he was clearly visible to the drones. Considering the previous distress endured by the two elderly gentlemen, regardless of whether Brother Bo and company were in the bamboo grove, they would undoubtedly be summoned back to ambush the area surrounding it. Thus, he did not run directly west. Rather, he veered southwest. Indeed, he intended to enter the grove from its southernmost edge. The dense foliage rendered him undetectable to the drones, and as he ran diagonally without making any conspicuous turns, observers would mistakenly believe he was walking into a trap. Upon reaching the bamboo's edge, the lens captured the sight of the towering stalks. His movements became exceedingly cautious. After traversing a mere 10 meters, he would pause to listen intently to the surrounding sounds. Goodness, Zhao Mo has actually ventured into the bamboo grove. I cannot bear to watch. The next moment, he is likely to be confronted by 9 guns aimed at him. Though he remained vigilant, it mattered little. This was indeed a trap. Damn it, this program can be declared over. I shall cease to watch the moment Zhao Mo is eliminated. To those above, it might be time to catch up on summer assignments. You didn't see it incorrectly. Zhao Mo has already entered the bamboo grove. Why hasn't he encountered any trouble yet? Indeed, I just checked the capture team's footage, and Zhao Mo's figure was absent. Curious indeed. Could it be that Brother Bo and the others had miscalculated their direction? Ha ha ha. It seems unlikely to be so incompetent. If that were the case, the 2 old men would probably ascend to the heavens directly. No, wait. Zhao Mo has almost reached the center of the bamboo grove. What happened to the ambush we talked about? Meanwhile, the capture team, concealed in the eastern part of the bamboo forest, was on the verge of slumber. Bro, why hasn't Zhao Mo arrived yet? You ask me, and I ask whom? Let us wait. It's better for him to come find us than for us to seek him out. If it were up to me, we should confront him head-on. Does Zhao Mo have 3 heads and 6 arms? Darling, spare me. I heard you just say you were tired. Class leader, that was merely a show of solidarity. You all claimed exhaustion, and if I didn't chime in, I would seem too antisocial. Darling, have you truly spent time in the Shaolin Temple? Of course. My set of Luohan fist is quite formidable. I'll let you all witness it once we're outside. Let me known, we must capture Zhao Mo this time. Bro, he has swung you on the swing before. Can you really bring yourself to take action against him? Goo, if you say another word, I'll be upset with you. Don't force me to silence you. Upon finishing, the group erupted into subdued laughter. Xiao Fei and Jia were together. And Jia turned off his camera, saying, Sister Xiao Fei, my bottom itches. Just scratch it then. But there are people all around. How can I do that? You could rub against the bamboo, though to alleviate the itch. No way, the more I rub, the itchier it gets. I'll just handle it with my hand. At this moment, Zhao Mo ventured deeper into the bamboo grove, encountering no one. A thought crossed his mind. An enigmatic smile crept upon his face, as it was evident that this group was laying a trap, waiting for him to walk right into it. With this realization, he stealthily moved eastward. Sure enough, he heard a faint rustling. It must be said that the command center's plan was rather meticulous. They were concerned that dogs might bark, alerting Zhao Mo to their presence. So they left all tracking dogs from the 3rd Squad at the far west of the bamboo grove. This decision seemed undeniably correct to them, but Zhao Mo would soon make them aware of how profoundly mistaken they were. He continued to stealthily advance eastward, having now spotted figures. What is Zhao Mo up to? Oh no, we were all wrong. Zhao Mo did not enter the grove from the west, but instead circled around from the north or south. Kuning, y admiratat. But why is he suddenly so cautious? Perhaps he fears being discovered. Those upstairs, your purpose was to lure those individuals. What use is stealth? Just then, as the crowd debated, Zhao Mo's camera captured the ambusher silhouettes. This sent all viewers into a frenzy, igniting the comment section. Wow, Zhao Mo actually circled behind them. Zhao Mo, you're so slick. I like it. Handsome, incredibly handsome. Is there anyone else like him? Ha ha ha. I can't wait to see the expressions on the two old men's faces. What is he planning? I'm eagerly watching. If he could eliminate them, it would be quite entertaining. But if he does eliminate them, we won't be able to watch the live stream anymore. Zhao Mo is phenomenal. Even I, as an ace jungler, couldn't pull off such a maneuver. Such a clever operation. I truly admire Zhao Mo. How did he even think of this? Chapter 78, Baby, where's my Luhan fist? The production team was astounded by Zhao Mo's maneuver. Who would have thought, or could have imagined, that Zhao Mo had circled around to the back of the capture team? In this game, who truly constitutes the capturing group? It seems more fitting to label it as Zhao Mo and his prey. Director, perhaps in the next season, we could invite Zhao Mo to join the capture team. Nonsense. If he joins, the capture segment would lose all excitement and conclude in no time. After this remark, the entire monitoring room erupted in hearty laughter. The atmosphere, once tense, returned to a relaxed state. Zhao Mo stood there, contemplating how to proceed. After a brief moment, a brilliant idea struck him. He scratched his head, wondering if such antics might provoke the two old men into a frenzy. Regardless, he stealthily approached the ambush point. He could already hear their discussions. He caught snippets of their chatter, including Baby boasting about her skills. With his belt drawn and gripped in his left hand, he began to accelerate. I realized I had betrayed my own sentiments. I was genuinely worried for Bogu and the others. Haha, upstairs. I must admit, I felt a twinge of anxiety for them. Is this game about to give birth to a real-life rendition of Tom and Jerry? But they're on. How many can Zhao Mo eliminate this time? I think it's rather unwise for Zhao Mo to charge in like this, especially since the other side is armed. You all jest, but I'm on edge. Zhao Mo is practically serving himself up on a platter. I'm also curious. If Zhao Mo is discovered, he will need to flee. What is he attempting to achieve? To attract attention. As long as he creates a commotion behind them, that should suffice. I cannot comprehend his thought process. However, it does not seem like he is walking into a trap. If he expends energy to eliminate others now, he risks being eliminated himself. Meanwhile, in the command center, the three were deep in thought. Wait a moment. Given Zhao Mo's speed, he should have breached the encirclement ages ago. Wang Mingling pondered and proposed a possibility. Su Lao, could it be that Zhao Mo anticipated our ambush? Thus, he deliberately remained hidden to draw the capture team here? That is indeed a possibility. Old Lu, what do you suggest we do next? Old Lu contemplated briefly and said, let us wait 5 more minutes. If Zhao Mo does not arrive, 2 teams will cautiously move southwest, while 1 team remains on standby. The other 2 nodded in agreement. This strategy was indeed a viable option. Su Lao felt an inkling of discomfort. Suddenly, he considered a possibility. If I were Zhao Mo and knew the others would set an ambush, what would I do? The next moment, he shouted as if jolted by electricity. No good. Zhao Mo has maneuvered into the bamboo forest. His voice was thunderous, and the other 2 were taken aback. As they were about to command everyone to change direction, an unexpected event transpired. Zhao Mo, of course, was not foolish enough to become a target. Although he had increased his speed, he still landed soundlessly. Now, the gazes of all members of the capture team were focused on the southwest, completely oblivious to what lay behind them. Zhao Mo chose the position at the far left of the encirclement, adjacent to the northern area, where Wang Baobao was situated. This rascal had just boasted about his martial prowess, and Zhao Mo was genuinely tempted to put it to the test. Moreover, The northernmost section afforded greater depth, more suitable for his potential escape. Of course, he had other options. The southernmost area, near Bogu, concealed the two girls. However, he found it truly difficult to take action against the two young ladies. Wang Baobao wore a camera on his head, currently prone on the ground, extending his gun in one direction while boasting loudly, all the while keeping his gaze fixed ahead. He had already resolved that as soon as Zhao Mo reappeared, he would eliminate him with a single shot. After all, he was skilled in martial arts and had practiced shooting during military-themed film shoots, undoubtedly not inferior to anyone else. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed the presence of another individual beside him. This person, mirroring his position, grinned widely, displaying their pearly whites, and greeted him. "Hey, Bao Bao." Startled, Wang Baobao dropped his gun, nearly rolling away in fright. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. "Enough already. You did this during filming, and now you're still at it? Keep your voice down, or you'll scare Zhao Mo away." It was indeed Bao Bao, who called out so loudly for no apparent reason. Lying on the ground, his figure obscured Zhao Mo's, rendering them completely invisible to the others, who began to mockingly taunt him. As Wang Baobao attempted to rise, Zhao Mo kicked his supporting leg, causing him to fall again. So close was he that he had no opportunity to pivot his gun. In exasperation, he threw a punch towards Zhao Mo's face, unafraid of inflicting harm, as both were prone, and the force of their punches would be limited. However, just as his fist neared its target, it seemed to be suddenly ensnared by something. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a belt. When he attempted to strike with his other hand, despair washed over him as both hands were swiftly bound together by the belt. "Bao Bao, where's your Luohan fist?" Zhao Mo taunted. "Zhao Mo, loosen this. Let us stand up and have a fair round. Otherwise, I will scream." Wang Baobao, not one to be easily fooled, raised his voice significantly, a clear signal to his companions. "Bao Bao, why are you lying there talking to yourself? Have you had enough fun? Stop being so dramatic." It seemed he was reduced to folly from holding in his need to relieve himself. Enraged, Bao Bao found it infuriating that his teammates ignored his warnings and continued to jest. Just as he opened his mouth to protest further, Zhao Mo promptly shoved a handful of dirt into his mouth. "Ugh. Bao Bao, you can sing too? What a refined play." Hearing the original composition, it was quite catchy, though somewhat nauseating. It was said that the promotion of multifaceted artists was in vogue, and Bao Bao's singing could hardly be deemed a flaw. Tears streamed down Bao Bao's face, both from the dirt choking him and from the irritation of his incompetent teammates. "Sing? Sing your sister. Sing your grandpa," he retorted. "Can you be any more sarcastic, Bogu?" At that moment, the audience erupted in laughter, observing that Wang Baobao appeared to be on the verge of tears. Yet he continued to kick his legs in an effort to draw the attention of his teammates. Recently, in Chapter 1, this fellow actually turned his back to the baby, engaging in a delightful banter with Brother Bo. Haha. What exactly is Zhao Mo up to? Who knows? As long as it's entertaining to watch. That mound of earth is indeed the essence of the soul. The baby never anticipated such calamity would fall from the heavens while lying comfortably. It is indeed in the bamboo forest, and it's just too absurd. The baby aspires to enter the music industry, and this joke could make me laugh for a year. Zhao Mo has gone too far, binding the baby and then questioning the whereabouts of the boastful Luohan fist. Do not underestimate Zhao Mo. He can accurately counter his opponent as punches, which is truly remarkable. It seems that, unexpectedly, Zhao Mo is also a practitioner of martial arts. Chapter 79, Treating Captives Well in the Production Team. Huang Hao, laughing heartily while slapping his thigh, said to Su Qing, "There is an abundance of material. The editing will be quite the task." Su Qing understood his sentiment. Zhao Mo's performance today was exceptionally flamboyant. First, he broke through, then taunted his opponents, and now he has directly infiltrated their ambush squad. Every shot is brimming with highlights and humor. It would be a shame to cut any of it. However, it would be plausible to suggest that an entire episode of a variety show could be edited in just one day. Indeed, this is a delightful little dilemma. Knowing that Huang Hao was in high spirits, he chuckled. "Director, what does Zhao Mo intend to do?" "I don't know, don't ask me. If his thoughts were to align with mine, I would have likely been eliminated by now." In the command center, the three exchanged astonished glances, momentarily rendered speechless and unable to issue commands. Zhao Mo had genuinely infiltrated their ambush position, and this time he did not create a commotion to attract attention. He simply dashed into their midst. Su Lao's hair stood on end, This was too much, far too much. Does he not regard Do Bao as a serious contender? After gasping for breath, he approached the microphone at the control console and shouted, "What you all doing? Wang Bao has been captured by Zhao Mo. Shoot towards his position, quickly." Su and Lu soon realized that they were no longer angry. Being upset with such individuals was simply exhausting. Upon hearing the command from the command center, Brother Bo and his team finally reacted. Damn it, Bao was not lying. Zhao Mo was indeed with him. Mortified by their previous jest, they turned their guns and fired. Hey, you're shooting at Zhao Mo, don't hit me. Although it was a fake gun, being hit still felt quite unpleasant. Zhao Mo huddled behind the baby, using the baby's body to shield himself from the bullets. Who is that? Aim carefully. Hey, if you hit my chest, I'll let it slide, but who is trying to ensure my line is cut? Guys, cease fire. Not a single shot hit Zhao Mo. They all landed on me. Surprisingly, his shout proved effective. The firing ceased. Brother Bo signaled to Tang Yu and Gu Gu to maneuver around and create a diversion. He, meanwhile, sought a way to draw Zhao Mo's attention. Zhao Mo, it's Brother Bo. You truly know how to play. Zhao Mo, if you release the baby, I'll let you go. I also guarantee, on behalf of all the capture team, that if we encounter your group next time, we will let you go. How about this? You inform us of the whereabouts of that rotund individual in Jing Ge, and I shall eliminate them, ensuring your team secures the top position. Zhao Mo, say something. Zhao Mo remained hidden behind Bao, already having heard Qing Wei's approaching footsteps, a faint smile gracing his lips. After all, the other party was not a fool. Zhao Mo found himself in a predicament. He had acted too impulsively, rushing forward moments ago. Indeed, for the time being, he crouched there, momentarily safe. But that security was fleeting. Goodness, Bo Gu is quite something. He has even commanded them to set up a firing line. It's disastrous. If Gu Gu and the others circle around to the other side, Zhao Mo will be trapped without escape. This time is markedly different from the last. Previously, it was a sudden eruption, but now Bo Gu and his crew are thoroughly prepared. What to do? What to do? Zhao Mo must not be eliminated. In the command center, the three individuals finally revealed satisfied smiles. Su Lao pointed at the screen, stating, "Little Bo is rather impressive. Flanking maneuvers at this juncture are crucial." Ha. Let us see how Zhao Mo can still provoke us. Even if he does, he survived even a day. And then there was Li Jing, that audacious little rascal, daring to leap onto the rocks and shout. Who gave him such audacity? The sky was dimming, and it was estimated that in about an hour and a half, night would fall. Today, they would spare Li Jing, but tomorrow, he would be eliminated. Old Su, shall we head out soon? Sure, am I afraid of you? But we truly mustn't overindulge. Let us aim to conclude the battle tomorrow, and enjoy a hearty drink tomorrow night. The two old men, despite not wearing hats, would undoubtedly be celebrating now. Yet, Wang Mingling wore a consistently skeptical expression, not partaking in the revelry. Zhao Mo was certainly no fool. Why then would he place himself in such a perilous situation? Should Gu Gu and his team encircle him, Zhao Mo would indeed have no further chance of escape. Did Zhao Mo possess a means of extrication? Where could the flaw lie? She was merely a psychological expert, not a field specialist. Thus she could sense something amiss, yet could not fathom the specifics. However, it was not long before Zhao Mo unveiled a mystery. He recognized he could linger no longer. If Gu Gu encircled him, it would spell inevitable doom. Get up, but move slowly. My hands are bound, and I lack strength. If you could just loosen my restraints, I would comply with your wishes. Zhao Mo chuckled softly. Bao, is it effective to engage in such mind games at this moment? He placed a hand on Bao's shoulder, but the latter was uncooperative, shaking his shoulder to evade Zhao Mo's grasp. Zhao Mo laughed. Bao, it would be wise for you to behave. Me? I have always been quite obedient. Are you suggesting I am Su Sanduo? Despite his words, Bao's shoulder continued to twist, evading Zhao Mo's hold. Zhao Mo, uninterested in further banter, pinched his shoulder and exerted slight pressure. I am obedient. I promise to be obedient. Zhao Mo, please loosen your grip. Hearing Bao's wail, Bo Gu on the other side interjected. Zhao Mo, are you mistreating captive? This is not the esteemed tradition of our army. Our tradition emphasizes mercy towards prisoners, not violence. Zhao Mo retorted with a smile. But Bao has yet to surrender. Upon hearing his words, Brother Bo became even more exhilarated. Just wait and see how long you can be so arrogant. Soon, you shall become mere dumpling filling. Darling, quickly surrender. Heed Brother Bo's advice. Surrender is not shameful. If I were you, I would have surrendered long ago. Wang Baobao glanced at his bound hands, on the verge of tears. Raise my hand. Are you kidding me? Brother Bo was undoubtedly a traitor. His weapon was that very mouth of his. I realized that even if Bao Bao were not eliminated by Zhao Mo, he would undoubtedly be driven to despair by Brother Bo's incessant taunts. Surrender is not shameful must surely be Brother Bo's life motto. It was utterly amusing. Bao Bao's hands were tightly bound, and Brother Bo absurdly expected him to raise one. Would raising my foot suffice for surrender? I simply wished to know how strong Zhao Mo's grip was, as he seemed to make Bao Bao cower with a mere pinch. For reference, consider the survival segment where Zhao Mo effortlessly hoisted the three girls up the mountain. The preferential treatment of captives truly amused me. What was Brother Bo thinking? He might as well have suggested laying down arms to attain enlightenment. Why hadn't Zhao Mo made his escape yet? He was on the verge of being turned into dumplings. Zhao Mo's current task was to flee, not to entertain. I admit, I found it quite unseemly to laugh. Just as this discussion was unfolding, Zhao Mo suddenly lifted Bao Bao. Chapter 80 Bao Bao exclaimed, I refuse to accept this. If you have the ability, release me and let us compete again. At this moment, all the spectators focused their attention on Brother Bo's camera. Aware that this was a variety show where visuals were paramount, Brother Bo consistently directed his lens towards Bao Bao. Suddenly, Bao Bao stood up. Brother Bo, thinking Bao Bao had slipped from his grasp, shouted, Bao Bao, get out of the way. Bao Bao thought to himself, I'd love to, but Zhao Mo's grip on my shoulders is unyielding. Any movement will be excruciating. In the next moment, the crowd was astounded. Concealed behind Bao Bao, Zhao Mo recognized that he and Gu Gu were nearing their position. If they didn't team move now, they would truly be in trouble. He smiled and said, Brother Bo, we shall meet again shortly. With that, he swung the extended part of his belt and back-to-back with Bao Bao, hoisted him onto his back. Grasping Bao Bao's shoulders with his hands, he bent slightly and charged eastward. Goodness! Zhao Mo, you rascal! Don't just stand there, fight! The simulated gunfire erupted once more, and Zhao Mo heard Bao Bao behind him wailing in distress, likely experiencing the bitter taste of being a human shield. Stop! You lot are making my face numb. You're a bunch of rascals. Zhao Mo, let us make a deal. Can you carry me normally? I would mind taking the bullets with my behind instead. Wang Bao Bao began to sing in rhythm, a moment here, a moment there. Thankfully, their aim was poor. Otherwise, the discomfort would have surely been doubled. Is this really a viable strategy? Bao Bao had surprisingly become a shield. Remarkably, this shield was of exceptional quality. If I were Bao Bao, I would certainly feel worse than dead right now. Bao Bao mused, in my youth, I too spent time at Shaolin Temple. Am I not shameless? I never anticipated Zhao Mo would employ such audacious tactics. It had me in stitches. Do you think Zhao Mo might capture each one of them and then lead the group in a collective rebellion? Amidst laughter, the audacity of this maneuver is truly remarkable. He could have simply deactivated the baby's button, using the body as a shield against bullets. Yet, it is precisely the vitality of the living that adds intrigue. This scene is imbued with a certain spirit and freshness. The execution of this plan left the trio at the command center utterly astonished. Is such a tactic even possible? A human shield. This individual, carrying another as if it were nothing, continued to sprint effortlessly. What to do? Lu's instinctive query broke the silence. Wang Mingling, momentarily taken aback, could not suppress her laughter. This capture was unlike last year's. It was unexpectedly amusing. Previously, one might have wondered how Zhao Mo would evade capture. But little did they know he had already chosen his shield. Su's chest heaved with agitation. How could his own soldier be captured right under everyone's noses? And he was the one in command. Moreover, Zhao Mo did not opt for a weaker target, such as two girls, but rather selected Wang Bao Bao, someone skilled in martial arts. This was a constant provocation. The three exchanged bewildered glances, and after a pause, Su sighed, as if resigning to fate. Let Team 3 pursue him. The remaining two teams should head north along the western route to search for others. Wang Mingling nodded. This was indeed the correct course of action. Though it might appear somewhat cowardly and could invite ridicule from the audience, the objective remained clear. Team 3 would follow, making Zhao Mo believe he had diverted the capture team, while the other two teams searched for additional members or Zhao Mo himself. Meanwhile, Laughter erupted once more in the monitoring room. How amusing it was. The ingenuity of Zhao Mo, employing a person as a shield, was simply delightful. The sight of Bao Bao's distressed expression provoked further laughter. This young man possessed an astute mind. While everyone assumed a fatal outcome, he effortlessly turned the situation around with a single move. Although Bao Bao was somewhat shorter, she still weighed over 100 pounds. Who would think of carrying someone else? Zhao Mo clearly had unwavering confidence in his physical strength. Su Qing and Huang Hao were engaged in cheerful banter when the door swung open and a staff member entered, saying, "Director Huang, Gu Jing from Xinging Entertainment wishes to see you." Huang Hao's smile faded. He understood the intent behind her visit. He turned to Su Qing and remarked, "Look, I've become quite the target of interest." Su Qing's smile dimmed slightly as he replied, "Should I step out to assist you?" Huang Hao shook his head. "Xinging has a good relationship with us, and Gu Jing is quite a formidable figure. I'll meet her personally." As they entered the adjacent reception room, Gu Jing eagerly inquired, "Director Huang, has Zhao Mo been eliminated?" Huang Hao was taken aback. How did she come by such information? No, his escape skills are exceptional. Thus far, there are no signs of him being eliminated. Brother Huang, you must help me. Has Zhao Mo signed with another company? Huang Hao's expression turned to a wry smile. Her calling him brother immediately put him in a bind. Not yet, but little Gu, there are certainly many eyes watching him. Gu Jing received a satisfactory answer and, in the next moment, placed a gift before Huang Hao, saying, "Brother Huang, I heard you enjoy a sip of this." Zhao Mo had arrived in the southwestern region, estimating that Jing Ge had already reached the destination. He slowed his pace and began to mimic the calls of birds. After a while, he heard a response from a short distance away, which filled his heart with joy. When Jing Ge appeared and saw Zhao Mo, he was pleasantly surprised. This kid was indeed impressive, having not been eliminated after all. Upon noticing that Zhao Mo was carrying someone, he was taken aback. When he saw Wang Bao Bao being set down, covered in bullet marks, he understood the situation and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, look who is suddenly back with a vengeance." Zhao Mo removed the communicator from Wang Bao Bao and placed it by his own ear. "Bao Bao, you've worked hard." Jing Ge patted Bao Bao on the shoulder and laughed heartily again. Wang Bao Bao, witnessing Jing Ge's continuous laughter, suddenly began to thrash violently. "Zhao Mo, I refuse to submit. Let me go, and we shall compete again." "Zhao Mo, a soldier may be killed, but must not be humiliated. Do you believe I would bite my tongue in despair?" Zhao Mo, uninterested in engaging, noted that Jing Ge was in high spirits, partly because Zhao Mo was still alive, and partly because he found the situation genuinely amusing. "Bao Bao, would you like me to stuff a lump of cow dung in your mouth?" Bao Bao exclaimed, "Where am I, and what on earth is happening?" Jing Ge's laughter was infectious, and one could only imagine the psychological trauma Bao Bao was enduring at that moment. Bao Bao's state was akin to someone who had just received a stern reprimand from a commanding officer, which was utterly hilarious. Bao Bao seemed to be at his wit's end, even threatening to take drastic measures. "A soldier may be killed, but must not be humiliated. What a joke." Zhao Mo is precisely intent on humiliating you. Jing Ge's remark, "Bao Bao, you've worked hard," was surprisingly heartfelt. This felt more humiliating than outright elimination. Zhao Mo, observing the restless Bao Bao, chuckled softly. "Do you truly wish to compete? Would such a contest render you compliant?" Chapter 81. Bao Bao, I want to die. Do not stop me. What did Zhao Mo mean? Was he truly going to compete with Bao Bao? Bao Bao possessed genuine martial prowess, and such a contest seemed unwise. Indeed, many martial arts stars had praised Bao Bao's skills. I suspect that Zhao Mo felt secure in his actions because Jing Ge was nearby. Bao Bao's fists were calloused, a testament to his rigorous training. If the two were to engage in a real fight, it would surely be exhilarating. Yes, I want to witness the duel. In the monitoring room, Gu Jing had obtained the answer she sought and cleverly persuaded Lao Huang to allow her a chance to speak with Zhao Mo privately once he finished. Though she had not seen Zhao Mo in person, this encounter had already been immensely fulfilling for her. She was filled with confidence, convinced that no young man, regardless of how mature he might seem, could resist the allure of the dreams she painted for him. Little did she anticipate that one day someone would stand before her, painting dreams that stirred her heart. Huang Hao could not remain in the monitoring room indefinitely. Upon his return, he casually invited Gu Jing to come in, not expecting her to genuinely wish to see. Upon entering, She immediately spotted the screen, where Bao Bao proposed to compete with Zhao Mo once more. Zhao Mo is skilled in martial arts? Gu Jing asked in astonishment. Huang Hao shook his head and chuckled. Don't ask me. I have no idea what he is truly capable of. If someone told me he could give birth, I would believe it. Gu Jing was taken aback for a moment, but soon joined in the laughter. Zhao Mo's performance over the past 10 days had indeed been remarkable, creating an illusion of omniscience and omnipotence. In the third team, Captain Gu led 2 others as they slowly advanced southeast. Old Gu, are we really going to capture Zhao Mo? Tang Yu inquired. Old Gu smiled, slowing his pace slightly. We must adhere to the orders from the command center, but finding him may not be a certainty. Xiao Fei chimed in confidently. He must be around here somewhere. Upon hearing this, Old Gu stopped altogether, gestured for the 2 to sit, and remarked, Xiao Fei, you must be suffering from heat stroke. Take a moment to rest. After switching off the pager, he added with a grin, have you spotted the baby? Let's be honest and refrain from delivering food to Zhao Mo. It will be evening in half an hour. Let us just stay put for now. Xiao Fei, visibly disgruntled, retorted, Old Gu, Zhao Mo is infuriating. He's clearly tried to provoke us. If we catch him, I will shoot him. With that, she raised her weapon defiantly. Old Gu and Tang Yu exchanged glances, nearly unable to contain their laughter. Well, just make sure you don't end up as the target and get shot by Zhao Mo yourself. I swear, if I lose, I will obediently comply, Wang Bao Bao declared stubbornly, lifting his chin defiantly. Zhao Mo smiled and turned to Jing Ge, saying, Jing Ge, could you please serve as a witness? As he spoke, he untied the elimination device from his body. It wasn't that he intended to break the rules, but wearing it hindered fair competition. He then freed Wang Bao Bao from his bindings. Let's remove the elimination device. I don't wish to eliminate you just yet. You can stretch your arms a bit. Jing Ge leaned in and whispered to Zhao Mo, are you confident? You need not intervene. I should be able to handle this, Zhao Mo replied. Hearing this, Jing Ge felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Although he had never witnessed Zhao Mo in combat, he felt an inexplicable trust in him. Finding a vantage point, he adjusted the camera, aligning it with his face before suppressing a laugh. Good evening, esteemed viewers. Please enjoy a martial arts demonstration featuring Zhao Mo and Wang Bao Bao, with commentary by Li Jing. He then directed the camera towards the 2 competitors, continuing, now, both contestants are warming up. Bao Bao is a genuine disciple of Shaolin, proficient in Shaolin boxing, while Zhao Mo remains an enigma. No records indicate his specialization in any particular martial art. Haha, what a playful spirit, Jing Ge mused. It seems he has changed since being with Zhao Mo. Zhao Mo's demeanor is usually rather cool, yet their interaction sparked an unexpected chemistry. Jing Ge, your hosting skills surpass Xiao Ying's by a significant margin. You are truly professional. Are there any friends of Zhao Mo in the audience? Can anyone confirm whether he possesses martial arts skills? A classmate of Zhao Mo passed by, responding, I genuinely have no idea. I can only say that this kid has never beaten me in 5 kilometers. You probably won't believe it. I remarked that this boy was quite reclusive during his school days, seldom seen on the training grounds, and I suspect you might chastise me for it. I noted that he had never sung before, and I can only imagine the ridicule that would ensue. What then should I say? An answer is readily at hand. With Jing Ge capturing the moment, everything became clearer for all to see. Wang Bao Bao cast a wary glance at Jing Ge. Rest assured, if you defeat me, you shall be free. I guarantee that Jing Ge will not intervene. We do not deceive our own. Upon Zhao Mo's words, Jing Ge nodded in agreement. Wang Bao Bao's apprehensions dissipated entirely, and he chuckled. Zhao Mo, I spent 6 years at Shaolin. You shall soon realize the grave mistake you have made. Is everyone ready? The day is waning. Wang Bao Bao rolled up his sleeves and charged toward Zhao Mo, delivering a powerful punch. Zhao Mo did not flinch, raising his hands to intercept. Wang Bao Bao's strike was merely a feint. At that moment, his legs swept toward Zhao Mo. Though not tall, his agility was remarkable, and the subtleness of his movements made them hard for his opponent to detect. Zhao Mo disregarded the sweeping leg entirely, seizing Wang Bao Bao's fist instead. In the next instant, he twisted, and Wang Bao Bao's leg struck his waist. Zhao Mo's body barely wavered. He held on to Wang Bao Bao's fist and twisted further. Ouch, that hurts! Wang Bao Bao was spun around and had his arm pinned behind his back. Do you concede? Not yet. Let me go, and we shall continue. Zhao Mo chuckled and actually released him. However, this time, Zhao Mo did not afford him the opportunity to mount an offensive. Once Wang Baobao seemed adequately prepared, Zhao Mo lunged with a move reminiscent of a crouching tiger. Wang Baobao, caught off guard, raised both hands in defense. He was forced to retreat 4 or 5 paces until he leaned against a tree to halt his backward momentum. The next moment, he grimaced, shaking his arms vigorously. "It hurts so much. Shall we continue?" "Absolutely," Wang Baobao replied, glancing sideways before bolting away. What a farce. It was evident he could not hold his own. Although Zhao Mo did not employ particularly advanced techniques, the sheer force of his strikes and the speed at which he executed them granted him an overwhelming advantage. To continue would be sheer folly. Zhao Mo watched him flee with a smile, and in an instant he seemed to vanish from Jing Ge's lens. Moments later, he reappeared, grasping the beleaguered Wang Baobao. "How about this? Hand me the elimination device, and I shall take my leave." Chapter 82. All hands on deck. This skirmish stands as the clearest and most complete segment of the entire escape endeavor thus far, eliciting enthusiastic exclamations from the audience. Wow, if we had tracking cameras, I believe the show's impact would be amplified immensely. Given Zhao Mo's speed, it would likely render any cameraman utterly exhausted. The crux of the matter is that even exhaustion would not allow them to catch up. Silence. It has begun. Bao Bao is determined indeed. Truly remarkable. Listening to Jing Ge's commentary, it becomes evident that Bao Bao's legs are his ultimate weapon. Goodness, is Zhao Mo truly that formidable? A single strike to the waist, and he feels nothing. The baby should take a step back and shout, "Zhao Mo, you have been struck by my 5 poisons palm and shall not survive until midnight." Upstairs, one might think the baby has watched too many novels. Alas, the baby is quite pitiable, subdued by a single move. The baby declares, "I may concede defeat, but I refuse to accept it." Goodness, Zhao Mo's speed is astonishing. This moment warrants a slow-motion capture. Indeed, the baby, unlike others who would be incapacitated by such a blow, stands resilient. I have a preference for strong men, and Zhao Mo is exceedingly formidable. Ha ha, the baby has fled. Where has their dignity gone? The baby insists, "I refuse to yield. I shall run." As the camera captures Zhao Mo effortlessly lifting the baby like a chick, the entire barrage of comments erupts with joy. Haha, it seems the baby is contemplating self-destruction. The harm inflicted is considerable, and the humiliation is profound. In a contest of speed against Zhao Mo, the baby's intellect appears lacking. Zhao Mo remarks, "If I, carrying Jing Ge, cannot catch up with you, then I concede defeat." Is there a fitness coach present? I wish to inquire how one might train to achieve Zhao Mo's prowess. I'm a fitness coach myself, and I too seek to know. In the surveillance room, Huang Hao and others were left in a state of bewilderment. Does Zhao Mo truly possess martial arts skills? It certainly seems so, at least superior to the baby. Lao Su, speak to me honestly. Where did you find this prodigy? Director, I summoned him with a summoning talisman. Do you believe that? The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter once more. At that moment, Gu Jing was trembling with excitement. This is truly a treasure. Regardless, I must secure him for myself. Zhao Mo, you belong to me, and I shall not let you slip away. Just as she was contemplating this, Huang Hao's phone rang. Lao Chi, I know we are still in survival mode. After hanging up, Gu Jing's heart sank. It must be that fellow from her company. Just as she was about to inquire, Huang Hao's phone rang again. He smiled wryly at Gu Jing and said, "Do you see? I have never witnessed several companies competing for a single newcomer. Brother Huang, it is fortunate for you that Zhao Mo gained fame through your variety show. I must extend my heartfelt thanks on his behalf." Huang Hao was taken aback, then shook his head. Gu Jing's words had already made Zhao Mo one of their own. Next to them, Su Qing displayed a hint of anxiety and excused himself to the restroom, leaving the surveillance room. The command center was eerily quiet. They could not see the footage of Li Jing, and Zhao Mo had also cut off the baby's camera. However, the considerate production team, led by the shameless director Huang, provided them with a high-definition recording of Li Jing. The footage vividly showcased Zhao Mo's overwhelming dominance. What a pity. After a long pause, Lao Su sighed and uttered this sentiment. Lao Lu understood his meaning. This was a ready-made warrior. If he were to join the military and master conventional weaponry, he would become a sharp blade, a weapon to protect the homeland and pierce the enemy's heart. What to do now? Perhaps we shall discuss it tomorrow. Today, The capture team is weary, and tomorrow they shall exert full effort to apprehend the remaining members. Lao Su came to terms with the fact that individuals like Zhao Mo are not ones the current capture team can contend with unless he is permitted to deploy his own troops. Wang Mingling gazed at the adjacent map, contemplating for a considerable time before speaking. Old Su, Old Lu, from the fact that Zhao Mo and Li Jing are together, we can infer that the other members of both groups must also be in close proximity. If we broaden our perspective, we can conclude that the three groups had initially conspired, with Zhou Lei leading everyone into concealment while the two were tasked with drawing fire. The two nodded in agreement with her analysis. Wang Mingling then sketched a simple area map, indicating Zhou Lei's group would certainly not occupy the central position, as this location has multiple intersections, significantly increasing the likelihood of being discovered, given that Zhao Mo and Li Jing are operating in the southwest and southeast. It suggests that Zhou Lei and his companions can only be positioned in the northwest and northeast directions. At this juncture, she smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "No need for speculation. Their group must be in the northeast. Zhou Lei is indeed astute, while we were oblivious, as they have remained at the location where Zhou Lei has established his base." The three exchanged glances, realizing their tardiness. With nightfall approaching, it was unwise to proceed further, especially since they were all artists and needed to avoid injury. They pondered whether Zhou Lei would relocate his people by the next day. In truth, their canine companions have played a minor role today. Tomorrow, they could enhance the utilization of the tracking dogs, whose sense of smell is 4,000 times superior to that of humans. The two elders nodded, acknowledging this as their only option. "Zhao Mo, shall we return to the headquarters?" Li Jing inquired, observing the darkening sky. Zhao Mo nodded and turned to the baby, smiling. "Will you walk on your own, or shall I carry you?" The baby rolled his eyes, reluctant to answer, but upon seeing Zhao Mo's outstretched hand, he decisively replied, "I'll walk. I can manage." The trio moved swiftly, returning to the headquarters in just over 20 minutes. Upon their arrival, Yi and the other two girls greeted Zhao Mo with delight, but their expressions turned to astonishment when they noticed the leash he held attached to the baby. Zhou Lei was the first to react, bursting into laughter. "Have you captured him?" His remark prompted a wave of laughter from the others. "You even brought back a live one? Baby, what happened to you?" they teased. Amidst the laughter, the baby squatted down, twirling a short stick in the dirt. "How did you manage to catch him?" "Let Zhao Mo explain," they urged. Zhao Mo recounted the incident briefly, eliciting even more laughter from the group. "Are you tired?" He naturally settled beside Yi, who whispered her concern. Zhao Mo did not meet her gaze, merely shaking his head slightly. "Baby, do you prefer we tie you to a tree, or shall we simply bind you?" "Lei Jie, you cannot mistreat me like this. If you keep mocking me, I'll need to see a psychologist after the show." The group fell silent, realizing they had perhaps gone too far with their teasing. Lei Gu playfully tapped the baby on the head and said, "Do you even know what a psychologist looks like? And you want to see one? If you keep acting sly in front of me, do you believe I'll hang you up?" "Lei Gu, stop. I'm just joking with everyone. Don't take it seriously." The baby chuckled awkwardly, quickly conceding. Playing such games in front of the old fox was indeed a miscalculation. Chapter 83. A conspiracy anew. Is there enough water? "Tomorrow will be no problem," replied Brother Jing with a nod. "Could you spare me a piece?" As he observed everyone munching on biscuits, Baby was also feeling famished, but all his provisions had been confiscated by Zhao Mo. It would be unjust to let him suffer from hunger as a captive. Brother Lei chuckled and tossed him a piece of compressed biscuit, while Zhao Mo handed him a bottle of water. "Maintaining you is quite resource-intensive. Perhaps we should consider eliminating you?" Brother Lei remarked, unable to stifle his laughter. Baby rolled his eyes in response, his voice tinged with mock sorrow. "Zhao Mo won't let me take my own life. Otherwise, you wouldn't witness the survival of Wang Baby." "Oh, you are quite resilient. It is a tradition in our army to extract confessions through interrogation before demise. Tell us, Baby, what form of punishment do you prefer? Waterboarding with chili pepper. The tiger bench. How about slow slicing? Let us see how many cuts Baby can endure," suggested Xiao Ying, followed by Fat D, with Sweet being the last to propose the gruesome idea. To Baby's surprise, all the suggestions came from women, leading him to question their charm. Brother Lei pulled the two aside and whispered, "They certainly won't act tonight. Or shall we relocate tomorrow?" Li Jing suggested, "How about moving to the bamboo grove in the southwest?" Zhao Mo pondered and shook his head. "Brother Jing, There should be at least 2 teams of captors there now. If we stir up any commotion tonight, even if they don't capture us, they will relay the information to the command center. Thus, we can expect a blockade at the bamboo grove by dawn, especially since they have tracking dogs. Both Jing and Lei recognized the validity of this reasoning. Zhao Mo, where do you propose? Brother Jing, your position this afternoon was quite favorable, located in the southeast. Isn't that too close to the foot of the mountain? Zhao Mo smiled and shook his head. We shall catch them off guard. Gathering his thoughts, Zhao Mo continued. Furthermore, the command center must already be aware of our alliance in the third group. After suffering a minor setback today, they will undoubtedly take action against our base tomorrow. Following our relocation tonight, we will initially operate in the southeast at dawn. Understanding Zhao Mo's intentions, Zhou Lei chuckled and nodded. You are quite cunning. The 3 returned to the group, and as twilight descended, Zhao Mo seated himself and subtly squeezed Yi's hand, prompting her to turn and smile in return. Zhao Mo, how are you so formidable? I've heard you possess martial arts skills, Zhao Mo. I wish to learn. Will you teach me? The girls had compelled Baby to recount nearly all the events of the day. Mimi's brows furrowed with suspicion. What do you mean, teaching martial arts? Your intentions are clearly impure. Clearing her throat, she interjected, Zhao Mo has had quite a taxing day. Let him rest for a while. At this moment, Zhao Mo had shed any lightheartedness shared with Zhou Lei and Li Jing, remaining cold and distant. He responded to the girls with 2 words, too tired. Do not lean against the tree tonight, Zhao Mo cautioned, noticing some individuals resting against the trunk. He offered no further explanation, leaving them to ponder the consequences of discomfort if they disregarded his advice. Upon hearing this, Yi and the other girls obediently stepped back from the tree. May I borrow your back? Sitting like this is quite uncomfortable. Disregarding the gazes of others, Mimi boldly settled behind Zhao Mo, leaning against his back. Upon witnessing this, Pang Di and Yi found it quite delightful. Thus, an additional head appeared on each of Zhao Mo's shoulders. The actions of the 3 women left Xiao Ying, Tian, and Hai Jing envious. Teacher, could I borrow your shoulder for a moment? Are you not afraid of your wife's wrath? Tian searched for a while, seemingly unable to find anyone to lean on. Xiao Ying's gaze fell upon Jing Ge, who immediately jumped up to say, Oh no, I'm married. At that moment, Baby, who was lying on the ground, sat up and remarked, If you don't mind, We do mind. We'll mind very much. Baby lay back down, conceding that as a captive, he had no rights. Just then, Baby's microphone suddenly crackled to life. Zhao Mo listened intently and instructed the 3 women, Sit straight. I need to get up. The 3 women ceased to lean, and he abruptly stood up, taking a few steps to the side, where he spotted the shadows of flashlight beams. Observing closely, he noticed 2 flashlights in the direction of the bamboo forest and one near the southeast area. He shared a knowing smile and pulled Jing Ge aside to whisper something. Jing Ge, momentarily confused, soon became excited, realizing that this plan could indeed work. Although the camera captured decent footage at night, the limited light in the forest rendered the live broadcast only capable of revealing silhouettes. Nevertheless, many remained steadfast, watching the stream. Wow, Xiao Fei brought quite a complete set of supplies, even a portable mosquito repellent lamp. Bo Gu and the others also brought plenty. I spotted some floral water. Are they in a ceasefire? Yes, just now Xiao Ying mentioned that after dark, considering the safety of the capture team, they would all remain on standby until dawn. It seemed they were preparing for a meal, as Xiao Fei was already gathering food. Wow, how blissful! Surrounded by a group of men. Being the only girl in those 2 teams, her treatment was naturally different. I'm watching the escape team S footage. Just look at Zhao Mo. Now that is what you call happiness. Haha. While Zhao was encircled by a bunch of boys, Zhao Mo was surrounded by a group of girls, leaving me enviously drooling. Isn't this a celebrity? He seems completely oblivious. They had fought side by side for over 10 days. Consider what Zhao Mo has done for them. They believe Zhao Mo is safe, which is why they find comfort in being close together. Indeed, now is not the time to invoke gender distinctions. Ha ha ha, we mind, several voices chimed in unison, and Baby was once again slightly hurt. Baby, however, was rather mischievous. One would expect him to lie still and portray a corpse. Yet he insisted on rising to take the lead. Ha ha, Jing Ge's sense of crisis was sharp. He immediately waved his hand, declaring he was already married. What was Zhao Mo planning to do? Unclear. Oh, I just thought of it. Zhao Mo is going to rob someone. Good heavens, could he really go that far? Did they not declare a ceasefire? They only mentioned that the capture team would rest in place for their safety, but did not specify that the escape team was in a ceasefire. Wow, wow, wow. Hurry, I want to see the aftermath of the robbery. Which group will he choose? If he is thinking about getting enough food, he will surely target Bogu and his two teams. I find it rather unrealistic. It seems that the team led by Gugu may be in for a tough time. Alas, it is difficult to please everyone. Previously, a brother commented that he would cease to read if the protagonist remained aloof, yet now, some express their admiration for the protagonist's icy demeanor. Indeed, I find myself at a loss, uncertain of whom to heed. Furthermore, there are remarks regarding the survival segment, claiming it to be a 1 against 3 scenario, with accusations of the protagonist being overly sycophantic. I wish to clarify that, firstly, the protagonist does not perceive the 3 women as stars to fawn over. I have made an effort to steer clear of that notion. He simply believes that with greater power comes greater responsibility, acting solely from a man's perspective to protect the girls, without delving into feminism or toxic masculinity, as it is well known that women possess inherent physical disadvantages compared to men. Secondly, regarding the portrayal of the 3 women as lacking competence, one might consider how Belle guided the female stars in survival situations, often taking on a caretaker role. If I were to attribute each woman a unique skill, what purpose would the protagonist serve? This is an unavoidable aspect of storytelling. I must amplify the protagonist's aura to highlight who truly stands at the forefront of the narrative. Well, I have successfully filled 400 words. Fortunately, Tomato is free, so please refrain from yawning. In conclusion, I implore your support. All data is of utmost importance to Shan Feng in this book. Chapter 84. The food heist were about their dog? Jing Ge pondered a challenging dilemma. Zhao Mo replied with certainty. This group certainly does not have dogs. They must have followed closely behind me in Bao Bao. Moreover, even if there were dogs, they would not dare to release them at night. We could easily return, even if it meant expending a bit of energy. We need to proceed. Let's do it. Just as they finalized their plan, Lei Gu arrived. What are you thinking? The girls have been subsisting on compressed biscuits, which surely cannot last. We should hunt for some game. Jing Ge responded with a smile. Are you serious? Are you confident? Zhao Mo replied. At worst, we shall return empty-handed. Then let us proceed. Zhao Mo approached a pine tree, gathering a considerable amount of pine needles and thin branches, before placing them around the 3 women. Be cautious not to poke yourselves. This has a certain insect-repelling effect. He then opened his backpack, retrieving several pieces of cloth to hand to Lei Gu, saying, cover the outside of their flashlights with this cloth. It will obscure the light from being effectively detected by others. Lei Gu glanced at him and chuckled. You are quite meticulous. Once completed, Zhao Mo and Jing Ge left without looking back. How fortunate, how considerate. Why is it that only the 3 of you have this while we do not? Has Zhao Mo always been this attentive? The 3 women wore expressions of happiness and pride. Pang Di remarked. Zhao Mo is indeed very caring. I must tell you, his cooking is exceptionally delicious. Oh, I mustn't think about it, or I'll start drooling. The roasted banana worms, along with the big yellow fish. Mimi playfully kicked Pang Di, reminding her that Zhao Mo's kindness is something he should keep to himself, not flaunt. Did you not see the other 3 women's eyes turning red? It seems they are on the verge of transforming into werewolves. Mi Jia, why did you kick me? Continuing my tale, Zhao Mo exhibited remarkable prowess. When we found ourselves unable to ascend the mountain, he ingeniously fashioned a basket, managing to hoist the 3 of us upward. Furthermore, there was the matter of Sister Me falling ill with a fever, and I had suffered a snake bite. If mere glances could slay, Fat D would have been subject to 1,000 torturous deaths by Mimi's gaze at this moment. Only Yi remained serenely amused, smiling as Fat D recounted the events, lost in her own reminiscences. Ing Er, Tian, and Hai Jing grew increasingly incensed. Why was it that the trio could thrive so effortlessly, while they were matched with a rugged fellow like Lei Gu, pot-bellied and coarse? The more they pondered, the more their ire intensified. Casting a glance at Xan Chuan, who was still munching on snacks nearby, they could not help but exclaim, why don't you fetch some pine branches instead of just eating? Fat D was taken aback, the words sounding eerily familiar. Reluctantly, Xan Chuan rose, knowing full well he could not contend with these formidable ladies. As a young man, he had intended to accompany Zhao Mo and Jing Ge to draw fire, only to be met with Lei Ji's blunt dismissal. You should refrain from complicating matters. Thus, he found himself relegated to the ranks of the feeble and frail. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo and Jing Ge conferred on the details of their ambush, deliberating on how to neutralize their firearms and maintain control. Gradually, they stealthily advanced towards the southeastern group, guided by intermittent beams of flashlight, preventing them from losing their way. Nonetheless, the nighttime terrain proved challenging, their pace reduced to half that of daylight. In truth, Zhao Mo could have traversed the distance more swiftly, yet he refrained, not wishing to overshadow Jing Ge or create a disparity in their capabilities. I am starving. Why does the food take so long to arrive? Xiao Fei lamented, seated on the ground, rubbing her stomach. Though she appeared ethereal, her demeanor was refreshingly down to earth. Tang Yu nibbled on a biscuit like a mouse, while Gugu occasionally illuminated their path with his flashlight, guiding the delivery team. Xiao Fei, if you're hungry, just have a biscuit. It's surprisingly delectable, he suggested. Xiao Fei, with a hint of irritation, pulled out a small piece of biscuit and took a slow bite. It was not that she was being difficult. Rather, she felt somewhat humiliated after being toyed with by Zhao Mo throughout the day. Gugu plopped down beside her, chuckling. Xiao Fei, don't be upset. Think of the little one. We are considerably better off than we could be. Their laughter erupted in response to his words. What do you think the production team will prepare for us? Xiao Fei mused, recalling her fondness for chicken legs. They must have some. Old Gu, stop it. The more you say, the hungrier I get. A chilled beverage would be absolutely perfect, she added. Xiao Fei, haven't you been rather busy lately? How did you find the time to come? Just trying to better myself, she replied. The trio engaged in trivial banter, unaware that they had caught the attention of a lurking lion. Zhao Mo and Jing Ge had already concealed themselves nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation, biding their time as the meal had yet to arrive. Their plan was to first subdue the two men, anticipating that Xiao Fei would not react as swiftly. Where's the food? Can't you see that my dear Xiao Fei is starving? They lamented. The production team deserves criticism. If it takes any longer, we shall have to resort to midnight snacks. Enough already. You merely wish to witness their downfall, they retorted. Ha! I too am eager to witness what expression Xiao Fei will wear after being robbed. Her disdain for Zhao Mo has reached its peak, and with this latest incident, could she be left with psychological scars? Perhaps a case of Zhao Mo phobia? If anyone should be afflicted, it would certainly be Bao Bao. Speaking of Bao Bao, I'm currently enjoying my meal, and mentioning it makes me want to spit. It seems they have arrived. I noticed that Brother Bo and the others have already begun to eat, so it should be our turn soon. Goodness, Brother Gu's prophetic abilities are astonishing. There truly is chicken leg. Brother Bo humorously claims it's better than what the crafty old fox makes. Director, what if the capture team is robbed of their food? Huang Hao scratched his head, recalling that they had agreed to come under the condition of a good meal in the evening. Now that they have been robbed, will food still be delivered? If it's delivered again only to be stolen, then it would no longer be a meal for the capture team, but a delivery for the escape team. Let us observe their reactions first. They seem too embarrassed to speak. Su Qing pondered. It does seem logical. Director, this will be a headache. What if the escape team cannot catch a single one? Huang Hao couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head after a moment. That one happened. Let us not underestimate the 3 individuals in the command center. Moreover, the escape team has everyone huddled together, and if the base is discovered, it will all be over. This time, they found an ordinary person, Zhao Mo, who unexpectedly became the greatest variable in the 2 segments. Alas, next year will be quite the challenge. Su Qing understood Huang Hao's implication. This season, due to Zhao Mo's participation, the atmosphere of the show has become vibrant and full of intrigue. What will happen tomorrow? Are they going to let Zhao Mo continue participating? However, whether he joins the escape team or the capture team, he disrupts the balance of the game. Furthermore, once the season concludes, Zhao Mo will undoubtedly become a celebrity. If he agrees to that young scoundrel Luo Jin, he will be the owner of a company. Will he still be accessible then? Who would have known that Su Qing was once a classmate and suitor of Luo Jin's mother? Hearing distant sounds, Zhao Mo realized that the food delivery had arrived. Wow, what a feast! There are even ice-cold sodas, my favorite. Xiao Fei, please eat first. The 3 of them sat in a circle, placing 3 flashlights in the center for illumination. Xiao Fei had already picked up her box lunch, blissfully biting into the chicken leg. Chapter 85. Xiao Fei. Mine. All mine. Xiao Fei had started eating, while Tang Yu and Brother Gu positioned the flashlights and opened all the food containers. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes behind them. Before they could turn to look, two shadowy figures suddenly charged out. What on earth? The two men were startled, and by the time they reacted, their hands were pinned behind their backs, effectively subdued. Xiao Fei was so startled that she immediately channeled her inner Vedas, letting out an elongated and high-pitched scream. Strangely enough, even in her fright, she still clutched the chicken leg firmly in her hand, not letting it fall. Zhao Mo, what are you doing here? Upon recognizing him, Xiao Fei widened her eyes and asked a rather foolish question. Brother Gu kept signaling to Xiao Fei. Was this truly the time for casual chatter? Hurry, lift the gun and shoot. Zhao Mo and Jing Ge bound each other, and once secured, they were unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Do not approach. You cannot treat me this way. If you come any closer, I shall cry foul. Zhao Mo reached for the firearm beside the girl, subsequently ignoring her plight as he bent down to gather the provisions. Xiao Fei seemed to have just grasped their intentions. The allure of food endowed her with boundless strength as she stepped in front of them, declaring, "These are mine. You cannot take them." Jing Ge scratched his head, perplexed. What could they do? They could neither strike nor shove her aside. Having spent over 10 days with the third girl, Zhao Mo exhibited a more seasoned response. Noticing Xiao Fei's outstretched arms, reminiscent of a mother hen protecting her chicks, he simply extended his hands, gripping her waist and shifting her aside. Jing Ge, momentarily awestruck, gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're impressive." I knew it was a bad idea to catch Zhao Mo's attention. How could Tang Yu, the fitness enthusiast, be subdued in a single move? The crux lies in their complacency. Their vigilance was woefully inadequate. I wager tomorrow during dinner they shall switch shifts. To Xiao Fei's astonishment, she inquired how Zhao Mo had arrived, her adorable expression inducing laughter. "Mine, Almine," she protested, showcasing her impressive ability to guard her food. Jing Ge found himself at a loss, a rather awkward predicament. Look at Zhao Mo. He has lost it again. I marveled as he firmly grasped Xiao Fei's slender waist and moved her aside. The sight evoked memories of Lu Jishan uprooting a willow tree. I wondered aloud to Zhao Mo, is she soft? Xiao Fei appeared dazed, seemingly oblivious to her own situation. Her high-pitched voice was surely wasted, if not devoted to singing. Observe closely. Despite her fright, Xiao Fei remarkably retained her chicken leg, a testament to true love. The merriment was palpable, just when I thought the evening might lack excitement. This sequence of events proved to be a delightful spectacle. Bo Gu and his companions sat in a circle, relishing their dinner. Whenever mealtime arrived, I found myself yearning for my beloved. A single remark from Bo Gu sent the two into a fit of laughter. Damn it, Bo Gu, no comedy during mealtime. Zhang Yi and the others lowered their heads, nearly wishing to bury themselves in their lunchboxes. Whatever happened to the trio of soldiers? Whatever happened to their vow to never abandon one another? What of their profound camaraderie? Now, with one captured, the remaining two feasted heartily. Was that not a tad inappropriate? The most fitting course of action would have been to hurl the lunchboxes aside and seize their rifles, vowing to rescue their comrade. One must see the living, and the dead must be accounted for. Baby, you must be safe, Zhang Yi thought, as he took a hearty bite of his chicken leg. Squad leader, this chicken leg is quite exceptional. Indeed, this chef deserves full marks. As Zhang Yi and Xing Jia Dong exchanged banter, the other three appeared increasingly grim. Bo Gu, what is our plan for tomorrow? That perverse Zhao Mo is surely unbeatable. We must enlist the old fox's help. Where are our tracking dogs? You must eat, and so must they. Fear not. We shall reconvene early tomorrow. Gu Gu and the others are far away, and I suddenly feel the atmosphere lacking in vibrancy. Bo Gu seems to have an epiphany. Chuckling, let me tell you, if I possessed Zhao Mo's abilities within the escape group, I would seize the food. Goodness, Bo Gu. How ruthless. Thankfully, you're not over there. Otherwise, our days would be even more challenging. After his remark, Bo Gu glanced at the packed meal, inquiring, how is it that you, a young lady, can consume so much? Aren't female artists supposed to maintain their figures? Perhaps I should help you with that chicken leg? Jia, clutching her meal, promptly turned away. Bo Gu, that's not fair. I am your teammate. You cannot take mine. Haha, just practicing. A portion of the audience watching Bo Ji's two camera angles found his antics quite amusing. Bo Ge is indeed a prophet, isn't he? He had no idea that another group was enduring such torment. I must admit, I am rather eager for the clash between the old fox and Bo Ge. I believe it will be filled with highlights. Zhao Mo chose the wrong target. He should have gone for Bo Ji's meal. Did you not see how Bo Ge kept his gun slung around his neck while eating? Such a keen sense of crisis. My goodness, Xiao Fei has bitten someone. This is a serious grudge. Zhao Mo and Jing Ge commenced gathering the food scattered on the ground. Xiao Fei attempted to intervene, but twice she was pulled aside by Zhao Mo. Perhaps we should leave her a portion? Jing Ge could not bear to watch, seeing how frantic the young lady had become. However, Zhao Mo clearly had no such intentions. Everything was results-oriented, and with 5 girls at the base, bringing back enough food was uncertain. Once everything was tidied up, Zhao Mo noticed that Xiao Fei still held a chicken leg. How could he let that slip away? He swiftly snatched it from her grasp, a move that left Xiao Fei bewildered, as well as Jing Ge, Gu Ge, and Tang Yu, who lay on the ground. Was this fellow truly so merciless? Hey, that was Xiao Fei's last shred of determination. Is this fair to a girl? Having secured the leg, Zhao Mo noted the chef had cooked it well. The aroma was delightful. Upon seeing it had already been bitten, he expressionlessly asked Xiao Fei, "Did you brush your teeth this morning?" Xiao Fei, truly taken aback, instinctively nodded. Of course, she had brushed her teeth using Blue Sky's 6 essentials, making everything taste delightful. Zhao Mo nodded and promptly tossed the chicken leg into his mouth, wrapping it up, only to reveal a mere bone moments later. Xiao Fei was astonished, staring at Zhao Mo's mouth, her mind filled with the image of the chicken leg reduced to a bone in his hand. Such impressive tongue skills. What? My chicken leg? Jing Ge searched the biscuits on the 2 lying down. After saying this, he picked up Xiao Fei's bag nearby, contemplated for a moment, but refrained from delving inside, offering it to Xiao Fei instead. Will you take it, or shall I help you? Brothers, do not feed me. I fear I may forget myself. Chapter 86. Attacked by a tigress. Tears welled in Xiao Fei's eyes. Zhao Mo had gone too far. I have undergarments inside. Zhao Mo, if you dare touch me, I will bite you to death. It seems that the girl, in her fervent anger, truly lunged forward. In moments of rage and crisis, individuals often unleash boundless potential, as exemplified by Xiao Fei's sudden attack. With his hands occupied, Zhao Mo found it impossible to fend her off. In the next instant, a sharp pain pierced his shoulder. This girl had truly bitten down hard. He dared not shake her off too forcefully, fearing the consequences of damaging her teeth. Despite the agony, Zhao Mo's expression remained stoic. Xiao Fei, sensing the metallic tang of blood in her mouth, abruptly released her grip and huffed. Why didn't you evade? Zhao Mo, uninterested in engaging with such a foolish question, simply continued on his way, casually pocketing a portable mosquito repellent device he deemed useful. Ultimately, he refrained from rummaging through Xiao Fei's bag, sparing some provisions for their group. As the 2 figures disappeared from view, Xiao Fei seethed, exclaiming, "Zhao Mo, you scoundrel. You insufferable straight man. I curse you to remain a lifelong bachelor." Nearby, Jing Ge, who had lagged behind, burst into laughter at her venomous utterance, marveling at the depth of her ire that could inspire such a malicious curse. "Hey, can you at least release us before you start cursing?" Xiao Fei shot a glance at the 2, retorting, "Tang Yu, don't you claim to be a fitness fanatic every day? Why not teach Zhao Mo a proper lesson?" Tang Yu felt quite wronged. He had indeed tried to match Zhao Mo's strength, but found himself utterly outmatched. Despite her indignation, she eventually released them and retrieved some biscuits from her bag, distributing them with a huff. "Just may do with this." The biscuits seemed to symbolize Zhao Mo, crunching loudly in her mouth, causing both Gu and Tang to instinctively recoil in discomfort. Yet, moments later, she smiled and declared, "I avenged myself. I bit Zhao Mo until he bled." Upon hearing this, the 2 unconsciously stepped back a bit further. I initially thought that just days ago, Zhao Mo had shared laughter with Lei Gu and Jing Ge, but his resolve remained unyielding. Crafted from titanium alloy, it was indomitable. Xiao Fei was utterly delightful. Her audacity was commendable, launching a direct assault with her teeth. I found myself a fan of Xiao Fei. Although I should have been incensed by Zhao Mo's behavior, I couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, he had not confiscated her biscuits, leaving them a morsel of sustenance. I couldn't help but chuckle as Xiaofei gazed at the chicken bone in Zhao Mo's hand, her expression brightening. Speaking of which, how did Zhao Mo manage to turn a chicken leg into a bone simply by rotating it in his mouth? It was quite simple, provided the chicken was sufficiently tender. Why didn't Zhao Mo evade? After Xiaofei bit down, he seemed to be stubbornly enduring. Zhao Mo declared, if you can bite me, then I want to evade or cry out. That would mean I lose. Nonsense. If Xiaofei exerted her strength, Zhao Mo's movement could injure her teeth. He surely understood this. Thus remaining still, Zhao Mo was like that. He appeared cold, yet was remarkably considerate, anticipating all that needed to be considered. I couldn't help but imagine what Xiaofei would look like with 2 front teeth missing. It appears that Zhao Mo is truly on the verge of fleeing. Otherwise, neither the management company nor Xiaofei's fans would relent. Xiaofei is indeed infuriated, claiming she has been bitten to the point of bleeding. Tang Yu exclaims, I wish to resist, but I cannot contend with Zhao Mo. At the command center, the trio is preparing to conclude their day. The live broadcast is drawing to a close, and the night's period of silence is approaching, rendering their presence here rather futile. However, witnessing the segment where Gu Ji's team is being overtaken, they cannot help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Throughout the day, they have lost face entirely. If that little rascal is apprehended, they ought to hang him up first. Being eliminated would be too lenient. They should request the production team to send food again, but first, Gu and his team must be relocated to join Xiao Bo's group for safety's sake. I am utterly exasperated. Zhao Mo does not even spare a girl as half-eaten meal. Lao Su, isn't this how battles are fought? Calm down. Let us go and share a drink. What drink? Wang mingling interjects. Old Su, cool your temper. Zhao Mo has at least left them some food. He merely feels embarrassed to rummage through a girl's belongings. Do you truly believe he intended to leave it? I can see through his intentions quite clearly. The production team, witnessing this scene, cannot help but burst into collective laughter. I foresee that this day will yield at least 2 episodes. To edit only one would be a waste. Oh, this kid. How could he be so ruthless toward the girl? Xiaofei should have known better after being held so closely the first time. Yet, she comes back to defend him. Ha. Xiaofei is quite fierce, biting Zhao Mo's shoulder. It is painful to watch. The most amusing part is when she asks Zhao Mo why he does not evade. How delightful. That portable mosquito repeller was brought by Xiaofei herself. It is rather inappropriate for Zhao Mo to take it away. If it gets damaged, the production team can simply replace it. It is not a significant issue, as one must be prepared for the possibility of being robbed. Director, what should we do? Just then, a call comes in from the command center, requesting another meal delivery. Huang Hao chuckles. Send it. It is merely 1 meal. Let the crew send another portion. At Zhao Mo's home, his parents, who work during the day, are currently engrossed in watching the broadcast on their phones. I mentioned I was hungry. Shouldn't we start cooking? The father sighs, feeling somewhat disheartened, as their dinners have turned into late-night snacks ever since Zhao Mo joined the show. And the quality of their meals has taken a nosedive. Just a little longer, the broadcast will end soon, and then we can quickly prepare some noodles. The father rolls his eyes, exclaiming that they have already eaten noodles 5 times this week. Look at how poorly he treats the girls. How can we ever find a daughter-in-law? Nonsense. Why should you claim is my doing? What about you in your youth, Zhao Zhigua? What was it like back then? With your emotional intelligence, I'll tell you my agreeing to marry you is an act of charity, a form of aid. Do you understand? While others were gifting flowers or delicious treats for the Qixi festival, you brought 3 tea eggs. What was that supposed to mean? Zhao's father feels a flush creep to his face and after a moment replies, those tea eggs were rather tasty. Zhao's mother rolls her eyes and, after a moment of concern, laments, tell me, which of these girls has any semblance of a match with our Zhao Mo? This is a variety show, after all. They are all celebrities. What are you thinking? Zhao Zhigua, what do you mean? Are you implying that my little Mo is inferior to others? I believe he is worthy of a princess. Indeed, you are the one who gave birth to him, so he is undoubtedly the best. Zhao Ma snorted lightly, and that was more like it. Zhao Ba sighed deeply, realizing that within the family hierarchy, he ranked 4th. First was his wife, second was his son, and third was their little mutt. Just thinking about it brings a tear to one's eye. Mo walked to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and pondered the past and future. Chapter 87, Chicken Leg. I am not dog food in the director's room. Xiao Ying suddenly felt that at this moment, Zhao Mo was quite manly. It's peculiar how some women possess this strange psychology. If they plead softly, they might not take you seriously. But if you adopt a slightly aloof demeanor, they find it appealing. Xiao Ying was one such woman. She even fantasized that it would have been wonderful if she had bitten Zhao Mo just now, and it would be ideal if that fellow could retort, leaving a row of bite marks on her body. I need to use the restroom. Glancing at the time, the live broadcast was nearing its end. She announced, "Dear viewers, today's live stream concludes here. Let us meet again at the same time tomorrow." After finishing her words, she abruptly cut off the signal, feeling the urgency to rush to the restroom. Zhao Mo and Jing Ge returned to the base with food in hand. The one most delighted by their bounty was not Lei Gu or the other women, but rather Baby. "Which group did you rob? Why didn't you catch a couple more people?" Baby's comment incited another round of laughter from the crowd. Zhao Mo activated the portable mosquito repellent and placed it beside them, prompting another cheer upon its appearance. "Wow, the food looks quite good," Lei Gu remarked after glancing at the offerings, realizing they were only sufficient for a few girls, and thus he stepped aside. Li Jing approached and recounted Zhao Mo's actions, causing Lei Gu to burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! Li Jing, in this regard, you can't match him. I tell you, if I were to go, I would undoubtedly do the same as Zhao Mo." Just then, Zhao Mo joined them. Lei Gu patted a small stone nearby, signaling him to take a break. "Why not let Baby go free? This isn't too much of a deal." Zhao Mo nodded in agreement. "Lei Gu, has Director Huang mentioned when the eliminations will conclude?" Lei Gu chuckled and replied, "He hasn't specified, but let us wait a few more days. Once we have enough material, you and Jing Ge can unleash a massacre." Meanwhile, several girls were discussing their food. "There are exactly 5 chicken legs. Let us each have one." Originally, the capture team was supposed to have 2 chicken legs each, but Zhao Mo and Xiao Fei shared one, leaving 5 remaining. "Wow, there are chill drinks too. Why does this feel so blissful?" Thanks to Jing Ge and Zhao Mo, I, as a woman, finally feel a sense of happiness at this moment. Beside them, Xian Chuan was drooling excessively. "Shouldn't we share?" The girls shot him disdainful glances, ignoring him entirely. Hai Jing, familiar with him from their group, handed him a bone, saying, "You can suck on it for flavor." He took a small bite, but she did not touch the chicken leg at all. Rising to his feet, he approached Zhao Mo, offering a chicken leg at his lips, saying, "I cannot eat this. Please, lend me your assistance." Just as Zhao Mo was about to decline, the chicken leg was abruptly thrust into his mouth. Observing him eat, Yi then returned with a smile, basking in the warmth of happiness. "How delightful," remarked Lei Gu and Jing Ge, with a hint of envy. Zhao Mo felt a flush creeping onto his face as he spat out the bone, preparing to speak when Mimi arrived, directly shoving another chicken leg into his mouth. "I absolutely detest chicken legs. You must help me finish it," she declared. Noticing Zhao Mo's intent to return it, Mimi wrinkled her nose in disdain, saying, "Do not hand it back. I refuse to consume your saliva. How revolting." With that, she walked away, leaving Jing Ge and Lei Gu astounded. As the two pondered their thoughts, Fat D approached with a lunchbox, her voice tinged with grievance. "I ate the chicken leg. Perhaps you could try a shrimp instead, for a change in flavor." "I am not hungry," Zhao Montai protested. "Nonsense. You have indulged in both Mi Jia and Yi's offerings. Mine is equally delectable. You must partake." Saying this, she picked up a large shrimp and shoved it into Zhao Mo's mouth. After doing so, she seemed to notice her hands were greasy and proceeded to suck the oil off her fingers. Initially, Lei and Jing were envious of the attentiveness shown by the others. However, upon the arrival of the third, their jealousy faded. "Tell me, can you handle this?" Knowing the live broadcast had ceased, Lei Gu gestured for the others to turn off their cameras before smilingly inquiring. "Lei Gu, do not speak nonsense. I understand completely. As if I have never been young myself. One must practice moderation." Jing Ge chimed in, adding, "It's all debts to be repaid." Zhao Mo opted not to offer an explanation. Lei Gu then approached Hai Jing, expressing his frustration. Everyone knows to offer the chicken leg to the captain. "What is wrong with you?" Hai Jing was taken aback, offering her chopsticks. "Would you care for the leftovers?" "Get lost. I refuse to eat scraps," he retorted. Jing Ge approached as well, though he refrained from jesting with Tian, as they were not well acquainted. Zhao Mo moved closer, releasing Bao Bao, and said, "You may leave now." Bao Bao stood up, uncertain. "Are you truly letting me go?" "Zhao Mo, you do not intend to play tricks on me again, do you? Remarkably, instead of leaving, Bao Bao sat back down. Goodness, the psychological impact is real. Lei Gu chuckled at Bao Bao's anxious demeanor. Be off with you. If there is to be any capture, it will be tomorrow, Jing Ge added, prompting Bao Bao to dash away like a startled rabbit, exclaiming, do not worry. I promise not to reveal your whereabouts here. At that moment, Bo Gu, having finished his meal, set his backpack on the ground and reclined, resting his head upon it with a satisfied sigh. Others followed suit, all languid and unwilling to move, just as they were about to revel in idle chatter. A noise from the east startled them. Bo Gu sprang up, gun drawn toward the sound, commanding, quick, get up. Zhao Mo is coming. Upon hearing Zhao Mo's name, everyone reacted instinctively, rising with remarkable speed. Do not shoot, it is us. Upon hearing the voice of Gugu, the crowd finally eased their tension. Boga chuckled. Didn't we agree to rest in place? Why have you all come over? Come to eat. Tangyu responded. What is going on? Did the delivery not reach you? We don't have much left here. After Bogu spoke, he noticed 3 figures. Xiao Fei snorted softly, while the other 2 appeared dejected. Bogu. No need to say more. Our meals were snatched by that scoundrel Zhao Mo. The group was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. You were truly robbed. Gugu sat down with a wry smile. Zhao Mo and Jing Ge launched a surprise attack. Before we even had a bite, our food was taken. Xiao Fei had managed to take a bite of her chicken leg, and they hadn't spared her either. Boga glanced at Xiao Fei and laughed heartily. Well, Xiao Fei is fortunate. At least she had a taste. Boga, I'm about to explode with rage. That rascal Zhao Mo even stole my mosquito repellent. How despicable! Exclaimed one of them. Tomorrow, if I catch him, I'll expend all my bullets on him. The group roared with laughter, and Zha supported Xiao Fei, pulling her to sit beside him. It was wonderful to have someone to accompany her. Xiao Fei, didn't you protect yourself? Would he dare to lay a hand on you? Upon hearing this, Gugu and Tangyu seemed to recall a previous scene and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Old Gu, Xiao Bao, if you 2 keep laughing, we might as well not be friends anymore. We won't laugh, ha ha ha. What happened? Share with us to lighten the mood. Bogu inquired with great curiosity. Chapter 88. A new day begins ignoring Xiao Fei's murderous glare. Tangyu animatedly recounted how Xiao Fei defended her food, while Zhao Mo had continuously lifted her aside 3 times. Zha's eyes widened in astonishment, and Bogu and the others laughed heartily. Don't laugh. In a day's time, you haven't even touched a hair on Zhao Mo. Well, I've taken a solid bite out of him. Upon hearing this, the laughter grew even louder. Did you truly bite him? Yes. I broke the skin on his shoulder. Zhao was tempted to inquire about the taste, but restrained herself in front of so many people. Moments later, the food delivery arrived once more. Xiao Fei took a bite, but unexpectedly found tears streaming down her face, feeling wronged. Damn Zhao Mo, vile Zhao Mo. Tomorrow. I swear I won't let you escape. Our feud is officially sealed. Just wait and see how I deal with you. While the 3 were eating, commotion arose nearby. Gugu, in a surge of anxiety, threw his food container and grabbed his gun, aiming at the source of the noise. The others quickly followed suit. Xiao Fei set her food container down, pulling Zha along. The 2, without a second thought, began firing wildly at the source of the sound. They only ceased when they had exhausted their ammunition, at which point a voice called out, "Don't shoot. It's me. Ouch, my face got hit again." Soon, the figure of Bao Bao appeared before them, looking at everyone and saying, "Is my face so good-looking that you all are shooting at it?" Bogu paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. "Bao Bao, it's not that your face is beautiful. You become Zhao Mo's scapegoat. Every bullet fired was aimed at Zhao Mo, yet they all ended up hitting you." The baby, feeling dejected, joined the crowd and sat down on the ground. "Baby, have they mistreated you? Baby, share your thoughts on being captured. Baby, how did you manage to escape? Please impart your wisdom." The baby cast a resentful glance at everyone, feeling as if the experience of being captured was akin to a fate worse than death. With a tone of dissatisfaction, he inquired, who fired the gun earlier. Ultimately, he discovered it was 2 girls, leaving him with nowhere to vent his frustration. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "By the way, whose dinner was stolen?" Upon inquiry, he noticed that Xiao Fei's silver teeth were chattering, and he could easily guess the reason, embellishing his tale. "Let me tell you, their meal looked delicious. And they said that chicken leg was particularly tasty." Well, Xiao Fei was again preparing to load her weapon, feeling an impulse to dispense with the baby right then and there. Brother Lei reminded everyone to rest early, as they would need to relocate around 4 in the morning, the moment there was even a hint of visibility. Zhao Mo found a spot to lie down, and soon the rhythmic sound of breathing surrounded him. He had a keen sense of time, so at 4 o'clock he awoke, but did not rush to move, for one of his legs was serving as a pillow for someone else's head. Now, both legs had gone numb, and his right arm was cradled by the girl Pundi. Hearing Brother Lei's movements, Zhao Mo got up and urged the girl to rise quickly. Being seen in such a position would not reflect well on him. After rubbing his legs for a moment, he finally stood up. "Shall we turn southeast as planned?" Zhao Mo nodded. Shortly, everyone was awake, and Brother Lei instructed them to take their water before moving southeast. The main group set off together, their pace leisurely, covering nearly 2 kilometers in over 40 minutes. Upon reaching the foot of the southeastern mountain, everyone sat down to rest. They could catch a bit of sleep, and if hungry, have a piece of biscuit. Brother Lei gave them a brief instruction, and then the 3 of them huddled together, beginning to strategize. "Today is our last day together. Starting tomorrow, we must disperse to avoid being captured all at once," Brother Lei initiated. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that this strategy could only last for 2 days. "Perhaps from tomorrow, I and Zhao Mo will take over the capture team." There was concern that the others might become alert, making elimination challenging. Zhao Mo pondered what would happen if the entire capture team were eliminated. Uncertain, as there had been no precedent for such a scenario, he surmised that the production team would not anticipate this possibility. However, the likelihood of a sudden replacement was slim. Given the difficulty of coordinating the artists' schedules, the most probable outcome would be their revival. Brother Lei contemplated and offered the most reasonable conjecture. Everyone understood that the inevitable conclusion would be capture. It was merely a question of how many days they could endure. If they were not captured, the game would cease to be playable. "I doubt there will be any confrontations this morning." The 3 exchanged knowing smiles, fully comprehending the implications of his words. Returning to the group, they awaited the dawn of another day. As the sky brightened, a new day was about to commence. Goodness, the production team is rather considerate, starting the nighttime special early in the morning. Oh, what a delightful surprise to awaken to. I had anticipated that the nighttime special would not be released until noon. Everyone, take a glance at the progress bar. Merely 4 minutes after an entire night, and I sense a palpable air of insincerity from the production team. As the audience tunes in, we first see the ladies from the main host group enjoying their meal, engaged in conversation about the flavors of the dishes. Hilariously, watching them eat reminds me of the unfortunate Xiao Fei. Such a delectable treat, poisoning the morning with temptation. I'm eagerly anticipating Zhao Mo's antics for the new day. I must admit, I initially tuned in for the beautiful ladies, yet somehow my focus has shifted to Zhao Mo. Subsequently, the trio deliberates and releases the baby, who surprisingly hesitates to leave, which is quite amusing. The next scene shows Xiao Fei and the others returning to Boge, only to be met with a barrage of teasing, leaving the audience in fits of laughter. At this rate, one must wonder if the capture team might experience internal discord. Their vigilance is incredibly high. At the slightest sound, they are ready with their weapons, complicating matters for Zhao Mo remarkably. Boji's quick response just now revealed shades of Zhao Mo's character. Alas, Xiao Fei has suffered yet again. Credit must be given to the production team for at least providing them with another meal. Xiao Fei's enthusiastic bite into the chicken leg makes me suspect that he might be envisioning it as Zhao Mo. I timidly express my desire to be a chicken leg myself. When the baby makes an appearance, Xiao Fei and the others shower him with mockery, causing many to laugh uncontrollably. The baby is suffering in silence, his eyes filled with resentment towards these individuals. He finds himself in a most unfortunate position, having done nothing wrong, yet enduring the brunt of the ridicule. After finally returning, he faces yet another onslaught. However, this nighttime special is indeed quite brief, coming to an abrupt end. At this moment, the capture team begins to stir, turning on their cameras. Shortly thereafter, the tracking dogs arrive, joining the 3 groups. What shall we do today? We shall await instructions from the headquarters. I suspect directives will arrive shortly. By the way, baby, how did you manage to escape yesterday? And where is their main base? The baby sighs deeply and responds. Enduring humiliation and bearing burdens, I feigned compliance to lower their guard. During this time, I discreetly worked on the ropes binding me. The others are momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, The baby is well trained, or none would have managed to escape. Chapter 89. The next challenge. Oh dear, baby, where is your face? It was shot off long ago. I endured a day of gunfire yesterday. The baby replies, face? What use is that? The baby appears so innocent, yet this deception is quite surprising. He was clearly released by Zhao Mo. It speaks as though he boldly ventured into the dragon's den. Had I not watched the nighttime special, I might actually believe it. The group, each more shameless than the last, observes Bo Ji's expression, rendered speechless. They even contemplate summarizing their experiences. This has left them with psychological shadows, fearing capture. In the monitoring room, Huang Hao enters with a significant yawn. Director, did you not sleep well last night? Old Huang, slightly flushed, waves his hand and replies, I was preoccupied with thoughts about the program's continuation, unable to find sleep until the early hours. The crowd nearby cast reverent glances, admiring the director's dedication. Reflecting on how soundly he had slept the previous night, a slight warmth crept onto his face. Little did he know that upon returning home, his wife had surprisingly purchased a set of body-stocking tights online, transforming him into a werewolf the moment he opened the door. Approaching 50, he felt a sense of pride at still being able to experience such vigor, although he was slightly drowsy this early in the morning. His wife had urged him to return home early that evening, mentioning another set that was even more convenient. Rubbing his lower back, he pondered whether he should work late tonight. How are the numbers looking? The live broadcast commenced 3 minutes ago, currently boasting around 18 million viewers. Old Huang nodded. Achieving such figures this early was quite impressive. Have the personnel at the command center arrived? They were in place half an hour ago. And Su Lao even stopped by to relay a message to you. Oh, what did he say? The reporting staff stifled a laugh. He advised you not to get too complacent, as they are certain to eliminate one group today. Haha, that's Su Lao. What's with his stubbornness? If he has the guts, let him challenge Zhao Mo. Director. You mustn't say that to his face. It would certainly infuriate the old man. Laughter erupted among the group, and a deputy director in charge of the night shift came to greet Huang. Old Wu, you look exhausted. There's no need for you to come in tonight. I'll cover your shift so you can rest. Old Wu was profoundly touched, appreciating the director's thoughtfulness and care. At the command center, Wang Mingling was studying her hand-drawn terrain map. The feedback indicated our previous assumptions were correct. Their stronghold lies in the northeast, precisely where Zhou Lei and his team are stationed. However, it is futile, as they will likely relocate at night. We will adhere to our original plan. Any disturbances today will surely indicate that Zhao Mo is attempting to divert attention towards the other two corners. After watching the night special, I was somewhat reassured to see that the capture team's vigilance has significantly improved. Xiao Wang, do you think it's possible they Haven T moved from their original position? Lu Lao, that possibility still exists. Let us observe where they exhibit activity today. If they remain in the southeast, we will split our forces towards the northwest and northeast. As the three discussed, a drone detected movement in the southeast. Initially, some small trees swayed, followed by Li Jing climbing onto a large rock, casually munching on a biscuit while greeting the drone. Bring the drone closer. Let us hear what this fellow is saying. As the drone approached, Jing remarked, Good morning, esteemed seniors. I imagine you were quite upset yesterday. I apologize for that. A new day has dawned, and I hope you continue to strive. Do not let me down. Wang Mingling decisively shut off the camera. What has come over Li Jing? Learning such mischief from Zhao Mo? Oh, do not be angry. Elders, he is merely trying to sway our judgment. This impudent rascal, just wait until I eliminate your team. Let us see how arrogant you remain. Indeed, there cannot be anyone in the southeast anymore. Immediately command the capture team to divide and advance towards the other 2 points. Wang Mingling, noticing that the two elderly men were not acting impulsively, felt a slight sense of relief. However, her curiosity piqued. Where was Zhao Mo? Upon reopening the drone's camera, she discovered that Zhao Mo stood atop a large rock. At that moment, he stood upright, arms spread wide, reciting with fervor, Whether you see me or not, I am here, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Whether you grasp me or not, my demeanor remains unhurried and calm. Whether you hate me or not, your disdain lingers unchanged. Whether you pursue me or not, my fate remains in my hands, neither fleeing nor hiding. Surrender willingly, or let me eliminate you one by one. Struggling is futile, yet brings delight to all. After reciting, Zhao Mo closed his eyes, seemingly absorbing the essence of the universe. Wang Mingling was taken aback. One could not deny the boy's talent. With a few adjustments, the poem could evoke profound imagery. Yet, was this merely a jest? Quite a waste, she mused, exhaling those 6 words after a lengthy pause. Gradually, she became aware of the 2 elderly men's heavy breathing nearby. A wry smile crept across her face. This fellow seemed intent on provoking the old men to their limits. A perfectly crafted poem had been transformed into a declaration of war by this rascal. If I capture this boy, I shall personally deliver a few lashes. It is utterly infuriating. Su Lao, remain composed. Did we not agree yesterday to disregard him for now? Su Lao, pointing at Zhao Mo on the screen, trembled, eventually uttering, "This boy is utterly shameless. I see him. He infuriates me. And what of his claim that struggling is futile? Inform the directing team. We must go to the scene and apprehend this boy. If I do not give him a few kicks, my heart will not be at ease." Wang Mingling realized that as a psychological expert, her priority was no longer the escape team, but rather ensuring the mental well-being of the 2 elderly men. What is this? A poem? No. This is a declaration of war. Ha ha! Zhao Mo is amusing me greatly. Such a lack of rigor. As a literature major, I recognize the inherent beauty of poetry, and I believe the original text must have been far more refined. Zhao Mo, in jest, remarked, "Am I to blame for being talented?" Feeling that mere provocation had lost its effect, he resorted to this method of play. It is all a game. What can the old men do? I sincerely hope they take care of their health and do not allow Zhao Mo to infuriate them to any ill end. Ha ha ha. Zhao Mo was relentless, employing every tactic to provoke. Well, I still hope to attract the capture team to my side. However, I just observed the escape team's movements. It appears they have also shifted. I wonder where they are headed now. I suspect the 2 elderly men will not fall for any further tricks. The wisest course of action now is to abandon the southeast and concentrate efforts on the other 2 directions. Eliminating team members is the optimal strategy. Look quickly. They have all gathered in the southeast. Is this a feigned move? No, this is a tactic from the 36 stratagems, creating something from nothing. Chapter 90, quickly. Unleash the dogs to bite Zhao Mo. At Zhao Mo's home, his parents were having breakfast, not neglecting their phones during this time. "Oh, our son can compose poetry? That trait comes from me. He is talented." Just as his father finished speaking, his mother scoffed. "From you? I recall someone composing a love letter, seeking counsel and assistance in its writing." My father's face immediately flushed, as if it were an inappropriate topic to broach. Glancing at his phone screen, he sternly remarked, "What nonsense is this? Writing poetry is sheer folly, devoid of any respect for elders and care for the young. Look how agitated it has made that old man." My mother instinctively nodded in agreement, but quickly reconsidered and retorted, "They are adversaries. Does it matter if they understand? Your principles are clearly flawed, and it's no wonder you've only reached a middle management position. Look at Wang Gang, who joined the company after you, yet has already become a department director. And Zhao's father has his head buried in his bowl every day." Zhao's mother, perhaps sensing the sting of her words, hastily amended, "Well, Wang Gang isn't a good person either. He's just a sycophant. Don't emulate him. Our family situation is just fine." At Xingying headquarters, Gu Jing arrived early in the morning. No sooner had she taken her seat than her assistant poured her a glass of water. Just as she was about to inquire about the day's agenda, Wang Shuquan unexpectedly walked in. Gu Jing was taken aback. He was here so early. "Sister Gu, I feel you no longer care about me." Wang Shuquan's expression clearly conveyed his heartache. Upon seeing his face, Gu Jing felt an inexplicable wave of disdain, a sentiment she had not harbored previously. However, recognizing Wang Shuquan as her golden goose, she smiled and reassured him, "Kunkin, why are you here so early? It's vital to get your beauty sleep. Perhaps you should return for a bit more rest. Sister Gu, you no longer show me affection. My favor was removed from the platform, and you seem unconcerned. That insufferable Zhao Mo, whom you promised to blacklist, has somehow surged back into the top 10 of the music charts with a new song. And when I express my desire to sing I Believe, you remain silent." Wang Shuquan continued to ramble on. Gu Jing thought to herself that if he held no value, she would have kicked him to the curb long ago. "Sister Gu," Zhao Mo wrote a poem. At that moment, her assistant, Xiao Li, stifling a laugh, interjected. Gu Jing instantly stood up, her interest piqued. This fellow can compose poetry too? What kind of poem? Of course, the live broadcast could not be replayed. But Xiao Li had already taken notes, reciting the poem aloud. Gu Jing was momentarily taken aback, but once she processed it, she erupted in laughter. This fellow is determined to provoke those two old men into a fit. He must have prepared the original poem long ago. It certainly wasn't crafted like this. In the future, let him send the original draft. We'll see the chaos he has created. By the way, what has been the online response? Good, exceedingly well. It quickly ascended to today's trending topics, and many are imitating it. Look at this, whether you see or not. The exam paper lies there. How can one person possess such talent? Alas, will this dreadful program come to a close? Gu Jing found herself in a delightful quandary. On one hand, she hoped Zhao Mo would not be eliminated. With his current exposure, it would be easier to attract more fans. On the other hand, she was eager to see him sign the contract in her possession, allowing her to sculpt a brand new superstar according to her vision. After a while, her mood settled, and she took a sip of the tea brewed by her assistant, saying, "Xiao Li, the tea you made this morning is exquisite." Then, as he took a seat, he seemed to notice that there was another person in the office. Casting a glance at Wang Shuquan, who sat there in despair, he chuckled, "Kunkin, do continue." Wang Shuquan replied, "What should I say, and how should I articulate it?" Gu Jie, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Men must learn to mature. If you do not grow, no one will assist you in your growth. Kunkin, make sure to interact more with your fans. In a few days, there is an advertisement you should participate in." The command center issued a new directive. The second team, led by Gu Gu, along with all the tracking dogs, set off towards the southeast, while the other two teams proceeded to the northeast and northwest. Gu Gu received the task that allowed him to unleash the dogs upon sighting a person. Upon hearing this, Gu Gu was momentarily taken aback, while Xiao Fei expressed her delight. "Yes, let us set the dogs on Zhao Mo, haha. I must tell you, Lao Gu, don't go easy on them. Just remember, last night you were tied up and tossed to the ground, and your meal was snatched away, not to mention my chicken leg." Lao Gu found himself amused and exasperated by her enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo and Jing Ge had returned to the main base. "Do you think they will send someone?" Lei Ge inquired. Zhao Mo shook his head, initially about to say that no one would come this morning, but then thought, "Jing Ge and I should maintain some distance from you all. I fear that the other side might send a small team to feign pursuit to distract us. And if they reach our main base, it would be troublesome." Jing Ge nodded in agreement. "Xiao Mo, we need to increase our activities today and gather more water. Otherwise, we will run out by tomorrow." Once they made their plans, they circled back to the large rock they had previously occupied. "What about the dogs?" Zhao Mo replied nonchalantly, "I'll handle that." Jing Ge remained perplexed by Zhao Mo's confidence. It was important to note that these were professionally trained tracking dogs, known for their loyalty, and they were not easily lured by food. More critically, Zhao Mo could not afford to be ruthless. Training such a dog requires immense dedication, and trainers often regard them as their closest companions. To harm one would provoke a fierce response from the trainer. Just as he was about to caution Zhao Mo, they heard the distant sound of barking. As the barking grew nearer, Zhao Mo also heard a woman's voice. "Hurry, Lao Gu. It must be Zhao Mo. Release the dogs. Run." Jing Ge immediately dashed northward, while Zhao Mo deliberately lagged behind. "Wait, they're releasing the dogs? How are we supposed to proceed now? What if we get bitten?" These tracking dogs are specifically trained not to bite humans, but to encircle their target. Xiao Fei seemed to harbor significant animosity, as she wanted to unleash the dogs even before encountering anyone. This was certainly disruptive to the equilibrium. How could they proceed with the dogs unleashed? Lao Gu appeared to hesitate over whether to let them go. To Zhao Mo's astonishment, Xiao Fei personally unfastened the leash. He had no right to have taken the chicken leg from her. Wow, Jing Ge is quick on his feet. The dogs probably couldn't catch up with his speed. However, if they were pursued by the dogs, they would shift from being proactive to reactive, which would complicate matters. In the command center, the two elders, observing Xiao Fei's actions, nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. With the intruders already in the house, why ponder over trivialities? This girl possesses a certain fierceness. Wang Mingling expressed her concerns, saying, "Elderly gentleman, do you think Zhao Mo might be bitten by the dogs?" Su Lao waved his hand dismissively, stating, "These dogs want to target vital areas. As for elsewhere, it's of little consequence. They have all been vaccinated. If necessary, we can simply vaccinate Zhao Mo again." Lu Lao likewise remained unconcerned, asserting, "We need to show that young man a lesson. Otherwise, he might truly believe we cannot handle him. Chapter 91. The betrayed hound Wang Mingling contemplated another possibility and inquired, but what if Zhao Mo kills the dog? The two elderly men paused, then replied in unison. He wouldn't dare. The tracking dog is his comrade. How could he turn against a fellow warrior? Wang Mingling rolled her eyes, realizing that while it was permissible to harm dogs, harming people was out of the question. Her gaze shifted to the screen, where all 3 dogs had been released. Oh no, they really are unleashed. Jing Ge, hearing the increasingly close barks, understood that the leash had been removed. Zhao Mo, run. If they catch up, they will bite you, and you must not bite them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mo's movement slowed even further. Noticing that no one had followed, he realized his opportunity had come and stood completely still, a smile on his face as he watched the dogs approach. The area he occupied was open above, allowing the drone to capture the scene clearly. Jing Ge, experienced as ever, noted the swift pace of the dogs. Zhao Mo seemed somewhat off today. Was he unwell? It felt as though he could not keep up with Jing Ge's speed when he should have been faster. What is he doing? Why has he stopped? Zhao Mo appeared intent on confronting the dogs. Oh no, I can't bear to watch. 3 dogs are charging towards him. The thought is unbearable. Xiao Fei was being rather reckless. After all, dogs are not human, and such antics could easily lead to disaster. Zhao Mo, run. Could it be that he was paralyzed by fear? Some individuals fear nothing, yet are terrified of dogs. Surely Zhao Mo is not one of them. Could it be that he intends to shield Jing Ge? It is indeed a possibility. With 3 dogs in pursuit, 2 individuals would surely struggle to escape. Meanwhile, in an office, Zhao Mo's mother, who worked in finance, appeared carefree at home, yet had never made a mistake in handling accounts. The entire office was now aware that her son was participating in this reality show. Being part of a public institution, the status of their department was undeniable. And as long as one performed their duties well, there was a degree of leniency regarding discipline. For instance, at that moment, someone was watching the live stream on their phone. Wan Qin, something terrible has happened. Your son has been bitten by a dog. With this exclamation, the entire office gathered around. Was it serious? Where was he bitten? I've heard that dogs enjoy biting men in certain areas. This is alarming. Considering Wan Qin has only one son, how could he be bitten out of the blue? Zhao Mo's mother struggled to push through the crowd, but suddenly remembered that she had a phone. Opening the live stream, she saw her son standing still, while 3 dogs were racing towards him. Oh, that foolish child. Why is he standing there? Run. With both hands protectively cradling. One cannot help but feel the weight of responsibility. After all, you are our sole son, the heir to our lineage. The more I speak, the greater my anxiety grows. Suddenly rising, I remember that my son is now at least 1,000 kilometers away. Director, surely this dog won't actually bite, I ponder. If you ask me, who should I turn to? At this moment, Huang Hao's face mirrors my own tension. In previous years, we had trained tracking dogs, yet never had anyone untied the leash. Old Su is becoming increasingly outrageous. If he allows the guest to be harmed, who would dare participate next year? Meanwhile, in the control room, Ying can hardly bear to watch any longer. Frequently, the news reports incidents of unleashed dogs biting people, leading to endless lawsuits. Has such a scenario now unfolded live on the program? If Zhao Mo were to be bitten, would the show face public condemnation? Might it even lead to a suspension? Will I be left waiting idly again? In that moment, countless possibilities flooded her mind, leaving her utterly drained. Zhao Mo squinted his eyes and surprisingly seated himself on a stone. As he observed the 3 dogs rushing closer, a low, barely audible growl emanated from deep within him. The dogs continued their advance, yet upon hearing his growl, their pace noticeably slowed. The growl persisted, and as the dogs approached, they did not leap as anticipated. Even their barks transformed into soft whimpers, circling around him restlessly. Sit down and behave, Zhao Mo commanded. Following his words, the dogs barked twice, but upon seeing him rise, they immediately deflated, lying down on the ground, wagging their tails vigorously while panting, their eyes full of innocence. So you think you're clever, daring to chase me? Do you believe I want to stew you for dinner tonight? The 3 dogs promptly laid their heads on the ground, their tails tucked tightly between their legs. Zhao Mo had a fondness for dogs, and naturally, he also relished dog meat. He belonged to the type who would enjoy it more than anyone else, as long as he didn't witness the slaughter. Approaching the trio of dogs, he affectionately patted their necks, prompting them to eagerly extend their tongues, licking his palm in a display of affection. Satisfied with their response, Zhao Mo declared, "From this moment on, you shall heed only my commands, understood?" The three dogs responded in unison with a bark. "What is happening here? Can someone explain? I suspect my perception differs from yours." It was bewildering. Weren't tracking dogs supposed to be rigorously trained to avoid allowing anyone to approach? Laughter erupted as one mused. Have the dogs turned traitor? When Zhao Mo mentioned stewing dog meat, the three dogs trembled with fear. Didn't Tiwi agree to let the dogs bite Zhao Mo? The dogs seemed to think. Zhao Mo is too fierce. We are terrified. Who could elucidate this sudden betrayal? It defied all logic. Stop asking. There are no answers. Even the dog owner appears utterly bewildered. Could this be a ploy for entertainment? Perhaps Zhao Mo had already formed a bond with the dogs prior to this moment. Indeed, it seemed the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, there was no way the tracking dogs would disobey. Just as discussion swirled, the production team unexpectedly issued an announcement. Do not inquire with the production team. We refuse to shoulder this blame. Let it be known with utmost seriousness that Zhao Mo has had no interaction with the three dogs, nor will such an arrangement be made. As for why the dogs exhibit such fear toward Zhao Mo, direct your questions to him, not to the production team. Upon reading this statement, the audience found themselves in greater amusement. Production team, how much truth lies within your words? The desire for survival among the team is quite palpable. It seems unlikely that they would orchestrate such a scenario, yet it defies all reason. These are tracking dogs, unless Zhao Mo has been in their constant company. It is implausible for them to be so obedient. Observing the dog's behavior, it is evident they genuinely fear Zhao Mo regardless of the reason. Zhao Mo's antics have certainly entertained me. Could this be considered a case of attempting to catch a chicken only to lose a rice bowl? It seems he has lost both the lady and the soldiers. The cultured individual upstairs has a point. I simply state, I traverse the world unfettered. In this moment, as Jing Ge has been fleeing frantically ahead, he finally realizes that Zhao Mo is not in pursuit. Suddenly, concern washes over him. Could it be that Zhao Mo has truly been bitten by a dog? After contemplating, he decides to turn back for a check. Being eliminated is inconsequential. But Zhao Mo must not be injured. Chapter 92. Preparations for relocation. When Jing Ge arrives, he sees the three dogs lying on the ground, exceedingly well behaved. As he approaches, the dogs are poised to bare their teeth, but upon Zhao Mo's heavy grunt, they revert to their gentle demeanor. Jing Ge cautiously approaches Zhao Mo, his face a mask of astonishment. What is the situation? We have gained 3 helpers. Zhao Mo smiles and provides a brief explanation. Jing Ge stands bewildered for a moment before asking, "No, I meant how did you subdue them? I said they wouldn't listen, so I would stew them. Naturally, they fear becoming a dish, hence they obey." Jing Ge finds himself in a state of confusion, his worldview momentarily shattered. "No, that's not what I was asking." "Wait, what was I going to ask?" He is momentarily disoriented, then suddenly slaps his forehead. "Can they understand your words?" Zhao Mo gestures towards the 3 dogs. His expression grave. "Jing Ge, do not underestimate these creatures. They are quite intelligent." Jing Ge rolls his eyes, sensing that Zhao Mo and he are on different wavelengths. Yet, he soon abandons this line of questioning, his face lighting up with joy. They really listen? Zhao Mo commands the 3 dogs, "Get up, stand." Just as Jing Ge is about to chuckle, thinking Zhao Mo is treating the dogs like humans, he is once again left speechless. The 3 dogs spring up, lifting their front paws, and indeed stand on their hind legs, wagging their tails as if awaiting Zhao Mo's praise. Are they truly this clever? Jing Ge harbors doubts and commands the dogs, "Can you perform the golden rooster stand alone?" However, as soon as he issues the command, before he can even approach, the dogs bare their teeth once more. Jing Ge instinctively retreats, shaking his head. "It seems they only listen to you." Zhao Mo notes, pressing down his hand towards the dogs, who promptly lie down obediently once again. I can assert that this is not a production team arrangement. Unless these 3 dogs have been raised alongside Zhao Mo from a young age and trained by him, such behavior is unfeasible. Yet, this explanation remains perplexing. Why do the dogs see Zhao Mo so intently? Laughter erupted as Jing Ge wore a bewildered expression. "Dogsy, I must inquire. In what aspect do I fall short of Zhao Mo? Why do you heed his words and disregard mine?" Jing Ge's mind was a chaotic tangle, leaving him at a loss for words. I too was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. It's a perplexity that would befuddle anyone. Jing Ge bore no ill will towards Dogsy for attempting to bite him. After all, Dogsy was left to stand on one leg, an unprecedented occurrence. It seemed his mind was a blank canvas, acting on instinctive commands. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo found herself encircled by a throng of curious onlookers. Ruan Qin, how did your son manage this? They clamored. Yes, indeed. Please share, and we assure you of discretion. Your son was once a dog killer? I've heard that many dogs can recognize their slayers and tremble at the mere sight of them. Initially brimming with pride, Ruan Qin was taken aback by their astonishment. Is it truly necessary to react so dramatically? My son can easily intimidate dogs. However, upon hearing her colleague's remarks, a shadow of embarrassment crossed her face. Your son was the one who killed dogs? Your entire family must be involved in this. Yet, how could she explain the current situation? After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. My son once rescued a celestial being. But what does a celestial being have to do with dogs? Let us not digress. Allow Ruan Qin to continue. After rescuing that celestial being, my son returned and told us that the celestial being expressed gratitude. And from that moment on, he gained profound understanding. Since childhood, he has shown remarkable maturity. When tending cattle, he never needed a rope. Wherever he went, the cattle followed. Ruan Qin, I recall your family has always been registered as urban residents. Where did the cattle and sheep come from? Let us not divert. Listen to Ruan Qin's tale. No. Allow her to speak. In the command center, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The two elderly gentlemen, Su and Lu, were also exasperated regarding the unleashed dogs. They understood that no matter how well-trained the dogs were, they could not obey commands as a human would, thus posing a risk of injury to others. Just as they hesitated to release the dogs that morning, Zhao Mo unexpectedly recited a poem akin to igniting a powder keg. Almost in unison, the two elders issued the order to release the dogs. But what transpired next? Who could elucidate this bizarre turn of events? The dogs had seemingly defected. Wang Mingling was momentarily taken aback before succumbing to laughter. After a prolonged bout of mirth, she gazed at the increasingly dark expressions of the two elders and managed to stifle her laughter, asking, was this dog arranged by the production team? Certainly not. The tracking dogs were my arrangement, and Zhao Mo had no prior contact with them. Then what is going on? The two elders simultaneously shook their heads in confusion. After a lengthy pause, Su Elder, in frustration, remarked, this brat has some skills. He can even tame dogs. Following this, he broke into a wry smile, pondering how they had encountered such an extraordinary anomaly this season. What now? We should report to the team led by Gu Gu and not place any reliance on the dogs. Upon sighting a human, they are to attack. Today's mission is to eliminate Zhao Mo and Li Jing. What? The dogs have defected? Were they not military dogs? How could this happen? The three individuals looked incredulously at the dog owner, while the three trainers shared the same bewildered expression. Their comrade had betrayed them? Such a notion was unfathomable. They were supposed to obey only their commands. Do you think that Zhao Mo possesses some form of sorcery? Xiao Fei's words elicited a simultaneous eye roll from the two hefty men. Had this girl been overly immersed in her fantasy dramas? What should we do now? The command center has ordered the three of us to ensure that Zhao Mo and Jing Ge remain contained here, and to fire at the slightest hint of movement. Xiao Fei pondered for a moment and suggested, they can't be far from here. Should we take the initiative? It seemed both parties had reached an unspoken understanding and remained momentarily still. Zhao Mo returned to the base with his three dogs and Jing Ge, and the sight of him sparked astonishment among the onlookers. Once the situation was clarified, laughter erupted uncontrollably. Mimi, slightly bewildered, wondered if the dogs genuinely understood Zhao Mo's speech. Once the laughter subsided, Zhao Mo spoke. Lega, in an hour, we must relocate again. Lega nodded. With two corners compromised, the command center would undoubtedly realize that the base had shifted to this location. Would we encounter them? Zhao Mo contemplated. Let us steer clear of the bamboo forest and head back to the northeastern edge. Lei Ji's eyes brightened at this suggestion. He refrained from sending the three dogs to scout, understanding their limited capacity for reconnaissance, a judgment stemming from Zhao Mo's insufficient appreciation of their abilities. Turning to Jing Ge, he proposed, how about you create some commotion in the bamboo forest? Jing Ge grasped his intent and instructed the capture teams on the northeast and northwest to withdraw swiftly. I will check the northeastern corner to see if they have retreated. If so, we'll move. After finalizing their plans, Zhao Mo led the three dogs as they stealthily advanced northeast. Chapter 93 Xiao Fei. Zhao Mo, do you dare? By mid-afternoon, the base had successfully relocated. Zhao Mo and Jing Ge deliberately stirred up noise in the southwest and northwest corners to attract the drone's attention, ensuring their transition remained undetected. Bro, are they dogs or mice burrowing into the ground? At this moment, they rested at the center. Upon hearing the mention of dogs, Bro unexpectedly burst into laughter. What kind of dogs are these? They defected. It's not that they lack public favor. We can't even win over the dogs' hearts. After a brief respite, Bao Bao approached and remarked, Bro, I feel like Zhao Mo is treating us like monkeys. Bro rolled his eyes. Can't you find a more flattering descriptor? What do you propose? Bao Bao replied, I believe we should divide and conquer. We have 9 individuals all armed. Even if 2 or 3 are eliminated or captured by Zhao Mo and Jing Ge, if any of the remaining members can infiltrate their base, we would still emerge victorious. Bro paused, then smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Bao Bao, has anyone ever told you how clever you are? Bao Bao grinned, of course. My mother has always said I'm smart. The group chuckled at this revelation. Indeed, Bao Bao's strategy was remarkably astute. In the command center, upon hearing Bao Bao's suggestion, the 2 elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, pondering why such a simple tactic hadn't occurred to them. Now, their own people were being led around by Zhao Mo. If manpower is dispersed, even if Zhao Mo diverts his gaze, he can only restrain one person. If even one individual reaches their stronghold, it will be an inevitable defeat. The atmosphere is rather tense, not just for the 2 old men, but also for Wang Mingling. Working in units has ingrained rigid notions among them. They seem utterly incapable of adapting. Su Lao, what do you think? Tomorrow, perhaps. It's already 4 o'clock. It's unrealistic to separate them for adjustment at this hour, and this method can only be employed once. Let's implement it first thing in the morning. The 3 of them reached a consensus and did not hasten to issue commands, observing their rest instead, refraining from letting them wander aimlessly. As the class commenced, they discussed how Zhao Mo and his team should respond if they followed the plan suggested by Baby. Baby is quite clever. The merit of this approach lies in its capacity to leave their stronghold with nowhere to hide. Zhao Mo's optimal strategy would be to coordinate a surprise attack with Jing Ge, aiming to eliminate them entirely. However, given their current heightened vigilance, such a tactic seems impractical. Indeed, attempting to replicate yesterday's strategy is unrealistic. Alas, it appears to be a conundrum. We must cherish the moment. Tomorrow will likely be the ultimate battle. Oh no, I was hoping to observe for a few more days. If they are caught tomorrow, they will surely torment Zhao Mo's remains. Haha, merely being captured is exaggerated to the point of being akin to execution. This period lacks excitement, as everyone remains in silence. Zhao Mo, indifferent to the 3 dogs, sat resting while Ye brought him a bottle of water. He occasionally took a sip, contemplating before offering a bit of water to each of the 3 dogs. After consuming a small piece of biscuit, Zhao Mo lay down, intending to conserve his energy. He had a plan for the night, wanting to let Bo Ge and the others experience true intensity. After sharing his plan with Jing Ge and Lei Ge, they were momentarily stunned before giving him a hearty slap on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You've got it. That is quite clever." Ia, having found a large leaf from somewhere, sat beside him and fanned him. Watching this scene, Jing Ge felt a pang of sorrow. What about his own team? However, glancing at Tian Tian and Xiaoing, he thought better of it. None were within his reach. When Ia grew tired, she was replaced by Mimi. After all, it had only been 2 hours, and Zhao Mo slept quite comfortably. As the sun began to set, he rose to stretch his limbs, planning to provoke them a bit. From this moment on, he intended to keep Bo Ge and the others on high alert. He and Jing Ge split into 2 groups, with him leading the dogs towards the southeast. Whispering to the dog, it dashed ahead. The 3 dogs sprinted forward, and after a few minutes, gunfire erupted in the distance. After several shots, voices were heard shouting, "What is the commotion over there? Have they all arrived? No way. Is Zhao Mo leading his team? Quick, call for backup." "Backup for what? We have guns. Hurry, or they'll escape." Recognizing Xiao Fei's assertive voice, he knew it was Gugu's group. "Oh, it's the dogs," he exclaimed. "Where is Xiao Fei? Quickly call out." Seeing that his objective was achieved, Zhao Mo decided to withdraw. With a low growl, the 3 dogs swiftly returned to his side. He intended to bypass this group and meet with the other two. Just as he cautiously maneuvered past two individuals, he suddenly heard a sharp cry of distress. Frowning slightly, he approached closer and discovered that it was Xiao Fei who had fallen to the ground, clutching her leg. Could this girl have possibly fractured her leg? Initially, he planned to ignore her, but after taking a few steps, he sighed and turned back, stealthily snatching her gun from behind. Given her previous behavior, it was entirely plausible that she might disregard her injury and shoot at him. Zhao Mo, give me back my gun. The sudden loss of her weapon startled her, and her voice reached a higher pitch. Upon recognizing him, her face instantly transformed into a mask of anger. Where did you fall? Did you twist your ankle? No. Where I fell is none of your business. Zhao Mo stepped closer, wanting to inspect her foot. Don't come any closer. I warn you, I bite. And it hurts when I bite. Zhao Mo, you cannot capture me. Tears nearly spilled from Xiao Fei's eyes. If she were to be carried like a child by Zhao Mo to shield her from bullets, she thought it would be better for her to perish. Zhao Mo shifted his suppressor to his back and then crouched down. Do you know how to treat injuries? Upon feeling his hand touch her foot, she surprisingly ceased her protests, intending to retract her foot, but found it too painful. When I was young, I used to set the legs of the sheep and even help the dog. What about humans? This is my first time. Zhao Mo, you scoundrel. You're such a nuisance. There was a slight misalignment. If not corrected in due time, it could swell later. The previous conversation was merely a distraction for Xiao Fei, as the moment of realignment would indeed be painful. Zhao Mo, let go quickly. I'm about to die from the pain. Zhao Mo released his grip and stood up, removing her walkie-talkie and reporting her location before swiftly departing. After walking 5 or 6 steps, he placed the gun beside him. Zhao Mo, you jerk. Oh, it really doesn't hurt much anymore. She tentatively applied some pressure to her foot, and, after a moment of surprise, she exclaimed, it really doesn't hurt much at all. Then she picked up her gun, poised to chase after him, but reconsidered, thinking it would be better to wait for her teammates. Realizing she was no match for Zhao Mo, she huffed in the direction he had vanished, saying, in light of you treating my injury, I shall graciously let you off this time. Chapter 94. Be cautious of Zhao Mo stealing food. My goodness. The image of the ethereal woman I held in my heart has crumbled. Am I to question, is this still the Xiao Fei I know? Her celestial appearance does not imply her demeanor must be similarly divine. I find myself quite fond of her spirited nature. It is rather endearing. Ha. Xiao Fei is utterly delightful. She can bite. How amusing. It turns out she fears being captured. Seeing her charge and so boldly, I assumed she was fearless. This girl certainly knows how to save face. Clearly, she is too frightened to pursue him, but claims it's because Zhao Mo treated her wound. I wish Zhao Mo had captured her. I am particularly curious to see her furious expression. Upstairs, the pervert fine, I admit. I too wish to see Xiao Fei being captured. 3 dogs, and they scared these 3 enough. I have had enough. While having dinner, witnessing Xiao Fei's anxious demeanor made me burst out laughing. Zhao Mo, don't come any closer. If you do, I will scream. Zhao Mo, go ahead and shout. Even if you were to scream until your throat was raw, no one would come to your aid. How is it that your descriptions evoke such vivid imagery? Zhao Mo, doesn't he appear to be that lewd? Does he? Gu Gu and Tang Yu located Xiao Fei and inquired, have you encountered Zhao Mo? After all, it was Zhao Mo who had just reported his location via the pager. This fellow only knows how to run. Being akin to a rabbit, if he merely slowed down a fraction, I could capture him. Gu Gu stifled his laughter and chose not to expose her. Then why didn't you fire your weapon? We didn't hear any gunshots. I wanted to capture him alive. Is that not permissible? Realizing that continuing this line of conversation would reveal her intentions, Xiao Fei glanced at the sky and shifted the topic. Shouldn't we rendezvous with Bo Go and the others? It's quite pleasant here, and dinner is about to be served. Gu Gu and Tang Yu were momentarily stunned, but then they responded in unison. Yes, let us hurry and regroup, or we'll be robbed again. Xiao Fei scoffed. Look at how frightened you two are. I'm not afraid of being robbed. I simply believe that dining is more enjoyable in a larger company. If Zhao Mo dares to show up, I shall flay him alive. The audience erupted in laughter at the trio's exchange. Is Xiao Fei truly this competitive? Ha. Her desire to capture him alive is enough to amuse me for a month. Perhaps even a year. Xiao Fei, we are celestial beings. Can we not behave normally? This girl is quite normal. She merely forgot her wits while participating in the program. The thought of dinner made the 3 of them quite anxious. Indeed, they were haunted by the memory of last night's meal being snatched away. The phrase the merrier spoken by Xiao Fei seemed utterly fitting. Within the command center, the mood of the three was relatively light. The two elderly men surprisingly did not lose their tempers over Zhao Mo's antics. They merely snorted and remarked, "He may be arrogant this afternoon, but come tomorrow morning, it shall be the end for that brat." Upon finishing this statement, the image seemed to materialize before them, and the two old men exchanged glances, bursting into hearty laughter. Wang Mingling also joined in the laughter, for she believed that with a decentralized approach, the escape team would have no chance of survival. At least, she could not currently identify any flaws in their plan. An evening toast. Yes, we must toast. Once our great task is accomplished tomorrow, we shall celebrate tonight in advance. Wang Mingling remarked, "We should still ensure they remain vigilant, lest their meal be stolen again." Old Su chuckled as he stood and approached the microphone. "Thank you all for your hard work today. The Guga team should swiftly unite with Xiao Bo and the others. During the meal, one team shall eat while the other remains on guard." Once arrangements were made, the three gathered their belongings, knowing there would be no further actions tonight, allowing them to conclude their work early. The atmosphere within the program team, however, was not particularly favorable. If the command center truly adopted such a strategy, it would likely spell disaster for tomorrow. Huang Hao nodded gravely. He longed to inform the command center that actions should not be taken on an individual basis, yet it was difficult to articulate. He could not argue that the escape team might proceed while the capture team could not. Perhaps he should arrange for someone to notify the escape team tonight, allowing them to prepare. After some contemplation, Huang Hao ultimately rejected the idea. Let it be. It would be too embarrassing. If the audience and the two elderly men were to discover this, deeming the show insincere, it would result in a greater loss for a minor gain. However, at this moment, there is no recourse but to hope that tomorrow they encounter Lei Zi's team. Only then can the game continue. Lego what? Does everyone want me eliminated? Chapter 95 Zhao Mo. The best way to have fun is to strike at the root. Zhao Mo had Dogsy take a turn, and indeed, it caused Bo Gu and the others to become quite anxious before they returned to their base. Jing Ge had also returned, having collected 3 bottles of water. Lego approached with a smile, asking, "What is up? Not planning to go robbing tonight?" Jing Ge glanced at Zhao Mo and sighed. "No chance of robbing now. These folks are sharper than monkeys, probably clutching guns even while eating." Zhao Mo cast a glance at Yi. It mattered not whether others had food, as he must not go hungry. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Jing Ge, let's do it this way." At that moment, Gu Ji's team had already gathered with the main force. "Oh, it seems it's time to eat," Bo Gu remarked. "Just now, we were harassed by Zhao Mo. That guy is too cunning, making Dogsy take the lead. Did you confront him directly?" Gu Ge shook his head and pointed at Xiao Fei, saying, "She ran into Zhao Mo." Bo Gu looked at the fuming Xiao Fei and inquired with a smile, "Did he capture you?" "He wouldn't dare. If he runs so fast, I would have tied him up." That Za, with a puzzled expression, asked Sister Xiao Fei, "Can you really take on Zhao Mo?" What is so remarkable about him? If I want to deal with him, it would be a piece of cake." "That's Za, Sister Xiao Fei. I suspect you're exaggerating." Bo Gu declared, "The command center has issued a notice. When dinner arrives, you all eat first. My group will stand guard, and only after you finish will we eat." Isn't that a bit exaggerated? We must be cautious of that little rascal Zhao Mo. If we get robbed again, it would be quite the spectacle. Just as Bo Gu finished speaking, voices from the program crew came through the earpiece, instructing them to use their flashlights to report their positions. "Dinner has arrived. Are there chicken legs?" "Didn't he ask?" Bo Gu pointed the flashlight into the sky. Bao rolled over, gun in hand, nervously scanning the surroundings. Seeing him like this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. "Bao don't be nervous. Even if Zhao Mo wants to rob, he'll have to wait until the food arrives." In the command center, seeing everyone's vigilance, the 3 nodded in satisfaction. "We can go now. We can set off with peace of mind." Wang Mingling made a phone call. Being a local, she called her husband. "Planning to have a good drink tonight. Tomorrow?" "Haha, tomorrow is the final battle." In the broadcast room, Xiaoying was interacting with the audience. Due to the evening live broadcast being affected by lighting, the clarity had decreased, so her responsibilities were heavier, requiring more interaction to maintain viewer engagement. "Everyone, guess if Zhao Mo will steal food again?" After saying this, she chuckled and added, "Why does the phrase steal food sound so amusing?" With her interaction, The online audience surprisingly split into two distinct factions. I believe with Zhao Mo's nature, he will definitely steal. I don't think so. Zhao Mo isn't foolish. And it would be too difficult to rob this time. I also don't think so. Even if he wanted to rob, Jing Ge probably wouldn't agree. What did Zhao Mo just whisper to Jing Ge? It must have been a discussion about stealing food, right? The two of them took action, yet they failed to discern the true intention behind it. Zhao Mo was undoubtedly going to seize the opportunity. At home, Zhao Mo's father received a bonus today, and before handing it over, he indulged himself a bit. He purchased some marinated dishes and a bottle of liquor. At that moment, he was savoring the drink and nibbling on the food, feeling quite content. Meanwhile, his mother held a bowl of rice, distractedly staring at her phone, seemingly devoid of appetite. "Honey, do you think our son will go and see something? Whether he does or not, why should you worry about it?" As soon as he uttered those words, he realized he had perhaps misspoken. He glanced at his wife, who initially glared at him, her eyes welling up with tears. "It's not flesh from your body. You don't understand the pain, do you? Our little Mo has surely not been eating or sleeping well during this time. If you were a bit more capable, would our son have to endure this suffering?" Seeing Zhao Dad lift the untouched wine cup, she grew even more exasperated. "You know he should be eating well. And you know that sipping on liquor, our son has to fight for a warm meal. To stop drinking." Though she said this, she did not reach out to snatch it away. Zhao Dad understood that her anger stemmed from concern for their son. "I believe our son is quite resourceful. He will surely find his own way. Just wait and see." Now that sounds somewhat sensible. "Hand me a cup. One person not drinking is unheard of. I'll join you for a drink." Zhao Mo turned off his camera, intending to pull a fast one on the production team as well. Jing Ge, following suit, realized that ever since he had been with Zhao Mo, the burdens he bore on his shoulders seemed trivial. After all, Zhao Mo always concocted some unexpected schemes. In such circumstances, why bother overthinking? The two silently crept to the foot of the western mountain, where Zhao Mo leaned against a tree, resting his eyes. Before long, the sound of a car engine echoed nearby. Jing Ge had arrived. The two shifted slightly northward, hiding among the trees to avoid the glare of the car's headlights. Moments later, 4 individuals approached, each carrying a box, as they walked while glancing at the distant lights. Their movements were slow, likely fearful of dropping their burdens, and they boasted as they walked. "I heard a group of food was robbed last night. Quite amusing. Isn't it? It forced me and old Goo to make another trip. You'd think this escape group would have some sense. They never had food robbed before. Let us hope we aren't robbed tonight. Otherwise, we'll have to make another trip. I say these escapees aren't clever enough. If it were me, I'd just rob all 4 of us at once. Then they'd have more than enough to eat. Ha ha ha. But the production team wouldn't allow that, right? They never said it was off limits." As the 4 conversed, suddenly the bushes ahead rustled, and 2 figures emerged before them. "Goodness, a ghost." The 4 grown men were startled, crying out in fright. "Don't shout, it's us." Jing Ge's voice helped the 4 gradually calm down. The 3 glanced at old Goo, who had just remarked on the lack of intelligence in the escape group, and in unison, they said, "Look at your crow's mouth." Jing Ge stepped forward and addressed the 4 individuals. "You are presented with 2 choices. Either we subdue you, or you obediently relinquish your belongings and crouch down with your hands on your heads." The 4 exchanged glances and, almost in unison, set down the boxes. "Ying Ye, who are we to each other? It is merely a matter of begging, and you may take everything." "What nonsense! Ying Ye begging. This is willingly given to you. And if you refuse, I shall return tomorrow to deliver myself." He chuckled, producing some ropes and handing 2 to Zhao Mo, seeing the 2 approach. The expressions of the 4 grew more despondent. "Jing Ge, we cannot be deprived of our freedom. Jing Ge, there's still a bit in the car. Shall we unload it?" Li Jing scoffed. "You know we cannot leave this area, so behave. If we bind you until midnight, we shall release you." The 4, upon hearing this, fell utterly silent. That meant they would be bound for 4 hours. Chapter 96. Bogu. Production team, where is our food? The 4 were securely tied, each leaning against a tree. "Jing Ge, you have taken our food. Why bind us? Delivering meals to the capture team is not our desire. But the rules of the production team," came the stern reply. "Enough chatter, or I shall silence you." After speaking, Jing Ge glanced at the 4 boxes, scratching his head, pondering the dilemma. Someone must keep watch over the 4, but one person could not carry all the boxes. Zhao Mo, How about you keep watch here while I make 2 trips? Zhao Mo, amused by Jing Ge's thought process, pointed at the 4 and said, Jing Ge, are they not the perfect labor? Jing Ge paused, then slapped his forehead. Oh, my mind. But why bind them then? I thought it was to ensure their compliance. He looked at the 4 and asked, You have no objections, do you? The 4 shook their heads vigorously. No objections. It's only courteous. Releasing the 4, Zhao Mo led the way, with Jing Ge following behind, and the 4 in the middle, clutching their belongings like apprehended criminals. Suddenly, one of their phones rang. Must be from the production team, he remarked, glancing at Jing Ge. Zhao Mo turned back, took the phone, and instructed him. Inform the production team that the vehicle has encountered a minor issue and will arrive shortly. Having dealt with the production team, Zhao Mo resumed, leading the way. As they neared the destination, he exchanged greetings with Jing Ge and arrived early at the base. Lei Ge, this is my proposal. Let's close it off. I will notify everyone is shut down. Zhao Mo, you are quite the trickster. After speaking, Lei Ge approached the group, making a gesture instead of directly speaking. Once he confirmed all cameras were off, he smiled and said, Zhao Mo and his team have robbed the meal delivery from the production crew. Everyone can enjoy a hearty meal tonight. However, until we finish eating, keep your cameras off. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and before long, the 4 returned. Wait at home before departing. You're not permitted to leave yet, Jing Ge instructed. Zhao Mo, in a fit of mischief, led 3 dogs before the 4, warning them that if they attempted to leave, they might find themselves bitten in vain. Everyone, let us hasten. We aim to finish our meal in 15 minutes. Zhao Mo prepared a portion for the 3 dogs and then settled down to dine alongside the others. Throughout the meal, it appeared that both Jing Ge and Lei Ge were nearly sated just by observing. Moments later, Mimi stuffed half-eaten food into Zhao Mo's mouth, while Yi transferred all the meat from her bowl into his. Shortly after, Pangdi's chopsticks delved into Zhao Mo's bowl, retrieving a piece of meat which he then contentedly devoured. It felt as though Zhao Mo was fulfilling the dual roles of a trash bin and a pantry. A live dog food manufacturing machine, perhaps. What was more perplexing was that his teammates, Xiao Ying and Tian, cast envious glances in his direction. Envy indeed. Zhao Mo. This abalone is a tad salty. Here, you should have it. Upon witnessing Xiao Ying offer him an abalone from her bowl, Jing Ge suddenly found the food he had snatched from others to be utterly unappetizing. Damn it. Flaunting affection leads to swift demise. Meanwhile, Bo Ji's arm grew weary from holding up the flashlight, so he set it down and propped it up with 2 small stones. I say, this production team is becoming increasingly unreliable. Indeed, I am quite famished. Bo Ge, why not connect with the production team? Connect? We have always been the ones contacted by them. When have we ever reached out? Just then, the production team did establish a connection, informing them that the vehicle had broken down and they would be delayed. Bo Ge, inquire if dinner includes chicken legs? Just as Bo Ge was about to ask, the call abruptly ended. Xiao Fei, do you have an insatiable craving for chicken legs? No, it's a matter of reminiscing about past hardships. Biting into a chicken leg feels akin to biting into Zhao Mo. We must not forget our humiliation. Gu Ge, who was sipping water, inadvertently sprayed Baby across the table upon hearing this. Baby, unfazed, tilted his head back to gaze at the sky and suddenly sang. Why is it always me who gets hurt? His unexpected vocal outburst startled everyone. Bo Ge, exasperated, gave his arm a light slap, saying, You're going to summon wolves. Are there wolves here, Bo Ge? Bo Ge shifted backward, pondering why. After 2 days, he felt everyone's thought processes had gone awry. In the monitoring room, the director stated, All surveillance for the escape group has been turned off. Are you certain it is off? The staff nodded, then shook their heads. It's uncertain. It may have been affected by interference. Did anything like this happen last night? No. Everything was normal last night. Director Huang felt a bit frustrated, thinking, Is this machine playing tricks on us? Others have had no issues on duty, yet I encounter problems? Send someone to the mountain for maintenance. Huang thought that the escape group should be equipped with a pager, at least for the production team to reach them. Just as the staff made a call, the escape group's surveillance cameras gradually turned back on. Director, it's working again. It seems there was interference. Interference? Huang was perplexed. What kind of interference could exist on this mountain? However, the restoration was the priority. Well, as long as it's resolved, I'll take a short nap next door. Thank you for your hard work. At this moment, the live broadcast had ceased, thus avoiding any immediate review issues. With a gentle touch on his aging waist, he ambled next door. Zhao Mo and the others had already finished their meal. Brother Lei gestured to the group, cautioning them not to direct the camera towards the four individuals. Everything seemed as if nothing had transpired. Zhao Mo pulled Jing Ge and Lei Ge to a secluded spot. I have an idea, he announced. Upon hearing him, both Jing Ge and Lei Ge's eyes widened in surprise. Are you confident? Zhao Mo glanced at Jing Ge, who responded with a smile. The Haven Tea received any special training, it should be fine. Lei Ge nodded and said, all right, you two work hard. I'll think carefully about what conditions we should propose. With their plans settled, he had just returned when Mimi tugged at him, whispering, I need to use the restroom. Me too, chimed in both Ye and Pang Di in unison. Zhao Mo felt exasperated. They were so straightforward, needing to relieve themselves right after eating. Was it a major or minor necessity? He decided against asking, as women typically had the same posture. Moving to a distant spot, he first marked a point before allowing the three women to join him. Are we all going together? Mimi asked, somewhat surprised. What? Are we all four supposed to go? Zhao Mo was at a loss for words. What kind of question was that? Had they never urinated in a field together? Indeed, it seemed that girls had not experienced such camaraderie. Once at the designated location, Zhao Mo chose a position with the wind at his back, facing away. No matter how beautiful a woman was, the digestive function remained the same. After a while, Mimi, feeling restless, complained, I'm so itchy. Zhao Mo, can you scratch my back? Zhao Mo simply lay down on the ground, seizing the opportunity to rest for a moment. Chapter 97. Forgotten? What kind of explanation is this? I can't take it anymore. I'm starving. Shouldn't we eat a biscuit to tide us over? It shouldn't be like this. It's almost 10 o'clock. Why hasn't the food arrived? I'm about to faint from hunger. Bro, do you think the production team is fooling us? Could it be that there's no food tonight? That can't be true. Last night when Xiao Gu and the others were robbed, didn't the production team send another meal? Bro, your flashlight seems to be out of battery. Change it and just leave it there. Damn it. The food should have arrived by now. Bro, do you think the production team forgot about us? No way.